Death has arrived, accompanied by a myriad of horrors, such as the Human Skin Hotel, Anaconda, The Call, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and The Grudge. In the midst of this struggle between life and death, how shall Chen Yang persevere? Chapter 1. Ensnared by Nightmares Part 1. Awakening from his slumber, Chen Yang found the day fully illuminated. Reminded of his compatriot Shun Mushue's invitation from the previous day, he inwardly lamented his tardiness. Hastily rising, he attended to his morning routine before rushing towards the northern gate of the school. From a distance, a group of 5 stood outside the gate, 2 young men and 3 young women. Among them, a girl clad in a white tracksuit frequently scanned the surroundings. It was indeed Shin Mushue. Flanking Shin Mushue were 2 other girls. One sported shoulder-length hair, while the other had her hair tied in a ponytail, both radiating youthful charm. The 2 boys, one bespectacled and the other with strikingly bold features, turned their gazes towards Chen Yang as he approached. Upon spotting him, Shan Mushue's face lit up with delight as she stepped forward, playfully chiding, "Why did you arrive so late?" With a sheepish smile, Chen Yang replied, "I overslept, my apologies." "Hey handsome, which department are you from?" "I don't believe we've met before." The girl with shoulder-length hair tilted her head, regarding him with keen interest. Chen Yang, a junior in the literature department. Exchanging glances, the 2 girls chimed in unison. A May-December romance? Flushed with both embarrassment and annoyance, Shin Mushue playfully shoved her friends before introducing. "The girl with the ponytail is Su Luoluo, and the other is Huang Ying. They could be a bit rowdy, but they're genuinely nice. Those 2 guys are their boyfriends. Why don't you introduce yourselves?" The bespectacled boy appeared somewhat reserved, adjusting his glasses as he nodded towards Chen Yang, Chi Shun from the architecture department. The bold-featured boy extended his hand with a smile, shaking hands with Chen Yang. "Don't mind them, they just enjoy teasing." Fan Sixian from the electronics department. Noticing the maturity in Fan Sixian's demeanor, Chen Yang inquired with curiosity, "Are you still attending school?" With a sparkle in her eyes, Huang Ying tightened her grip on Fan Sixian's arm, giggling. Though Sixian is still a student, he has already started his own company. As they spoke, a steady stream of individuals arrived, most in pairs, while a few came alone, likely having made last-minute arrangements for companionship. Among them, a solitary girl named Ling Qiu stood apart, her melancholic demeanor stark against the backdrop of couples. "Ling Qiu, weren't you supposed to bring a friend? Why are you alone?" Shen Mushue stepped forward to grasp Ling Qiu's hand, clearly showcasing their close bond. With a gentle smile, Ling Qiu patted Shen Mushue's hand, replying, "I find solitude quite liberating." Just then, the tourist bus heading to Fengming Mountain arrived at the station. Perhaps due to it being the first bus of the morning, it was not overly crowded, and everyone boarded, selecting their seats with anticipation. "What song are you listening to?" Shin Mushue tugged at Chen Yang's sleeve as they made their way to the back row. Once seated, she rummaged through her exquisite leather bag and produced a finely crafted MP3 player, meticulously untangling the earphone cord before inserting it into Chen Yang's ear. "Anything will do," Chen Yang replied, wiping the condensation from the glass as he gazed out the window. After a brief moment of morning clarity, the sky had once again begun to release snowflakes, falling more heavily than the previous night. As he peered through the car window towards the distant Fengming Mountain, the landscape appeared utterly blanketed in white. Yet, the mountain's steep and perilous nature remained palpable. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling noises erupted from the earphones, followed by the deep timbre of a male voice. "Someone walks behind you. Watching me, someone observes your every step. Watching me, someone loves you deeply." Wasn't that a segment from the ominous theme of Death's arrival? Initially startled, Chen Yang couldn't help but chuckle as he ruffled Shen Mushue's hair, teasing, "Little one, have you begun to play tricks on me?" He had engaged in similar pranks himself, such as calling someone in the dead of night while playing background music from Zhang Zhan Tells Ghost Stories. He had both pranked others and been pranked in return, thus developing a resilient disposition over time. Shen Mushue stared at him in confusion, demanding, "What are you talking about?" Chen Yang merely smiled, inserting his earphones into her delicate ears once more. After listening for a moment, Shen Mushue asked, somewhat perplexed, "Ilian, don't you like this song?" Noticing that Shen Mushue's expression seemed genuine, Chen Yang fell silent and placed the earphones back in his ears. To his surprise, The deep male voice had vanished, replaced by the sweet melody of a young girl. "It's nothing, perhaps I misheard." Chen Yang chuckled self-deprecatingly, but then he noticed Ling Xiao in the front seat, glancing at him, prompting him to ask, "Is something the matter?" Ling Xiao furrowed her brows, hesitating before replying, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell." Shimushua leaned forward, concerned. "What's wrong? Are you carsick?" "It's nothing," Ling Xiao said, gazing at Chen Yang, her lips parting as if she wished to say more. Yet she fell silent. That moment, the vehicle jolted violently, catching Chen Yang off guard, nearly causing his forehead to collide with the front seat, and he swiftly braced himself. What happened? The passengers lurched about, and murmurs of complaint began to arise. The car skidded. The driver responded, continuing to navigate the road. This interruption extinguished Ling Xiao's interest in conversation, and she turned away. Although Chen Yang found it curious, their recent acquaintance naturally precluded any probing questions. The bus gradually came to a halt in the parking lot outside the ski resort, and everyone disembarked. Apart from a few who had brought their own ski equipment, the rest flocked to the rental shop to either purchase or rent gear. "Shen Mushue, have you two made your selections?" Su Luoluo approached them, ski poles in hand, accompanied by Qishan. Chen Yang was about to speak when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the recesses of his mind, a voice seemed to echo, "The Grim Reaper has arrived." The real-life scenario begins. Task: evade the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. Time limit: 48 hours. Chapter 2. Haunted by Nightmares. Part 2. What is the matter with you? Noticing Chen Yang lost in thought while selecting snow gear, Shen Mushue nudged him with her arm and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chen Yang instinctively shook his head, but was suddenly startled by a loud clatter nearby. A few ski poles hanging on the wall swayed, and one of them fell, striking Huang Ying on the head. "Ouch!" Huang Ying let out a muffled exclamation, rubbing her head. The owner of the ski shop hurried over to apologize. "I'm terribly sorry. It seems the hook on the wall may have come loose." Huang Ying muttered about her misfortune, but paid it little mind. After retrieving the ski gear, the group proceeded to the ski resort together. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Yang remained in a dazed state until someone nudged him, jolting him to realize that he had unknowingly entered the ski area. Standing at the entrance by the welcoming ice sculpture. Due to it being the year of the dragon, the welcoming ice sculpture was a magnificent dragon, nearly 20 meters long, intricately carved to life. The most striking feature was the dragon's scales, sculpted into crystalline protrusions that sparkled like jewels. Su Luoluo and the others gazed at him with curious expressions, while opposite Shen Mushue stood a young man and woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was tall and graceful. "Shen Mushue, this is your ski instructor, Dan Mingxue, who has won medals at the national games. With teacher Dan's guidance, your skiing skills are bound to flourish." This generous offer was hard to refuse. Shen Mushue hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Chen Yang, but ultimately shook her head, saying, "Thank you, Wei Dong. I do enjoy skiing, but I prefer to do it with my friends, while having an instructor is undoubtedly advantageous." Shen Mushue would not dismiss the opportunity. Before she could finish, Chen Yang interrupted, smiling at Wei Dong. This was not a display of magnanimity. Rather, Chen Yang's approach to competition was to consume resources while returning fire, ensuring his opponents suffered losses. However, with so many of us, I doubt a single instructor can manage. Shen Mushue bit her lip, casting an annoyed glance at Chen Yang. The whims of a girl's heart are ever-changing. Just moments ago, she was concerned whether Chen Yang would feel jealous, and now she found herself lamenting that he wasn't. Wei Dong, who had been smiling, momentarily displayed a hint of surprise before chuckling. "That was my oversight. Teacher Dan, could you recommend another instructor?" Dan Mingxue smiled gently at Chen Yang, then placed 2 fingers in her mouth and let out a sharp whistle. Shortly after the whistle sounded, a yellow figure descended from above, skillfully stopping before the group with a ski pole in hand, pulling down her snow cap to reveal a cascade of long, dark hair and a charming face. Dan Mingxue introduced her. "This is Lu Feiyu, a star officer from the city's criminal police team. Skiing is merely a hobby for her, but I assure you, her skills surpass those of most instructors here." Lu Feiyu appears to be the complete antithesis of Dan Mingxue. While Dan Mingxue boasts a tall and statuesque figure, Lu Feiyu possesses a more average stature. Dan Mingshue's facial features are sharply defined, whereas Lu Feiyu's are gentle and soft, exuding an aura of tenderness. A beauty is always in high demand in the presence of men, and with her professional accolades enhancing her allure, Lu Feiyu quickly garners the admiration of the crowd. Wei Dong enthusiastically gives a thumbs up, exclaiming, "A female police officer, a true heroine." Lu Feiyu smiles modestly and responds, "I can only consider myself a tough girl. Our team leader Sue is the real heroine." The essence of skiing lies in balance. It is evident that Lu Feiyu is a dedicated instructor, swiftly embracing her role and imparting essential skiing techniques to the group. Why don't the two beautiful coaches show us a trick? A chorus of enthusiastic suggestions arises from the youthful participants, eager to see a demonstration. Lu Feiyu, with her gentle demeanor, reveals a spirited personality as she playfully nudges Dan Mingxue with her ski pole, saying, "Come on, show us your skills." Dan Mingxue nods, silently pointing to the high platform above the ski slope before making her way to the nearby lift. The spectators, recognizing her intent to showcase her talents, eagerly follow her. As Chen Muxue attempts to join the throng, Chen Yang gently pulls her aside, grinning, "Let me teach you one-on-one. There are too many people. Can you ski?" Chen Muxue, adorned in knee-high black leather boots, stands on her sled, a strand of hair playfully tousled by the wind, exuding an irresistible charm. Just as Chen Yang is about to respond, a sudden shriek pierces the air, followed by a collision that sends him tumbling onto Chen Muxue. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry." A girl of about 12 or 13, who had collided with Chen Yang, rushes forward to help them up. The soft snow cushions their fall, causing no serious harm. Chen Yang swiftly regains his footing and assists Chen Muxue, waving dismissively at the apologetic girl to indicate that they are fine. "Be careful next time." A middle-aged man hurries over, admonishing the girl before turning to Chen Yang to apologize. "It's nothing," Chen Yang replies with a smile directed at the girl. Unfazed by her father's reprimand, the girl sticks out her tongue playfully. The middle-aged man shoots her a disapproving glance, saying, "Apologize. It's impolite." Chen Yang waves his hand, assuring, "No harm done. Falling is part of the fun. I often bump into people while skiing." Amused by Chen Yang's lightheartedness and reassured by the absence of any injuries, the middle-aged man chuckles, glancing at Chen Muxue. "As long as everyone is all right, I want to keep you too." Initially displeased, Chen Muxue feels her irritation dissipate upon hearing the man's jovial tone, her cheeks flushing with warmth. "Wow, Dad, look! That person is so handsome!" the girl exclaims, tugging at her scarf and pointing excitedly at Lu Feiyu, who is gracefully executing a 360-degree spin in midair. As the cheers of the young girls resonated, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of shrieks and applause. Indeed, such ethereal movements are beyond the capabilities of the average person. "How beautiful!" Chen Muxue gazed enviously at the distant figure and remarked, "If only I could execute such a maneuver." Chen Yang smiled faintly, about to respond, when he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. A low rumble echoed from afar. Something felt amiss. He grasped the excited Chen Muxue and glanced towards the mountain peak, only to see a veil of mist obscuring his view. "What is happening?" Chen Muxue asked in bewilderment, following his gaze towards the summit. The mist thickened, spreading downwards. And as it approached, Chen Yang realized it was not mist at all, but rather a cascade of fallen snow. The flurry was so dense and swift that it appeared mist-like. An avalanche. Chen Yang's expression turned aghast. "Don't scare me." Chen Muxue thought he was jesting, when the next moment, her face paled in horror. Amidst the ominous rumbling, snowballs came tumbling down from the peak, rolling down the slope and gathering more snow until they reached the top of the ski resort, towering to the height of a person. Standing at the edge, ready to plunge down, Chen Muxue was struck directly by a snowball. The relentless rolling of the snowball ensnared her, with each rotation squeezing out copious amounts of blood. After several tumbles, she was entirely enveloped, the surface of the snowball stained a deep crimson, with tremendous kinetic energy descending from above. The colossal snowball encountered no obstacles on the steep, flat surface of the ski resort. Those in its path were either ensnared or hurled aside. From above, More snowballs continued to cascade down towards the resort, while the entire mass of snow on the mountain peak flowed down like spilled mercury, engulfing everything in its path, ultimately merging into a colossal snow dragon that surged towards the ski area. The once enthusiastic screams transformed into cries of terror, not for the breathtaking performance, but due to the earth-shaking avalanche. In an instant, the ski resort descended into chaos, resembling a boiling pot. In the face of calamity, some screamed in fright, others went weak in the knees, while a few mustered the courage to wield their ski poles in a desperate bid for survival. Before the silver snow dragon could approach, a frigid gust of wind rushed down, akin to the force of a massive explosion, sweeping many off their feet. One figure was hurled high into the air by the shockwave, sliding across the snow until coming to a halt right before Shimushiwe. Chishan! Shimushiwe screamed, nearly losing her balance. Chishan's chest was caved in from the impact, blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his eyes bulging like those of a goldfish, presenting a scene of unspeakable horror. Sululuo was somewhat fortunate. Although she was hurled away by the shockwave like Chishan, she did not perish immediately. As she opened her mouth, blood gushed forth in torrents, accompanied by fragments of her shattered organs. The recent shockwave had obliterated her internal viscera. Witnessing the consecutive deaths of her companions, Huang Ying was seized by terror and screamed. Before her cries could cease, she beheld the distant azure dragon eye sculpture being swept up by the shockwave, scattering into the air. Each crystalline scale glistened like sharp surgical blades, incessantly slicing into Huang Ying's body, and in the blink of an eye, her upper body was left with nothing but a ghastly white skeleton. Chapter 3. Haunted by Nightmares, Part 3, Yu Hong. Upon witnessing the tragic demise of his girlfriend, Fan Xixian let out a frantic cry and rushed towards Yu Hong. Come back. It's dangerous. Chen Yang urgently grasped her arm as he saw Shen Mushiwa also attempting to run forward. In the next moment, a dragon horn, nearly half a meter long, sliced through the air with a deafening roar, impaling Fan Xixian to the ground. As Fan Xixian collapsed with a thunderous thud, and the relentless snowfall continued its descent. Wei Dong's face turned ashen. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted his snow staff and began sliding down the mountain. Come back. You cannot outrun an avalanche. Chen Yang understood that the snow triggered by the avalanche would descend from the heights at an ever-increasing speed, potentially reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Under normal circumstances, no matter how swift one might be, it was futile to escape the avalanche's pursuit. Before Chen Yang could finish his warning, Wei Dong had vanished from sight. Chen Yang, unable to call him back, swiftly tore off the snow gear from himself and Shun Mushiwa, pulling her towards the sloping path leading to the visitor center. The visitor center, a two-story building and the largest structure at the ski resort, would provide at least a semblance of safety, as its walls formed separate spaces that could offer some air while they awaited rescue. Realizing the impending danger, others, too, hastened towards the visitor center. Just ahead of Chen Yang, a figure collided violently with a girl, sending her sprawling to the ground. Before she could rise, another foot landed heavily on her, and in the chaos, frantic feet trampled over her body. Karen's father struggled to push through the crowd, desperate to lift his daughter, but was knocked down himself. Witnessing her being nearly crushed into the snow, without a moment's hesitation, he leapt to shield her, only to be trampled mercilessly. Make way. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Chen Yang shouted, dashing forward to block the two from the oncoming throng, forcefully pushing them aside. Seizing this moment, Shun Mushiwa hurriedly pulled Karen from the snow, while Karen's father was left mangled beneath the stampede, resembling a tattered cloth, an image of sheer horror. Staring at her father, now grotesquely deformed from the trampling, Karen was momentarily paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Chen Yang, disregarding further words, grasped her hand and propelled them forward. After just a few steps, a powerful wave of force from the avalanche hurled both Chen Yang and Karen into the air, in the face of life and death. Instinct drove one to clutch tightly to all that was near. Despite being thrown into disarray, Chen Yang held Karen's hand with unwavering determination. Fortunately, the snow was soft, for had they fallen on a concrete, the outcome would have been fatal. Yet, Even so, a sharp pain surged through Chen Yang's chest and abdomen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Move quickly. Struggling to rise from the ground, Chen Yang tugged at Karen, only to find her utterly unresponsive. A glance downward revealed a shattered ski pole protruding from her chest, with droplets of blood cascading down the pole and falling to the ground like delicate plum blossoms. Moments ago, as she was flung into the air, the broken ski pole had pierced the young girl's body. Chen Yang, not far away. Shenmu Shui fought her way up from the ground, stumbling toward Chen Yang. Behind her, Lu Feiyu and Ling Qiu were desperately sprinting forward. But the swiftly cascading snow swallowed Ling Qiu in an instant. Over there, as a ski resort instructor, Lu Feiyu was well acquainted with the terrain. While straining to maneuver her skis, she pointed toward a nearby cliff, exclaiming, "Below the cliff lies a river. Swim downstream." The sound of the snow was deafening. Although Chen Yang could not discern Lu Feiyu's words, he grasped her intent. He hurriedly grasped Shen Mu Shui's hand and dashed toward the cliff. The rumbling sound of the shifting snow grew ever closer. Chen Yang had no time to look back, pulling Shen Mu Shui along recklessly as they leaped off the cliff. Beneath the cliff lay a pond the size of a basketball court, its icy waters piercingly cold, akin to needles. In mere moments, Chen Yang's muscles were rendered numb by the frigid temperature. He fought to surface, shaking the water from his head as he looked upward. In midwinter, while the pond had not frozen over, the waterfall above had formed icy stalactites, some less than a foot long, others exceeding a meter. At the very moment he lifted his gaze, Lu Feiyu leapt down from above, but her long skis were obstructed by an ice formation, causing her to crash into several icicles. Despite the horrific fate that awaited Lu Feiyu, Chen Yang had no time to lament. Spotting Shen Mu Shui resurfacing from the depths, he swiftly grabbed her, propelling them downstream along the rushing river. Behind them, the snow cascaded down from the cliff, plunging into the pond, creating the illusion of a colossal silver waterfall. Countless snowflakes fell into the pond, causing the water level to surge, transforming the once tranquil flow into a violent torrent that swept the two of them away. Shen Mu Shui, pull yourself together. Noticing Shen Mu Shui's pale face and uncontrollable shivers, Chen Yang encouraged her loudly while scanning their surroundings. The icy water, mixed with snow, was unbearably cold. They needed to reach the shore quickly, or they risked succumbing to the frigid embrace of the river within mere minutes. After floating downstream for a while, Chen Yang finally spotted an opportunity. A sturdy oak tree, nearly the width of a bowl, lay diagonally across the riverbank, its long branches extending over half of the river surface. "Grab hold of me." Chen Yang grasped the oak branch, pulling back with all his strength. Shen Mu Shui nodded, but in the next instant, her eyes widened in horror as a massive tree, as thick as a bowl, came crashing down from upstream, resembling a black dragon, and struck her on the head with a resounding thud. Shen Mu Shui, as the torrential rush brought forth by the great tree swept through, the branch that Chen Yang had clutched suddenly felt weightless, cascading down from the riverbank. Despite such adversity, Chen Yang was imbued with an indomitable will to survive. Ultimately, after drifting a considerable distance, the once steep riverbank leveled with the water's surface, and the current began to wane slightly. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Yang summoned all his remaining strength to lunge towards the shore, pushing with all his might. Yet his fatigue proved insurmountable, and he could not ascend the bank. As he gasped for breath, an ominous sound suddenly pierced the air, prompting him to look up in horror. The river's surface had transformed into a murky, yellowish haze. A mudslide triggered by an avalanche. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he was enveloped by the thick, turbid waters, culminating in an overwhelming sensation of suffocation and an engulfing darkness. Chapter 4. Nightmare realized what happened? Chen Yang gazed at Shen Mu Shui, gasping for breath, the suffocating sensation from the recent mudslide still lingering in his mind. It was only when Shen Mu Shui shook him vigorously that he emerged from the haunting sense of asphyxiation. He glanced around, realizing they were still in the ski equipment shop, and everything that had just transpired felt as though it were merely a dream. "Are you all right?" Seeing the concerned look in Shen Mu Shui's eyes, Chen Yang shook his head. His peripheral vision caught sight of the swaying ski poles on the wall, and he suddenly recalled the ski pole that had struck Su Luoluo on the head. Instinctively, he reached out and managed to catch the ski pole that had slipped from the wall. Although he successfully caught the ski pole, Chen Yang felt no joy. Instead, he was engulfed by immense fear and unease. Could it be that everything he had just envisioned was about to transpire, just like this fallen ski pole? Wow, your reflexes are impressive. Su Luoluo, who had almost been hit on the head, looked at Chen Yang in astonishment. Not bad, Shen Mushua said with a playful smile, giving Chen Yang a light punch. However, she soon noticed something amiss. Chen Yang's face was pale, his forehead beaded with sweat, and his eyes were filled with anxiety. Even terror. It was as if he had just awakened from a nightmare. What is wrong with you? Shen Mushua placed her hand on Chen Yang's forehead, her face etched with concern. I'm fine, Chen Yang replied, pulling her hand away, trying to steady his nerves. Perhaps he had watched too many films recently, leading to hallucinations? Yet, that feeling was truly terrifying. Let us go skiing quickly, Su Luoluo said with a mischievous smile, glancing at Shen Mushua and Chen Yang holding hands, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shen Mushua's cheeks flushed. She was about to withdraw her hand, but suddenly remembered something and tightened her grip instead. Even as they entered the ski resort, Chen Yang remained somewhat disoriented. Everything felt like a mere dream. He encountered Wei Dong, who had been flirting with Shen Mushua, and the two stunning female ski instructors. With each person he saw, Chen Yang couldn't help but recall their tragic fates. Don't go up there. Upon seeing Shen Mushua attempting to ascend to the high platform, Chen Yang immediately recalled that she had been the first to perish during the avalanche and urgently shouted to stop her. What is wrong? Shen Mushua, rarely witnessing such an unusual reaction from Chen Yang, felt a twinge of worry. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yang said, I just had a premonition that a little girl in a red coat is going to crash into me. Do you believe me? Shen Mushua looked at Chen Yang with a perplexed expression, just as she was about to respond when a girl in a red coat lost control of her ski pole and collided with Chen Yang from above. Recalling Chen Yang's swift reflexes in catching the ski pole moments ago, Luoluo and Qi Shun exchanged glances filled with curiosity and excitement. Hey, buddy, you're not telling us you possess the gift of foresight, are you? Can you predict the future? As Chen Yang gazed at the little girl who had collided with him, and then at the middle-aged man who was apologizing, doubts evaporated from his mind. Like the protagonist in a film, he realized that everything he had just witnessed stemmed from a profound awareness of impending danger. A terrifying avalanche was about to occur. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless computer voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the death scenes in the Final Destination series, all of which filled Chen Yang with a dreadful premonition. They were, much like the characters in those movies, ensnared in a similar scenario, yet devoid of a director, devoid of cameras. All that remained was the imminent peril of the avalanche and the relentless pursuit of death. Contemplating this, even with his resolute spirit, Chen Yang could not suppress a wave of panic. He inhaled deeply and turned to Shen Mushua, saying, I cannot adequately explain, but you must believe me. An avalanche is about to unfold. In the midst of the astonished gazes from the crowd, Chen Yang recounted everything he had just seen. What you're saying is utterly absurd, Su Luoluo exclaimed, shaking her head vigorously while looking at Chen Yang with amusement. I think you've watched too many movies and are hallucinating. This ski resort has been operational for 6 years without a single avalanche. Wei Dong, relentless in his skepticism, chimed in, Junior, I believe you should consider transferring to the drama department. Your performance is truly commendable. Such reactions were anticipated by Chen Yang. He fixed his gaze upon Wei Dong's eyes and articulated each word with gravity. How do you explain my ability to foresee the falling ski pole and the impending collision with that little girl? Wei Dong was momentarily taken aback. These two occurrences indeed defied explanation. He could only shrug helplessly and retort, perhaps it's a coincidence or something else entirely. In any case, I am not inclined to abandon this skiing trip based on your sensational warnings. Chen Yang would have preferred to believe he was overthinking. Yet the suffocating sensation of being trapped in a mudslide felt all too real. Just as he was about to speak, Ling Qi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, If you assert that an avalanche is imminent, then let us wait a moment. If it does not occur, that would be splendid. If it does, we shall still have time to escape." The group exchanged glances, and although some were reluctant, they all nodded in agreement, refraining from venturing further into the ski resort. Only Dan Mingxue cast a disdainful glance at Chen Yang, curling her lip and waving her ski pole dismissively, muttering, "Not only a charlatan, but a jinx as well. How disappointing!" Before her words had fully settled, the ground beneath them trembled slightly, accompanied by screams emanating from the ski resort. From the mountaintop, the amassed snow roared down like a silver dragon unleashed. Standing on a high ground outside the ski resort, gazing at the snow cascading down from the mountain peak, engulfing everything in its path, the expressions of those present turned ashen, their hands and feet icy cold. Their eyes, fixed upon Chen Yang, were filled with an unsettling mixture of gratitude and an inexplicable dread. Chen Yang, however, remained oblivious to their gazes, his shock far surpassing that of the others. If everything was indeed real, then this avalanche was merely a prelude, and what lay ahead for them was undoubtedly an unrelenting pursuit by the specter of death itself. Chapter 5. The Grim Reaper approaches this morning. A catastrophic avalanche occurred at Fengming Mountain in our city, resulting in 67 fatalities and 25 individuals reported missing. Our public security department, in collaboration with the local armed police unit, is urgently engaged in rescuing survivors. It has been reported that this avalanche was triggered by continuous snowfall. In a spacious room, 2 televisions were simultaneously broadcasting. One displayed news reports, while the other showcased clips from the Final Destination film series, featuring grotesque and bizarre scenes of death that flickered intermittently. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds emanating from the televisions. Finally, Wei Dong could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere. He advanced and forcefully switched off the television, fixing an intense gaze upon Chen Yang, almost roaring. "Are you suggesting that we will be pursued by the Grim Reaper like those characters in the film and die in equally peculiar ways?" Chen Yang managed a bitter smile, responding, "Though I wish it were not the case, it seems this is our fate." Shan Mingxue curled her lips into a sardonic smile, exclaiming, "How absurd! You all seem to have been bewitched by the film to believe such nonsense. Feiyu, let us leave." As Shan Mingxue and Lu Feiyu departed, the remaining individuals cast peculiar glances at Chen Yang. After all, the notions he expressed were undeniably extraordinary. Final Destination was merely a film. How could such a scenario manifest in reality? One by one, people began to leave, until only the father and daughter duo, Kurun and her father, remained. Kurin's father patted Chen Yang on the shoulder, pressed a business card into his hand, and said, "Regardless of the circumstances, I must thank you. Without your intervention, we might have perished in the avalanche. Here is my card. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require assistance." The card was meticulously crafted, bearing the name Zhao Jiangwo, with his title inscribed below, General Manager of Yongxin Fire Equipment Company. Chen Yang accepted the card, watching Zhao Jiangwo depart, and sighed toward Shen Mingxue. "See, I told you no one would believe me." Shen Mingxue hesitated for a moment, gripping Chen Yang's hand tightly. She too struggled to believe in such far-fetched occurrences, but her unwavering support for Chen Yang stemmed from her unconditional trust in him. "I believe in you," Ling Xiu said as she slowly approached. "I can sense the presence of that force. It is all around us." A gentle breeze swept through the room, causing the curtains to flutter. The 3 of them instinctively turned their gaze towards the windowsill. The windows were clearly shut, yet where did this wind originate? Chen Yang involuntarily shivered, recalling that in films, each time the chilling wind blew, it heralded the arrival of the Grim Reaper. It seemed the Grim Reaper was about to make its move. Chen Yang took out a marker and began to scribble on the wall. "There are 12 survivors in total. Myself, Shen Mingxue, Huang Ying, Qi Shun, Su Luo, Fan Xixian, Ling Xiu, Zhao Jiangwo, Kurun, Wei Dong, Shan Mingxue, and Lu Feiyu. In my dreams, Shan Mingxue is the first to perish, while I am the last." According to the narrative of the Final Destination films, with the exception of the second installment, which features reverse killings, all other 4 follow a sequential pattern of death. Ling Xiu glanced at Chen Yang and remarked, In other words, unless it's a reverse sequence of killings, the first target of the Grim Reaper should be Shan Mingxue. I have her phone number. Shen Mingxue replied. Since we are aware of the Grim Reaper's order of murder, we should hasten to find her. Isn't it said that evading the Grim Reaper's pursuit allows one to survive? Chen Yang recognized that Shen Mingxue was not particularly familiar with horror films like the Grim Reaper, and thus lacked understanding of the plot. The series typically concludes with a massacre of all characters when one evades the initial round of pursuit. It merely marks the commencement of the Grim Reaper's second wave of attacks. Despite being fully aware of their precarious situation, Chen Yang was never one to surrender. Even if all efforts seemed futile, passively awaiting doom was never his choice. He nodded to Shen Mingxue, indicating she should dial the number. Is this Coach Sean? As Shen Mingxue made the call, she had only spoken a few words before Shan Mingxue interrupted. I'm sorry, I have to rush to the airport. We'll contact each other after I land. With the call disconnected, Shen Mingxue helplessly shook her head at Chen Yang and gently reassured him. Perhaps we are merely overthinking things. She hoped that everything was merely a figment of her imagination. At this point, even Chen Yang began to question whether he had been traumatized by the avalanche, leading to such delusions. Before he could finish his thoughts, the television news channel abruptly switched. Breaking news. The city god temple, currently undergoing restoration, has suddenly collapsed, burying 2 construction workers. One of them, Qi Shun, is an intern from the School of Architecture at Central South University. The cause of the accident is under further investigation. Our reporter, Gao Yuan, brings you live coverage. Chen Yang, who was heading outside, froze momentarily, turning back with difficulty. The image on the screen displayed Qi Shun's photo in his final moments. And whether due to fear or despair, his face was utterly distorted. Qi Shun was a diligent individual. In an era where university enrollment was increasing yearly and graduation often led to unemployment, he had secured a position in the city's cultural relics restoration team under his mentor thanks to his extensive research on ancient architecture well before graduating. As the year drew to a close, with various projects racing against deadlines, he had barely recovered from the shock of the avalanche when he received a call from his mentor summoning him to the command center. Follow the restoration of the city god temple. It must be completed by the end of the year. Qi Shun nodded, took the restoration blueprints from his mentor, and hurried toward the construction site. As he stepped outside, a figure suddenly emerged behind him, greeting him with a grin. Qi Shun glanced at the newcomer, who was Wang Weimin, the contractor responsible for the restoration project. It was said that he was a relative of the city's deputy mayor in charge of urban construction and had secured numerous contracts over the past 2 years, thriving in his endeavors. Come, have a cigarette, Wang Weimin offered, lighting a soft Zhonghua for Qi Shun, which was one reason Qi Shun didn't entirely dislike him. He did not flaunt his connections arrogantly. Qi Shun took a deep breath, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Weimin, and inquired, So, will we be able to finish by the end of the year? Wang Weimin smiled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. No problem, you can rest assured. Qi Shun nodded in acknowledgement and turned to enter the city god temple. After a brief glance, he immediately discerned a critical issue. Not a single piece of wood used to support the collapsing structure met the required standards. The thickest was scarcely the width of an arm. What was going on? Qi Shun pointed to a slightly deformed beam, his expression grave. As a distinguished student of architecture, he was acutely aware of the potential consequences of such negligence. Wang Weimin beamed with a forced smile, producing a thick envelope from his pocket and pressing it into Qi Shun's hands. Engineer Qi, we all struggle to make a living. If we can save, we shall. Besides, once the repairs are complete, these wooden supports will be removed. Would it not be wasteful to use superior timber? Just as Qi Shun was about to respond, he felt the weight of the envelope and contemplated the pressures of buying a home and marrying after graduation. He hesitated, pondering for a long time before finally whispering, Finish it quickly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, no one will be able to save you. Wang Weimin chuckled confidently. Rest assured, although these beams are a bit slender, they are quite sturdy and will undoubtedly hold. As if to underscore his words, a faint tremor reverberated through the air, accompanied by the incessant cracking sounds. Qi Shun looked up in astonishment, only to hear a loud crack as the central pillar buckled under the strain, causing half of the temple's roof to plummet down. Disaster had struck. Qi Shun quickly reacted, knowing well the escape methods one should employ in the face of calamity, a skill he had acquired as an architecture major. He clasped his hands around his head and sprinted toward a corner. With no time to flee outdoors, he sought a safe spot. Such corners would naturally form a small protective zone during a collapse, albeit one that could only accommodate a single person. Amidst the cacophony of crumbling debris and clutching his injured knee, Qi Shun suddenly recalled Chen Yang's ominous words. Could it truly be that death would pursue them one by one? Yet, if death were to chase anyone, it should not be him. How absurd! He should not entertain such thoughts. Qi Shun fought to banish this terrifying notion from his mind, silently calculating the time. The position he occupied was merely a temporary sanctuary. He had to escape swiftly. Clearing the debris above him, he grasped a broken beam, exerting all his strength to rise. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hands as he inadvertently pulled the beam askew. A sickening sound resonated, and the half-wall that had seemingly ceased its collapse now came crashing down upon him with a deafening rush. Qi Shun realized too late that the beam he had relied upon was, in fact, the last support of that wall, and his earlier exertion had undoubtedly been the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, disrupting the fragile balance. Chapter 6. A perilous step. How could it be, Qi Shun? After the initial shock, the first question that arose in Chen Yang's mind was precisely this. According to his foresight regarding the avalanche, the first casualty should have been Shan Mengxue, with Qi Shun following closely behind. Yet the first incident to occur was Qi Shun. Shen Mengxue stared at the television screen, utterly transfixed, while Ling Qiu managed to retain her composure. At least still capable of rational thought, it was neither a sequential killing nor a reverse order. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, a most unlikely outcome dawned on Chen Yang. Aside from the orderly and reverse sequences, there remained only one possibility: random killings. The mere thought of this conclusion sent a wave of perspiration to his palms. If that were the case, he would have no means of predicting who the next target of the Grim Reaper would be, let alone thwarting its plans. Perhaps we should find a safe house, Ling Qiu suggested, meeting Chen Yang's gaze. Do you recall the female protagonist from the first installment of Final Destination? Among all 5 films, she survived the longest. Had she not left the safe house, her survival duration might have been even greater. A spark ignited in Chen Yang's mind. The safe house. The heroine from the first film had endured for 6 long months in an empty room after her companions fell one by one. Moreover, had she not chosen to leave the safe house in the second installment, her survival might have extended even further. The only course of action now was to establish a similar safe house, burying the Grim Reaper's orchestrated coincidences at their inception. Chen Yang surveyed the room. If they were to create a safe house, the guest room they currently occupied would suffice. They would merely need to remove any superfluous nails from the walls, the hanging artwork, and any other potential implements of death. However, upon recalling that this room was on the 12th floor, he promptly dismissed the idea. The height posed a significant risk. In the event of a fire or other calamity, they would have nowhere to escape. How many floors up was the lowest guest room in the hotel? Both Ling Qiu and Shen Mengxue shook their heads in unison. The room had been booked by Wei Dong, and they had not paid attention during their ascent. Chen Yang made a decisive call. Shen Mengxue, you are familiar with Huang, Ying, and the others. Please call them to inform them of Qi Shun's demise and urge them to exercise utmost caution. Although the Grim Reaper's designs are intricate, they are not without discernible patterns. Ling Qiu, contact the hotel front desk to inquire about the lowest floor for guest rooms. I will tidy up the room in the meantime. Only then did Shen Mengxue snap to attention, hastily retrieving her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed. Having just witnessed Qi Shun's death on television, her instinct led her to call Qi Shun's girlfriend, Su Luoluo, first. Su Luoluo was evidently already aware of Qi Shun's passing. Her voice trembled with grief on the other end of the line. I am on my way to the hospital, Shen Mengxue. Is what Chen Yang said true? Are we truly being targeted by the Grim Reaper? Upon hearing Su Luo's inquiry, Shen Mengxue found herself momentarily at a loss for words. After pondering briefly, She concluded that it would be safer for Su Luoluo to come over immediately. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, a startled cry came from the other end of the line. Alarmed, she hurriedly inquired what had transpired. Nothing serious, just a broken heel on my high-heeled shoe. Su Luoluo replied, her voice slightly altered as though she had taken a hard fall. Shin Mushiwe let out a long sigh of relief. Known for her penchant for high heels due to her shorter stature, Su Luoluo had earned the moniker of High Heel Queen throughout the school, always donning them wherever she went. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind roared from the other end of the phone, abruptly cutting off Su Luoluo's startled exclamation, followed by the unmistakable sound of the call disconnecting. Shin Mushiwe flinched violently, her phone crashing to the floor. The noise caught the attention of Chen Yang, who was in the midst of unplugging the television. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Shin Mushiwe's pallid face. Sen Musue gazet fatantly et Chen Yang, her eyes devoid of any spark, until he approached and gently shook her. With great difficulty, she managed to utter Luoluo. It seems she has encountered trouble as well. Despite having mentally prepared for such a possibility, Chen Yang could not suppress a wave of dizziness, feeling as if the specter of death was closing in, leaving them utterly defenseless. At that moment, Ling Xiu also ended her call, stating, I inquired at the front desk. The second and third floors host a Chinese restaurant, while the KTV is located on the fourth floor. The lowest guest room is on the seventh floor. Before Shin Mushiwe could dial the number, Chen Yang's phone rang, the screen illuminating with Wei Dong's name. Where are you? Chen Yang inquired urgently as soon as the call connected. I'm at home. Wei Dong's voice came through, tinged with both panic and excitement. I believe you now. I never imagined what you said was true. However, I think I have evaded death's design. Just now, I intended to take a shower and was shocked to discover the water in the bathtub was electrified. Fortunately, I am fortunate enough to have noticed in time. Perhaps due to his narrow escape from death, Wei Dong spoke with fervor, hardly allowing Chen Yang a moment to interject. A simple tale, through artistic embellishment, transformed into a stirring saga of heroism. Many of history's poignant legends arise from such narratives, and now, Wei Dong's experience undoubtedly exemplified this phenomenon. All right, I'm entering the elevator. Where are you? I will rush over immediately. Elevator? Chen Yang instinctively felt something was amiss, and then alarm surged through him as he shouted into the phone. Get out. Take the stairs. Do not use the elevator. On the other end, Wei Dong paused before chuckling. I've seen the movies too. According to Death's logic, it should skip over me to target someone else next. For now, I am safe. It's wiser for you to worry about yourselves. Chen Yang, paniqued, retorted. Do not underestimate Death's design. Without the involvement of others, its machinations will not cease. Hurry, take the stairs. Wei Dong was momentarily taken aback, hesitantly pressing the elevator's door open button. The elevator paused for a moment, but remained unresponsive. Damn it, Wei Dong cursed under his breath, pressing the button repeatedly, only to discover that the elevator continued to show no signs of life. Anger surged within him, and he struck the door open button with a fist. The elevator jolted abruptly before plummeting downwards, a profound sensation of weightlessness causing Wei Dong to lose grip on his phone, which fell alongside him. His shriek in his final moments was piercing, and even without the phone speaker on, Ling Xiu and Shin Mushiwe could hear it clearly, causing both to shudder involuntarily. Chen Yang quietly switched off his phone and approached the window, peering into the night outside. It was not yet 10 o'clock, yet a thick fog had already enveloped the scene, obscuring the lights and rendering everything indistinct. Merely a few hours had passed since the morning's avalanche, and among the 12 survivors, 3 had already succumbed. Who would be the next to confront the specter of death? Chapter 7. Shadow's approaching fan Sixian had always considered himself an avowed atheist, harboring no belief in deities or fate. Having established his own company before even graduating from university, he had left his peers far behind, which naturally instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. Consequently, he dismissed Chen Yang's ominous claims of the Grim Reaper with a sense of disdain. Thus, after Shan Mingxue and Lu Feiyu departed, he promptly followed them out of the room. Sixian, I don't think Chen Yang is deceiving us, Huang Ying remarked, hastily trailing after him. As a young woman, She had witnessed the tragic deaths of many at the ski resort that morning, and her complexion remained pale, betraying her lingering shock. Gently, Fan Sixian embraced her, reassuring, "Do not fear. They were merely frightened into confusion. There is no scheme orchestrated by any harbinger of death." Observing Huang Ying's still ashen face, he quickly devised a distraction to lift her spirits. "How about we visit Jinjiang Garden and take a look at our home?" Owning a house in this city had long been their shared aspiration. Since they had placed a down payment on a unit in Jinjiang Garden, Huang Ying would often visit the construction site, even though the building was still underway. At the mention of going to see the house, her spirits indeed brightened. The first phase of Jinjiang Garden, comprising 6 buildings, had reached its peak construction as it was a key welfare project closely monitored by the municipal government, promising residents occupancy before the new year. The project was under considerable time pressure. Continuous snowfall had hindered progress, but with the skies clearing today, the site buzzed with renewed energy. Workers were engaged in various tasks. Some were pouring lime into the lime pit to prepare slaked lime. Others were clearing ice from upper floors using lifts, while yet more were shoveling away the accumulated snow. The scene was bustling and lively. Naturally, construction sites were off-limits to outsiders. Yet after Fan Sixian discreetly offered a pack of cigarettes to the elderly guard, they were granted entry. The guard even kindly provided each of them with a safety helmet. As noon passed, the chill in the air began to dissipate, and the snow on the upper floors gradually melted, dripping drop by drop. This pattern had been repeating for days. The melting snow water transformed into icicles of varying lengths. Some icicles were merely a few inches long, while others stretched an impressive meter, hanging in rows between the floors. Bathed in sunlight, these icicles shimmered like crystals, radiating an array of splendid colors, creating an extraordinarily beautiful spectacle. Amidst the chaotic construction site, this breathtaking view made the visit worthwhile for both of them. However, the beauty was marred by the sight of workers clearing away the stunning icicles, perhaps due to their interference with the ongoing construction. What a pity indeed. The young woman felt a pang of irritation towards the workers dismantling the enchanting icicles, as girls are naturally drawn to beautiful things like soap bubbles. "Let us head back," she finally suggested. Fan Sixian possessed a profound understanding of the plight faced by construction workers. Having himself toiled on a construction site during summer breaks prior to establishing his company, under the relentless pressure of survival, who could find the inclination to appreciate their surroundings? None noticed that a worker, clearing icicles in the midst of the floor, had stepped upon a shattered fragment of ice, causing him to slip forward. Although secured by a safety rope around his waist, he lost grip of a nearly 1-meter-long steel rebar that shot downward after striking several icicles. Upon witnessing the falling object, workers in the distance began to shout urgently, gesturing wildly to warn their colleagues below to take cover. Both Fan Sixian and Huang Ying observed the distant workers' frantic signals, yet the distance rendered them unable to decipher his shouts. In an attempt to hear him better, they instinctively halted their steps. The distant worker, growing more frantic, ran towards them while pointing upwards, indicating that something was descending from above. Reacting instinctively, both Fan Sixian and Huang Ying looked up, only to find that the steel rebar, as thick as a thumb, was perilously close to them, descending from less than 3 stories high. In the face of impending doom, Fan Sixian pushed Huang Ying away without a moment's thought. Tragically, the falling rebar pierced through his arm, continuing its trajectory to embed itself into the frozen ground, while he instinctively cried out in pain. Yet, as he opened his mouth, a shard of ice, measuring nearly a foot in length, lodged itself within, leaving only a short tail visible. Subsequently, various lengths of ice shards, sharp as nails, penetrated his eyes and chest. In but a fleeting moment, Fan Sixian was transformed into a veritable porcupine, pierced by the icy projectiles, his blood cascading down the shards, glistening a grotesque crimson under the sun's rays. In an instant, the lovers who had just been holding hands were irrevocably separated by tragedy. Huang Ying, witnessing this horrific scene, was nearly driven to the brink of collapse. Her legs weakened. She could no longer maintain her balance and began to slide down an incline, which led directly to a lime pit, where lime was being prepared. in haste to meet deadlines. The workers had merely erected yellow warning tape around the pit, lacking any proper barriers. As Huang Ying slid, she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something, yet found nothing to hold on to, plunging headfirst into the caustic lime water. Within the searing lime solution, her face began to form visible blisters at an alarming rate. Ignoring the intense, burning sensation radiating from her body, she struggled to keep her head above water, attempting to cry out for help, but no sound emerged. In her panic upon falling into the lime pit, she had inadvertently swallowed several mouthfuls of the caustic liquid, damaging her vocal cords and trachea beyond repair. When the ambulance finally arrived, the workers had already extricated Huang Ying from the lime pit. Though she had yet to succumb entirely, her chances of survival were utterly bleak. Her body bore scarcely a patch of intact skin, and her eyes had been irrevocably scorched. The attending physician, upon a brief examination, swiftly concluded that there was no hope for her recovery. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Ying succumbed to respiratory failure caused by extensive burns, while at that moment, Chen Yang and the others remained oblivious to the tragic news. The winter days are brief. As soon as it reached 5, dusk enveloped the surroundings in a murky haze, and to make matters worse, a thick fog began to rise seemingly out of nowhere. Zhao Jiangwo honked the horn of his car forcefully, yet the truck ahead remained still, the fog thickening to the point of obstructing passage. He glanced at Kurun, who was engrossed in her phone, and gently reminded her, "Kurun, please fasten your seatbelt." Kurun, lost in her WeChat, looked up with a playful tone. "Dad, look." Another female driver mistook the accelerator for the brake. Thankfully, it's not a serious incident. Zhao Jiangwo felt a twinge of impatience. Yet he tenderly ruffled Kurun's hair and softly urged, "Be careful. Always buckle up when in a car." After fastening her seatbelt, he felt a slight irritation and casually unbuckled his own, loosening his collar and exhaling deeply. As Kurun scrolled through her social media, a sudden tremor coursed through her body. She abruptly lifted her head. Zhao Jiangwo turned to see her once rosy cheeks, now as pale as parchment. He asked, slightly bewildered, "What is wrong, Kurun?" She raised her phone, her voice trembling. "WeChat says that the older siblings we skied with this morning have died." A heavy weight settled in Zhao Jiangwo's heart as he took the phone from her trembling hands. The screen displayed a harrowing image of Fan Sixian, his body grotesquely impaled by ice shards. Scrolling further, he encountered a completely unrecognizable girl, her form utterly disfigured by burns. The grim reality unfolded. Had the specter of death truly arrived? The university students, having narrowly escaped an avalanche, were now seemingly hunted by fate itself. Was this mere coincidence or an inevitable outcome? The alarming WeChat post featured 5 images, aside from Fan Sixian and the unidentifiable girl. 3 horrifying photographs depicted the lifeless bodies of Su Luoluo and 2 other university students. Zhao Jiangwo felt a chill run through him. Could it be that everything Chen Yang had said was, in fact, true? The survivors of this avalanche were now facing the relentless pursuit of death. The blaring horn from behind jolted Zhao Jiangwo from his stupor. He looked up to see the truck ahead had finally moved. In a rush, he pressed the clutch, but the car jolted violently and stalled. The traffic light ahead transitioned from green to yellow, glaringly prominent amidst the encroaching fog. The horns behind him grew increasingly frantic, accompanied by harsh shouts. In a panic, he slammed the brake. His trembling hands fumbled with the ignition key. Just as he managed to restart the engine, it stalled once more, and what should have been a straightforward maneuver turned into a daunting challenge. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhao Jiangwo attempted to restart the car again. However, the acceleration was too abrupt, causing the vehicle to lurch forward uncontrollably. He stamped on the brake, but the speed only intensified, the engine roaring as it surged ahead. At that moment, the traffic light changed to red, and Zhao Jiangwo's car collided violently with the side of a passing dump truck. Alas, in a moment of dire realization, Zhao Jiangwo mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the vehicle lurched violently, and an immense force propelled his head into the windshield, bathing his vision in a crimson haze as blood obscured his sight. Yet, he remained utterly dazed. His father had abruptly engaged the vehicle, misjudging the accelerator for the brake, colliding with a truck laden with sand ahead. Had it not been for her seatbelt, she would have surely been ejected from the vehicle. The truck laden with sand, traversing the intersection at that moment, witnessed the unfolding accident and hastily applied the brakes. However, the preceding sand truck had left a considerable amount of sand strewn across the road. As the driver braked, the entire vehicle astonishingly tipped over, spilling its cargo like mercury poured from a vessel, engulfing Zhao Jiangwo's car beneath the deluge. Half an hour later, when the arriving armed police managed to extricate Zhao Jiangwo from the suffocating sand, they found him contorted at an impossible angle, his body shielding the shattered windshield, exerting every ounce of strength to create a sanctuary for his daughter amidst the wreckage, thus securing precious moments for her rescue. Chapter 8. The arrival of death within the opulent suite of the Zhongnan Grand Hotel. Every potential safety hazard that could provoke any unforeseen incident had been meticulously eradicated. The walls stood bare, creating an oddly stark atmosphere. Chen Yang, his brow furrowed, gazed out the window at the rising mist, while Ling Qiu and Shun Muxue sat cross-legged on the carpet, both pallid in complexion. It was already the morning of the second day, following the avalanche. Lu Feiyu had just placed a call to inform them that Zhao Jiangwo had met with an unfortunate accident on his way home last night, succumbing to suffocation beneath a landslide of earth. By a stroke of fortune, Karun had not sustained significant harm under her father's protection, though she was greatly shaken and currently at the police station. The untimely demise of Zhao Jiangwo, coupled with the 5 lives claimed by the avalanche during the day, meant that in the span of a mere day, 6 individuals had fallen victim to death's cruel design. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. Noticing Shun Muxue springing up from the carpet, Chen Yang gently patted her shoulder, saying, "Do not be anxious. It must be Officer Lu arriving." Realizing her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, Shun Muxue managed a shy smile, a hint of color returning to her previously ashen face. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the stern visage of Lu Feiyu, now donned in a black police uniform that accentuated her height and poise, rendering her striking even amidst their dire circumstances. With a grave expression, Lu Feiyu declared, "I have reported the entire sequence of events to Captain Su. He seems skeptical and has sent me to escort you to the police station for further investigation." After a moment's hesitation, Shun Muxue could not resist asking, "Are you alone?" Lu Feiyu shook her head gently, replying, "My colleagues are waiting for us in the car downstairs. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety." Chen Yang, however, let out a bitter laugh, saying, "With such thick fog today, if death truly intends to orchestrate something, the journey to the police station would be fraught with peril enough for us to perish 7 or 8 times over." Lu Feiyu's expression hardened as she retorted, "By your logic, I should have already met my demise on the way here." Realizing his misstep, Chen Yang nonetheless resisted the notion of following Lu Feiyu to the police station. His intention was to remain in this safe house for a full 48 hours. Lu Feiyu, displaying impatience, queried, "Do you expect to stay here for a lifetime? I have heard from Muxue that you can no longer afford today's room fee." Wei Dong had chosen the Zhongnan Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Wanyang, to flaunt his wealth, and the luxurious suite commanded a daily rate of 1688. He had only paid for 1 night, and for Chen Yang and his companions to continue their stay, they would need to extend their reservation. As mere university students, they lacked the means to cover such expenses. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Yang rubbed his nose and glanced at Ling Qiu and Shun Muxue before reluctantly following Lu Feiyu out of the room. As they made their way to the elevator hall, Chen Yang staunchly refused to take the elevator. Lu Feiyu, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Why are you behaving like this? Can't you be more decisive?" Shun Muxue hesitated before speaking. It was during the elevator ride that Wei Dong encountered his mishap. He was still on the phone with us at that time. Luo Feiyu's expression turned solemn as she relinquished her stance in the elevator, leading the group to open the fire exit and descend the stairwell. Perhaps to make the most of the space, the staircase lacked windows, with the only source of illumination being the overhead LED lights, casting a dim ambience that rendered the passage somewhat oppressive. No one wished to linger in such a stifling environment, and silence enveloped them, save for the muffled sound of footsteps echoing downwards. As they reached the 3rd-floor landing, Lin Qiu, walking in the middle, suddenly felt a wave of palpitations, her body stiffening in response, akin to the moment just before an avalanche. Noticing Lin Xiao's abrupt halt, Chen Yang, who was trailing behind, paused in confusion and inquired, "What's wrong?" "Wait." Lin Xiao felt a chill of sweat trickling down her back. She glanced at Luo Feiyu at the forefront. Despite the staircase's dim lighting, she could distinctly see a thin veil of black smoke emanating from Luo Feiyu, enveloping her in darkness. Luo Feiyu, visibly impatient, turned to speak just as a thunderous explosion erupted beneath them. Instinctively, she stumbled back 2 steps, witnessing the ground where she had stood collapse violently. Had she not retreated swiftly, she might have fallen alongside the staircase. Even with her superior psychological resilience honed by her profession, the moment was still unsettling for Luo Feiyu. However, she managed to steady herself and continued her retreat. Seeing the staircase give way ahead, Lin Xiao and Shen Mushiwe were equally pale, hastily retreating at Chen Yang's urging, narrowly reaching the corner of the 4th floor. At that moment, the tremors of the collapse diminished slightly, revealing a massive fissure in the staircase, which relentlessly pursued their steps, continuing its upward spread. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang pulled Lin Xiao and Shen Mushiwe upward until they reached the 4th floor landing, pausing to look down. Below, the staircase had transformed into a gaping black void. Amidst the swirling dust, visibility was poor, yet flickers of flames could be glimpsed emerging from the 2nd floor, accompanied by sporadic explosions and the acrid stench of gas and heavy grease. A gas explosion? Chen Yang's heart sank. The 2nd floor housed the Hotel Sichuan and Hunan restaurant. How could such a grave oversight occur in a 5-star establishment? With the emergency staircase rendered impassable, Chen Yang had no choice but to enter the 4th floor through the fire exit. Standing in the 4th floor elevator lobby, he could clearly see billowing black smoke and yellow flames through the window. The cacophony of explosions, dense smoke, and flickering flames mingled with the panic cries of guests turned the hotel into a scene of chaos. It was evident to all that the situation was dire. Guests on the 4th floor were roused, peering out of their rooms to assess the unfolding calamity. Spotting the nearest room with its door ajar, Chen Yang, without a word, pushed the door open and rushed inside. "What are you doing?" Chen Yang was confronted by a young man clad in a bathrobe. While on the expansive double bed lay a young woman, her upper body exposed, who hastily pulled the covers over herself upon seeing Chen Yang burst in. Ignoring the two, Chen Yang instructed Ling Xiao and the others to securely close the door and stuff a damp towel to prevent the thick smoke from infiltrating. He then approached the window to assess the situation. In order to avert accidents, most hotel windows are fixed shut, allowing only a slender gap to be opened. This ostensibly prudent safety measure, however, severely restricted everyone's escape. None could pass through such a narrow opening. Stepping back a couple of paces, Chen Yang seized a chair from the windowsill and hurled it against the glass with tremendous force. A jarring impact reverberated through him, leaving his hands numb. Yet the glass merely trembled, showing no signs of breaking. After several more attempts, Chen Yang's hands bled from the strain, yet the glass remained unyielding. Chapter 9. Narrow escape. Casting the chair aside with abandon, Chen Yang's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pair of red high-heeled shoes resting by the bedside. He rushed forward and seized the shoes, startling the young woman, who was curled up in the blankets, nearly causing her to leap from her position. Without a moment for explanation, Chen Yang wielded the high heels to shatter the glass, then smashed through it with the chair. Simultaneously, Lu Feiyu had already torn the bedspread and sheet of the double bed in half, tying them together. Chen Yang secured one end of the makeshift rope to the leg of a table in the room, while the other end hung down, just shy of reaching the floor, sufficient for a safe descent. He swiftly pulled up the sheet and fashioned a knot around Shen Mushiue's waist. Her complexion was pale, and she trembled as she spoke. "Chen Yang, I am afraid of heights." Without hesitation, Chen Yang scooped her up, signaling for her to close her eyes as he instructed. "Once you descend, release the rope immediately and run as far away as you can. Do you understand?" Acknowledging the gravity of their predicament, Shen Mushue nodded earnestly. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she felt herself being hurled downward by Chen Yang. He proceeded to secure Ling Xiao in the same manner, But when it came to Lu Feiyu, she waved her hand, indicating her intent to handle it herself. With her expertise in skiing and her background as a police officer, she possessed a steadier composure than most. Standing on the windowsill, she grasped the sheet and leapt down. Peering outside, Chen Yang saw Lu Feiyu land safely. At that moment, a muffled explosion erupted from the second-floor window, followed by a surge of flames that engulfed Lu Feiyu entirely. As the fire subsided, the ground below revealed a still-burning Lu Feiyu, who appeared conscious and was rolling on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao and Shun Muxue, having retreated to a safe distance, rushed toward her, intent on offering assistance. "Don't come closer." Chen Yang's heart raced with urgency. He quickly grabbed the burning sheet and before reaching the end, leaped down. Just as he descended, another explosion erupted from the second floor, this one more violent than the last. It unleashed a barrage of debris, scattering tomatoes, eggs, cucumbers, and, most perilously, splattering grease everywhere. The grease, if ignited, would rain down like fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang released the bed sheet, curling his body into a ball. Nevertheless, he was splashed by a few droplets of burning oil upon landing. Wincing in pain, his face turned purple as he rolled several times to escape the firestorm, eventually lying on his back, forcing the flames on his body to extinguish. Behind him, Lu Feiyu, who had just managed to stand, was now fully engulfed in flames. Her desperate struggles and piercing cries for help echoed, yet no one dared to approach her. The wail of a fire truck grew closer, and as it neared, a water cannon was directed at the burning Lu Feiyu. The flames engulfing her were finally doused, but the damage was irrevocable. Her visage was charred beyond recognition, and she was clearly beyond salvation. "Chen Yang, be careful." Ling Xiao wiped the water from her face, glancing around as she loudly reminded Chen Yang. After their narrow escape from the stairway corridor, Chen Yang was acutely aware of Ling Xiao's uncanny ability to sense danger, particularly death. Thus, upon hearing her warning once more, he instinctively tightened his nerves. The fire truck, racing toward them, suddenly halted just over 10 meters away. However, it had approached with such urgency that, compounded by the slippery oil on the ground, the abrupt stop caused the wheels to skid, hurtling straight toward Chen Yang and the others. In a split second, Chen Yang pushed Ling Xiao aside while yanking Shun Muxue backward to evade the oncoming truck. The driver of the fire truck, realizing the imminent peril, slammed the brakes. Yet, the powerful inertia sent the rear tank lurching forward with alarming speed. "Get down." At that critical moment, Chen Yang pressed Shun Muxue down, urging her to lie flat to avoid the tank. However, his standing position left him no room for escape. Even lying down would not save him from the wheels. With no choice but to take a risk, he bent his legs and shielded his head and chest with his arms. With a deafening crash, Chen Yang was propelled like a powerful ping-pong ball, violently thrown aside. A metallic taste filled his throat as blood surged forth, and he fell heavily to the ground. "Chen Yang." Shun Muxue stumbled to her feet and collapsed onto him. Despite his robust physique, he felt dizzy at that moment, taking a considerable time to rise with the assistance of Shun Muxue and Ling Xiao. Surveying the chaotic surroundings, he whispered, "Don't cry. We need to leave here first." Shun Muxue was already overwhelmed, but Ling Xiao remained composed, saying, "Muxue, it's too chaotic here. The Grim Reaper can easily ensnare us. We must depart at once." Only after exiting the hotel and stepping onto the road did Chen Yang begin to feel somewhat better. He moved his limbs, discovering he had sustained no serious injuries, and released the hands of Ling Xiao and Shun Muxue. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, noting that despite the shattered screen, it was still capable of receiving calls. Displayed on the screen was the name Shun Muxue, prompting him to answer immediately. "Chen Yang, what is happening at the hotel? Why isn't anyone answering Feiyu's phone? Where are you now?" The caller was Shun Muxue. As Lu Feiyu went to fetch Chen Yang and the others, she was out with Karun for a stroll when she noticed the billowing black smoke from the Zhongnan Hotel. Realizing something was amiss, she hurriedly called Lu Feiyu, only to find his phone unreachable. leading her to contact Chen Yang instead. As she spoke, she unconsciously took a few steps. The street she was on, situated in a commercial district, was bustling with noise, yet one shop, seemingly under renovation, was relatively quiet. Although a few workers were busy changing the neon sign, it remained the calmest spot amidst the chaos. Thus, she walked toward the shop while continuing the call. Chen Yang hesitated, refraining from answering her barrage of questions, and simply asked, "Where are you now? How can I find you?" Upon hearing Chen Yang's evasive response, Shan Mengxue felt a tightening in her chest and asked, "We are in the middle of the pedestrian street. What on earth has occurred? Where is Fei Yu?" With a sense of helplessness, Chen Yang replied, "There's been a gas explosion at the hotel. Officer Liu cannot come over. We have just narrowly escaped the clutches of death. And now it seems it is your turn. Stay vigilant and observe your surroundings. We will be there shortly." Shan Mingxue felt as though struck by lightning, her body swaying slightly, and she could hardly grasp the subsequent words of Chen Yang. At that moment, she suddenly heard an exclamation of alarm from behind her. Turning in astonishment, she saw Kurun gazing at her with an expression of sheer terror, her eyes fixed upward. As Shan Mingxue lifted her gaze, she beheld a neon sign under renovation crashing down towards her with a deafening roar. Instinctively, she raised her hands to shield her face, and with a thunderous crash, the neon sign shattered into fragments. The wires within erupted with electric sparks, some of which ensnared Shan Mingxue, enveloping her in a surge of electricity that rendered her body darkened. From a distance, Kurun caught a whiff of a scent akin to barbecued meat. The pedestrian street where Shan Mingxue was located was merely 2 streets away from the Zhongnan Grand Hotel, allowing Chen Yang and his companions to arrive swiftly by taxi. However, upon witnessing a crowd seemingly gathered around something, an ominous premonition surged within him. He hastily exited the vehicle, pushing through the throng to enter, only to find Kurun standing there, her expression vacant. "What has happened?" Chen Yang grasped Kurun's hand, urgently inquiring, but she remained unresponsive, her gaze fixated on something far beyond him. Following her line of sight, Chen Yang's heart sank as he beheld a figure, charred and lifeless, emanating a scent reminiscent of grilled meat. The foreboding feeling that had gripped him since Shan Mingxue's abrupt silence had now manifested into a grim reality. Chapter 10. A brush with death. With a firm grip on the seemingly stunned Kurun, Chen Yang and his companions hastily exited the pedestrian street. Unlike the deaths of Huang Ying and Wei Dong, which Chen Yang did not witness firsthand, he managed to maintain his composure despite the fear that gripped his heart. However, in this moment, having witnessed the tragic demise of Liu Feiyu and Shan Mingxue one after another and narrowly escaping the clutches of death, a profound sense of despair enveloped him, an insurmountable helplessness in the face of fate. Emerging from the pedestrian street, they found themselves at the newly constructed central square of Wan City. The square was adorned with expansive greenery, dotted with towering trees, which the city government had transplanted from the mountains in an effort to transform the area into the city's green lawns. Most of these trees, perhaps due to their recent planting, were propped up by sturdy wooden stakes. They settled on a stone bench designed for rest, and, after a moment of catching their breath, Chen Yang began to feel somewhat revitalized. Suddenly, the previously silent Ling Qiu spoke up. "I believe we are temporarily out of danger." Reflecting on Ling Qiu's earlier warnings during their life-threatening ordeal, Chen Yang felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "How do you sense this?" Though Chen Yang's question seemed perplexing, Ling Qiu grasped his intent. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "It is said that before a person dies, they emit a strong bioelectric signal." She looked directly at Chen Yang, articulating each word, "And I can see this bioelectricity." Despite being somewhat prepared for Ling Qiu's revelation, her words left everyone momentarily speechless. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang inquired, "Are you suggesting that you can discern who will die?" This time, Ling Qiu did not hesitate. She nodded affirmatively, "Yes. Everyone emits a powerful bioelectric signal before death." "Can you be certain of this?" Chen Yang asked, still somewhat skeptical. Ling Qiu's expression darkened as she recounted. "When my grandfather had his accident, I sensed it, though I was unaware of what it was at the time. It wasn't until I witnessed more and more deaths that I realized I was different. I could see the bioelectricity emitted by people on the brink of death. Chen Yang inquired curiously, "What does this bioelectricity look like?" Ling Xiu pondered for a moment before responding, "It resembles electricity, but it is black. Moreover, the closer one is to death, the stronger and darker the bioelectric signal becomes." Chen Yang was taken aback. "Black electricity? Do we have it on us?" Ling Xiu shook her head. "That is precisely what I wanted to convey. Since leaving the hotel, the black bioelectricity surrounding you has diminished significantly, nearly returning to that of an ordinary person." Chen Yang reflected. "Considering we have just escaped death's grasp, it seems we are currently in a safe period, which likely accounts for the fading of the bioelectricity." Ling Xiu nodded. "I share the same sentiment." Chen Yang exhaled deeply, recalling the peculiar computer sound that resonated in his mind before the avalanche. He muttered to himself, "As long as we endure through tonight, we will have nearly completed 48 hours. By then, we should be safe." Ling Xiu gazed at Chen Yang in confusion and inquired, "What do you mean by 48 hours? What is going on?" Chen Yang recounted the strange computer sound he had heard before the avalanche, concluding, "The avalanche occurred yesterday morning, according to the requirement for survival. If we can safely navigate through tonight and reach tomorrow morning, we will have accomplished the so-called task." Although Ling Xiu found Chen Yang's explanation rather implausible, after having faced death's design multiple times, nothing seemed beyond their acceptance. As darkness enveloped the sky and the wind intensified, it did not deter the elderly women who gathered to dance in the square. With the dancers taking their positions, various vendors began to congregate nearby, primarily selling food. The offerings ranged from common items like baked flatbreads and oil tea to spicy hot pots and skewers, with most vendors operating from simple tricycles, preparing their dishes right there. These vendors lined up, a sea of heads bustling, rivaling even the grandeur of a large snack street like Gue Street. This night market was a common sight in many places, often forming spontaneously with the flow of people, akin to shepherds pursuing grazing pastures. Under the immense tension, Chen Yang and his companions were ravenous. Upon seeing the array of steaming food, their hunger intensified. With the assurance of temporary safety, Chen Yang decided to set aside his concerns, yet he reminded Ling Xiu and the others to remain vigilant and not to stray apart. After consuming the food, despite their noses being reddened by the biting cold, everyone felt revitalized. Chen Yang observed an intriguing pattern. Shen Mushue's tastes were rather ordinary, while Ling Xiu and Kurun had rather peculiar preferences. Ling Xiu adored crayfish, whereas Kurun had a penchant for skewers, whether it was grilled corn, meat skewers, or meatballs. As long as it was related to skewers, she relished it, already clutching a dozen or so skewers halfway through the market. As the wind grew fiercer and large snowflakes began to fall, swirling in the cold breeze, the elderly dancers could no longer endure and hurriedly packed away their speakers, merging into the throng of food lovers. In an instant, the entire vicinity of the square was filled with the cacophony of voices and the sizzling sounds of cooking. Observing the scene before him, Chen Yang felt a sense of unreality, as if everything was separated by a layer of glass, rendering it surreal. "Let us head out," Chen Yang said, tugging at Shen Mushue. He then called out to Kurun, who was gathered around a barbecue stove, before turning to Ling Xiu and asking, "Is there anything unusual?" Ling Xiu paused slightly, then realized what Chen Yang was inquiring about. She shook her head gently, responding, "Everything seems normal. There are no changes." Chen Yang let out a subtle sigh of relief, but still felt somewhat uneasy. Adopting a cautious mindset, he remarked, "There are too many people here. We should leave." Shen Mushue and the other person had no objections, but Kurun remained by the roasting stove, oblivious to Chen Yang's shouts amidst the cacophony of the night market. It was only when Chen Yang approached and tapped her shoulder that she turned around in astonishment. At that moment, a shout of "The urban management is coming" echoed through the air, causing the entire night market to erupt into chaos, reminiscent of oil splattering in a hot pan. Vendors hurriedly scrambled to gather their belongings, swiftly packing their carts and retreating. Yet the sheer number of people surrounding the square rendered any escape virtually impossible. Simultaneously, a peculiar mechanical voice resonated in Chen Yang's mind. "The second round of the Grim Reaper's pursuit has commenced." Surviving this round will allow you to complete your mission early and enter the main divine space. The second round of pursuit. So soon? Chen Yang stifled the urge to curse, scanning the tumultuous surroundings for a possible escape route. The pandemonium was overwhelming, with frantic crowds everywhere. And even he could envision countless unforeseen mishaps. At that moment, Ling Xiu also sensed the gravity of the situation, anxiously stating, "Chen Yang, the bioelectricity emanating from you is intensifying, resembling ink." Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently shoved Kurun, sending her crashing to the ground. Chen Yang hurriedly pushed aside those attempting to step over her and bent down to help her up. However, upon making contact with her, he felt an unsettling sensation. As he gazed down at Kurun's turned face, he was struck dumb. Her visage was punctured with slender bamboo and iron skewers, the most lethal being an iron skewer embedded in her eye, nearly half a foot long. Kurun was beyond saving. In this critical moment, Ling Xiu exhibited remarkable composure. She grasped Chen Yang's arm and, along with Shen Mu Shui, swiftly made their way towards areas with fewer people. Although the square was in disarray, the majority were fleeing outward, leaving the center relatively sparse. By moving against the tide, they evaded the initial throng and found themselves in a less crowded part of the square. The wind intensified, swirling with snowflakes as large as goose feathers, making it difficult to see. As Chen Yang struggled to navigate, he suddenly heard a tremendous rush of wind above him. Before he could react, Shen Mu Shui forcefully shoved him aside. A dull thud echoed as Chen Yang felt excruciating pain in his legs. Turning his head, he saw a tree, as thick as a man's embrace, crashing down upon him, mangling his legs beyond recognition. The trees in the square had only recently been transplanted this winter. As the fierce wind rose, these newly planted trees toppled one after another. Had it not been for Ling Qiu's earlier warning and Shen Mu Shui's unwavering focus on potential threats to Chen Yang, she would not have managed to push him away in the nick of time. Unfortunately, she was struck directly in the chest by a falling tree, blood pouring from her mouth and nose as her eyes rapidly lost their luster. Mu Shui. Chen Yang emitted a heart-wrenching scream, straining to move forward. Yet he could not free himself from the grip of the massive tree upon his leg. Having narrowly escaped the second wave of death's pursuit, he entered the main divine space ahead of time, earning 3 evolution points and a reward of 1,000 points. As the sound of a computer echoed in his mind, Chen Yang felt darkness enveloping him, and he completely lost consciousness. Chapter 11. The divine space. Chen Yang slowly opened his eyes, greeted by an expanse of darkness, devoid of any light. As consciousness returned, the memory of what transpired before he lost awareness flooded back. Shen Mu Shui had suddenly pushed him away, only to be struck in the chest by a massive tree. This thought pierced Chen Yang's heart, prompting him to rise from the ground. Upon standing, he was jolted by the realization that his legs, which had been crushed by the enormous tree, felt entirely unscathed at this moment. Just then, a vast starry sky materialized above him, a tapestry of twinkling stars that resembled a dreamlike realm. Having lived his life under industrial civilization, Chen Yang had never before encountered such a pristine and enchanting night sky. The nearest celestial body was a water-blue planet, which he vaguely recognized. After a moment's reflection, he recalled having seen it on an educational channel. It was indeed Earth. Where was he exactly? As he scrutinized his surroundings, he discovered that he was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, with only the flickering stars overhead illuminating the void, making him feel as though he were the sole inhabitant of this world. A flash of light swept across the sky, and suddenly, a dazzling brilliance erupted beneath the stars. Meteors streaked through the air, showering down upon the water-blue planet. Shortly thereafter, a uniquely shaped colossal spaceship gradually emerged, hovering above the planet, while numerous smaller ships launched from beneath it, descending toward the blue world. The scene paused momentarily, and the water-blue planet erupted into hundreds of mushroom clouds. As the smoke billowed upward, the planet appeared riddled with devastation, and the airborne haze coalesced into a thick layer of radiation, enveloping the blue sphere. As if a stone had been cast upon a tranquil pond, The entire spectacle before him shattered like a reflection in water. All the light converged and transformed into a stunning woman. Her form was exquisitely perfect, her porcelain-like face unmarred by any flaw. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Chen Yang felt as though her physique and visage were crafted according to the principles of golden ratio, radiating an extraordinary beauty from within. Unable to resist, Chen Yang reached out to caress the woman's face, only for his hand to pass through her form, revealing that she was merely a three-dimensional projection. Startled, Chen Yang took a few steps back and inquired, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The beautiful woman traced a line in the air with her hand, and a luminous ribbon flashed before her. Pointing to Chen Yang's head, she said, "Reflect deeply. The answers reside within your mind." With a thunderous sound, Chen Yang felt as though a storm rumbled in his consciousness, and in an instant, everything became clear, unveiling the very images he had witnessed upon awakening. On a fateful day in the future, Earth was besieged by a meteor shower, followed by the unexpected arrival of extraterrestrial spacecraft that invaded the planet, intending to transform it into a breeding ground. Humanity rose in defiance, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable. In a desperate bid, humans resorted to detonating nuclear bombs, which decimated a significant number of the invaders, but at the cost of Earth's near obliteration. Nearly 7 billion souls were reduced to a mere 30 million, scattered across disparate regions. In a quest to salvage the remnants of human civilization, the surviving scientist, Professor Chen Yang, engineered an unprecedented supercomputer capable of randomly selecting individuals from a year preceding Earth's destruction to traverse time and space and rescue humanity from its impending doom. This remarkable machine was christened the Overlord, and the initiative was dubbed the Savior Program. To discern the true saviors, the chosen individuals would be immersed in a series of horror films, undergoing harrowing trials to identify the ultimate hero. Thus, the origin and mission of the Overlord were established, and you were one of the randomly selected individuals. Chen Yang stood in astonishment as both the alien invasion and the supercomputer surpassed his wildest imaginings. Fortunately, as a modern individual who had experienced the information explosion and viewed various sci-fi films about alien invasions and apocalyptic scenarios, he managed to maintain his composure. Taking several deep breaths, he inquired, "And you? Who are you?" The beautiful woman replied, "My form is designed to reflect Professor Chen Han's longing for his deceased wife. You may call me Xiao AI. My mission is to help the randomly selected reincarnators acclimatize to the cycle space as swiftly as possible and to survive." Chen Yang continued to breathe deeply to steady his emotions, asking, "You mentioned that I am merely one of many. Does that imply there are others like me?" Xiao I nodded, explaining, "From a probabilistic standpoint, among 100 individuals, one might be exceptional. Among 1 million, a genius may emerge. The greater the base number, the more formidable the surviving reincarnators will be, enabling them to shoulder the mantle of savior." At this juncture, Chen Yang recalled the Overlord's prompt upon his return to the cycle space and queried, "What are evolution points and reward points?" Xiao I responded, "Due to the effects of nuclear radiation, human genes have mutated. Evolution points can be generated through combat or other means, allowing individuals to enhance their physical attributes. Coupled with ability serums, one can attain superpowers." As she spoke, Xiao AI gestured, and a virtual display screen materialized before Chen Yang, showcasing 9 attributes: mental strength, intelligence, perception, defense, agility, speed, luck, magic, and fortune. Each attribute ranged from 1st to 9th tier, with the required evolution points doubling with each advancement. For instance, the 1st tier of strength necessitated 1 evolution point, the 2nd tier required 2, and so forth, culminating in an astounding 256 evolution points for the 9th tier. Only upon reaching specific tiers in each attribute could reincarnators exchange for the corresponding ability serums to acquire their respective powers. Following each attribute level, there exists a corresponding ability available for redemption, marked with varying prices. However, at this moment, all these abilities appear shrouded in a dull gray, rendering them inaccessible. This is evidently due to Chen Yang's attributes being entirely zero, thus precluding any possibility of redemption. For every horror film experienced, one earns a basic reward of 1,000 points, which can be utilized within the main divine space to procure daily necessities as well as weaponry and ammunition. Evolution points, however, are not guaranteed with every horror film. Rather, they are awarded in different quantities based on the film's difficulty. Low-difficulty horror films yield only the basic reward points, while only those of a certain level of difficulty confer evolution points. The reality-based Final Destination, which Chen Yang experienced, undoubtedly qualifies as a film of considerable difficulty, as it granted him 3 evolution points along with 1,000 reward points. In addition, Chen Yang acquired the exclusive skill Dune from the Final Destination series, enabling him to ensnare humans or humanoid beings in misfortune, provided he can clearly see their appearance. Each use of this skill consumes 1 point of luck evolution. After careful consideration, Chen Yang opted not to enhance his strength or speed. Instead, he allocated the 3 evolution points to mental strength, perception, and luck. The rationale for enhancing mental strength lies in its capacity to fortify personal intent and willpower. The enhancement of perception encompasses the amplification of sight, hearing, and even the sixth sense, while the improvement of luck is universally beneficial, particularly since the exclusive skill Doomed necessitates a consumption of luck evolution points with each application. Upon reinforcing his 3 evolution points, Chen Yang's attributes underwent a transformation, reaching level 1 in mental strength, perception, and luck. Following these attributes, the corresponding level 1 abilities transitioned from dullness to radiance. Upon discerning these level 1 abilities, Chen Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. For instance, the long-distance vision ability within level 1 perception can double one's eyesight. Low-frequency hearing enables the detection of sounds in the lower frequency range. And the canine-like sense of smell allows for an acute olfactory sensitivity akin to that of a dog. Although these abilities are enticing, each ability injection requires a substantial expenditure of reward points. Even the least expensive long-distance vision ability demands 600 reward points, further amplifying Chen Yang's sense of helplessness. Turning the virtual page to the reward point redemption section, he encountered a dazzling array of images reminiscent of an e-commerce website. With the price of 1 gram of gold set at 10 reward points, 1 reward point is roughly equivalent to the purchasing power of 30 yuan in the real world. While the selection is vast, it can be broadly categorized into 5 categories: daily necessities, entertainment, medical supplies, weaponry, and magical items. Among these categories, daily necessities offer the widest variety, encompassing food, beverages, and clothing, all available for selection. Entertainment follows closely, featuring virtually every item Chen Yang has encountered or has yet to discover in the real world. In Chen Yang's eyes, these items were merely superfluous. As he swiftly navigated to the weapons and ammunition section, he couldn't help but draw in a slight breath upon seeing the prices listed. A single grenade demanded 30 reward points. An M9 pistol required 300, and an M16 assault rifle cost 500. Even each bullet necessitated 1 reward point. Clearly, compared to everyday and entertainment items, weapons and ammunition were exorbitantly priced. Seemingly perceiving Chen Yang's bewilderment, Xiao AI interjected. In this apocalyptic environment, currency has lost its intended purpose. With various resources in short supply, weapons and ammunition have, to some extent, supplanted the role of currency, hence their elevated prices compared to other items. Nodding in understanding, Chen Yang's gaze fixated on the M9 pistol option. Due to the circumstances, his only encounters with firearms had been during university military training, and he felt an irresistible urge to exchange for one upon seeing the option. Yet, as his hand reached out, memories of his recent brush with death made him hesitate. While firearms possessed formidable power, in certain scenarios, their efficacy was virtually null, just as he had experienced in that life-and-death situation where possessing a gun made no difference. After contemplating, he turned to Xiao AI and inquired, "Can you tell me what the next horror film will be?" Xiao AI shook her head, her form composed of gathered light, rippling outward like water. She gently replied, "Your permissions are insufficient to access information about the forthcoming horror film." "Permissions?" Chen Yang echoed, asking what permissions. Xiao AI reiterated, "Your permissions are insufficient. I cannot disclose that information to you." With a sense of helplessness, Chen Yang gazed at Xiao AI and asked, "Do you have any recommendations?" Xiao AI, with a serious demeanor, suggested, "You currently possess 3 evolution points. I personally recommend enhancing one of your abilities. Additionally, let me share a piece of information. Items acquired in the narrative world can be brought back to the main god space. Obtaining a firearm in the narrative world is not particularly challenging, so it is unnecessary to expend your precious reward points on this." Chen Yang nodded, briefly reviewing the items available for exchange before returning to the attributes page. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected a cost-effective ability serum that he could exchange for. Wild Instinct requires first-tier mental power and first-tier perception, priced at 900 reward points. Upon use, it grants the user a beast-like intuition, enabling them to sense impending danger. Gently pressing the exchange button, a shimmering green serum materialized on the platform's central pedestal. Slowly injecting the green serum into his body, Chen Yang closed his eyes, yet felt no immediate changes. A wry smile crossed his face. Perhaps it was only when faced with peril that this wild instinct would truly manifest its worth. After exchanging for the ability serum, Chen Yang was left with merely 100 reward points. After a brief contemplation, he spent 30 of those points to acquire a DVD projector along with several horror film DVDs. Following the procurement of some essential daily necessities, he found himself with a scant 10 reward points remaining. The master deity allotted only 24 hours for rest, a time frame far too constrained for any lamentation. He had to prepare for the next horror film. Having watched 7 or 8 horror films, the hours dwindled to just over 10 before he was to enter the next cinematic terror. After consuming a nutritious meal exchanged from the master deity for 3 reward points, he slept for 10 hours to recalibrate his state. Thus, the moment to enter the horror film arrived. Beneath the night sky, the stars converged to form a luminous portal, soon accompanied by the chilling voice of the master deity. Enter the portal within 30 seconds. The next horror film is Hostile, and the transport squad is the Fire Serpent team. Chapter 12. The Human Skin. And upon entering the luminous portal, one is greeted by a time-space corridor formed by a convergence of radiant points. Above this corridor, scenes rapidly shift, occasionally revealing gruesome images of characters enduring torment, reminiscent of the narrative depicted in the film The Human Skin Inn. As Chen Yang traverses the time-space passage, the visual tableau fluctuates with dizzying speed, akin to riding a train hurtling forward. He finds himself in a state of semi-consciousness, aware of the surrounding changes, yet unable to respond effectively. At last, Chen Yang awakens from his stupor, only to discover himself sprawled upon the cold ground. He hastily rises to his feet, taking in his surroundings. A meandering river flows westward, spanned by an ancient stone bridge connecting to the opposite bank. Along the riverbanks stand quaint stone houses, exuding an exotic charm. Chen Yang realizes he is positioned on a pathway adjacent to the river. Awake so soon, newcomer? You possess quite the resilience. A languid voice emerges from behind him. Turning, Chen Yang encounters a young Caucasian man, seemingly in his 20s, leisurely smoking a cigar while appraising him with an inquisitive gleam in his eyes. It is difficult for Chen Yang to believe that the words just spoken were uttered by this individual, for they were articulated in fluent Mandarin, pronounced with an eloquence rivaling that of a seasoned broadcaster. As if sensing Chen Yang's incredulity, the young man smiles slightly and explains, in the realm of the Master God, there exists a skill called language proficiency. Upon acquiring this ability, one can exchange a mere 100 reward points for mastery of a language. From his words, it becomes evident that the young man is a veteran who has navigated the horrors of this cinematic world. Strangely, he appears oblivious to the fact that he has already traversed a horror film. Chen Yang, opting not to elaborate, adopts a look of bewilderment. In such circumstances, it is prudent to conceal one's true understanding. Lowering his gaze, Chen Yang notices an unusual addition to his attire, a vintage black metal watch adorning his wrist. He glances at the young man, who, similarly, sports an identical watch. Observing the timepiece, he notes several lines of text displayed upon its face, Survive for 48 hours in the narrative world of the human skin in. You must not leave the confines of the town. Upon task completion, reward 1,000 points. During this period, do not disclose the plot to any characters or face annihilation. Do not kill members of the same team or incur a deduction of 1,000 points. If your reward points fall into the negative upon returning to the Master God space, you shall be obliterated. Below these directives, a countdown timer ticking down from 48 hours is prominently displayed, with no further information provided. As Chen Yang glanced at his watch, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as though he were being scrutinized. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a formidable-looking black woman standing silently behind a Caucasian youth. A scar ran from the corner of her mouth to the bottom of her eye, marring her beauty, yet endowing her with a unique aura, reminiscent of a battle-hardened sword. Sharp and unyielding. When their eyes met, Chen Yang's breath quickened, and he could feel his heart racing. An instinctual awareness of the peril that the woman represented engulfed him. It was only when her gaze shifted away that he exhaled deeply, instinctively surveying his surroundings. Scattered across the ground lay 7 individuals, 2 men and 5 women, who were gradually regaining consciousness. Their reactions were largely uniform, most appearing disoriented as they hastily retrieved their phones to dial for help. Only one, a young woman clad in a black police uniform, took a moment to assess her environment before striding directly towards the Caucasian youth. The youth drew deeply from a cigar, exhaling the smoke languidly while squinting at the policewoman. "Beautiful lady, how may I assist you?" he inquired casually. The policewoman fixed her gaze on him for a moment before asking, "What is this place, and who are you?" Pointing to his head, the Caucasian youth replied, "Everything you need to know is already in your mind. Ponder it carefully." The policewoman shut her eyes briefly in contemplation, then opened them wide in astonishment. "The Savior Project? A traverse to the apocalypse?" The youth chuckled lightly. "Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do." He flicked the cigar to the ground and stamped it out, languidly continuing, "Congratulations. You find yourselves in the horror film The Human Centipede, which is essentially among the least challenging of its genre. I truly envy you novices." At this, a bespectacled young man in the crowd surveyed his surroundings and, glancing at the black metal watch on his wrist, suddenly exclaimed, I've actually traversed." Chen Yang stared in disbelief as the bespectacled man excitedly approached the Caucasian youth, asking, "You must be a seasoned participant, right?" The youth maintained his nonchalant demeanor as he regarded the glasses-wearing young man. Suddenly, his right hand glowed crimson, and a flame erupted forth, incinerating the remnants of his cigar into ashes. He then clapped his hands together and said, "You may call me Norris. I have traversed 3 horror films, and this is Heisey, a fellow member of our team." Witnessing the flame emerge from Norris's hand, Chen Yang's eyes widened. It was evident that this Caucasian youth had evolved magical abilities and had acquired the power to manipulate fire. The bespectacled youth gasped, "This truly is a reincarnation world. Is there a Master God space? Can one exchange points there for a wealth of gold? Are there firearms available? Could I possibly have a gun?" Norris gazed at the bespectacled youth with a hint of surprise and remarked, "The realm of the Lord God indeed exists, and so do the reward points. The basic reward for surviving a horror film is 1,000 reward points. A gram of gold requires 10 reward points, and by this exchange rate, even a standard handgun necessitates 300 reward points. Thus, I have no surplus firearms to offer you." Upon hearing Norris's words, a muscular man clad in a black tank top spat vehemently, "What nonsense about time travel and the so-called Lord God realm? What is this, a human skin in? Surely it's another one of those reality shows that tricked me last time, conning the unsuspecting." Norris's gaze turned icy as he focused on the muscular man's face. Just as he was about to take action, a newcomer, a woman dressed in a Taekwondo uniform, suddenly shouted and charged at him while he was momentarily distracted. This Taekwondo practitioner, with her short hair exuding an air of spirited confidence, burst forth from the crowd and executed a flying kick aimed at Norris. A previously silent African-American woman stepped forward to shield Norris, raising her left arm to block the kick. In a swift motion, she then wrapped her right arm around the Taekwondo woman's leg, sending her crashing to the ground. Norris cast a cold smile towards the fallen Taekwondo fighter and stated, "Do you know what my partner's experience was in the first horror film? It was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Not only did she survive, but she also gained a point of power evolution, something most people could never achieve." The policewoman, observing the African-American woman who had returned to Norris's side, began to slowly retreat. Once she had created sufficient distance, she declared, "Although I am unsure of the circumstances, I still do not trust you. I shall seek the local police to investigate. You wouldn't impede my inquiry, would you?" The bespectacled youth exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "You intend to call the police? It seems you have never watched this horror film, have you? The town's police are merely puppets of the inn, otherwise. Do you think they would dare act so recklessly?" Among the 7 newcomers, there were 2 men and 5 women. Aside from the 4 who had just spoken, 3 women remained silent. The eldest of the silent trio was dressed in professional attire, clearly a white-collar worker from an office, while the other 2, younger girls, sported bangs and wore blue school uniforms, indicating they were likely students. Upon hearing the bespectacled youth's words, the previously quiet professional woman suddenly interjected, "Since the police cannot be relied upon, why don't we leave this town immediately? Would that not ensure our safety?" Norris raised his wrist to indicate, "Observe the watches on your wrists. They clearly state, survive in the town for 48 hours. This means the Lord God has confined our range of activity to within the town." The professional woman remained unconvinced and pressed on. "What if we insist on leaving this town?" "Erasure," Norris replied coldly. "If you persist in leaving this town, the most likely outcome is that you will simply vanish." "How could that be?" The professional woman covered her mouth, her expression rife with uncertainty. "How could not be?" Norris sneered. "Since the Lord God can secretly bring individuals into this cycle of reincarnation, what does it matter to make one person disappear?" The woman in professional attire hesitated for a moment before asking, "What should we do then?" Norris pointed to a nearby building and said, "The most perilous place is often the safest. Based on the original plot, as long as we avoid falling for any alluring traps, the inn should be relatively secure. After all, it is filled with outsiders, and the constant flow of people makes it quite inconvenient to take action." Moreover, throughout the narrative of the Human Skin Inn film, including its sequel, there's been no scene depicting someone being taken directly from the inn. Following Norris's gesture, Chen Yang's gaze fell upon a 3-story building with a sign reading hotel at its entrance. A sudden tightening in his chest, perhaps driven by instinct, accompanied the sight of the sign. "Absurd." The policewoman shook her head disdainfully, stating, "What you say is utterly ridiculous. Although I do not know the specifics, I will investigate this matter at the police station." Determined to leave, the policewoman led the way, with the woman in professional attire following closely behind. One of the long-haired female students wished to depart as well, but was halted by the short-haired girl, who hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay. As the policewoman and her companion departed, the muscular man glanced at the stern-faced black woman and followed them out. However, he did not accompany them, but instead headed straight towards the inn, clearly still believing Norris's words. Having just been beaten by the black woman, he preferred solitude. "If there is any danger, come find me at the inn. I'll be in room 204, next to the male protagonist S," Norris reminded. The policewoman paused momentarily upon hearing his words, then quickened her pace. As the 3 departed, Norris merely called out a reminder to their retreating figures without any intention to stop them. Chen Yang hesitated before asking, "Shouldn't we keep them with us? Since the Lord God has arranged for us to form a team, it is evident that we are meant to cooperate in overcoming this ordeal." Norris replied coldly, "Although the Lord God refers to this as a savior plan, do not delude yourself into thinking you are a savior. Remember, this is a world of horror films. There have never been any saviors." He raised his wrist, adding, "Do you see the countdown on the watch? The plot has already begun." Chapter 13. Plot characters. Chen Yang glanced down at his metallic wristwatch, and indeed, he discovered that the countdown displayed upon it was incessantly ticking away. Suddenly, one of the long-haired female students suggested, "I've watched this film as well. Although the main deity restricts us to this small town, it does not prohibit us from seeking lodging in an inn. Why not simply find a place in the town to stay for 48 hours? Norris countered, Do you recall the scene at the train station where the male protagonist escapes with the Japanese girl towards the film's conclusion? The long-haired girl nodded yes. The Japanese girl is named Hannah. She was unable to bear the sight of her reflection in the train station's mirror, revealing a burned-out eye, and subsequently took her own life. Moreover, there is a significant flaw in the scene. The clock at the train station first displayed the time as. Noticing the long-haired girl rambling on, Norris raised a finger to signal her to hush. After the two escape from the inn, they face police checkpoints along the way, and the inn staff collaborates to seal off the entire train station. Had it not been for Hannah's suicide drawing attention, the protagonist would never have managed to board the train. What does this scene convey to us? Before anyone could respond, Norris continued from this scene. It is evident that the police station in this small town is not merely an accomplice of the inn. It is likely that the entire police force is in collusion with the inn, serving as a protective umbrella for the human flesh inn, perhaps even as the orchestrators behind it all. This would explain why the Hunters Club has managed to thrive without incident for so long. Norris gestured towards Chen Yang and the others, commenting, "You all, with your dark hair and yellow skin, stand out in this town like beacons in the night. Wherever you go, you will draw attention. Given the inn's manpower, resources, and control over the town, capturing you would be a trivial task. It is far wiser to remain here in the inn, as the butchers might exercise some caution. After all, based on the film's portrayal, the inn is frequented by numerous visitors, which instills some degree of restraint in their actions. They would not dare to openly abduct anyone within the inn. Conversely, if you were to wander elsewhere in the town, they might seize the opportunity to capture you." The female student reflected on the plot and realized that Norris was indeed correct. In the original film, there was no instance of someone being taken directly from the inn. Almost all victims were lured away from the inn before meeting their demise. Seeing that the female student had fallen silent, Norris asserted, "Thus, the best course of action now is to lodge at this inn for a full 48 hours. As long as we exercise caution, once the time is up, we can return to the main deity's space, and all will be safe." Suddenly, the bespectacled youth interjected, "I too have seen this film. I recall that, although it is terrifying, there are no formidable monsters or ghosts to contend with. The henchmen at the inn merely appear robust. Despite their strength, they are ultimately just ordinary individuals. We could mount a counterattack. If we set fire to the inn and eliminate everyone within, would we not secure our safety?" Norris cast a cold glance at the bespectacled youth and said, "Burn down the inn and eliminate everyone within. Do you possess the capability to annihilate all the inhabitants of this town? Do we have such power? Remember, newcomer, never underestimate any horror film, even one devoid of monsters or spirits. You may ultimately discover that such films are far more terrifying than the rest." The bespectacled youth appeared somewhat perplexed, even exhibiting a hint of excitement as he replied, "Why? You are a seasoned veteran, and you possess supernatural abilities. Surely, it cannot be too difficult for you to wreak havoc upon this inn?" Norris regarded him with a strange expression, a mixture of hesitation and sorrow, before shaking his head and saying, "You do not comprehend. You have no idea how perilous horror films can be." After speaking, he led the way into the inn, while the African-American woman cast a glance at the bespectacled youth before following Norris. Chen Yang observed Norris's retreating figure for a moment. After exchanging his wild instincts, he became acutely attuned to emotions and sensations. At that moment, he sensed that Norris seemed to be concealing something, and he could even discern a malevolent aura emanating from him. This awareness perhaps explained why he had traversed a real-life horror film only to be thrust into this new horror narrative as a novice. Had he truly erred? The bespectacled youth glanced at the others, only to find them all wearing expressions of uncertainty. Only the short-haired girl tugged at the long-haired girl, urging her to follow, saying, "After all, he is a veteran. It is prudent to heed his guidance. What benefit would he gain from deceiving us?" After a moment of hesitation, the others ultimately chose to follow. As the short-haired girl suggested, Norris was indeed a seasoned survivor of multiple horror films, and until a better plan presented itself, it was wise to align with his counsel. Along the way, following simple introductions, Chen Yang learned the names of the others. The girl in the Taekwondo uniform was named Jean Xioli, a South Korean exchange student. The bespectacled youth was Zhang Jianfei, nicknamed Da Fei, an avid reader of online literature. The short-haired girl who had just spoken was named Chen Fei, a horror film enthusiast who had just prevented a classmate from joining the policewoman. The other long-haired girl was called Su Ying, a senior at the same high school as Chen Fei, both of whom had just turned 18. Before long, they trailed behind Norris to the inn, pushing open the wooden door. Compared to the Grand South Central Hotel where Chen Yang had previously stayed, the inn before them, though modest, was entirely crafted from wood, exuding an antique charm and unique character. The first floor featured a small lobby, with 2 sets of sofas arranged at the center. Directly opposite the entrance stood the front desk, its wall adorned with numerous keys, each labeled with room numbers. A freckled white girl was busy organizing something at the front desk. Upon hearing the door creak open, she immediately looked up and greeted the group with a warm smile. Norris stepped forward and produced some cash to book 2 rooms. Initially, Chen Yang was concerned that their lack of passports might hinder their ability to check in. However, when Norris discreetly offered a few green bills as a tip to the receptionist, they were smoothly handed the keys. Norris turned around, raised the keys in his hand, and remarked, "Remember, at times, money can also serve as a weapon." Strangely, despite the mixed company of both men and women, there was no scandalous display as they entered the rooms. Perhaps due to the co-ed arrangements, the rooms were spacious enough to accommodate several individuals. After settling everyone in, Norris took the black woman out of the inn, stating that he needed to prepare a few things in advance. Chapter 14. Intimate contact. As Chen Yang watched Norris push open the door and depart, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Suddenly, Jean Shioli, who had been relatively silent, spoke up. "Have any of you sensed that he is concealing something?" Before anyone could respond, she continued, "Having studied psychology, I noticed that while he spoke with a firm demeanor, he often engaged in subtle gestures, such as fidgeting with his fingers. From a psychological perspective, it is evident that he must be hiding something from us. Chen Yang noted sleekly, "Akno Woodging. I too sense that something is amiss. In retrospect, perhaps we should not have chosen to share accommodations at this inn with him." Zhang Jianfei jingled the red 100 yuan bills in his pocket, saying, "I wonder if these foreigners recognize renminbi. If they do, at least we could procure some weapons." Chen Fei shook her head, replying, "Slovakia is a member of the European Union. While euros might be accepted, renminbi certainly would not be." After a brief hesitation, she retrieved a wallet from her pocket, producing some green notes. "I just returned from a trip to France and exchanged some euros, though I only have 100. Buying firearms is out of the question." Chen Yang surveyed their surroundings, taking the 100 euros from her hand. "Though it may not suffice for weapons, it should be adequate for some supplies." Chen Fei hesitated. "Did not that seasoned individual advise us against going anywhere? Besides, I have seen countless horror films where characters meet their demise simply for their reckless curiosity." As she spoke, she seemed to realize the inappropriateness of her words and quickly fell silent. Chen Yang understood her implication, yet he could not shake the feeling that Norris was withholding something, and he sensed an undercurrent of malevolence emanating from him, compelling him to avoid remaining in the inn. Despite Chen Fei's strong objections, Jean Shioli fervently supported Chen Yang's decision. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with their passive waiting. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jianfei also expressed his desire to join them, asserting that it would be easier to uncover hidden narratives this way. Seeing that all 3 were intent on leaving, Chen Fei, though reluctant, felt compelled to accompany them rather than remain in the inn with Su Ying. As soon as they stepped out of the room, Chen Yang noticed a muscular man in a black tank top animatedly conversing with a stunning blonde, laughing boisterously while flexing his arms in a classic bodybuilding pose, seemingly flaunting his physique. Upon noticing Chen Yang and his companions, he whistled with pride. Zhang Jianfei hesitated and asked, "Should we warn him?" Jean Shioli scoffed. "Is it necessary to caution someone so heedless? Moreover, would he even believe you?" Observing that Chen Yang also had no intention of calling out to the muscular man, Zhang Jianfei opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As a few individuals lingered before descending the staircase, the wooden door of the inn swung open, revealing 3 backpackers clad in windbreakers. At the forefront was a dark-haired man, who, casting a curious glance around, exclaimed, "Is this the damned inn?" Following closely behind him, a handsome white man chuckled and chimed in, "It's absolutely fantastic." Upon seeing the trio of backpackers, Zhang Jianfei appeared as if he had encountered a ghost, exclaiming, "Characters from a script." Chen Yang, having watched the film The Human Skin Inn, instantly recognized the three as the American backpackers from the movie. Like Zhang Jianfei, it was his first encounter with these scripted characters, and his curiosity was piqued. The backpackers, sensing the scrutiny from Chen Yang and his companions, returned their gaze with a discerning look. However, Chen Yang noted that their attention was predominantly fixated on Jin Xiuli, whose alluring figure and striking beauty conformed to the aesthetic preferences of many men. It was unsurprising that the backpackers' eyes were drawn to her. As they passed by Jin Xiuli, the most vivacious of the three, a white man, began to rattle off a string of English, peppered with slang. Although Chen Yang had passed his English Level 4 exam, he could barely decipher that the man was attempting to flirt. Jin Xiuli regarded him with a critical eye before shaking her head. Typically, she might have found such attention intriguing, but recognizing the circumstances, she felt no interest in the blonde charmer. The blonde man appeared somewhat disheartened, frequently glancing back at Jin Xiuli as he approached the front desk, clearly captivated by her. Observing the scripted characters checking in with the inn's female receptionist, a sense of disbelief faded among those present, replaced by an inexplicable fear as the realization set in that they were indeed in the narrative world of The Human Skin Inn. Chun Fei, an avid horror film enthusiast, looked as if she might faint at any moment. When Su Ying inquired about her distress, Chun Fei explained, "It is precisely because I love horror films that I understand just how gruesome this movie is." On the reception desk lay a map of the town, available for guests to use free of charge. Chen Yang took 5 copies, distributing one to each person. After a cursory glance at the map, he discerned that the town was not large. Yet, despite its size, it was well equipped with amenities, including a church and a town square, along with various public facilities. While Chen Yang was preoccupied with memorizing the map, Su Ying and Chun Fei, perhaps momentarily overcoming their trepidation due to the novelty of being in a foreign land, became animated, curiously inspecting the surrounding architecture. Zhang Jianfei occasionally eyed the curvaceous women on the street, while Jin Xiuli, like Chen Yang, meticulously compared the map with her surroundings, silently noting the routes and prominent landmarks. Following the map's directions, Chen Yang traversed the main street from south to north, entering the town's only small supermarket. He spent several dozen euros purchasing a tub of cooking oil, along with some bread and water. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured to the candy section, acquiring 2 bags of sweets to total 100 euros before proceeding to the checkout. Upon seeing Chen Yang purchase 2 bags of candy, Su Ying was puzzled and approached him, popping one in her mouth as she inquired, "What do you intend to do with the candy? Do you, like me, have a penchant for sweets?" Chen Yang shook his head and ventured into a narrow alley opposite the supermarket, stating, "These confections are intended for certain individuals." Su Ying remained bewildered, but Chun Fei, who had a penchant for horror films, exclaimed, "Are they meant for those mischievous little robbers? But how do you know you will encounter them?" Chen Yang waved the map in his hand and replied, "This town is quite small, and there is only this supermarket. If that group of little rascals intends to rob, they should frequent this place." No sooner had he spoken than a sharp whistle pierced the air, and a throng of children, ranging from 7 to over 10 years of age, emerged from the winding alleys, encircling the group. Chapter 15. Danger lurks as she observed the group of children, their expressions cold and detached, each clutching stones or wooden sticks. Chen Fei instinctively took a step back, murmuring to herself, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." She tugged at Chen Yang's arm, softly advising, "These children are quite troublesome." In the film's climax, they use stones to kill 2 thugs from the inn. It would be wise not to provoke them, or we may find ourselves in dire straits. Chen Yang, having seen The Human Skin Inn series, was well aware that these children were no innocents. In the storyline, they typically attacked solitary tourists. The fact that they might dare to confront a group of 5 suggested that the distinctiveness of their skin tone set them apart from other travelers. The children's faces remained expressionless as they brandished their makeshift weapons, their icy stares fixed upon the group, exuding an air of menace. A boy clad in red swaggered to the forefront, extending his hand. His grasp of a few English phrases indicated that he was accustomed to robbing foreign tourists. Chun Fei trembled slightly. As a horror film aficionado, she understood that these unruly children were inherently vicious, quick to turn aggressive at the slightest provocation. She urged Chen Yang, "Hurry, give him the candy." However, Chen Yang had no intention of handing over the sweets just yet. With narrowed eyes, he recalled a particular scene from the film, where the protagonist, in a desperate search for his companions, had his phone snatched by these very children. In a fit of rage, he nearly choked one of them, while the others fled in self-preservation. This illustrated that the children were only bold when the odds were in their favor. To subdue their leader, the boy in red, would likely resolve the situation. Noticing Chen Yang's immobility, the boy in red grew impatient. He glanced at the candy in Chen Yang's hand and waved his arm, prompting the other children to advance menacingly, brandishing their stones and sticks. Chen Yang gasped and instinctively covered her eyes, while the others were thrown into disarray. Only Chen Yang sprang into action. The boy in red had come too close in pursuit of the candy, standing merely a meter or two away. In a swift, decisive movement, Chen Yang lunged forward, seizing the boy by the neck and lifting him off the ground with surprising strength. The boy's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he struggled, but Chen Yang's grip was unyielding, like a vice. With Chen Yang's sudden aggression, the other children hesitated, clutching their weapons but too fearful to advance. Chun Ying and the others stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief as they watched Chen Yang's fierce display. Though he had no intention of harming the boy in red, he was acutely aware that the local authorities, despite their collusion with the inn, would not overlook a brazen act of violence in broad daylight. Moreover, having prepared candy for these youngsters, he released the boy when his face began to turn purple, letting him crumple to the ground. He cast aside a bag of candies beside the child clad in red and spoke in English, "If you desire more sweets, wait for me here in the coming days." At that moment, Chen Yang was unaware of the potential role these children could play, driven by instinct amid peril. He sought to grasp any available power. The child in red gasped for breath, retrieved the candy bag from the ground, and regarded Chen Yang with a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. It was only then that the other children hurriedly rushed to assist the tearful child in red. Yet they dared not provoke Chen Yang and his companions again, swiftly fleeing down the alley. As twilight descended, their purchases were complete, and the commotion had extinguished any desire to continue their excursion, prompting the group to retrace their steps back to the inn. Upon their return, the white girl who had been on duty was nowhere to be found. Instead, a bespectacled white man busied himself at the front desk, perhaps due to the encroaching darkness. The inn's dim lighting, antiquated furnishings, and creaking wooden stairs exuded a chilling atmosphere, a coldness that penetrated to the very marrow. Chun Fei instinctively tightened her clothing and exclaimed, "It's so cold." Zhang Jianfei, perhaps influenced by the numerous deaths that had occurred, murmured, "Before death, a person carries resentment, which lingers in the form of bioelectricity. This is particularly palpable in hospitals and execution grounds, evoking a bone-chilling coldness. Countless souls have perished in this inn. The resentment is palpable. How could one not feel the chill?" Chen Yang regarded Zhang Jianfei with astonishment, who sheepishly chuckled and replied, "This ISMT my own thought. I read it in a novel." Once in their room, Chen Yang set down the food, cooking oil, and lighter he had purchased, then reviewed the plot of the Human Skin Inn, cautioning everyone. The most common tactic employed by the Human Skin Inn is the allure of beauty. They first entice with a beautiful face, then incapacitate with drugs. Therefore, I urge you all to remain vigilant of strangers, regardless of how enchanting they may appear. Do not venture out with them, and certainly do not consume any drinks they offer. Casting a glance at Jean Xioli and the two female high school students, Chen Yang further admonished, "This ploy can be executed by both women and men. Such scenarios are depicted in the second installment of Human Skin Inn. I recommend that during our remaining time, we stay confined to this room and refrain from wandering." Chun Fei pursed her lips and directed her gaze at Zhang Jianfei, saying, "Just keep an eye on to Fei. I noticed that throughout our journey, his eyes were nearly falling out of his head. Chen Yang had also observed this. His words were indeed directed at Zhang Jianfei. Since leaving the inn, Zhang Jianfei had been incessantly stealing glances at the beauties on the street. And just moments ago, he had suggested visiting a hot spring, fully revealing the restless spirit beneath his unassuming exterior. In the event that the allure of beauty fails, they resort to force. For example, in the second installment, Beth is directly taken from the bathhouse. Therefore, we must remain together, ensuring mutual vigilance. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks on the door jolted Chen Yang and his companions from their reverie. Upon opening the door, they were astonished to find the female officer who had previously departed alone in search of assistance. Her complexion was pallid, with several abrasions adorning her face, and her blouse bore numerous slashes, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Following her gaze, they noticed two burly men clad in black hats pursuing her closely. Upon seeing Chen Yang, the two men exchanged glances but refrained from advancing any further. Instead, they scrutinized Chen Yang and his companions for a moment before retreating down the staircase. Departing from the inn, Chapter 16. Breaking through the siege upon witnessing two figures clad in black depart from the inn, Chen Yang pondered momentarily, then swung open the door and inquired the female officer, "What transpired? Why are you the only one left?" The female officer inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, and, through gritted teeth, responded, "We went to the police station to file a report, but upon exiting, we were tailed by these individuals. We became separated, and the police and this gang are undoubtedly in cahoots." Casting a glance at the policewoman, Chen Yang sighed softly. This was a realization he had long since come to. Without the protection of the police, such an inn could hardly exist. The narrative of cinema had long substantiated this fact. The police in this town and the inn were indeed intertwined in corruption. Pouring a glass of water for the policewoman, Chen Yang learned her name was Ma Ying, a rookie officer who had only recently embarked on her career. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the door. Chen Yang peered out to see three backpackers returning with a woman each in tow. True to the original narrative, the protagonist Paxton was accompanied by a blonde woman, Josh by a dark-haired lady, and Ollie with a freckled hotel receptionist. It was evident that they were under the influence of drugs, as they jovially greeted everyone while barging into the rooms. Not long after, Ollie and the receptionist emerged, enthusiastically inviting everyone. "The hot springs here are splendid. Would you care to join us?" Observing the collective head shakes from the group, Ollie shrugged regretfully and descended the stairs with the receptionist. According to the storyline, Ollie's departure would lead to a grim fate. He would be drugged and sold out, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Those aware of the plot regarded him with pity, yet none dared to risk the wrath of the overseer by warning him. The wooden walls offered little in the way of soundproofing, and not long after Ollie's exit, raucous noises emanated from the adjacent room. The night dragged on amidst the participants' anxiety, none finding solace in sleep, not solely due to the overwhelming terror, but also because of the cacophony next door. As dawn broke, both Norris and the African-American woman had yet to return, casting a heavy pall over the group. Regardless of the reasons for their absence, it was far from reassuring news, heightening the already taut atmosphere. The two female students even felt compelled to accompany each other to the restroom. The day passed in an air of trepidation, with the group refraining from consuming the inn's meager provisions, opting instead for the bread and water purchase from the supermarket the previous day. No one dared to venture out alone, and the ambience in the room grew increasingly oppressive. Amidst this stifling atmosphere, Chen Yang silently set traps with the items he had procured from the supermarket. Better safe than sorry, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. These traps would undoubtedly buy him precious time. Having arranged the traps, Chen Yang gathered everyone together and declared, should anyone force their way in, "I will hold them off while you escape through the window. Flee as far as you can, understood?" Upon witnessing the trap set by Chen Yang, Ma Ying and the others felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance, nodding in agreement. As evening approached, a sudden series of loud knocks echoed through the air. Chen Yang, anticipating it to be Norris returning, hurriedly swung open the door, only to find Paxton, the neighbor from next door. "Hi, mate, have you seen my friend?" Paxton gazed at Chen Yang with hopeful eyes, gesturing as he spoke to ensure clarity. He is tall and always smiling, Ollie. We've been searching for him all day. I wonder if you've seen him. I'm terribly sorry, Chen Yang replied, shaking his head. We have not seen him. As he watched Paxton and Josh descend the stairs, Chen Yang's gaze swept across the lobby below, which was eerily empty save for an Asian girl sitting alone on the sofa. Kana, the Japanese girl whom Paxton had rescued from the inn in the original narrative. True to the original storyline, Paxton extended an invitation to Kana, who shook her head in refusal. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yang felt a tightening in his chest, cold sweat trickling down his spine. The familiar cinematic narrative had misled them into believing that although the inn's inhabitants were brazen, they never resorted to overt force within its confines. Instead, they employed cunning strategies to abduct individuals, creating the illusion that such acts would only occur in secrecy. Consequently, Chen Yang had decided to heed Norris's advice to remain in the inn, under the impression that vigilance would suffice to endure the 48 hours mandated by the main deity. However, the sight of Kana served as a stark reminder that the reality was far more complex than he had imagined. In the original plot, Kana did not accompany Paxton to dance, but remained at the inn, preparing to leave by train the following day. Yet, the next scene featuring her depicted a grim torture chamber where she was subjected to having her eyes burned out, indicating she had been forcibly taken from the inn. As he watched Paxton and Josh exit, a growing sense of dread enveloped Chen Yang. Just as he intended to warn his fellow teammates to gather their belongings and leave the inn, the front door was thrust open, and a burly man clad in black entered. He approached Kana, who was lost in thought while staring at her phone, and suddenly pressed a white towel over her mouth and nose. The towel was evidently soaked in a narcotic substance, causing Kana to struggle briefly before succumbing to unconsciousness. The man discarded the towel and abruptly locked eyes with Chen Yang. At that moment, the inn's door swung open again, admitting several more men in black, who made their way directly upstairs. Chen Yang instinctively took 2 steps back, hastily securing the door and locking it. His eyes darted around the room until they landed on the bed linens. Grabbing a sheet, he wrapped it around his hand and struck the dressing mirror with a decisive punch, shattering it. He then spread the sheet out to collect the shards of glass, also seizing a sizable, sharp piece. Realizing there was no escape, he resolved not to await his fate passively. What are you waiting for? Smash the window and escape through it. Upon receiving Chen Yang's reminder, Jin Xiuli and the others finally emerged from their stupor. They hastily seized a stool and forcefully smashed it against the window. The antiquated wooden windows of the old building were not particularly sturdy, and it took only a few strikes of the glass to shatter, sending splinters flying. Sensing the unusual commotion within, the footsteps outside suddenly quickened. Then, with a resounding crash, the door jolted violently as it was struck. At the sound of the door being assaulted, a jolt of alarm surged through everyone present, including Chen Yang. With a decisive thought, he extinguished the lights, plunging the room into complete darkness. Almost immediately, a gunshot rang out, piercing the lock at the door, which was then forcefully kicked open. The light spilled through the doorway, illuminating the figure of a tall silhouette. Appearing unable to discern the situation inside, the shadow hesitated momentarily before entering the room, gun in hand. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang gritted his teeth and sprang from the side, wielding a bedsheet wrapped around shards of glass like a meteor hammer, crashing it fiercely against the face of the first black-clad assailant who charged in. The man let out a chilling scream as the glass shards mutilated his visage, one of his eyes punctured and bleeding profusely. He cried out in anguish, instinctively covering his face, desperately attempting to retreat from the room. Chapter 17. The Deceit of Humanity. With a swift stride, Chen Yang advanced, gripping a large shard of glass tightly as he viciously slashed it across the throat of the black-clad brute. A jet of crimson erupted, and the man collapsed, clutching his neck, his firearm slipping from his grasp. The act of eliminating the inn's thug granted him an additional 5 reward points. Yet, as he heard the cold voice of the master, Chen Yang felt no elation. His pallid complexion betrayed him. The shard had cut into his palm, blood seeping from the wound as he struggled to suppress the discomfort of his first kill. Gritting his teeth, he bent to retrieve the fallen pistol. The moment he grasped the weapon, a flurry of information surged into his mind. Check 9mm CZ-75 pistol, caliber 9mm, total length 206mm, magazine capacity 15 rounds. Current ammunition 15 rounds, a narrative item from the human skin and world, eligible for extraction from the story realm. He paid little heed to this data, instead recalling the instructor's teachings from military training as he disengaged the safety and aimed for the door, firing a shot. The second black-clad giant, directly behind him, was struck squarely in the face, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The gunfire alerted others to the danger. A weapon was thrust through the doorway, unleashing a barrage into the room. A black-clad thug cautiously entered, but as he stepped inside, his foot slipped, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground, his pistol disappearing from sight. With a pained grunt, the thug attempted to rise, but the surface beneath him was slick and greasy. A slight exertion sent him tumbling once more. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Chen Yang, one hand gripping an empty cooking oil barrel while the other wielded a windproof lighter, igniting the flame. Chen Yang hurled the burning lighter to the ground, and a burst of blue flames erupted, transforming the oil-soaked brute into a human torch. He screamed in agony, rolling on the floor as the flames ignited more around him. The inn's wooden flooring and walls quickly succumbed to the inferno, engulfing the room in a sea of fire within moments. Meanwhile, the window had been shattered, and Zhang Jianfei and the others had begun their descent via the bed sheets. Chen Yang, unwilling to delay, pulled the still remaining Ma Ying and leaped down with her. Upon landing, he rolled to dissipate the impact, while Ma Ying winced in pain, clutching her foot. "What's wrong?" Chen Yang asked, pulling her up. Ma Ying's delicate face was slick with beads of sweat as she replied, "I twisted my ankle." "Hold on to my neck," he commanded, hoisting her onto his back and charging forward. In the adjacent room, several burly men surrounded a middle-aged woman clad in an OL uniform. Were Chen Yang present, he would instantly recognize her as one of the masterminds from the second installment of Human Skin In. Upon entering, the thugs swiftly aimed their weapons at the window, one raising his gun, ready to fire at Chen Yang and his companions. "Fools!" The middle-aged woman abruptly raised the gun in her hand and swiftly delivered a sharp slap. Scolding, "Can a dead man still be sold?" The burly man immediately bore the imprint of 5 fingers on his face, but merely bowed his head submissively. Too intimidated to lift it. "Inform everyone that we must capture him alive. Dispatch agents to seal off the train station, and notify the police to set up checkpoints on the main thoroughfares. They have pocketed enough money. It is high time they earned their keep." Amidst the flames, the middle-aged woman coldly surveyed the increasingly vibrant inn before her, her eyes brimming with icy determination. After a moment's thought, she added, "Also, inform Mr. Norris, who joined the club yesterday. This shipment was supplied by him. Now that a problem has arisen, he must contribute as well." The burly man clad in black, trailing behind the middle-aged woman, swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie and relayed the orders. Outside the inn lay a spacious courtyard, stretching 30 to 40 meters in length, with only a single path connecting it to the outside world, now blocked by several men in black. Zhang Jianfei, leading the charge, let out a roar and surged forward, only to be forcefully pinned to the ground by one of the black-clad men. Meanwhile, Jean Shioli leaped into the air, executing a scissor kick that struck one of the men, bringing him crashing down. Without pausing, she sprang up and dashed out the door. Simultaneously, Chen Yang fired a shot. Although he missed his target, the black-clad man in front of him instinctively sidestepped. Curiously, despite being armed, none of the pursuers dared to return fire. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang sprinted out onto the street. Running at the speed of a 100-meter dash, he covered nearly 100 meters, now carrying someone on his back. Chen Yang felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Although he regularly exercised, and Ma Ying was quite slender, sprinting while bearing a person for 100 or 200 meters had already pushed him beyond his limits. Were it not for his extraordinary willpower, he would have collapsed long ago. His breathing grew increasingly labored, his legs weaker, and Ma Ying, who he carried, felt heavier with each passing moment. The footsteps pursuing them drew ever closer. At this rate, no one will escape. Chen Yang thought frantically, repeating Norris's words in his mind. No one is anyone's savior. As this thought crossed his mind, he instinctively placed his hand over Ma Ying's arms, which were tightly wrapped around his neck. Don't leave me, she pleaded softly, her grip tightening. Chen Yang's heart softened, and he lowered his hand. Ultimately, he realized he could not abandon her. Tears streamed down Ma Ying's face like a spring, quickly soaking Chen Yang's neck. The footsteps behind them grew increasingly distinct, and Chen Yang dared not glance back, occasionally firing a shot merely to delay the advancing pursuers. Despite exerting all his strength, he had reached his limit. At this moment, his speed could only be described as a jog, and being caught was merely a matter of time. As the tears streamed down Ma Ying's face, she realized that if this continued, neither of them would escape. Gently wiping her tears away, she leaned close to Chen Yang and whispered, "Give me the gun. I will buy you some time. The last bullet will be saved for myself. I refuse to fall into their hands. And thank you, you're a good person." Ma Ying slowly released her grip around Chen Yang's neck, reached out, and accepted the gun from his hands, her tear-streaked face now radiating determination. At that moment, a black SUV sped around the corner and abruptly halted before Chen Yang. To his astonishment, it was Norris, who had been missing for an entire day. Seated in the driver's seat, the door was flung open from within, and Norris glanced at Chen Yang before shifting his gaze to the incapacitated Ma Ying, signaling for them to get in. Despite the sinister aura emanating from Norris and his puzzlement over the latter's disappearance, the approaching pursuers left Chen Yang no time for contemplation. He swiftly scooped up Ma Ying and pushed her into the SUV before crouching down to enter himself. The vehicle roared to life and surged forward. Once inside, Chen Yang noticed that the mysterious black woman who had vanished alongside Norris was seated at the back. After an exhausting sprint that had pushed him beyond his limits, he found himself unable to catch his breath. Though his mind was flooded with questions, he could scarcely voice a single one, especially with the silent black woman beside him, who he doubted would provide any answers. Unable to speak, Chen Yang remained silent, but Ma Ying, who had held on to a grim resolve, could not help but inquire, "Where have you been?" No one responded. The black woman continued to observe them in silence, while Norris, seemingly focused on driving, remained equally taciturn. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the vehicle. After managing to steady his breath, Chen Yang grasped Ma Ying's hand and took the gun from her. The SUV navigated to the end of the street, turned a corner, and soon entered through a large gate, halting before a 5-story building. Peering through the window, he caught sight of a tall chimney illuminated by the distant streetlights. Strangely, the sight of that chimney stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Chapter 18. Hell on Earth. Upon disembarking, Chen Yang scrutinized the surroundings once more, finally comprehending why everything before him felt so achingly familiar. This very chimney had appeared multiple times in the original narrative. It was unmistakably the site of torment within the grotesque human skin inn. Although the reasons behind Norris's intentions in bringing him here remained unclear, Chen Yang was acutely aware that they were far from benevolent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang aimed his firearm at the temple of the black woman, assisting Ma Ying to disembark, pulling the trigger without remorse. The shot rang out, and the woman crumpled to the ground, causing Ma Ying to gasp in horror and fall beside her. In the wake of the gunfire, the surroundings were suddenly illuminated, casting the courtyard in stark daylight. There, standing amidst the brightness, was a group of men clad in black and a middle-aged woman. While the previously fleeing Jean Xioli and others lay scattered on the ground, their fates uncertain, Chen Yang felt a surge of both shock and rage. Although he had acted decisively in eliminating the black woman, he had not anticipated that Norris had betrayed them all. Norris clapped his hands gently, exclaiming, "What a splendid reaction! I am increasingly fond of your body." Conflicted with fury and disbelief, Chen Yang's hand trembled around the gun, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. As if sensing his unspoken inquiries, Norris rolled up his sleeve, revealing a tattoo of a dog-headed figure on his arm. A chill gripped Chen Yang's heart. It was no wonder Norris had vanished for so long. He had evidently forged some sinister alliance with the human skin inn, becoming a member of this murderous cabal. Upon seeing the dog-headed tattoo, Understanding dawned upon him in an instant. No longer hesitating, he prepared to pull the trigger. Just then, the black woman, previously shot in the head, sprang back up from the ground as if propelled by a spring, standing directly before Chen Yang and gripping his arm with both hands. Though he was bewildered by her resurrection, Chen Yang did not falter. He pressed the trigger without delay. The bullet penetrated her left eye, yet her body merely leaned back slightly, her hand still firmly anchored to Chen Yang's arm. With a thumb, she deftly engaged the trigger, rendering Chen Yang powerless to fire. In a sudden surge of pain at his neck, Chen Yang felt a numbing sensation spread throughout his body, his limbs stiffening before he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, the black woman followed suit, both of them facing each other, peering into the void where her head had been shot. Chen Yang was struck by the unsettling reality that her skull was utterly hollow, devoid of any substance. As consciousness began to fade, Chen Yang locked his gaze on Norris, activating the unique skill bestowed upon him by the Grim Reaper, Curse of Misfortune. In the moment of calamity, Chen Yang's once existing luck was instantly obliterated. Simultaneously, a shadowy strand of black silk materialized from thin air, ensnaring Norris, who remained oblivious, merely gazing at the incapacitated Chen Yang with a mocking grin. Was this truly the prison? Upon awakening, Chen Yang found himself in a dimly lit cell, his hands and feet shackled to the wall, his mouth gagged by a small ball, rendering him unable to speak. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered that he was not alone. There were a dozen or so others similarly chained. Opposite him was none other than the narrative character, Josh, whose face was contorted with fear as he struggled futilely against his restraints, leaving only bloody abrasions in his wake. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, Chen Yang's heart sank further. Zhang Jianfei, Ma Ying, and others were all present, including the previously vanished muscular man. Astonishingly, the entire team that had entered the cycle space had been captured here, with the exception of Norris and the black woman. A faint sound echoed as the iron bars of the cell began to rise. Two robust men, donning black hats, entered, casting a cursory glance before striding directly towards Josh. Despite Josh's frantic struggles and curses, the men paid him no heed. They produced a black hood and placed it over his head, subsequently unshackling him and escorting him out. Josh fought desperately, but his efforts were in vain, and he was soon thrust into a room. Moments later, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within, swiftly morphing into agonizing wails. The cacophony of screams reverberated throughout the underground prison, mingling with the nauseating scent of blood, rendering the cell akin to a hellish purgatory. The screams persisted, gradually fading, until the iron gate rose once more, revealing a terrified Chen Fei. This girl, fond of horror films, understood better than anyone the horrors that awaited her. She fought with all her might, clawing at anything within reach, her long nails scraping against the walls, leaving behind deep gashes, and in her fervor, her nails tore from her fingers, trailing crimson streaks. Within a mere 10 minutes, 3 more individuals were dragged out, and each time they were pulled from the cell, the corridor echoed with spine-chilling cries. The iron gate lifted again, and at last, it was Chen Yang's turn. The two black-clad giants gripped him with a strength akin to iron pincers, rendering him incapable of resistance. The long corridor, dimly lit, bore witness to dark stains of blood on the walls, alongside the marks left by desperate struggles. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and despite having previously faced the specter of death, Chen Yang felt an unprecedented wave of terror wash over him. As the iron door swung open, the two men bound him to an iron chair, fastening his hands in place before turning to leave. In stark contrast to the dim chamber brimming with an array of macabre instruments of torture that he had encountered in the film, this room exuded an air of opulence. Resplendent chandeliers, sumptuous carpets, and an assortment of exquisite ornaments adorned the space, transforming it into a veritable palace. Compared to the blood-soaked corridor he had just traversed, this place felt like paradise. Were it not for the fact that Chen Yang remained firmly confined to his wheelchair, he might have believed himself to be in a dream. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from behind him. Chen Yang turned his neck, but could only discern a pair of black leather shoes. The shoes gradually moved to face him, and as he lifted his gaze, he found himself staring into the pallid visage of Norris. Chen Yang regarded Norris with a cold stare, suppressing the ire that surged within him. Yet he could not refrain from posing the question that had long plagued his mind. Why have you done this? Given your capabilities, accomplishing this task should have posed no challenge. Why betray us all? Chapter 19. The perfect puppet. As Chen Yang posed his inquiries, his attention was predominantly fixated on Norris. Compared to before his unconsciousness, the dark lines on Norris had intensified, even manifesting upon his face. Yet, Norris seemed utterly oblivious to it all. He raised a finger and gently shook it, inquiring, "Do you know what my first horror film experience was?" He had no intention of allowing Chen Yang to respond, and continued, "My inaugural horror film was Don't Look Away. We entered with a total of 6 individuals, among whom was a seasoned participant. In this film, only 4 of us emerged alive. The second horror film was Friday, the 13th, where we entered with 10 individuals, and ultimately 6 of us survived. After traversing these 2 horror films, we received commendable rewards. I even acquired a few evolution points in mental strength and physical power from Friday, the 13th. My companions also experienced varying degrees of enhancement, and we all felt optimistic about our prospects. However, upon entering the third horror film, entitled Dead Silence, which is the most perilous supernatural horror film prone to total annihilation, we were 15 in number, and I was the sole survivor. Even the seasoned participant who had entered with me perished. The fourth horror film, which was the previous one, was the Wax Museum of Terror. Only 5 of us entered, and the difficulty of this film was not particularly high. Under normal circumstances, I could have ensured the survival of at least 2 novices, but in the end, I was the only one who made it out alive. I chose not to protect them to validate a hypothesis of mine. At this juncture, Norris displayed a somewhat deranged smile and asked, "Do you know what that hypothesis is?" Chen Yang, having watched all these horror films, quickly recalled the plots of the 4 and slowly articulated, "If I am not mistaken, the main deity adjusts the difficulty of the subsequent horror film based on the number of survivors. The more reincarnators that endure, the higher the difficulty of the next horror film." Norris clapped his hands and affirmed, "Exactly. This film, The Human Skin Hostel, corroborates my theory. Much like the Wax Museum of Terror, it is virtually the lowest difficulty horror film, devoid of ghosts or monsters, merely a group of slightly more ruthless ordinary individuals." Chen Yang stared at Norris, saying, "So, from the very beginning, you never intended for us to survive this horror film, did you?" Norris chuckled, his expression brimming with pride, and replied, "Moreover, I have discovered a flaw in the main deity system. In this horror film, I merely need to connect with the hostel's owner. I even managed to sell you all for some money. Although the price for Asians was somewhat lower, 8 of you still fetched $40,000. I could utilize these funds to procure essential weapons and supplies to bring back to the main deity space." Gazing at the smug Norris before him, Chen Yang experienced a sudden epiphany. He finally comprehended why he had not, like others, plunged directly into the realm of horror films, but instead had traversed a real-life version of Final Destination before entering the narrative world. Just as Norris had articulated, the execution of the Savior program was entrusted to a supercomputer. Regardless of the intelligence of the programmers, the execution was ultimately in the hands of a machine, which allowed him to exploit such a loophole. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Supreme Deity had already devised an emergency protocol to address such vulnerabilities. And the real-life Final Destination that Chen Yang had endured was precisely this contingency measure, or rather, a super patch. Having experienced a horror film, he was undoubtedly a tool employed by the Supreme Deity to counteract schemers like Norris. Norris continued to prattle on. "Heisey is the first doll I created, but alas, she had died at that time. Although she retained her powers from life, she possessed no consciousness. My dear Chen, do you know, the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an overwhelming urge to transform you into the perfect doll." "Perfect doll?" Chen Yang was taken aback, involuntarily recalling the hollow skull of the black woman. Norris chuckled. "Heisey was merely my previous doll, yet she was far from perfect." Chen Yang felt blood rush to his head, his vision blurring with rage. "You intend to turn me into a doll?" Norris nodded, stating, "I have just informed you that the third horror film I experienced was Dead Silence. In this film, I learned the method to create the perfect doll. Seemingly invigorated, Norris continued. At first glance, dead silence appears innocuous. Yet that vengeful old woman is remarkably formidable. Out of 15 reincarnators, only Heisey and I remained. To be honest, I felt reluctant to harm Heisey, who was gravely injured, but with the method for crafting the perfect doll at my disposal, I had no choice. Witnessing Norris's theatrical demeanor, Chen Yang was on the brink of despair. Norris smiled faintly and continued. It was only after her creation that I realized Heisey was nowhere near perfect. Her injuries were too severe, and more importantly, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness. According to the texts, only when the subject is filled with fear and rage can they perfectly inherit their powers, wisdom, and even memories from their past life. Why had misfortune yet to unfold? Chen Yang's heart sank deeper, as if plummeting into an abyss. Compared to becoming the perfect doll, death seemed a liberation. Norris clapped his hands, and a blonde woman clad in a red dress entered the room. The woman wore a golden mask, revealing only her vibrant red lips and graceful jawline. The moment the blonde woman stepped inside, Chen Yang's eyes widened in shock. The black lines on Norris intensified, even spreading across his limbs. Noti Chen Yang es astonished gaze. Norris instinctively touched his face and inquired of the blonde woman, "Is there something on my face?" The blonde woman shook her head, signaling that she had seen nothing. A thought flickered in Chen Yang's mind. The ominous black threads of misfortune could likely be perceived by him alone. The moment this blonde woman entered, an overwhelming multitude of black lines appeared around Norris, indicating that the misfortune was poised to strike, most probably linked to this very woman. Although Norris felt a tinge of confusion, he remained unfazed and introduced, "This is Madame Albina, the most renowned artist of murder in the inn. Madam, you may begin." As Albina walked, she elegantly lifted a glass filled with red wine and deftly picked up a dining knife. With a swift motion, she drew a line across Chen Yang's wrist, positioning the glass beneath to catch the flowing blood. "Charming, sir. Would you care to sample this sanguine wine?" Noticing Norris's shake of the head, Albina took a delicate sip from the cup of blood, then splashed the remaining liquid across Chen Yang's face. As the pungent aroma of blood mingled with the sweetness on his tongue, and while he listened to Albina's chilling narrative of how she threaded a hollow fishing line through a person's mouth and into their navel, subsequently infusing it with gasoline to ignite, Chen Yang's heart sank further. This was undoubtedly the work of a madwoman. Chapter 20. A deadly design. It was only then that Chen Yang realized the blood wine he had just consumed was merely a prelude. Albina began to employ a variety of tools to inflict torment upon him. The implements she wielded were ordinary items, such as forks and candles, yet in her hands, each transformed into instruments of terror. For instance, she poured scalding wax into his ears, eyes, and mouth, and with a sewing needle, she stitched a rose into his chest, coloring it with boiling red wine. Blood continuously dripped from his wrist. Each time the wound began to clot, Albina would make another incision, and gradually, a large pool of blood collected on the ground. Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Yang remained silent. What sustained his endurance was the sight of the increasingly numerous and darker black lines spreading across Norris's body. At that moment, the lines had fused into a singular entity, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness. Observing Chen Yang's grim determination, Norris nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "The more alert he remains, the more perfect the puppet will be. My lady, let us proceed to the next step. Skin him alive." Albina, seemingly reluctant to hasten the end, delicately set down her knife and replaced it with a specially crafted 30-centimeter-long blade adorned with peculiar spirals, clearly designed for the purpose of skinning. As she walked, she extended her tongue to lick the sharp edge of the knife, oblivious to the blood beneath her feet, and her smooth left foot suddenly slipped upon the blood-stained ground. In an instant, she lost her balance and fell forward, instinctively reaching for something to grasp, yet forgetting she held a long knife in her hand. With a dull thud, the blade plunged directly into Norris's chest. Norris's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Albina, mumbling something incoherent before casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yang and slowly collapsing to the ground, motionless. Was he truly dead? Even Chen Yang could not fathom that the seemingly formidable Norris had perished so easily, ensnared by fate, or perhaps by the design of death itself. Killing an advanced reincarnator grants a random point of power evolution. The notion that one could acquire evolution points from slaying an advanced reincarnator was unknown to Chen Yang, and from the circumstances, it was evident that Norris was equally unaware. Having obtained a point of power evolution, Chen Yang instinctively advanced to the first tier of strength. Despite his battered and weakened state, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a furious roar, his arm muscles bulged, and under the might of his newfound strength, coupled with the chair of torment that had endured countless struggles, he effortlessly uprooted the nails embedded in the ground. Seeing Chen Yang suddenly rise, Albina gasped, her exclamation quickly morphing into a scream. As he stood, he swung the iron chair beneath him with tremendous force, striking Albina upon the head. The impact was so great that her skull contorted, rendering her lifeless. After retrieving the key from Norris to unlock his handcuffs, Chen Yang glanced around, seized a bottle of red wine from the table, and downed the remaining contents in one swift motion. Although the vivid crimson hue induced a wave of nausea within him, he was acutely aware of his severe blood loss and the pressing need for hydration. The sugar-laden wine was an urgent remedy for his plight, while the alcohol would dull his heightened sensitivity, alleviating his pain. Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor outside, clearly indicating that the guard on duty had sensed something amiss and was approaching to investigate. Chen Yang swiftly drew the dagger from Norris's chest and positioned himself silently beside the door. Upon noticing Albina sprawled on the ground, the burly man outside hurriedly entered. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yang sidestepped and struck the man's neck with all his might. Having evolved to the first tier of strength, Chen Yang's power now surpassed that of an ordinary person. With a single, forceful blow, he severed the man's head cleanly from his body. After catching his breath, he quickly acclimated to the sensations of taking a life, collecting a hefty set of keys and a handgun from the fallen man. He then hastily stripped the man of his clothing and donned it himself. Fortunately, the man's physique was not overly exaggerated, and aside from appearing slightly loose, the attire was not conspicuous on Chen Yang. Just as he was about to exit the room, his gaze fell upon Norris. Recalling the skill book Norris had mentioned regarding the creation of perfect dolls, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned back to search Norris thoroughly. However, Norris possessed no extraneous items, not even the coveted book on doll making. The only item he had was a vial of pale green serum. In his precarious situation, Chen Yang could not afford to examine it closely. He pocketed the green serum and checked the bullets in the handgun before gently opening the door and stepping outside. The corridor reeked of a pungent, metallic scent, and under the dim yellow light, the walls were smeared with deep crimson stains, creating an atmosphere of profound dread. Coupled with the intermittent cries of agony emanating from the torture chamber, the entire underground facility felt akin to a nightmarish hell. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the door to the adjacent room suddenly swung open, startling Chen Yang. He quickly pressed himself against the wall, raising his gun in readiness. No one emerged from the chamber. Instead, a voice intoned, "You may leave now." This phrase struck a familiar chord within Chen Yang. Leaning against the wall, he cautiously edged toward the door, peering inside. In the dimly lit torture chamber, a young man clad only in black underwear was painfully crawling forward, his Achilles tendons completely severed, blood trailing with each agonizing movement. Nearby stood a middle-aged man, clad in a mask and wielding a scalpel. Upon noticing Chen Yang's head protruding into the room, the young man, in evident distress, cried out for help. It was then that Chen Yang recognized him as Josh, who had arrived at the inn the previous day. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the sudden appearance of Chen Yang and inquired, "I have not yet finished. What brings you here?" This is precisely the scene from the original plot where Josh meets his tragic end. Chen Yang raised his firearm, compelling the middle-aged man to sit in the torture chair, securing his hands with handcuffs and gagging him. He then handed the scalpel to the motionless Josh on the ground, stating, "Please, save yourself. Whether you seek vengeance or wish to escape from here, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you." Chen Yang was no savior, incapable of rescuing everyone. He had no means of extricating him, especially since Josh's legs had been rendered useless, leaving him unable to walk. All he could do was offer a glimmer of hope for Josh to exact his revenge. The ferocity of hatred is formidable. As Chen Yang closed the door behind him, anguished cries echoed once more in the dimly lit cell, but this time, the screams emanated from the middle-aged man. The once feeble Josh plunged the scalpel into the man's leg and seized the recently utilized power drill, driving the lengthy bit mercilessly into the man's lower body. Chapter 2. A narrow escape. Each key bore a corresponding number, and Chen Yang swiftly rummaged through them, unlocking room after room in his desperate search. Without hesitation, he shot the priest dead. Just as he removed the 2 long nails from Ma Ying's hands, he noticed her suddenly struggling, as if she had seen something alarming. Without a moment's thought, Chen Yang turned the gun around and fired off the last 2 bullets in the chamber, then crouched low and dashed toward the door. The burly man who had just entered was struck twice in the chest, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The man behind him, wary and armed, raised his weapon, but his view was obstructed by his fallen comrade. By the time he caught sight of Chen Yang was already upon him. In his left hand, he held one of the long nails that had been embedded in Ma Ying. As the man saw him, Chen Yang sprang up, driving the nail deep into the man's throat, while simultaneously delivering a powerful punch to the nail, driving it nearly 20 centimeters into his flesh. The man fell backward, clutching his neck as blood streamed from his mouth. He convulsed a few times before falling still. After freeing Ma Ying from the cross, Chen Yang felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Leaning against the wall, he took several deep breaths. Just as he was about to discard the iron nail he had removed from Ma Ying, a thought struck him, and he placed it in his pocket instead. He then bent down to drag the 2 men into the torture chamber, retrieving a gun from one of them and handing it to Ma Ying. Ma Ying picked up a scalpel from the array of instruments scattered around the room and sliced through the fishing line that had sewn her mouth shut. She tore a piece of fabric from the white-robed priest's clothing and wrapped it around her hand to staunch the bleeding. After testing the gun's safety, she found that while it impeded loading, it did not significantly affect its normal firing capability. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on the floor crackled with voices, and the sound of running footsteps echoed ominously. There was no doubt that the inn's occupants had sensed something was amiss and were now converging to investigate. Chen Yang dashed out of the torture chamber, realizing that being trapped here would be akin to fish in a barrel. He had to break free. However, just as he burst through the doorway, he retreated in alarm. A large group of people, led by a bald white man with 2 dogs, stormed in, their weapons ominously trained on Chen Yang and Ma Ying. This bald man had not appeared in the first installment of the story. He only emerged in the second, due to unforeseen circumstances. Seeing him triggered thoughts of Hua's tattoos, and he recalled Beth from the second part, along with the harrowing scene of her retaliating against a psychopath. The bald man coldly surveyed Chen Yang and the others before abruptly gesturing, "Kill them." The situation was dire, leaving Chen Yang no time to ponder. He shouted, "Aren't you here for the money? We can pay for our lives." The bald man shrugged, replying, "You can't afford it." Determined, Chen Yang retorted, "Don't tell me I can't afford it. I could buy a luxury yacht for everyone in this room." Chen Yang was well acquainted with the plot of the second part of the Human Skin Hotel, particularly the scene where Beth severed the lecherous man's manhood, which left a profound impression on him. It was precisely because of this that he vividly remembered how Beth managed to extricate herself from dire straits. Now, with no escape route available, he could only resort to desperate measures, attempting to bluff them or at least buy some time. The balding white man narrowed his eyes and warned, "If you dare deceive me, I will ensure my dog devours you alive." At this moment, Chen Yang was fully immersed in the situation. His enhanced mental acuity, now at the first level, felt as if he were aided by divine intervention, allowing him to recall Beth's words with clarity. He articulated each word carefully. "As long as you present a price, I can afford it entirely. You may provide a PDA account and account name now. I have accounts in Switzerland, Rosenberg, and Ireland. No matter the price you propose, I can cover it. Trust me. Just name your price." "Okay, drop your gun." The balding man considered for a moment and gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons. "Let's negotiate." Chen Yang relaxed his grip and let the gun fall to the ground. Gazing at the balding man's face, he felt his heart race increasingly. He knew he was merely stalling for time. If the balding man handed him a handheld device to input the account details at that moment, it would spell disaster. The balding man waved his hand, and two burly men in black emerged from behind him, positioning themselves on either side of Chen Yang, restraining his arms. Upon seeing Chen Yang subdued, the gunmen lowered their weapons. The balding man stepped forward, locking eyes with Chen Yang, and warned, "You better not be deceiving me. Otherwise, I assure you, you will find that death is a luxury." In the instant when the guns were lowered, Chen Yang's right hand shot up suddenly. The man to his right instinctively pressed down, but he could not restrain Chen Yang's arm. With a swift elbow strike, Chen Yang struck him in the face, causing him to fall backward. At this juncture, Chen Yang's strength had escalated to the first level, reaching the peak of human capability. The black-clad man had never anticipated such explosive power and was knocked out in a single blow. Without pausing, Chen Yang followed up with a headbutt to the jaw of the man on his left. Pain shot through the man, allowing Chen Yang to break free from his grasp. He swiftly wrapped his left arm around the balding man's neck, flipping him around, while drawing a long nail concealed on his person, pressing it against the balding man's eyelid, and simultaneously retreating swiftly to the door. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one expected this seemingly frail individual, standing at over 1.70 meters, to effortlessly incapacitate two burly men and seize the balding man as hostage. The henchmen, who had been positioned behind the balding man, instantly raised their weapons, ready to charge in, only to be halted by the balding man's loud command. Feeling the sharp nail pressed against his eyelid and catching a whiff of the metallic scent of blood, the balding man's complexion shifted dramatically. Striving to maintain his composure, he declared, "You cannot escape. Enough of this nonsense." Chen Yang took a deep breath and said, "All right, now please release all my companions and provide them with adequate treatment. I want them all to survive. Otherwise, prepare to face dire consequences." Aside from Jin Xiuli and Zhang Jianfei, all other reincarnators who had entered the Skinners and had perished. The patrons of the inn were forcibly expelled, and the iron door was securely locked. The bald white man mistakenly believed that Chen Yang and his companions were frightened and incessantly resorted to threats and intimidation. Growing impatient, Chen Yang delivered a powerful punch to the bald man's abdomen, leaving him gasping and speechless, clutching his midsection. Historically, those in positions of power possessing wealth tend to value their lives even more. Under the looming threat of death, the bald man's demeanor underwent a rapid transformation, shifting from intimidation to coaxing, and eventually to tempting with promises of wealth. When he assured Chen Yang that he would safely escort him and his companions out, coupled with a substantial reward, Chen Yang merely glanced at the countdown on his metallic wristwatch, scoffed derisively, and shot him in the head. As the bullet shattered the bald man's skull, the cold, mechanical voice of the main deity resonated immediately. Elimination of the inn's leader rewarded with 50 points. The survival task was completed, and they would return to the main deity's space. Vivid red blood and white matter splattered across the ground. Hearing the gunfire and sensing something amiss, the inn's henchmen burst through the iron door, only to find the bald man collapsed on the floor, while Chen Yang and his companions had mysteriously vanished. Chapter 22. A New Realm. After a fleeting sensation of semi-consciousness, Chen Yang abruptly awakened, his eyes fluttering open. This time, he was not greeted by the harrowing visions nor the appearance of Shao AI. Unlike his initial entry into the celestial expanse of the Lord God space, this time he found himself on a vast, desolate platform, its size comparable to at least 2 Tiananmen squares. The expansive platform was eerily empty, save for a colossal stone tablet standing at the edge, towering over 10 meters high. Above the platform floated a magnificent orb of light, reminiscent of an artificial sun, radiating brilliance. At that moment, this immense light orb cast 4 beams of illumination, enveloping Chen Yang and his companions in a warm embrace. Upon first entering the Lord God space, all repairs were complimentary. Thereafter, the restoration of one's body would incur a deduction of reward points based on the severity of injuries. The Lord God's frosty voice resonated, and, subsequently, shimmering motes descended from the orb, coalescing into the bodies of the group. Chen Yang, fortunate not to bear grave injuries, felt a tingling and swelling sensation as the motes entered him. Once this peculiar discomfort subsided, a languorous comfort enveloped him, akin to the soothing aftermath of a warm bath. Among the four, Zhang Jianfei appeared the most gravely affected, his beam of light dimmer than the rest. His skin, coated in wax-like residue, continuously shed, revealing the flesh beneath, while the exposed muscles writhed, regenerating new skin. Zhang Jianfei, who had sustained the worst injuries, required the longest time to heal. By the time Chen Yang and the others completed their restoration and descended from their light beams, only half of his skin had regenerated, presenting a striking yet unsettlingly raw appearance. Ma Ying murmured, "Defei is truly fortunate. I thought he would not survive." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Zhang Jianfei had been rendered waxen, and upon their arrival, he was barely clinging to life. None had anticipated that he would endure long enough to reach the Lord God's space. Now, as he floated in the air, consciousness regained, he began to stretch and move, erupting into laughter upon confirming his survival. Indeed, I am destined to be the protagonist. To survive such grievous wounds feels absolutely exhilarating. Having just emerged from the eerie and terrifying human skin inn, the trio, though safely returned to the Lord God's space, felt far from elated. Yet, Zhang Jianfei's infectious laughter compelled them to join in, momentarily dispelling their worries. No matter the circumstances, they had returned alive. While undergoing the restoration, Chen Yang had already noted the imposing stone tablet at the periphery of the platform. Now fully healed, he immediately turned his gaze towards it. Even from a distance, he could discern three prominent characters etched upon the stone: winged fire serpent. Beneath these grand inscriptions, a series of smaller characters were engraved. Yet the distance hindered his ability to decipher their meaning. The inscriptions hinted at information, prompting Chen Yang to instinctively approach the tablet. Ma Ying and Jin Shioli exchanged glances before following him toward the stone monument. The ancient stele is devoid of any embellishments, save for the inscriptions that evoke in Chen Yang a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of the people's hero monument in the real world. It bears the name of Norris. Among the trio, Ma Ying possesses the keenest eyesight. Even before reaching the stele, she discerns the small characters inscribed upon it. Beneath the three prominent characters winged fire serpent lies the unmistakable name of Norris, followed by the titles of the 5 films he has starred in: Don't Look Up, Friday the 13th, Dead Silence, Wax Museum of Horrors, and Human Skin Inn. Under the watchful gaze of the group, the inscriptions on the stele gradually fade into obscurity, swiftly transforming into a blank slate. Almost immediately, a new line of text emerges from the smooth surface of the monument, revealing the names of the 4 individuals alongside the title of the human skin and they had experienced. As Chen Yang circumnavigates the stele, he seeks any information that might be inscribed on its rear. Upon rounding the monument, he discovers a row of houses nestled at the edge of the platform. His attention had been so captivated by the colossal stele that only upon turning did he notice these dwellings. He counts. There are 20 houses in total, leaving 16 unoccupied after each individual claims one. He casually pushes open one of the doors, and as he steps inside, a torrent of information floods Chen Yang's mind, enlightening him on the purpose of these rooms. By expending a certain number of reward points, he can transform the room into his desired form. The expenditure of reward points varies according to the extent of the transformation. Akin to home renovation, the grander the modification and the more lavish the materials, the greater the cost in reward points. Should Chen Yang desire, he could entirely remodel the room before him into a palace. The method of transformation is remarkably simple. One need only envision the desired appearance in their mind. With eyes closed, Chen Yang does not conjure thoughts of his home or dormitory. Rather, the first image to surface is that of the room from the real-life final destination. It was after leaving this room that his companions met untimely fates, and within these walls, Shen Muxue, fearing she might never have another chance to express her feelings, bravely confessed her love, that foolish girl who perished trying to save him. Upon reopening his eyes, the scene before him mirrors his memories. with discarded wall paintings strewn across the floor. He slowly approaches the window and sits against the wall. It was here that Shin Mushu, fearing she might lack the opportunity to voice her emotions, courageously uttered those words, while he, even until her death, failed to offer her the promise she sought. After enduring 2 horror films, Chen Yang remains in a state of heightened tension. The brief 24-hour respite he had was largely consumed by fortifying himself and indulging in more horror films. At this moment, seated on the soft carpet and reflecting upon Shun Mushiue's visage and laughter, he allows himself to relax completely, eventually curling into a ball and drifting into slumber upon the carpet. As if caught in a dream, yet also on the cusp of wakefulness, Chen Yang beheld the visage of his parents, encountered his schoolmates, and even caught sight of Shin Mushue. Suddenly, a series of vigorous knocks echoed through the air, jolting Chen Yang from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door. Upon seeing him, Ming glanced around the room and remarked, "You've certainly indulged in a long nap. Come out and join us for a meal." Chen Yang instinctively glanced at the metallic watch adorning his wrist, realizing he had slept for over 10 hours and could not help but let out a wry smile. "I was simply too exhausted," he replied. Ming chuckled softly. "I was aware of your fatigue, which is why I refrained from waking you. However, the meal is prepared now, and if you delay any longer, it shall grow cold. Hurry and freshen up. We shall await you in the square." Chen Yang nodded, swiftly retreating to his room to wash up. Chapter 23. Preparation for reinforcement in the plaza. Ma Ying and her companions were seated around a dining table laden with an array of home-cooked dishes, including mapo tofu, oil-braised prawns, and braised fish. Although these meals did not provide the rapid energy replenishment of nutritional paste, they were undoubtedly more appealing to the palate. Having endured the tense atmosphere of the human skin and narrative world, where one could only consume bread and water for fear of being poisoned, Chen Yang returned to the main god space and slept for over 10 hours, awakening ravenous. He eagerly picked up a large prawn and devoured it, giving Ma Ying a thumbs up as he ate. With a smile, Ma Ying remarked, "If we weren't about to enter a horror film world, the main god space would truly be a delightful place. Here, one can procure almost anything, from kitchenware to fresh vegetables, without the delays often associated with online shopping. How does one purchase items? Is it as simple as envisioning a home renovation?" Chen Yang inquired, curious as he chewed on the prawn. During his last visit to the space, he had the guidance of Xiao AI, but this time he was uncertain about how to communicate with the main god or make exchanges. Pointing to a luminous sphere hovering above, Ma Ying replied, "As long as you stand beneath that orb, you can communicate with the main god. This place has everything, even more comprehensive than that certain treasure site." Chen Yang acknowledged her words, but noticed that none of the 3 were touching their chopsticks. He asked, "Aren't you all eating?" Zhang Jianfei chuckled and said, "We aren't as capable of sleeping as you are. We've already eaten. This is a special lunch prepared for you by Officer Ma." Ma Ying's cheeks turned slightly pink as she shot Zhang Jianfei a stern glare. Chen Yang pretended not to notice, continuing to eat with vigor. In no time, he had polished off 2 bowls of rice, patted his belly in satisfaction, and then asked, "You all must have communicated with the main god by now. Have you decided what to exchange?" Ming shook her head, saying, "Not yet. However, many of the abilities I wish to exchange for require evolution points for advancement. Without those points, I can only trade for ordinary items." Scratching his head, Zhang Jianfei remarked, "This is different from what I knew of the infinite worlds. Wazati had said that 1 reward point could be exchanged for numerous gold coins. I always thought that if I could acquire that much gold, I could exchange it for a dazzling storage ring and pave my way through a narrative world with gold. I've already inquired, and the purchasing power of a single reward point in the main god space is roughly equivalent to $10 in our reality. So, don't hold on to such thoughts." Ma Ying interrupted Zhang Jianfei with a smile. She had initially regarded him as nothing more than a homebody, but her perception of him had improved significantly after their shared experiences. Zhang Jianfei clicked his tongue. "A 10-to-1 ratio? That is quite meager. And what exactly are evolution points? And how can one obtain them?" Jin Shioli replied, "I have inquired with the master deity, and there are 3 pathways to obtain evolution points. The first pathway involves enduring horror films of a certain difficulty level, which reward evolution points. However, the human skin in is of minimal difficulty, yielding only a basic reward of 1,000 points with no evolution points. The second pathway is to slay monsters within the narrative world. The third pathway involves eliminating advanced reincarnators. Ma Ying furrowed her brow and asked, killing advanced reincarnators? If we eliminate teammates, we will lose 1,000 reward points. This notion of killing advanced reincarnators must refer to slaying those from other teams, right? In other words, there are multiple teams like ours, and we may encounter other teams? Before entering the narrative world of the human skin in, Chen Yang had entertained similar thoughts upon receiving the Master Deity's prompt regarding the winged fire snake team. Ma Ying's words only served to validate his suspicions. He gestured toward the monument inscribed with winged fire snake in the square, stating, Winged fire snake is the name of one of the 28 lunar mansions. If each mansion name represents a team, then there should be others like the Virgin Pig team. By this calculation, there are not merely our small team within the Master Deity's space, but at least 28 teams. Jean Shioli sighed, indeed. I have already discussed this with the Master Deity. There are a total of 28 teams in the Master Deity's space, named after the 28 lunar mansions. In future narrative worlds, we may encounter other teams, and ultimately, only one team will emerge as the savior and leave the reincarnation world. Not only must they contend with the perilous monsters within horror films, but they must also engage in fierce battles with other reincarnation teams. Could their winged fire snake team ultimately survive? Chen Yang murmured, this is not a quest for a savior. It is clearly a breeding ground for malice. After a moment of silence, Ma Ying inquired about Norris, a question that Jean Shioli evidently shared. They both turned their gaze toward Chen Yang. After a brief hesitation, he recounted how he entered the horror film and Norris's attempts to diminish its difficulty. From Xiao AI, I learned that the Master Deity sends us reincarnators into various horror film worlds to facilitate our evolution, enabling us to adapt to the harsh conditions of the apocalypse and ultimately become the so-called savior. From this perspective, the Master Deity would not cast us in certain death scenarios, but would assign us to horror films commensurate with our strength, stimulating human potential through life and death battles to promote evolution. Upon hearing Chen Yang's account, the three of them could not help but feel a mix of awe and sorrow, both for Chen Yang's harrowing real-life experience and for Norris, whose scheming had ultimately led to his demise. As their conversation deepened, they realized that the secrets of the Master Deity's space were manifold. Chen Yang, standing beneath the luminous orb, attempted to inquire further, only to be informed by the Master Deity that his permissions were insufficient to obtain the relevant information. With no alternatives, the four resolved to set aside their related uncertainties and focus on the immediate task of strengthening their capabilities. Due to the relatively low difficulty of the human skin in, apart from Chen Yang, the other three individuals, Ma Ying and her companions, merely garnered a modest reward of 1,000 basic points. Aside from this fundamental gain, their sole acquisition was the pistol retrieved from the inn, which saved each of them 300 reward points, requiring only the replenishment of ammunition. Chen Yang, during his time at the inn, successfully eliminated 6 of the inn's henchmen, in addition to earning 50 reward points for the demise of the bald white man, thus amassing a total of 1,080 reward points. According to the rules set forth by the main deity, the elimination of a teammate typically results in a deduction of 1,000 reward points. However, it remains unclear whether this exemption was due to the fact that Norris was not directly slain by Chen Yang or for some other reason, as his reward points were not deducted. Chapter 24. The Strength of the Savage Bull in addition to the 1,080 reward points. Chen Yang also acquired a power evolution point from Norris by utilizing the skill of being plagued by misfortune, making him the most fortunate among the four. The metallic wristwatch meticulously detailed the reward points he had earned from this horror film. Alongside the small print, a countdown timer appeared, indicating 3 days and 12 hours before entering the next horror film, its digits ticking away rapidly. A thought crossed Chen Yang's mind as he stood beneath the orb of light. Is the duration of one's stay in the main god space determined by the number of team members? Indeed, Each additional member of the reincarnation team extended the rest period before they ventured into the next horror film by a day. As Chen Yang had surmised, the time spent recuperating in the main god space after each horror film was indeed contingent upon the number of team members. For every additional person, there would be an extra 24 hours of rest, with 4 survivors emerging from the human skin in his narrative world. It meant that Chen Yang and his companions had 4 days to prepare, hence the origin of the countdown. Having clarified this matter, Chen Yang felt an even deeper admiration for Qin Han, the architect of the main god space. As a computer, it was inherently flawed, yet Qin Han had endeavored to patch these vulnerabilities. The rule that granted more rest time with more survivors was undoubtedly a motivational strategy, encouraging the reincarnators to collaborate and face challenges together. Chen Yang did not hasten to leave the beam of light. Instead, he took a moment to review his attributes. During his time in the human skin inn, he had expended 1 lucky evolution point to eliminate Norris with misfortune, which caused his previously advanced first-tier luck to revert to 0. However, he did not emerge empty-handed, for he had secured a power evolution point from Norris. Upon evolving his strength to the first tier, his related abilities brightened from obscurity, signifying that Chen Yang could now inspect these capabilities. Previously, due to time constraints and a lack of sufficient reward points, he had been unable to fully explore his evolved mental and perceptive attributes. Now, with ample time and reward points at his disposal, he diligently examined the abilities he had not yet completed. Steadfast will, first-tier ability, capable of effectively resisting illusions, intimidation, deception, and other mental skills, applicable to supernatural horror films, requiring the exchanger to possess first-tier mental strength, with a reward point cost of 1,000 points. Elementary hypnosis, first-tier ability, capable of briefly hypnotizing humans or humanoid entities, compelling them to perform simple instructed actions, suitable for the majority of horror films, requiring the exchanger to possess first-tier mental strength, with a reward point cost of 1,200 points. Enhanced vision, first-tier ability, enhancing vision to twice that of an ordinary person, applicable to most horror films, requiring the exchanger to possess first-tier perception, with a reward point cost of 800 points. Low-frequency hearing, first-tier ability, enabling the ability to hear low-frequency sound waves inaudible to normal humans, suitable for most horror films, requiring the exchanger to possess first-tier perception, with a reward point cost of 900 points. Elementary sixth sense, a first-tier ability that grants a certain chance of foreseeing imminent events, applicable to most horror films. It requires the user to possess first-tier perception and awards 500 points. The scent of the spirit hound. As of now, Chen Yang has only evolved 3 attributes to the first tier. Nevertheless, there are nearly 100 first-tier ability syringes available for exchange. Each time he encounters a new ability syringe, he is overwhelmed with excitement and an irresistible urge to exchange. Akin to a fervent enthusiast of luxury goods standing on the champs, Lysies, surrounded by alluring items but unable to afford any. After perusing the extensive array of first-tier abilities, Chen Yang found himself dazzled and had to close his eyes to contemplate what capabilities he most urgently required at this stage. Within the winged fire snake team, he is the sole advanced ability user, and all his abilities are at the first tier. From this perspective, the main deity would not subject the winged fire snake team to excessively challenging horror films, such as supernatural or ghostly genres. Moreover, since Chen Yang already possesses wild intuition, skills such as sixth sense or steadfast will seem to offer poor value for exchange at this juncture. Eliminating supernatural horror films. The next possible horror experience may likely involve monsters or zombies, thus amplifying the necessity to enhance his strength among the 3 existing attributes. Ultimately, Chen Yang settled on the Might of the Bull for his first-tier strength enhancement ability. Might of the Bull, a first-tier ability that allows for an explosive surge of strength akin to that of a bull, suitable for most horror films, requiring the user to possess first-tier strength and costing 800 points. Upon confirming his exchange, a futuristic green syringe materialized before Chen Yang. He gently injected the serum into his body, and his muscles visibly swelled almost instantaneously. Zhang Jianfei, filled with curiosity, approached to touch Chen Yang's arm muscles, expressing a hint of envy as he remarked, "What ability syringe is this? It's both firm and elastic, far more appealing than those bodybuilders." Jean Xioli and Ma Ying also gazed at Chen Yang. Previously, he appeared somewhat robust due to regular exercise, yet he did not exude an immediate sense of raw power. In that moment, however, Chen Yang radiated strength, his physique characterized by streamlined power rather than the bulky muscles of bodybuilders, appearing more natural and understated. Chen Yang recounted the might of the bull he had exchanged and the requisite points, stating, "There are far too many first-tier abilities. If we were to exchange for all of them, the required points would be astronomical, certainly beyond our means. Thus, we cannot exchange for every ability and must instead select those that align with our needs. Moreover, as a team, it is prudent for our exchanged abilities to complement each other perfectly, creating a synergistic effect that exceeds the sum of its parts." At this juncture, Chen Yang cannot help but inquire, "By the way, what have you all exchanged?" Zhang Jianfei replied with a hint of disappointment, "I have perused the options, but there are no evolution points to be found, rendering me incapable of acquiring any abilities. The most useful items available are merely firearms and grenades." Conversely, "I managed to procure something of significance," Ma Ying remarked with a playful blink. "As for what those two exchanged, I am uncertain, but I just spent 100 reward points to add a shooting range to my room. I believe that since each of us possesses a firearm now, the swiftest method to enhance our strength is to refine our marksmanship." Chen Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Ma Ying's assertion. Indeed, whether regarding strength or combat skills, such attributes cannot be improved in a short span without evolution points. In contrast, as long as there is an ample supply of ammunition, a mere ordinary individual can significantly elevate their shooting proficiency within a brief period. While they may not ascend to the status of sharpshooter, they would be more than equipped to handle the majority of scenarios reminiscent of horror films. Chapter 25, The Werewolf Gene. Wait a moment. Upon seeing Ma Ying heading toward the training ground for exchanges, Chen Yang suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled the red syringe he had acquired from Norris. After returning from a narrative world of the human skin in and being astonished by the transformations within the divine space, he had nearly forgotten about the red syringe obtained from Norris. It was only after he had just injected the bull strength serum that he remembered the existence of this red syringe. As Chen Yang produced the red syringe from his person, Ma Ying and the others could not help but gaze at him with curiosity. They had just witnessed Chen Yang exchanging for the bull strength serum, and seeing him conjure a red syringe from seemingly nowhere felt nothing short of miraculous. Chen Yang recounted the circumstances surrounding the acquisition of this red syringe, piquing the curiosity of those around him. After all, Norris was a seasoned veteran who had endured through 4 horror films, suggesting that the red syringe he possessed was indeed extraordinary. Following communication with the divine being, information regarding the red syringe was promptly revealed. It was identified as the werewolf gene serum, a unique injection from the narrative world derived from the film Werewolf. The user would integrate the werewolf gene with a 50% chance of successful fusion. Failure would result in genetic collapse, leading to coma and ultimately death. Conversely, successful fusion would grant the ability to automatically transform into a werewolf during the full moon, significantly enhancing physical attributes, defense, recovery, and attack power. However, the user would be governed by the primal instincts of the werewolf bloodline, losing rationality and engaging in frenzied attacks against all living beings in sight. Those who utilized the werewolf gene serum would be automatically classified within the werewolf faction upon entering any narrative world related to werewolves. Upon absorbing this information, Chen Yang swiftly understood why Norris had refrained from using this gene serum. Utilizing it was akin to gambling with one's life, presenting an equal chance of success or failure, with a failed attempt leading directly to death. Norris had not encountered the film Werewolf in his cinematic experiences. Thus, the reincarnator who obtained this gene likely never had the opportunity to use it, which is how it ended up in Norris's possession. After Chen Yang disclosed the details of the werewolf gene serum, Ma Ying expressed her concerns, saying it would be wise to refrain from using such a gene serum. It's akin to gambling with one's life. In contrast to Ma Ying's apprehension, Zhang Jinfei appeared somewhat exhilarated, remarking, "The werewolf gene. Once transformed, it's like unleashing a powerful attack." Chen Yang discreetly stowed the gene serum, generally unwilling to utilize it. However, if circumstances necessitated, he would have no choice but to take the gamble. The training ground, constructed with 100 reward points by Ma Ying, was not expansive, divided into fixed and moving target areas. The countdown continued to tick away. Each additional minute of training would marginally increase their chances of survival within horror film. Therefore, after a brief overview, everyone exchanged for bullets and began their training. Among the four, only Ma Ying, the police officer, had received systematic training, and thus she naturally assumed the role of instructor for the other three. She began with the fundamentals of marksmanship, meticulously guiding each individual through the basic stance for holding a firearm. Mastering the grip and stance is essential, as any misalignment can significantly affect accuracy. There are primarily four recognized stances for handgun shooting: the one-handed stance, the isosceles triangle stance, the weaver stance, and the modified weaver stance. The one-handed stance is the most traditional and fundamental of these techniques, which I shall elaborate upon. First, let me outline the key components of the one-handed stance, which comprises 5 technical movements: standing, grip, positioning, lifting, and alignment. The standing position refers to the posture and angle of the body. Stability is crucial when aiming, as even the slightest tremor during shooting can result in a deviation of several centimeters or even meters. Ma Ying's foundational skills were evidently solid, as she spoke eloquently. The others quickly grasped the essentials of the grip, adopting a basic yet effective posture with their firearms. Although practicing marksmanship may appear straightforward, the reality is far more challenging. Mastering the grip alone requires extensive practice, and with less than 4 days remaining, Ma Ying swiftly introduced the various stances before allowing everyone to commence live-fire exercises. The 4 hours of training passed swiftly, with noticeable improvements in shooting accuracy among all participants, including Ma Ying. However, the cost of the bullets exchanged for training was a painful expense, with each individual utilizing nearly 100 rounds, translating to an expenditure of nearly 100 reward points per person. Once the firearms training concluded, Ma Ying exchanged for a soft mat to instruct the group in commonly used police grappling techniques. Nevertheless, as a local officer, her expertise in grappling was limited. She imparted only the fundamental movements she had learned from her instructors at the police academy. Nonetheless, this knowledge was better than none, as it at least helped enhance reaction times and improve coordination. The afternoon swiftly elapsed, leaving Ma Ying and her companions thoroughly exhausted from their rigorous training. Extinguishing any thoughts of preparing a meal, they opted instead for a quick exchange of nutritional paste to satisfy their hunger before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. In contrast to Ma Ying and the others, Chen Yang did not appear overly fatigued. Having advanced 3 of his attributes to the first level, the intensity of the training that would be strenuous for an ordinary person felt merely moderate to him. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yang also exchanged for equipment to enhance his strength training. After his sudden advancement to first-level strength, he frequently experienced a sense of discomfort. While the strength of an ordinary person develops gradually, his had surged all at once, eliminating any transitional adaptation. Consequently, when he lifted an object, he instinctively applied his previous strength, yet the actual power he possessed was significantly greater. It was akin to attempting to lift a bun with the force one would use to lift a watermelon, leading to an unsettling feeling of exertion. Such an oversight typically only causes Chen Yang temporary discomfort. However, at critical moments, it can transform into a fatal error. For this reason, while others took a break, Chen Yang continued to train relentlessly, hoping to swiftly adapt to the changes brought about by his newfound strength. In the ensuing hours, the 4 individuals engaged in continuous training to fortify themselves, not aspiring for meteoric progress, but rather aiming to achieve their optimal state before entering the next horror film. In addition to their training, they systematically exchanged a considerable number of horror movie DVDs from the main deity, for knowing the plot in advance was their greatest advantage. Given the overwhelming number of horror films, each took it upon themselves to watch a portion, striving to absorb as many storylines as possible. Amidst their regular training and film viewings, they also compiled a list of necessary items for exchange. Uncertain of what the next horror film would entail, they endeavored to prepare comprehensively, not only exchanging for weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies such as hemostatic sprays and bandages, but also acquiring provisions and water. As the saying goes, one regrets not having enough resources when the time comes. The same applies to money and reward points. The relentless training had already depleted a significant amount of their reward points, and given the high cost of weapons and medical supplies in the deity's realm, their remaining points were now scant. Time flew by, and 3 days passed swiftly. To ensure they had sufficient energy upon entering the horror film, the four refrained from high-intensity training in the remaining time, opting instead for a much-needed rest and a hearty meal to reward themselves. After their meal, the countdown on the metallic watch indicated less than an hour remained. They chose not to return to their rooms. Instead, after meticulously checking their equipment once more, they congregated in the plaza to engage in conversation. What will the next horror film be? I hope it isn't too challenging. If only we could foresee it. We wouldn't need to bring so much. We could simply pack a few targeted items. By the way, how do we enter the horror film? Will we just disappear like we did when we returned? Amid their idle chatter, the countdown swiftly approached its conclusion. At the moment the timer reached 0, a vast portal of light materialized in the plaza, followed by the solemn voice of the main deity resonating in their ears. Enter the portal within 30 seconds. Transfer target locked. The world of Night Demon 2 begins. Chapter 26. Nightmarish terror beyond the luminous gate lay a spatial passage formed by countless shimmering light points. A sight of breathtaking magnificence that Ma Ying and her companions beheld for the very first time, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the four stepped into the temporal conduit, the light points above morphed, revealing scenes from the world of Night Demon 2. In stark contrast to their previous encounter in the Flesh and Blood Inn, the images from Night Demon 2 painted a far more gruesome tableau, replete with ominous traps that sent chills racing down their spines. As the images shifted, the light points on either side of the passage surged forward with increasing velocity, and soon, the four found themselves teetering on the brink of consciousness. This state did not linger long. Chen Yang soon jolted awake, springing to his feet the moment clarity returned. Ma Ying and the others quickly regained their senses as well. Within the realm of the main god, Ma Ying had been tasked with overseeing horror films of the blood-soaked variety, and the very Night Demon 2 they now faced was one she had recently viewed, the terrifying contraptions etched vividly in her memory. As she awoke, her pallor was evident as she surveyed her surroundings. A verdant shield of light enveloped them, casting an eerie green glow that obscured the outside world. Within this shimmering barrier lay 9 individuals sprawled haphazardly, and with the addition of Chen Yang and his companions, the total number reached an alarming 13, an indication of heightened difficulty in this horror narrative. Zhang Jianfei's complexion turned ashen as he murmured, 13 participants? This spells disaster. Following their experience in the Flesh and Blood Inn, they had all come to understand the correlation between increased numbers and escalated peril, and upon confirming their count, even Chen Yang's expression darkened. The first to rise was a young man with short hair clad in a yellow prison uniform. The words "certain correctional facility" emblazoned on his back. He was indeed a convict. The main god randomly selects individuals for the reincarnation world, implying that anyone could potentially be chosen. Yet, the sudden appearance of a prisoner in a yellow jumpsuit elicited a wave of astonishment. Perhaps due to her training as a police officer, Ma Ying's instinctive reaction was to draw her firearm and aim it at him. However, the young inmate met her gaze with an expressionless countenance. Unperturbed by the weapon trained upon him, he merely glanced at her before shifting his attention to the environment, his face betraying a flicker of surprise as he surveyed his surroundings. Chen Yang, noticing the tension, urged Ma Ying to lower her weapon. Remember, we are in a narrative world. Regardless of who they are in reality, anyone brought here by the main god could become our ally. He regarded the newcomers, who were gradually regaining their footing, and added, the main god has likely implanted information about this place into your consciousness. Take a moment to reflect. As Chen Yang's words hung in the air, A young man sprang up from the ground with agility, executing a perfect leap to kick Ma Ying's gun from her grasp. His timing was impeccable, capitalizing on the distraction created by Chen Yang's speech, and in a swift motion, he advanced, his hand poised like a claw. Targeting Ma Ying esitrot. Chen Yang's gaze sharpened as he reached out and struck the young man's forearm. The young man let out a muffled grunt, instinctively retracting his hand and rubbing the spot, clearly in considerable pain. After scrutinizing Chen Yang a few times, the young man dared not act recklessly again. Although he was a Sanzhou athlete and had undergone impact training, the blow he received from Chen Yang felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, inflicting unbearable agony. At that moment, the other newcomers began to awaken one by one. Among them, the most striking was a towering black man, easily over 2 meters tall. His imposing stature resembled that of a standing black bear. As soon as he regained consciousness, he pulled a blonde girl behind him while warily observing Chen Yang and the others. Chen Yang surveyed the group of newcomers and said, "Please introduce yourselves, state your names, professions, and specialties. We're about to navigate through this horror film together. The more we understand each other, the better our chances of survival." A young woman, donned in a meticulously tailored professional outfit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, glanced at her metallic wristwatch and spoke in a Cantonese-accented Mandarin. "Night Demon 2? Horror film world? Is that wretched person playing tricks on me again?" She murmured to herself, stepping forward to meet Chen Yang's gaze directly. Clearly accustomed to authority and accustomed to issuing commands, she expected others to shy away from her commanding stare. However, the man before her remained unfazed, his expression calm yet piercing, evoking in her an instinctive desire to retreat. Regaining her composure, the young woman declared, "I am Hannah Yang, responsible for the Southwest region. I don't care who you are or if you are that wretched person's subordinate. You are to turn off all cameras and send me back to the company immediately. Otherwise, I will hire the best legal team in Hong Kong and ensure you are left destitute." Seeing that the woman named Hannah remained oblivious to her predicament, Chen Yang quickly lost interest and turned to the next newcomer. This one was a captivating beauty who smiled gently upon seeing Chen Yang, exuding femininity with every gesture. However, upon noticing his Adam's apple, Chen Yang couldn't help but curse inwardly, subsequently shifting his gaze to the next individual. This newcomer was a handsome young man clad in a blue windbreaker, with a backpack slung over his shoulder. Upon waking, he immediately began filming his surroundings with his phone, excitement radiating from him. When he caught Chen Yang's gaze, he directed the camera towards him and exclaimed, "Zheng Yongjian, my profession is outdoor streaming. If what you say is true, this live broadcast will surely go viral. Haha." Chen Yang pushed the phone away from his face, responding coolly, "That is, of course, contingent upon your survival and ability to return to the real world. Can we go back?" The speaker is a tall and exquisite woman clad in a purple evening gown, her makeup flawlessly accentuating her beauty. She possesses a face that conforms to contemporary standards of aesthetics, yet her oval visage is distinctively more curved than others. Complementing her features are her slightly upturned almond-shaped eyes. Upon first glance, Chen Yang is reminded of the alluring fox spirits from the tales of Liao Zhai. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze upon her, she gracefully brushed her hair from her forehead and managed a faint smile, introducing herself. "I am Zhou Maxin, a model, and I was just preparing to attend a banquet before arriving here." Chapter 27. The plot unfolds all right. Chen Yang nodded and remarked, "The options provided by the Master God include a return to the real world, but the cost is exorbitant. 100 reward points for just a single day in reality." Zhou Maxin furrowed her beautifully shaped brows and inquired, "What can be exchanged for within these options?" Upon hearing Zhou Maxin's question, Chen Yang was reminded of the astonished expression he wore the first time he encountered the exchange options presented by the Master God. As Xiao AI had mentioned, his mouth had been agape, as if he could swallow an egg whole. In theory, anything that one could conceive of, whether familiar or unfamiliar, could be exchanged within the Master God's realm. Magical wands from Harry Potter, talismans that exorcise spirits, and peachwood swords, even the legendary 9-turn Great Revival Pill, said to cure all ailments and resurrect the dead. At Chen Yang's words, Zheng Yongjian, who had just introduced himself, let out a chuckle. You sound just like those so-called miracle doctors who have just been apprehended. Zhou Maxin shot Zheng Yongjian a sharp glare and murmured, "Cure all ailments and resurrect the dead. Can it cure leukemia?" Chen Yang nodded. "I specifically inquired with the Master God about this. As long as there is a breath left. The 9-turn Great Revival pill can indeed bring someone back to life. However, it is prohibitively expensive, 15,000 reward points for a single pill." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhou Maxin's eyes. She grasped the hem of her evening gown and forcefully tore it from the center, tying it around her waist to liberate herself from the constraints of formal attire. As she removed her circular earrings and other accessories that might hinder her movements, she remarked, "If the 9-turn Great Revival pill truly exists, I would rather hope this is a horror movie world." Watching Zhou Maxin deftly detach the heels from her high-heeled shoes, transforming her from a figure of grandeur into one of simplicity and decisiveness in an instant, Chen Yang couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Her ability to adapt swiftly to the circumstances at hand and make necessary changes clearly placed her at a far greater advantage for survival in the horror film realm compared to the timid middle-aged man beside her. Standing next to Zhou Maxin was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, dressed casually with a golf club in hand, suggesting he had been playing golf prior to entering this cyclical world. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze upon him, the middle-aged man immediately raised his hands and said, "Let us talk this out. I assume you seek wealth. Let me make a call to my family, and I will have them prepare the money." Seeing the middle-aged man mistaking him for a kidnapper, Chen Yang did not mock him. For anyone unexpectedly thrust into a horror film world, awakening to the sight of someone brandishing a firearm would naturally assume they were being abducted. Chen Yang pressed his hand down reassuringly and explained, "The situation is not as you perceive. We are not kidnappers." The middle-aged man relaxed his expression, but Chen Yang continued, "However, the current situation is even more perilous than your kidnapping. We are trapped in a world akin to a horror film, specifically the sequel Night Demon 2, Ma Ying. I watched this horror film before entering the cycle world, though the intricate plot escapes my memory. You must have recently viewed it. Could you elaborate on the storyline for everyone?" Ma Ying nodded and began. The plot of Night Demon 2 follows directly from the first film. At the conclusion of the first installment, the protagonist, Akin, is captured by the Night Demon and locked away as a trophy. The sequel commences with the Night Demon placing Akin's box in a nightclub. A wealthy young woman, the film's heroine Elena, inadvertently opens the box. Akin utilizes Elena's bracelet to free himself, while the others in the nightclub fall victim to the Night Demon's massacre, and Elena is subsequently abducted. In a bid to rescue Elena, her affluent father enlists the help of a close friend, who leads a mercenary team alongside Akin. However, none anticipated the multitude of lethal traps set within the Night Demon's lair. The entire mercenary squad was decimated, leaving only Elena and Akin to escape. After recounting the general plot of Night Demon 2, Ma Ying added, "The most crucial aspect to note in this horror film is the Night Demon's incessant death traps. As for the Night Demon himself, considering he was subdued and confined in a box by Akin at the film's conclusion, he is merely an ordinary individual with slightly superior abilities." While Ma Ying was explaining the plot, Chen Yang's metallic watch suddenly vibrated, indicating that the master had issued the task related to this horror film. He glanced down at his watch, which displayed several lines of text. Mission 1. Escape the nightclub within 10 minutes. Successful completion rewards each team member with 500 points. Failure results in a deduction of 500 points per member. If a team member's points fall below 0 upon returning to the master space, they will be eradicated. The next task will be revealed after escaping the nightclub. Upon finishing the details of the mission, the watch immediately began a 10-minute countdown. At that moment, the green barrier enveloping them dimmed, and as it faded, the countdown on the watch commenced. Suddenly, a powerful beat resonated in Chen Yang's ears, drowning out all other sounds. The group was astonished to find themselves in a grand nightclub, surrounded by scantily clad revelers swaying to the pulsating music, some even embracing and sharing passionate kisses. An overwhelming spectacle. With the green barrier completely vanished, attention quickly turned to Chen Yang and his group, particularly the imposing African-American man who resembled a black tower. Despite the generally tall stature of Europeans and Americans, the black man's presence was strikingly prominent, making him the center of attention. It must be said that some individuals possess rather extravagant tastes. Upon encountering the imposing physique and iron-like muscles of a robust African man, several provocatively dressed women immediately gravitated towards him, their eyes gleaming with desire as they caressed his brawn. Apart from a muscular man, among the throng, the most striking figure was an alluringly handsome man, who soon found himself encircled by a group of equally striking young men, each boasting their own brand of rugged charm. As they engaged in a fervent dance around him, the African man, with a stern expression, brusquely pushed away the women who encroached upon him, all the while protectively shielding the little girl before him. Observing the African man's lack of appreciation for their advances, the group of women quickly dispersed, with one blonde beauty daringly stepping to the rhythm, provocatively swaying her hips towards Chen Yang. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Ma Ying, well-versed in the narrative, felt a surge of alarm. They had unwittingly landed in the nightclub where the story commenced, a venue that had been ensnared by countless traps set by the nocturnal fiends, soon to transform into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Chapter 28. A blood-soaked beginning. Ma Ying forcefully pushed aside a golden-haired handsome man who was swaying close to her, instinctively glancing upward. Through the gaps in the stage, she spotted a figure clad in black, with only the eyes and nose visible through a dark hood, fixating ominously upon the revelers below. Not far from him, a menacing machine adorned with sharp spikes began its slow descent from above, soon whirling into a frenzied spin. Get down. Having just watched a horror film, Ma Ying knew that the sole means of evading the lethal contraption was to lie flat on the ground. However, despite her desperate cries, the cacophony of a nightclub drowned out her voice, rendering her pleas unheard. Chen Yang, too, was familiar with the horror film, albeit it had been some time since he last viewed it. The image of the gruesome machine lingered vividly in his mind. Noticing the shape of Ma Ying's mouth, he looked up just in time to see the high-speed spinning device, resembling a meat grinder, mercilessly shredding through the crowd in its path, barreling towards them with unstoppable force. After shoving the nearby blonde beauty aside, Chen Yang swiftly tackled Hannah, who was closest to him. Facing Chen Yang, Jean Xiuli, though unaware of the unfolding chaos, sensed the impending danger and promptly joined him on the ground. Other newcomers, either recognizing the peril or recalling the film they had seen, followed suit, dropping to the floor as well. Only the flamboyant man continued to dance rhythmically until all had taken cover. Only then did he turn, confused, to discern what was amiss. At that very moment, Chen Yang believed the strikingly beautiful man, resembling a male siren, was doomed. To his astonishment, just as the machine was about to claim him, the enchanting man executed a stunning split, lowering his upper body and narrowly avoiding the deadly apparatus. However, as the alluring figure evaded the grim fate, the handsome men dancing around him were not as fortunate. They were caught directly in the machine's grasp, their bodies practically obliterated, blood and flesh scattering in every direction, leaving behind only a few severed limbs that twitched feebly on the ground. As the machine passed through, not a soul remained standing in the nightclub. The floor was strewn with dismembered limbs and pooled blood, congealing into a river of crimson. At that moment, the DJ had also met his grim end, the thunderous music abruptly ceasing, leaving only the grinding machine above, sporadically spitting droplets of blood. Aside from the reincarnators, a lone white man survived. The golden-haired fellow who had bled from his nose after being struck by the female protagonist for cheating. Terror-stricken, he scrambled to his feet, surveying the slaughterhouse-like scene, and with a scream, he dashed towards the exit, clutching his right hand, which was missing a thumb. The flamboyant man, who had been lying in a split position on the ground, was the first to rise. He had felt the machine brush against his neck, nearly paralyzing him with fear. Now, seeing someone lead the way, he immediately followed in pursuit. Upon witnessing the alluring figure sprinting outside, Ma Ying urgently called out, "Beware of the traps. Do not venture out." The charming man abruptly halted, initially believing it to be a mere prank, approaching the situation with a playful mindset. However, He could no longer dismiss the reality before him. He was ensnared in a world reminiscent of a horror film, where a single misstep could cost him his life. Chen Yang swiftly rose, wiping the blood from his face, and gazed upwards. Through the crevice of the stage equipment above, he immediately spotted the night demon, whose entire visage was shrouded in a black hood, with eyes gleaming like those of a wolf. The moment he laid eyes on the night demon, Chen Yang instinctively drew his pistol and fired. Regrettably, the stage apparatus overhead obstructed his shots. 2 bullets ricocheted off the iron framework, while one narrowly grazed the night demon's figure. The night demon cast a penetrating glance at Chen Yang before leaping down from the structure, vanishing in an instant. Although the span of time from Chen Yang drawing his weapon to the night demon's disappearance was brief, it was sufficient for all present to discern the night demon's appearance. At that moment, no one harbored doubts about Ma Ying's earlier assertions. Undoubtedly, irrespective of the reasons, they currently found themselves ensnared in the terrifying realm of the night demon too. The young fighter, evidently unfamiliar with this cinematic tale, took a few steps towards Ma Ying and inquired, "What should we do next? Shouldn't we escape first?" Ma Ying shook her head, gesturing toward the now stationary meat grinder high above. "This nightclub is riddled with traps. Compared to the outside, this place is relatively safer. After all, according to the original plot, the meat grinder's mechanism is about to cease operation." No sooner had she spoken than a series of clicking sounds erupted, and the previously motionless meat grinder began to whirl once more. Judging by the angle at which it descended, even those lying flat on the ground would find no refuge. Perhaps Chen Yang's recent actions had provoked the night demon, or perhaps there were simply too many survivors compared to the original narrative. Whatever the reason, the night demon had reactivated the meat grinder. Faced with the reactivation of the meat grinder, the group had no alternative, even knowing the impending danger. They could only flee in the direction the golden-haired man had just taken. Whether due to the absence of obstacles or sheer momentum, the meat grinder's speed surged, akin to a racing car barreling towards them. The group scarcely had time to think, hastily darting through a fabric curtain, narrowly escaping the clutches of the machine. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man, a successful individual in the realm of reality, yet the sudden chaos rendered him incapable of rational thought. He instinctively yearned to flee from this treacherous place. As he ran, he felt an unsettling chill at his neck, and in the next moment, his vision expanded dramatically. Below him lay several headless corpses, one of which, propelled by inertia, staggered forward a few paces before collapsing to the ground. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged man sensed an uncanny familiarity emanating from the headless corpse that lay sprawled on the ground. In the final instant before losing consciousness, he finally realized that it was, in fact, his own body. As he beheld the middle-aged man at the forefront suddenly have his head severed, the headless corpse, propelled by inertia, staggered forward for a couple of steps before collapsing onto the ground. Jean Xioli, who had been closely following, hastily halted her advance. However, due to the force of inertia, she continued to surge forward for a couple of steps before finally coming to a stop. Almost simultaneously with her cessation, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead, as if a keen blade had sliced through. Although Jean Xioli managed to stop, the burly African man, trailing closely behind her, struggled to maintain his momentum. Clutching the blonde-haired little girl in his arms, he was on the verge of colliding with her. Chapter 29. Trapped the moment the middle-aged man's head was severed. Chen Yang realized he had fallen victim to the night demon's cunning trap. In the original narrative, the night demon had meticulously orchestrated a series of interconnected snares, leaving no room for escape. Thus, he halted immediately, and in that instant, he witnessed Jean Xioli emit a cry of pain, standing frozen in place, just as the burly black man was about to collide with her. Danger dawned upon him. The disparity in their sizes was vast, even with his evolved first-tier strength. He lacked the confidence to restrain a creature resembling a black bear solely with his arm. Instead, he braced himself and crashed into the black man. After his evolution, Chen Yang's strength approached the pinnacle of human capability. With all his might, he collided with the robust figure, sending the black man crashing against the adjacent wall. The burly man, stunned and furious, was about to lunge at Chen Yang when he noticed Jean Shioli retreating slowly, then suddenly leaning against the opposite wall, gasping for breath. A long, straight wound marred her forehead, oozing beads of blood. At that moment, others too sensed something amiss and came to a standstill. Chen Yang uprose its head slowly, only to discover a razor-thin wire, as delicate as a hair, stretched taut across the passage. Perhaps to avoid reflection, the wire had been painted black, making it difficult to discern were it not for the blood droplets adorning it. Upon seeing the hair-like wire, the black man felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for Chen Yang's earlier collision, not only would Jean Shioli have lost her skull, but he and the little girl he held would have been severed in twain at the chest. Clearly, this wire was a mechanism set by the night demon, calculated to human height and placed at a treacherously low level. In their frantic attempts to escape, many had fallen victim to its deadly grasp, losing their heads and bodies alike. It was due to this height that the middle-aged man had his head cleanly severed, while Jean Shioli was merely grazed on her forehead. In a fit of rage, the black man set the little girl down, drew a tactical dagger from his waist, and struck fiercely at the black wire. Chen Yang, preoccupied with surveying their surroundings, noticed the man's actions too late to intervene. The severed wire, evidently controlled by a spring-like mechanism, responded instantly, with a sharp crack. It recoiled violently, ensnaring the black man in its grasp. He emitted a muffled grunt, his face paling as one of his thumbs was severed at the base, blood gushing forth like a torrent from a stump. Ma Ying, who had just finished bandaging Jean Shioli's forehead, hurriedly retrieved gauze to press against the black man's severed digit, securing it with a rubber band, and then produced a hemostatic spray from the supply depot to staunch the bleeding. Chen Yang took the tactical dagger from the muscular black man's hands and severed the ropes binding him, only to discover that he was evidently clad in a bulletproof vest. Had it not been for the vest protection, the blow would have been far more than a mere severing of a finger. It could have cost him his life or left him gravely injured. It is uncommon for an ordinary person to carry a bulletproof vest and a tactical dagger, especially when considering the blonde girl nestled protectively in the black man's embrace. He was clearly a bodyguard assigned to protect her, with the prior misfortunes of the middle-aged man and the black man in mind. Those eager to flee the nightclub became acutely aware of their precarious situation, treading cautiously. Even the originally domineering elite woman, Hannah Yang, stood frozen in fear, trembling uncontrollably, unable to make a move. Ma Ying swiftly bandaged the black man's wounds and reminded Chen Yang, according to the original script, there is also a jack mechanism here. We must escape immediately. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang recalled that in the narrative regarding the nightclub from Night Demon 2, only 3 mechanisms were mentioned: the meat grinder, the jack, and the waist-slicing blade. These traps did not claim the lives of all, yet the fates of the other survivors remained obscured in the film. Now, they had to confront these lethal unknowns to escape the nightclub. If Norris were here, he would surely send the newcomers ahead to scout the path. For some reason, that thought suddenly crossed Chen Yang's mind. Utilizing the inexperience to probe ahead appeared to be a prudent strategy, but considering the potential activation of the main god's repair program, Chen Yang, by nature, found himself incapable of such actions. Before entering the reincarnation world, he was merely an ordinary person, feeling outrage at the scenes of Jews being slaughtered in Schindler's List and exhilaration at the villain's demise in Killzone. Taking a deep breath, just as Chen Yang was about to step forward, he noticed the young prisoner, who had remained silent since entering the narrative world, suddenly move ahead. His pace was slow yet remarkably steady, his entire being taut with readiness for any eventuality. With the young prisoner leading the way, the others quickly followed. After rounding a corner, they were met with a cacophony of voices as 7 or 8 survivors rushed from another passage, fleeing toward the exit. Among them was a blonde woman, who in the original plot was Elena's close friend. Ma Ying urged, follow them, but maintain a distance. In the original narrative, they fell into a trap and were crushed by the jack. Upon hearing her words, those who had intended to catch up immediately slowed their pace, keeping a distance of 7 to 8 meters behind the blonde woman. After turning another corner, they encountered a passage extending over 10 meters. The group, led by the blonde woman, approached the staircase. At that moment, Elena unexpectedly descended the stairs, and the two, having narrowly escaped peril, joyously clasped hands in their reunion. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Yang immediately sensed the impending danger. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, when the two individuals met, one was beneath the jack while the other stood outside of it. Such a scenario had never unfolded. He quickened his pace, intent on escaping, only to hear a sudden clang. A metal barrier abruptly sprang forth from the right wall, obstructing his path. Simultaneously, another iron gate emerged from the very spot the crowd had just vacated, effectively trapping them in the middle. A wave of despair washed over Chen Yang. It was evident that the night demon had marked them as primary targets, allowing the blonde woman and her companions to pass unhindered, while he, having placed too much faith in the original storyline, found himself ensnared in this perilous trap. Chapter 30. The Catastrophe. A series of ominous cracking sounds echoed above the crowd, prompting Chen Yang to look up. To his horror, he beheld a massive, heavy steel plate slowly descending from above. This was indeed a true catastrophe, and panic swiftly gripped everyone present. A burly black man drew his tactical knife, scraping it against the iron bars, but could only leave shallow marks upon their surface. The steel plate descended at a languid pace, yet this only intensified the collective dread. With each passing second, as the plate lowered by an inch, the fear in their hearts doubled. Regardless of whether they had ever watched such a horror film, all understood the inevitable outcome. The steel plate would continue its descent until it crushed them into mere pulp. The maddening realization of their impending doom, coupled with their helplessness, was enough to drive anyone to insanity. In this life-and-death moment, the psychological resilience of each individual was laid bare. Among the seasoned survivors, Chen Yang and his three companions, who had previously faced the terrors of the human skin, fared slightly better. They understood one crucial truth. In the face of danger, maintaining composure was paramount. Otherwise, they would have no opportunity to escape. A majority of the newcomers, having just entered the world of horror, were in a state of utter disarray. Most of them were merely ordinary individuals in the real world, and the gruesome scene before them was something they had only ever witnessed in films, never having experienced such visceral terror firsthand. The chaos surrounding them only served to highlight the calmness of the young prisoner and the burly black man. The young prisoner exhibited a chilling indifference to life, while the black man appeared as a steadfast warrior, seasoned by numerous battles. "Let me out, please," Chen Yang cried out, shaking the iron bars desperately, but only managing to make them tremble slightly. Observing the faint quiver of the iron bars, a thought struck Chen Yang. These bars were mechanically controlled. If one possessed sufficient strength, it might be possible to pry them apart. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang crouched slightly, gripping the bars firmly. The black man, noticing Chen Yang's intentions, placed the mixed-race girl on the ground and stood beside him, grasping the bars as well. As Chen Yang summoned his immense strength, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. The muscles in his arms bulged prominently, and the veins stood out like worms beneath his skin, even tearing through the fabric of his sleeves to reveal his formidable physique. The black man, taken aback by the extraordinary display of strength emanating from Chen Yang's seemingly diminutive frame, glanced at him in surprise. Yet there was no time for astonishment. He gripped the iron bars firmly, exerting force alongside Chen Yang. The passageway was too narrow for more than two individuals to stand side by side. Even if Ma Ying and the others wished to assist, they had no space to do so, and thus could only retreat, clearing a path for the two to exert their efforts. With a soft, hissing sound, the black man's previously bandaged finger burst open once more, blood seeping forth. Under the combined strength of the two, the iron bars emitted a creaking noise, gradually revealing a narrow gap. Upon discovering a narrow gap in the iron bars, everyone was filled with unrestrained joy. Chen Yang was the first to attempt an escape, only to be abruptly kicked aside by Jean Shioli, who ensured the mixed-race girl made it through before following closely behind, gripping the iron bars with all her might. Thanks to Jean Shioli's decisive action, the others refrained from rushing in a frenzy, instead emerging one by one in an orderly fashion. Despite their swift movements, when Ma Ying was the last to exit, The steel plate above had descended to a mere height of less than a person. Chen Yang, being shorter, fared slightly better, while the towering African man was forced to kneel on the ground, blood streaming from his severed fingers, dripping steadily onto the floor. You saved both me and my Lanza. I owe you 2 favors, and I shall repay you one now, the African man declared, gesturing outward with a nod, signaling Chen Yang to proceed. Aware of the urgency, Chen Yang grasped the iron bars tightly, pushing off the wall with all his strength, taking 2 swift steps before vaulting over the bars. The moment Chen Yang cleared the iron bars, the African man could no longer support himself. The bars rebounded, and the steel plate continued its relentless descent. Even on his knees, the man found it impossible to raise his head, utterly depleted of strength. As Chen Yang squeezed through, he seized the iron bars once more, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, yet he could feel his energy waning. Jean Shioli's strength paled in comparison to that of the African man, and despite their combined efforts, the bars barely shifted. At that moment, the steel plate loomed perilously low, merely 50 or 60 centimeters from the ground. The African man, grasping the bars, could no longer maintain even a half-crouch, compelled to bow down, eventually collapsing onto the ground. Gasping for breath, the African man managed to pass his tactical dagger through the gap in the bars to Chen Yang, pointing to the blonde girl, instructing, "Please protect her." "Big Bear." The blonde girl cried out, tears streaming down her face. Chen Yang cradled her in his arms, nodding vigorously, feeling a surge of emotion welling in his eyes. The African man offered a faint smile to the girl, revealing a brilliant set of white teeth, making a reassuring gesture before hesitating slightly and addressing Chen Yang. My Lanza was abused in her childhood, which has made her personality somewhat peculiar. At times, she may transform into another person. Please, I implore you to safeguard her. Before he could finish his plea, the African man found his voice stifled as the steel plate gradually descended, distorting his features, his eyes bulging like those of startled goldfish. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the plate slammed down. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed, and blood gushed forth from beneath the steel plate, painting the ground a vivid crimson in mere moments. Witnessing the blood pooling beneath the steel plate, a heavy silence enveloped the group, save for the heartbreaking cries of the blonde girl. The lives of all individuals can be said to have been entirely saved by the valiant African man. Without him, Chen Yang alone would undoubtedly have been incapable of prying open the iron bars controlled by the mechanism. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed from above, followed by the shattering of glass and the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice repeatedly cried for help, unmistakably that of the heroine, Elena. Chapter 31. Time-limited rescue. Chen Yang bowed deeply to the burly black man, handing the golden-haired little girl to Ma Ying before leading the way forward. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, the group beheld Elena's close friend, who was sitting against the wall with her hands clutching her neck, blood seeping through her fingers in a steady trickle. The window facing the corridor had been shattered, allowing the cool night breeze to waft in, carrying with it a heavy scent of blood that sent shivers down their spines. Chen Yang cautiously approached the window to assess the situation and spotted the golden-haired young man, Elena's unfaithful boyfriend, lying on a car roof, face up, having narrowly escaped the meat grinder mechanism. However, both Akin and Elena had vanished without a trace. This scene mirrored the original plot, where Akin broke free from his chains in the nightclub. Yet the night demon-esque focus on Chen Yang and his companions had delayed their encounter with Akin, the film's male lead. The distance from his 2nd floor to the ground was approximately 5 meters, although the car below provided some cushioning. Such a height posed the risk of a severe injury. Chen Yang inwardly regretted not having exchanged for some ropes or other escape gear in the main god space. Fortunately, he was prepared. Zheng Yongjian, the outdoor streamer, grinned with satisfaction as he pulled open his tactical jacket, revealing a specially designed vest adorned with various carabiners and gadgets. Most notably, a coiled length of rope captured everyone's attention. Sensing their curiosity, Zheng Yongjian deftly secured the rope while explaining, "I was supposed to be live streaming in Shenangjia before entering here, so I came well equipped." As he spoke, he retrieved a lollipop from his bag and popped it into his mouth, acknowledging the peculiarity of his action with a brief explanation. Sweets help alleviate tension. I always enjoy a lollipop while watching horror films. Uncertain if it was due to the night demon having found a suitable trophy. The creature did not reappear until Chen Yang was the last to descend the stairs, despite the countdown on his metallic wristwatch still showing 3 minutes remaining. The elapsed time from the meat grinder-esque descent to their escape from the nightclub felt excruciatingly long, yet only 7 minutes had actually passed. As soon as Chen Yang reached the ground, he heard the distant roar of an engine. A white van emerged slowly from the shadows, then accelerated away, its rear door emblazoned with an insect emblem, the very vehicle associated with the night demon, which had made several appearances in the first installment of the series. It's the night demon. Chen Yang reacted instinctively, drawing his handgun. Just then, his metallic wristwatch vibrated violently. This momentary distraction allowed the insect-emblazoned white van to round a corner and vanish from sight entirely. Chen Yang holstered his firearm and glanced at the metallic watch, where the countdown that had previously been visible had vanished, replaced by several lines of small text. Nightclub escape mission completed. Each team member awarded 500 reward points. Current scenario task 2. Rescue Elena within 5 hours. If successful, each team member will receive 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points. If failed, a deduction of 1,500 reward points will occur. Team members returning to the main god space with negative reward points will face obliteration. Upon comprehending the tasks displayed on the watch, a chill coursed through Chen Yang. The 2 horror films he had endured, whether the chilling Final Destination or the Human Centipede, had presented time-restricted survival missions. As long as one could survive within the narrative realm for a stipulated duration, the task would be deemed complete. However, the current directive was a time-sensitive rescue mission, implying they would need to confront the night demon directly within that sinister hotel. The mere thought of the countless lethal traps within the hotel sent shivers down Chen Yang's spine, for that foreboding establishment was the night demon's lair, riddled with perilous mechanisms far surpassing those of the nightclub. As he lifted his gaze, it was evident that the others wore pale expressions. Regardless of their familiarity with a horror film, having experienced the nightclub's traps, they all understood the daunting nature of the task to rescue Elena from the night demon. Hannah Yang, an elite woman adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, suddenly interjected, "I believe we should contact the police and let them rescue Elena." Her reasoning seemed rooted in the conventional belief that in times of trouble, one should seek police assistance. This notion garnered agreement from 2 of the other newcomers, who nodded in affirmation. With a sigh, Chen Yang recognized the naivety of their thoughts, yet the harsh reality loomed large. He regarded the elite woman and coldly inquired, "Do you possess a passport? Can you validate your identity? Would the police believe your words?" The barrage of questions left the 3 intent on contacting the authorities momentarily speechless. Chen Yang continued, "If we proceed to report to the police now, this group of individuals without identification, are most likely to be detained for questioning. Considering the efficiency of law enforcement, by the time they ascertain the situation, it will be well past dawn tomorrow. At that point, we will have exceeded the 5 hours allotted by the main god, resulting in a deduction of 1,500 reward points. Even if we manage to return to the main god space, we would face annihilation." Thus, he asserted that not only should they refrain from involving the police, but they must also distance themselves from any law enforcement presence and hasten to locate the night demon's lair to rescue Elena. With nearly 100 lives lost in the nightclub, any nation would deem such a tragedy an extremely grave criminal case. Chen Yang surmised that the police would soon arrive, prompting him to lead the group of newcomers swiftly through 2 streets before pausing. Along the way, Chen Yang gleaned information about the remaining 7 newcomers. Besides the outdoor streamer Zheng Yongjian, Zhou Maxin, and Hannah Yang, he learned that the martial arts practitioner Zhao Hongxin was a coach, while the alluring male dancer, despite his delicate appearance, was named Cheng Polong and was a performer in a dance troupe. Su Yunmo. When it was the turn of the young prisoner, he merely stated his name in a cold manner, uttering nothing further. His demeanor was frigid, and naturally, no one dared to inquire further. Eventually, only the blonde little girl remained, having witnessed the brutal demise of the muscular black man before her. Her emotions were evidently spiraling out of control. Regardless of who spoke to her, she merely fixed her gaze upon them, devoid of any intention to engage. Chen Yang approached her, crouched down, and gazed into her eyes, saying, "Your name is Mylansha, is it? A truly beautiful name. De Xiong sacrificed his life to protect you. Thus your existence now holds significance not only for yourself, but also for De Xiong. Do you understand?" Chapter 32. The Seiko. And upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the golden-haired little girl's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She nodded earnestly, wiping away the traces of tears on her face. Chen Yang excelled deeply. In this treacherous horror narrative, he could not tend to everyone's emotional states. His sole focus was to protect the golden-haired girl left behind by the formidable black man, though he lacked both the time and the capacity to comfort her. The countdown on the metallic watch had commenced, ticking down the 5 hours like a time bomb, instilling a sense of urgency in everyone. To rescue Elena, their primary task was to locate the lair of the night demon. In the original plot, Akin discovered the night demon's hideout by marking his arm after being confined in a cupboard, leading him step by step to the destination. However, Chen Yang and his companions could entirely bypass this phase, for they had already viewed this horror film and were well acquainted with its storyline. Unlike ordinary viewers who seek sensory or psychological thrills from horror films, Chen Yang and his companions watched these films in the realm of the main god to thoroughly comprehend the plot. Thus, they had memorized essential information, such as names and locations, from the narrative. Even if a place was mentioned only once in the news within the original storyline, it was firmly retained in Ma Ying's memory. When Chen Yang inquired, Ma Ying promptly recited the detailed address, 1167, Tracy Road, the Old Seiko Inn. Armed with this information, their next objective was to find a vehicle large enough to accommodate everyone and a driver familiar with the area. After hastily tidying up the bloodstains on their clothes, they conducted mutual checks. Thanks to the cover of night and the fact that the blood had dried, the stains on their garments were not particularly conspicuous. Perhaps due to the late hour, Chen Yang and his group traversed 2 streets without encountering a single taxi. When they attempted to hail other vehicles, none would stop. Observing the lack of response and the relentless ticking of the countdown, Chen Yang felt a surge of anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, he turned and asked, "Is there anyone here who can steal a car or knows about automotive circuitry?" The group exchanged glances, all having been ordinary individuals before entering this horror film world, incapable of smashing car windows and hot-wiring vehicles like in the movies. Noticing the lack of any replies, Zhou Maxin suddenly stepped forward. She tore her evening gown from the chest, revealing a delicate black lace underneath, then gestured for everyone to stand back as she positioned herself under a street lamp to flag down a car. This time, her efforts proved unexpectedly effective. It was not long before a cargo van pulled over beside her. As the driver's window slid down, a young black man whistled and remarked, "Hey there, beautiful. I happen to be heading out for a delivery. Do you need a ride?" Zhou Maxin smiled sweetly at the young black man, her delicate phoenix eyes slightly tilted, as if casting an enchanting spell. The young man immediately squinted with excitement and opened the car door, seizing the moment while the model had him entranced. Chen Yang swiftly approached from behind, pressing his gun against the young man's temple. Startled by the sudden shift from flirtation to danger, the young man quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, "Hi, I'm just a truck driver. I have no money in my pockets." He reluctantly opened the cargo door. With the gun pointed at his head, he obediently revealed the empty cargo space, muttering, "It's empty back here. I think you've mistaken me for someone else." Chen Yang glanced at the barren interior and gestured for the others to climb inside. The young man, observing the group entering the truck, couldn't he help but protest. "This is for cargo. It's not safe inside." When it was Zhou Maxin's turn, the tall beauty smiled gently at him and softly said, "Sorry. Miss, can I get your number? Or perhaps your Twitter?" Despite the perilous situation, the young man continued his attempts at flirtation, prompting Chen Yang to feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Do you know the old Saigao Hotel at 1167 Tracy Avenue?" he inquired. "That place has been abandoned for ages. Are you looking for a hotel? I know of a spot." "Enough chit-chat, drive," Chen Yang commanded, forcing him into the vehicle. Take us there, and I will let you go once we arrive. Perhaps due to living in a country with lax gun control, the young man remained surprisingly composed. Even with a gun pressed to his head, calmly driving while incessantly chattering. To avoid alerting anyone, Chen Yang signaled him to stop the car a street away, promptly binding the young man to the driver's seat and gagging him with a cloth. Even at this moment, the young man was still fixated on Zhou Machine, attempting to exchange Twitter details. It seems this fellow is truly smitten by you, Chen Yang remarked humorously, stuffing a rag into the young man's mouth before proceeding toward the direction he indicated. Turning a corner along the street, they soon beheld the old Saigao Hotel, where the night demon was rumored to reside. The building, clearly abandoned, stood 3 stories tall, its walls marred and crumbling, shrouded in darkness except for the illuminated letters atop that read, Saigao Hotel. Ming scanned the surroundings and suddenly tugged at Chen Yang's arm, pointing to a distant vehicle. That's the car belonging to the mercenary team. They're moving swiftly. Noticing the solitary vehicle parked in the shadows before the hotel, Chen Yang instinctively checked his metallic wristwatch, which displayed a countdown of 4 hours. In this regard, the mercenary team summoned by Elena's father was impressively efficient, having abducted a Jean from the hospital and located the night demon's lair within just 1 hour. The entrance and windows of the inn had been completely sealed. As Chen Yang walked a short distance down the entrance, he beheld a wide-open iron gate. Before the gate stood a heavily armed bald Caucasian, whose hands gripped a submachine gun, periodically scanning the surroundings. Seemingly alerted by the sounds made by Chen Yang and his companions, he abruptly swung the barrel of his weapon toward their direction. Who goes there? Step forward. The bald man fixed a wary gaze upon the direction of Chen Yang, his index finger poised tightly on the trigger, exuding an air of readiness to fire at any moment. Chapter 33. Mercenary Squad. Chen Yang approached the mercenaries before him with no ill intent. To some extent, the objectives of both teams aligned. He raised his hands and slowly emerged from the shadows, signaling his peaceful intentions, declaring, "Revenge. The night demon has slain my kin, and I have come to seek vengeance." From a news displayed at the beginning of the film, it was evident that prior to the massacre at the nightclub, the night demon had already claimed over 50 lives, rendering Chen Yang's words devoid of any flaws. "Stay right where you are." The bald-headed man stepped forward, brandishing a tactical flashlight towards Chen Yang's direction. Upon noticing the dark throng of individuals, he tightened his grip on his weapon, his lips twitching with tension as he bellowed, "Step out one by one, and keep your hands where I can see them." As he discerned the mix of men, women, and even children among the crowd, the bald man relaxed slightly, yet still showed no inclination to lower his firearm. With a hint of hesitation, he inquired, "How is it that there are so many of you?" Chen Yang had already prepared his response and replied without a moment's pause, "Each of us has lost loved ones to the night demon. We have united to form a fellowship, and these are the members of our assembly." The term fellowship is a common designation in the United States, and the bald man showed no signs of skepticism. He aimed his weapon at a young girl, mocking, "What can you possibly do with such a small child? Are you here for a stroll in the park?" After posing this question, he seemed to recall something and inquired warily, "How did you find this place?" With a faint smile, Chen Yang responded, "It is not only you who have taken notice of Akin. It appears you have been trailing us." Upon hearing Akin's name, the bald man exhaled deeply, saying, "It seems our goals are aligned. We both seek to eliminate the night demon. However, we also need to rescue a girl named Elena. Should you encounter her, please assist us in her extraction." This was precisely the task assigned by the master, and Chen Yang readily agreed. At this, the bald man lowered his weapon and slightly tilted his head, reporting the situation to the mercenary squad through the earpiece he wore. It was apparent that the mercenary squad had only recently entered the hotel. Upon receiving the bald man's report, they soon emerged, led by a middle-aged man in his 40s, Lucero, the squad leader, with a rifle slung over his shoulder and a tactical flashlight in one hand. He regarded Chen Yang and the others with a look of confusion. In addition to Lucero and the bald man at the door, the mercenary squad consisted of 4 additional members: a white mercenary clad in a checkered shirt, wielding a submachine gun, a black mercenary with a buzz cut, armed with a shotgun, and a black female mercenary brandishing a handgun. Among them stood Akin, the film's protagonist, his arm wrapped in white bandages, appearing somewhat helpless amidst the group. As Chen Yang stepped into the narrative realm, it was the first time he laid eyes on Akin himself. He couldn't help but scrutinize him for a moment. Akin to a scene from a film, Akin sported a robust beard, and his blue eyes shimmered with an air of melancholy. Noticing Chen Yang's gaze, Akin flashed him a smile, to which Chen Yang responded with a warm grin. Based on the plot of the first installment of Night Demon, Akin, although compelled by necessity to engage in burglary, was inherently a good soul. Upon discovering the plight of the homeowner's family, he immediately extended a helping hand. After escaping from the villa, he inadvertently found the homeowner's young daughter helplessly standing by the window, prompting him to return to rescue her. In addition to Akin's displayed kindness within the storyline, his understanding of mechanisms and lock-picking skills would play a pivotal role in the unfolding narrative. In many respects, he was more suited as a partner than the mercenary team, proving to be more beneficial. While Chen Yang appraised Akin, the mercenary captain, Lu Sero, was also sizing up Chen Yang and his companions. With his vast experience, he quickly discerned that this peculiar group was rather unusual. Aside from a few individuals equipped with weapons who appeared quite competent, the rest hardly resembled Avengers. Among them were a businesswoman dressed for work, a model in a tattered evening gown, and a girl who looked to be around 10 years old. After scrutinizing them for a moment, Lucero suddenly inquired, "Chinese? Korean? Or Japanese?" "Chinese," Chen Yang replied earnestly. "Such questions are futile. What you should focus on now is saving the person." With each passing minute, Elena's peril increases. This statement struck a chord with Lucero. Despite the oddity of the gathered individuals, it was evident they were not aligned with the Night Demon. Their inclusion would provide a greater number of scouts, especially considering the current circumstances indicated that the Night Demon was adept at setting traps. With this in mind, Lucero extended his hand toward Chen Yang for a handshake, saying, "Lucero, it appears Lin has informed you that our primary objective is to rescue Elena. Of course, if I happen to encounter that scoundrel, I wouldn't mind eliminating him." As Chen Yang clasped Lucero's hand, he immediately felt as though he were grasping an iron vice, one that was tightening with relentless force. Had this been before his entrance into the Night Demon realm with an ordinary physique, such a deliberate grip from Lucero would have likely caused Chen Yang to embarrass himself on the spot. Yet now, having evolved to a first-tier strength, he found himself equally matched, if not superior, to Lucero in terms of power. As they shook hands, observing Chen Yang's composed demeanor and the strength with which he returned the grip, one that even caused a twinge of pain in Lucero's hand, Lucero's furrowed brow deepened but relaxed slightly. After all, they were now allies in the same battle, and the stronger Chen Yang was, the greater their chances of overcoming the Night Demon. Chen Yang has gained a renewed understanding of Lucero before him. After all, in the original narrative, the performance of the entire mercenary squad was rather dismal. One by one, they either fell victim to the traps set by the Night Demon or were slain by the Night Demon's own hand, resulting in the complete annihilation of their team. However, it now appears that this mercenary squad possesses commendable strength. A significant portion of their defeat can be attributed to their underestimation of the myriad traps laid by the Night Demon, as well as their inherent unsuitability for such combat. Following a brief contest, both individuals found themselves mutually respecting one another. Time was of the essence for Chen Yang and his companions, who were racing against the clock, and for the mercenary squad eager to rescue Elena. The urgency was palpable. The longer they delayed, the dimmer the hope of saving Elena became. Neither party expressed any intention to introduce their respective team members. Lucero gestured with his firearm towards Akin, indicating that Akin should lead the way ahead. Chapter 34. The acid trap with a gun pointed at his head by Lucero, Akin displayed an expression of helplessness, muttering a curse under his breath before leading the way inside. Once again, the balding white man was left outside by Lucero. Thinking of the balding man's fate, Chen Yang couldn't help but caution him, be wary of a sneak attack from the Night Demon. The balding man adjusted his grip on the gun and grinned. "I actually welcome him to try. I'll make him regret it," with a swift kick to his backside. Seeing the balding man's nonchalant demeanor, Chen Yang sighed inwardly, choosing not to say more. Such well-intentioned warnings remained within the bounds of the main deity's tolerance, but any further comments would surely incur appropriate punishment. Upon entering the Iron Gate, a faint metallic scent of blood engulfed them. The dimly lit corridor was illuminated by sparse, cold white lights, casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere that obscured distant details. As Chen Yang gazed into the dark passage, the lingering odor of blood momentarily disoriented him, as if he were once again in the underground torture chambers of the human skin inn, but this time confronted with far more terrifying killing mechanisms. The oppressive environment weighed heavily on everyone, including the mercenary team, led by Lechero, who instinctively held their breath and slowed their pace. As Chen Yang walked, he remained vigilant. Although the original narrative lacked direct references, it was evident that this corridor was equipped with surveillance cameras, placing their every move under the watchful eye of the Night Demon, rendering them entirely reactive and manipulated. Indeed, it wasn't long before Chen Yang reached a camera tucked into the corner. The camera had been deliberately painted black, almost blending seamlessly with the dark wall, and coupled with the dim lighting of the corridor, it would have gone unnoticed had Chen Yang not been observant. Gently tapping Lechero on the shoulder, he pointed to the camera above. Lechero's expression changed. As a mercenary, he understood the implication. Every action was being monitored by the Night Demon. Damn it! At Chen Yang's indication, the mercenary with the chicken head also spotted the camera overhead, cursing as he stepped forward and shot it down. In that instant, as the camera shattered, a sharp sound echoed, and Chen Yang sensed impending danger, hastily retreating 2 steps. A noxious yellow liquid erupted violently from the broken camera, splattering onto the face of the chicken-headed mercenary. He screamed in agony as the corrosive yellow liquid rapidly formed visible blisters on his face, which soon burst. The chicken-headed mercenary dropped his gun, reaching to wipe the yellow substance from his face, only to find the flesh peeling away, revealing a ghastly white skull beneath. Chen Yang was also splashed by the yellow liquid, a sharp pain coursing through his hand, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. A drop of the corrosive liquid landed on the back of his right hand, causing the skin to sink into a small crater, revealing the red flesh beneath. He swiftly drew the tactical dagger left to him by the burly black man and cut away the flesh that had been eroded by the yellow substance. Beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Ma Ying hurriedly retrieved a hemostatic spray and applied it to the back of Chen Yang's hand, wrapping it with gauze. Meanwhile, the mercenary known as Cockhead lay writhing on the ground in agony, his face grotesquely disfigured under the harsh white light. This trap had not existed in the original narrative. The mercenary team had been overly complacent, failing to notice the camera hidden in the corner. Witnessing the horrific state of Cockhead, Chen Yang, having endured the brutal tortures within the skinning inn, appeared somewhat composed compared to the group of newcomers, who were all ashen-faced, with Hannah Young doubling over to vomit. The hot-tempered figure in the checkered shirt cursed vehemently, suddenly aiming his shotgun at Chen Yang and accusing, "You knew there was a trap, didn't you? Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you disable the camera yourself?" As the checkered shirt leveled his gun at Chen Yang, Ma Ying immediately aimed at his head, shouting, "Lower your weapon." Chen Yang gently pressed down on Ma Ying's gun, locking eyes with the checkered shirt as he coldly replied, "I merely noticed the camera and wanted to alert you. I have never been here before. How could I know about the trap? Lower your gun," Lucero commanded in a deep voice. The checkered shirt, muttering curses under his breath, reluctantly lowered his weapon, though his eyes remained fixed on Chen Yang with hostility. Lucero, his face contorted with displeasure as he gazed at the still twitching Cockhead, veins bulging in his hands, hesitated for a moment before pressing his gun to Cockhead's head. The mercenary's face was so corroded that the bones were exposed, smoke still rising from the remnants, rendering any hope of revival utterly futile. The female mercenary averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. A gunshot rang out, and Cockhead finally ceased his convulsions. Lucero wiped the blood from his face, exchanged a glance with Chen Yang, and then gestured with his gun for Akin to continue leading the way. Chen Yang understood the implication of that glance. Lucero had inferred that Chen Yang had spotted the camera, yet it was Cockhead's recklessness that had led to his demise. Lucero's dissatisfaction was palpable, perhaps even darkly considering that he might believe Chen Yang was aware of the trap, thus leading others into danger. Unbeknownst to them, a subtle rift had begun to form. Observing the mercenary's acid-corroded body, Akin, despite being threatened by Lucero's gun, staunchly refused to move forward. He shouted, "Even with a gun pointed at me, I will not take another step." Lucero coldly regarded him, stating, "You have abandoned that girl once. Do you truly intend to do so again?" From the original storyline, it is evident that although Akin is a thief, his heart is not inherently malevolent. One might even say he possesses a touch of altruism. In the narrative of Night Demon's first installment, he returns to rescue a little girl after having escaped from the villa. Lucero's words resonate deeply within him, prompting a brief silence before he responds, "At the very least, grant me something for self-defense." After a moment of contemplation, Lucero retrieves a wolf-eye flashlight from his waist and hands it to him. Akin gazes at the flashlight, which is no thicker than a pen, and murmurs, "Are you certain you are not jesting?" Observing the mercenary's wariness towards Akin, Chen Yang offers him a tactical dagger left behind by the burly black man, saying, "Take this. It belonged to a friend who perished at the hands of the night demon. I hope you can use it to strike a few blows against him." Chapter 35. The Frenzied Tide. Although Lucero harbored some dissatisfaction with Chen Yang's unilateral decision regarding Akin's weaponry, he refrained from voicing his grievances, merely shaking his head to signal Akin to proceed ahead. The group continued onward, with Su Yunmu being the first to advance. Swiftly retrieving the discarded shotgun and tactical flashlight from the mercenary known as the Rooster, he gingerly extracted bullets from the mercenary's person, stowing them in his own bag. Lucero cast a cold glance at him, but chose not to comment further. Observing Su Yunmu adeptly chambering around to inspect the firearm, Chen Yang's eyes narrowed. In reality, gun control is exceedingly stringent, and an ordinary person may never handle a firearm in their lifetime. Thus, Su Yunmu's background was evidently not simple. After navigating 2 sharp turns, the group entered a hall illuminated by ominous purple lights, which only heightened the eerie atmosphere. At that moment, a sudden noise echoed from ahead, and a shadow flickered on the wall, indicating that something lurked within. Lucero promptly directed the tactical flashlight forward and inquired of Akin, "Who is there?" Akin shook his head, signaling his ignorance, and cautiously activated his own wolf-eye flashlight to scrutinize the surroundings. Chen Yang took a few steps forward, aligning himself alongside Akin. The inclusion of their group of reincarnators had undoubtedly influenced the unfolding narrative, and he was determined to prevent the kind-hearted Akin from falling victim to an unforeseen trap. Grateful for Chen Yang's presence, Akin held the flashlight in his left hand and gripped the tactical dagger in his right, cautiously advancing step by step. After a brief distance, they encountered the ground littered with discarded syringes, stained with dried blood, while against the wall stood rows of iron cages, instilling a deep sense of dread. Chen Yang tightened his grip on his firearm, recognizing that they were in the very location depicted in the film where the night demon injected its victims, rendering them completely irrational. He instinctively glanced upward, hoping to catch a glimpse of the night demon's presence, but the darkness obscured everything from view. At that moment, a gunshot suddenly erupted in Lucero's earpiece, the sound reverberating loudly enough for the others to hear. Lucero quickly adjusted his earpiece and inquired, "Lin, what has happened?" Silence greeted him from the earpiece, and Lucero's expression darkened, clearly realizing that the bald white man stationed at the entrance was in peril. Chen Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. As per the original narrative, Lin, who was supposed to guard the entrance, had evidently fallen victim to the night demon. Akin instinctively turned to glance back, and at that moment, a disheveled woman suddenly lunged from the cage before him, startling him and causing him to stumble backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, a white figure sprang forth from the shadows, lunging towards him. In just a few short steps, and with Chen Yang already prepared, he fired a shot at the white figure's head the instant it emerged. The figure fell in response, and under the illumination of the tactical flashlight, it revealed a body marred with wounds, its face obscured by a white mask, with eyes wide open yet devoid of any spark of life. The African female mercenary approached for inspection, removing the mask from his face to scrutinize him closely. His tongue has been chewed away, and his pupils are completely dilated, she remarked, shining her tactical flashlight onto the syringe on the ground. This individual has injected an excessive amount of anesthetics and is now in a state of delirium. Akin gazed at the corpse on the ground, his eyes reflecting a sorrowful empathy for the plight of the fallen. He abused them, hanging those he captured. If anyone disobeyed, he turned them into dogs. Chen Yang swung his tactical flashlight inward, revealing a mound formed by severed limbs, which left the plaid-shirt man aghast and enraged. Lu Qiaoluo's face darkened, clearly realizing the true nature of the enemy they were up against. He glanced at Chen Yang and inquired, "Do you have any suggestions?" Chen Yang sighed inwardly. As the leader of the mercenary team, Lu Qiaoluo's question indicated that his resolve had been shaken. In the original narrative, this mercenary squad had not encountered the perilous traps of the nightclub, leading to a gross underestimation of the night demoness' strength and ultimately their total annihilation. Before Chen Yang could respond, a throng surged forth from the darkness, clearly in a state of confusion. Even in the face of ominous gun barrels, they charged fearlessly into the fray. Several guns fired simultaneously, taking down the assailants one by one, yet the tide of attackers only swelled, with drugged individuals erupting from every corner, resembling a relentless wave. In this moment of crisis, instinctively, everyone huddled closer together. However, due to prior tensions, the members of the reincarnation group and the mercenary squad unconsciously distanced themselves from one another. As the drugged assailants closed in, the gap between the two teams widened perilously. Armed with only light weaponry, they struggled to withstand the onslaught, with the encroaching figures now a mere 10 meters away. The ammunition was rapidly depleting. In no time, Chen Yang had exhausted his rounds, leaving him with but a single magazine. As he reloaded, he urged the group to retreat, but amidst the chaos, a sharp crack echoed, followed by Hannah's scream. A massive bear trap had ensnared her left leg, the immense force fracturing her calf. As everyone retreated, the elite female, caught in the bear trap, became an easy target, swiftly overwhelmed by a horde of drugged individuals. Her cries echoed in the air, abruptly silenced, perhaps by a fatal bite to her throat. Chen Yang illuminated the ground with his tactical flashlight, revealing the pitch-black surface riddled with bear traps, extending into a narrow passage. Under the beam of light, the traps bore mottled dark red stains, a clear indication of dry blood. The spacing between these traps is evidently meticulously arranged. Evading one trap inevitably leads one into another. As a master of traps, the night demon has astutely discerned the intricacies of human thought. Although Hannah Yang has temporarily captured the attention of the potion bearers, a multitude of them continues to surge forth. It appears that the passage, laden with traps, is devoid of their presence for the moment. In this critical situation, Chen Yang, without a moment's hesitation, raises his firearm and fires. The impact of the bullets triggers the traps, resulting in a cacophony of sounds as over a dozen traps spring into action. Subsequently, the group rushes in, swiftly entering the passage. Chapter 36. The death of Hong Xian. The passageway barely allowed two individuals to walk side by side. In this confined environment, Su Yunmu wielded his shotgun with devastating efficacy. Each shot released a powerful blast, scattering pellets in a wide arc. With each fallen adversary, the advancing foes were momentarily halted. Thus, Su Yunmu and Ma Ying secured the rear, while Chen Yang forged ahead, swiftly traversing the narrow corridor of over 10 meters until they arrived at a wooden door equipped with a handle. As Chen Yang pressed down on the handle, a sense of unease washed over him. He felt an unexpected resistance the moment he touched it. Instinctively reacting to this ominous sensation, he released his grip and leaned back, collapsing like a felled tree. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, and at that very instant, a blade over a meter long descended perilously close to his nose. Had his reflexes been but a fraction slower, the guillotine would have cleaved him in twain. Even amidst the cacophony of the howling foes, the sound of the descending blade rang sharply in the air. At that critical juncture, Su Yunmu's shotgun had exhausted its ammunition, and Ma Ying was in the process of reloading her final magazine. Startled by the menacing wind, Ma Ying faltered, her movements momentarily stilled, allowing the relentless tide of adversaries to surge forward unchecked. In the blink of an eye, The grotesque figures were mere steps away from Ma Ying. Before they even reached her, the acrid stench of their blood mingled with a nauseating odor filled the air, provoking a visceral reaction. Overwhelmed by the imminent danger, Ma Ying felt an uncontrollable surge of anxiety, her hands trembling slightly, a natural response that could prove fatal. With her magazine yet to be swapped, the foes were upon her. In that dire moment, Su Yunmu, positioned behind her, discarded his shotgun, bracing himself against the walls. He delivered a powerful kick to one of the foes, sending it sprawling and crashing into another, both collapsing to the ground. With a decisive click, Ma Ying replaced her magazine just as she fired at a foe attempting to rise, calling out, "Chen Yang, are you all right?" Chen Yang quickly reassured her, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he rose. Hearing his voice, Ma Ying exhaled in relief. It was only then that she realized. After their mutual support in the human skin inn, she had come to rely heavily on Chen Yang. She shot down the leading adversary, exclaiming, "I have only one magazine left." Before entering the narrative realm of Night Demon 2, Ma Ying had exchanged for 3 sets of ammunition, totaling 90 rounds, 6 magazines. Yet they had been expended in a matter of moments, highlighting the ferocity of their battle. Chen Yang understood the urgency of their situation. The newly descended guillotine, controlled by a mechanism, continued to swing with alarming speed, resembling a pendulum that rendered the doorway impenetrable. With the guillotine in place, passage through the door was utterly impossible. Chen Yang took a deep breath, having evolved to a first-tier mental power. Although the guillotine moved with great swiftness, he could still discern its trajectory with clarity. Gradually, Chen Yang's body began to sway in rhythm with the guillotine's oscillation. Zhao Hongxin, standing behind him, was astonished to observe that Chen Yang's swaying frequency increasingly matched that of the guillotine. Just as their movements synchronized perfectly, Chen Yang abruptly extended his hands and firmly clasped the guillotine with his palms. The guillotine, which had been in motion, came to an abrupt halt. Chen Yang positioned himself sideways, signaling for Zhao Hongxin to hurry through. Beyond the door lay a spiraling staircase. Zhao Hongxin swiftly ascended, his tall stature allowing him to cover 2 steps at a time. He soon reached the corner of the staircase, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a void beneath his left foot. Before entering the cycle of reincarnation, Zhao Hongxin was a sparring coach at a martial arts school, possessing exceptional skills and reflexes compared to the average person. However, upon entering this narrative world, everything before him felt like an unending nightmare, with nightmarish traps that surpassed imagination nearly driving him to despair. He had barely tapped into half of his potential, but as he realized he had stepped into a trap, the looming threat of death ignited within him an extraordinary force. The instant he recognized the emptiness beneath his left foot, Zhao Hongxin executed a swift lateral roll, propelling his body through the air, performing a complete 360-degree flip to the right. As he soared, he felt a sharp pain in the tip of his left foot. Evidently, something had pierced it. His swift movements had delayed his awareness of the injury until his foot was already suspended in midair. Just before he was about to crash into the wall, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the purple glow from the fluorescent lights at the staircase corner, revealing several enormous iron spikes driven into the wall beside the staircase. This revelation was nothing short of shocking, sending chills through Zhao Hongxin's entire being. He bit his lip, constricted his breath, and pushed against the wall with his hand. Drawing upon this leverage, he narrowly avoided the iron spikes, descending face first toward the staircase. Just as he was about to land, he noticed that the step below him was densely covered with long, iron spikes, resembling the sharp quills of a porcupine. From the moment Zhao Hongxin's foot slipped to the instant he crashed face first onto the staircase, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Jin Xiuli, following closely behind, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon seeing Zhao Hongxin motionless, she reached out to help him up. It felt as though he were being pulled by an unseen force. Leaning closer, she discovered that the step where Zhao Hongxin had fallen was riddled with iron spikes, and his entire face was embedded in them, blood streaming down his visage. It was only when Ma Ying and Su Yunmu traversed the corridor to enter that Chen Yang released his grasp on the guillotine. As soon as he let go, The guillotine resumed its swinging motion, evidently designed by the nightmarish entity to operate like a pendulum. Unless obstructed by an external force, it would continue to swing in accordance with the mechanism's control once triggered. At the moment Chen Yang closed the door, the deranged apothecary, who had been relentlessly pursuing him, was cleaved in two by the guillotine. The severed half of his body, drenched in a foul stench of blood, thudded against the door with a resounding crash. Just then, a sudden, muffled explosion erupted above the heads of the crowd, causing the entire staircase to shudder slightly, as an uncountable amount of dust cascaded downward incessantly. Chapter 37. The fatal passage. Chen Yang felt a stirring in his heart and raised his index finger to signal the others to silence as they ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the next floor, they encountered another door, which, unlike the previous one, bore no traps and opened with a gentle push. As the door swung open, Chen Yang was immediately enveloped by a pungent mix of blood and gunpowder. The floor was strewn with shattered flesh, and following the gruesome trail, he spotted the motionless figure of the checkered shirt, its head drooping to one side, fixedly gazing in Chen Yang's direction. Its wide eyes, devoid of vitality, were pierced by 3 swords that had fallen from the ceiling, blood dripping steadily from the blades. Even in death, the figure clutched a shotgun tightly, maintaining a standing posture. Beside the lifeless checkered shirt, the African female mercenary appeared pallid, while Lucero fared slightly better, though his expression was grim. As if alerted by the sound of their footsteps, Lucero suddenly pivoted, leveling his firearm at Chen Yang. "It's us." Chen Yang raised his hand slightly and stepped forward. Upon recognizing him, Lucero lowered his gun slightly, his face darkening as he inquired, "What have you discovered?" Chen Yang shook his head and surveyed the surroundings, asking, "What transpired? Where's Akin?" Only then did the 2 mercenaries realize that Akin had vanished without a trace. Lucero's expression darkened further. Since entering the building, his team had suffered heavy losses, with 2 members dead and no word from Lin, who had remained at the entrance. The screams and gunfire emanating from the earpiece suggested calamity had befallen them as well. Now, even the guide they had painstakingly secured had seized the opportunity to flee amidst the chaos. To date, he had yet to catch a glimpse of the nightmarish creature they sought. Lucero was disinclined to converse. Yet the African female mercenary recounted their recent ordeal. They had been overwhelmed by a tide of drugged assailants, scattering the 2 teams. Akin, along with the mercenaries, had retreated into a stairwell, locking the door to keep the drug horde at bay. Shortly after ascending the stairs, they encountered a young man adorned with a collar bomb. The young man, having lost his sanity, detonated the device, resulting in an explosion that killed the checkered shirt, and in the ensuing chaos, Akin had stealthily made his escape. Chen Yang's heart sank. The fate of the mercenary team after their disbandment mirrored the original narrative with startling precision. In a sense, the unfolding events resembled a relentless wheel of cinematic fate, propelled by its own inertia, destined to progress unless obstructed by formidable resistance. At that moment, Ma Ying and the others gradually emerged, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the checkered shirt's demise. Instinctively, they recoiled, avoiding close proximity to the corpse. Only Su Yunmu stepped forward silently, retrieving the shotgun from the lifeless hands of the checkered shirt. With a gentle touch, she closed the wide, unseeing eyes. Upon noticing that Chen Yang's group was down 2 members, Lucero felt an inexplicable twinge of solace. All along, the composition of Chen Yang's small team, though somewhat peculiar and inadequately equipped, displayed an undeniable psychological readiness for the traps set by the Night Demon. In stark contrast, their mercenary squad appeared rather diminished, instilling a persistent unease in Luchello. Witnessing the demise of 2 members from their ranks oddly brought him a sense of relief. Chen Yang's acquired ability, wild intuition, rendered him exceptionally sensitive to emotional undercurrents, and he promptly sensed a significant reduction in Luchello's long-standing hostility, which even seemed to harbor a flicker of goodwill. "Let us forge an alliance," Chen Yang proposed. "Since our arrival at this inn, we have yet to catch a glimpse of the Night Demon, and already so many have perished." He gazed at Luchello and continued, "This is unlike your previous encounters. The Night Demon is not like any foe you have faced before. It does not confront you directly. Rather, it lays traps, awaiting your unwitting step into them. To vanquish the night demon and rescue Elena, we must relinquish our prejudices and unite our efforts. Otherwise, we shall merely fall one by one, unable even to graze the demon's hem before our demise. Luchello slowly nodded, conceding, I admit I have underestimated the night demon's prowess and your team's strength. Now what do you propose? Chen Yang scanned his surroundings and soon identified the narrow passage he had seen in a film the very route Anaconda had taken amidst the chaos to escape. As depicted on screen, the walls of the passage were riddled with a multitude of iron spikes, resembling the teeth of a monstrous beast, sending a chill down one's spine at a mere glance. The black female mercenary peered at the spiked walls, instinctively recoiling a step, appearing somewhat frantic as she exclaimed, Is this the path you seek? I would never traverse this, I swear. Disregarding her trepidation, Chen Yang focused on the passage, recalling the film's narrative. In the original storyline, after Anaconda's escape, Luchello had somehow managed to find him again. However, their intrusion had undoubtedly disrupted the unfolding of events, leaving their chances of retracing the path in question, not to mention the potential traps that lay ahead. Despite its apparent peril, this passage was the swiftest route to locate Anaconda. One at a time, although the mechanism had not been triggered when Anaconda traversed this path in the film, Chen Yang remained cautious, suspecting that the night demon might be lurking nearby. Among the group, Ma Ying harbored unwavering trust in Chen Yang and was the first to step into the passage. The corridor spanned a mere 3 to 4 meters, and soon, she emerged safely at the other end, signaling for the others to proceed. Under her guidance, the remaining team members crossed the passage one by one, leaving only Chen Yang, Luchello, and the black female mercenary at the entrance. Observing Luchello's lack of response, Chen Yang took the initiative to enter the passage. An alliance necessitates trust. If either party doubts the other, they may as well part ways and pursue their separate paths. Upon witnessing Chen Yang and others completely traverse the passage, Lucero bit her lip and cast a glance at the black female mercenary, signaling her to follow. She then stepped into the passage. However, when Lucero emerged from the passage, the black mercenary was still reluctant to enter the seemingly perilous corridor that appeared poised to close at any moment. It was only after Lucero urged her that she muttered an oath under her breath and, gritting her teeth, ventured into the passage. Chapter 38. The man-eating ants. Despite her momentary hesitation before entering the passage, the female mercenary, being of mercenary lineage, displayed a far superior psychological resilience compared to the average individual. Once she stepped into the corridor, she swiftly regained her composure, maneuvering through with agility, reaching the center of the passage in the blink of an eye. Just as she was about to emerge, a muffled thud suddenly echoed in the ears of those present. This sound reminded Chen Yang of the perilous trap set by the night demon in the nightclub, from which he had narrowly escaped thanks to the desperate efforts of a massive African man. Instantly, his heart tightened at the recognition of that ominous noise. As anticipated, with the sound, the walls bristling with iron nails began to converge rapidly, threatening to ensnare the female mercenary in their midst. Some individuals, when confronted with danger, react like frogs frozen in fear at the sight of a snake, utterly paralyzed. In contrast, others, like Chen Yang, become acutely alert in perilous situations. It is precisely this characteristic that had enabled him to elude the clutches of death and return unscathed from the human hide-in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang seized the shotgun from Su Yunmu's hands and wedged it between the encroaching walls. In the fleeting moment when the walls halted, the African female mercenary, her back riddled with iron nails, made a desperate lunge and finally burst forth from the passage. Almost simultaneously, the shotgun emitted a sharp crack as it was severed, and the two spiked walls slammed together with a resounding thud. The mercenary collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her back marred by numerous tiny wounds inflicted by the nails. She cast a glance back at the now-closed walls, her eyes filled with dread. Had she been a moment later, she would have met a fate impaled by hundreds of iron spikes. With little time to tend to the mercenary's injuries, Chen Yang cautiously traversed the ground, carefully probing forward. The walls were equipped with mechanisms that did not require external activation but operated similarly to a jack, necessitating manipulation. Since the mechanism had been triggered, it was evident that the night demon was nearby and had likely detected their presence. Passing through a plastic curtain, Chen Yang entered a room where a bulb hung above, flickering erratically. Whether due to a faulty connection or the night demon's design remained unclear. In the intermittent light, several insect icons, depicting wasps, ants, and the like, were discernible on the walls, appearing as if they might spring to life at any moment. Scattered around the room were various documents, which Chen Yang casually gathered. Illuminating them with the flickering light, he discovered that these papers contained information solely about insects. From the events at the conclusion of the Night Demon 2, it was evident that the Night Demon was an entomologist, which had led a gene to find and capture him, ultimately transforming him into a specimen confined within a box. This room was clearly one of the Night Demon's research spaces for his entomological studies. At that moment, Chen Yang suddenly felt an unusual sensation on his leg, as if something were climbing up his pants. When he shone his tactical flashlight down, he was met with the sight of a dark red ant ascending his trouser leg, unmistakably resembling one of the insect icons he had just observed. Chen Yang struck an ant with a swift palm, and without hesitation, he crushed it underfoot. The moment he felt the rigidity of the ant's exoskeleton, he was taken aback. At that instant, a faint rustling sound emanated from the surroundings. Following the sound, Chen Yang shifted his tactical flashlight, and he was instantly rendered speechless. Countless ants were pouring out from a dark crevice in the corner, surging towards them in a relentless stream. Upon witnessing the dense swarm of ants, Jean Xioli let out a shriek, her fear of clusters overwhelming her. The sight caused her hands to tremble, nearly dropping her weapon. The cacophony of startled voices filled the air as the ants coalesced into a flowing mass, resembling a black river advancing forward. Lucero fired a few shots, but they merely punctured the black tide with fleeting white dots, soon consumed by the darkness once more. Chen Yang sensed the gravity of the situation. Although this scene had not unfolded in the original narrative, it was evident that they had triggered a trap. Summoning these ants, undoubtedly a ploy orchestrated by the Night Demon. Army ants. I've seen these creatures in the videos of other outdoor streamers, Sheng Yongjian exclaimed, his complexion turning a ghastly pallor. As a competent outdoor streamer, he was well versed in the dangers that lurked in the wild, and the army ants, alongside piranhas, were among the species he had studied intently. Recognizing the peril before him, he quickly devised a plan. He hastily unzipped his jacket, retrieving a metallic square bottle from within. With a swift twist, he poured its contents onto the ground and ignited it with a windproof lighter, tossing it atop the liquid. Then, he gathered the scattered paper materials from the ground and hurled them onto the growing flames. Fire quickly erupted, creating a barrier that separated the army ants from the crowd. The others soon grasped the urgency, frantically collecting nearby paper to throw onto the blaze. Faced with the roaring flames, the advancing army ants were momentarily halted. Fortunately, the ants were emerging from a single direction, and the room was cluttered with books and papers. Despite the chaos, they managed to establish a makeshift fire line, temporarily staving off the onslaught of the army ants. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, an ant on the opposite side of the fire line suddenly unfurled a pair of delicate wings and, with a sudden flap, soared over the flames. These ants possessed gossamer wings, insufficient for long-distance flight, but adequate for gliding across the fire line. In the blink of an eye, several ants had crossed the barrier, landing upon the black female mercenary, extending their sharp mandibles to siphon the blood that flowed from her wounds, with some even beginning to gnaw at her flesh. The scent of blood. Chen Yang finally comprehended the grim reality. These army ants were evidently nourished by the flesh and blood of humans, and here, human blood was readily accessible. This explained why the earlier passerby, Jean, had not attracted the horde of army ants. However, their group had inadvertently lured them, and due to the blood emanating from the injured black female mercenary pinned against the wall. As a soldier ant gnawed at her with its mandibles, the mercenary woman let out a piercing scream. Initially, she attempted to swat the ants away with her hands. But soon, An overwhelming number of them descended upon her. In the blink of an eye, her entire body, from the neck down, was enveloped in a thick layer of dark red army ants. Chapter 39. The relentless trap. These army ants were inherently ferocious, and having been nourished on human flesh and blood by the nocturnal demon, they had become exceedingly bloodthirsty. In the blink of an eye, the body of the African female mercenary was devoured, reduced to a gory mass, with some areas even revealing stark white bones. "Kill me." The African female mercenary gazed at Lucero, uttering her final plea. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, an ant crawled inside. Lucero, evidently a man of resolve, recognized that there was no salvation for the mercenary. With a grim determination, he bit the bullet and shot her in the forehead. She fell instantly, and blood began to flow from the wound, attracting even more ants to her lifeless form. At the moment, the African female mercenary collapsed. Chen Yang finally discovered the door leading to the outside. He pushed the door open, evidently the very exit that Akin had just vacated. Seizing the opportunity while the ants were drawn to the scent of blood, the group hastily fled the hellish room, locking the door behind them with a forceful clang. No one dared to linger, rushing forward, for the thought of dying in such a horrific manner, consumed by ants, was far too terrifying. They would rather meet their end by gunfire or other means than succumb to the jaws of these creatures. After turning a corner and exiting another door, the group was greeted by a long corridor illuminated by warm yellow lights. Emerging from the darkness, the sight before them instilled an unusual sense of safety, prompting everyone to exhale in relief. As Chen Yang surveyed the surroundings, Ming quietly approached him and said, "Jean Xioli is missing." Chen Yang swiftly turned and counted the heads, confirming that Jean Xioli had indeed vanished without anyone noticing when she had disappeared. A wave of unease washed over him. In their frantic escape, nobody had realized that one among them had gone missing. The most likely scenario was that Jean Xioli had fallen into the nocturnal demon's trap or had been captured by it, without even a chance to call for help. Glancing at the metallic watch on his wrist, he noted that the countdown had dwindled to less than 2 hours. At this juncture, there was no time to retrace their steps in search of Jean Xioli, especially with those ants still lurking. Chen Yang was not one to waver. He took a deep breath and temporarily set aside the matter of Jean Xioli's disappearance. He scrutinized the corridor ahead and, upon noticing the oil painting on the wall, immediately recognized it as the very passage Akin had traversed. He quickly moved toward a small iron door, pulled it open, and peered inside, only to find it filled with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, with no sign of Akin. At that moment, a strange scraping sound emanated from a nearby room, accompanied by peculiar moaning, reminiscent of a muffled cry. Staring at the tightly shut door, the group dared not make a move. Having navigated through numerous traps, they had gained a sobering awareness of the nocturnal demon's tactics, and none could fathom what peril lay hidden behind that door. Having lost the invaluable guiding artifact, Akin, and with all his comrades perished, Lucero found himself at a standstill. Not only had he failed to locate Elena, but he had also seen no sign of the night demon. He cast a silent glance at Chen Yang, revealing nothing of his thoughts. It was evident that after experiencing the formidable traps of the night demon, he was reluctant to act impulsively and even less inclined to complicate matters. His objective for entering this place was solely to rescue Elena. The fates of the others weighed little upon his conscience. One must remember that in the original narrative, even when the African mercenary was captured by the night demon and cried for help, Lucero had shown no desire to intervene, only agreeing to assist under Akin's persuasion. At this moment, he was even less willing to risk his safety for someone unrelated to him. Though Lucero said nothing, Chen Yang discerned the meaning behind his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he recalled that the night demon was adept at setting traps using sound and resolved to abandon his plan to knock on the door, realizing that their time was running out. Just then, a voice emerged from behind the door, clear and unmistakable, belonging to the mysteriously vanished Jean Xioli. It was indeed Jean Xioli. Both Chen Yang and Ma Ying recognized her voice, prompting an exclamation from Ma Ying. A sense of urgency gripped Chen Yang. Had it been the voice of a stranger, he might have turned a blind eye, but knowing it was Jean Xioli compelled him to act. First, She was a companion who had shared the harrowing experience of the Skinner Inn with him. Second, if he abandoned her, the morale of the remaining team members would inevitably plummet. Ignoring Jean Shioli now could lead to further losses, and a fractious team could easily disband. For both emotional and rational reasons, he felt it imperative to rescue her. He took a deep breath and cautiously approached the doorknob. In the original narrative, one of the door handles concealed a spring-loaded blade trap. While not fatal, it could severely injure a person. Gently twisting the doorknob all the way, Chen Yang found no unusual resistance, nor did any blade spring forth. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he slowly pushed the door open. Before him, Jean Shioli was suspended against the wall, bound by ropes, her mouth sealed with tape. Upon seeing Chen Yang, rather than expressing relief at her impending rescue, her eyes widened in horror, and she began to struggle even more vigorously. This was a trap. The moment Chen Yang met her gaze, realization struck him. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion rocked the room. Jean Shioli's body was obliterated, her remains scattering like confetti, leaving Chen Yang momentarily blinded by the splatter. Simultaneously, a deafening rush of wind surged from above. Without a second thought, Chen Yang instinctively retreated, feeling the oppressive gust graze past him as it crashed to the ground. Once he wiped the blood from his eyes, he beheld a massive iron hammer that had plummeted from above. Had he not acted swiftly, even a glancing blow from the hammer could have proven fatal or gravely injurious. The hammer struck the wooden floor with a resounding crash, splintering it into shards. The force of the impact astounding. At that very moment, Chen Yang felt the ground tremble beneath him. Something stirred within him, and he instinctively leapt aside. Just as his feet left the ground, a triangular blade suddenly sprang up from the floor. Gazing at the blade, which was nearly 20 to 30 centimeters in length, Chen Yang couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have been pierced through the sole of his foot by the sharp weapon. Even though he had narrowly evaded the trap beneath him, Chen Yang remained cautious. Retreating 2 steps, it is well known that the traps set by the night demon are often intricately linked, making them exceedingly difficult to evade. Chapter 40. A shift in the narrative with a sudden soft sound. The floor beneath Chen Yang unexpectedly flipped, revealing a dark abyss. Although Chen Yang managed to evade the treacherous trap, his companion, Zheng Yongjian, was not as swift and plummeted into the void. The floor swiftly rotated back into place, rendering the surface seemingly undisturbed. And had it not been for Zheng Yongjian's recent descent, one would not have suspected the presence of a perilous pit below. From within the trap, Zheng Yongjian emitted a chilling scream, a sound so harrowing it sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Chen Yang scanned the area, seized the heavy iron hammer that had just fallen to the ground, and with all his strength struck the floor, sending splinters flying and exposing the dark cavity beneath. As the beam from his tactical flashlight converged upon the pit, it illuminated Zheng Yongjian, whose eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Several long iron spears had pierced through his body, and droplets of blood trickled down the sharp tips. There was no time to mourn for Jean Shioli or Zheng Yongjian, nor to process the grim reality. The countdown on his metallic watch continued to tick ominously. With merely an hour left, they had yet to even catch a glimpse of the night demon Eshem. Advancing down the corridor, they pushed open a door, revealing a vast hall. The moment they entered, a pungent odor of formaldehyde assaulted their senses. As they took in the scene before them, they halted in their tracks. Ma Ying instinctively covered the eyes of the golden-haired girl, Quolantia. The hall was filled with immense transparent glass tanks, each housing grotesque specimens of human bodies preserved in formaldehyde. These cadavers were not whole. Some had been severed at the midsection, while others were merely dismembered limbs stitched together. Despite having encountered similar imagery in films, the visceral reality, compounded by the acrid scent of formaldehyde, caused nausea to churn in their stomachs. Among the rows of glass tanks, one stood out distinctly. Unlike the others filled with clear formaldehyde, this particular tank contained a slightly reddish solution. Upon closer inspection, crimson strands of blood were seeping from the specimen within. A fresh human body. This specimen was relatively intact and, unlike the others, was not affixed to the tank, but floated gently within the formaldehyde. As it drifted closer, revealing its face, Chen Yang was struck dumb. The body submerged in formaldehyde was none other than a Jin, who had slipped away from the group amidst the chaos. A Jin's eyes were wide open, his once melancholic gaze now devoid of life. He was entirely bare, and a gaping, dark cavity marred his chest, from which the blood strands flowed. A Jin was dead, transformed into a grotesque specimen by the night demon, and submerged in a tank brimming with formaldehyde. In that moment, Chen Yang stood frozen in shock, and Ma Ying, familiar with the unfolding tragedy, was equally stunned. Upon witnessing Chen Yang and his companions in a state of bewilderment, Lucero momentarily found himself at a loss. Although he was taken aback by Akin's demise, it merely elicited a fleeting frown before he moved on, utterly unable to grasp the astonishment displayed by Chen Yang and the others. Aside from a scant few irredeemable supernatural horror films, such as The Grudge and Death, nearly all cinematic narratives adhere to a protagonist's invulnerability, commonly referred to as the protagonist halo. This is due to the fact that the storyline revolves around the protagonist. Should they perish, the plot would falter. In the original narrative, Akin not only survived but ultimately captured the night demon. Thus, it was this premise that rendered Chen Yang and the others immensely shocked upon encountering Akin's lifeless body. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang's thoughts began to crystallize. It dawned upon him that since their entrance into this narrative realm, the world of the film had transformed into a genuine reality, devoid of any designated protagonist. They were now actively influencing the trajectory of the plot, which no longer centered on a singular character. This scenario resembled a modern individual traversing back to the late Ming dynasty and slaying Li Zicheng. Although history would be altered, it would inexorably continue its course. Observing the stunned figures of Chen Yang and his companions, Lucero muttered an expletive under his breath, raising his firearm and firing a shot at the glass tank. The tank shattered with a cacophonous crash, Akin's body tumbling to the ground. Sliding a short distance before coming to a halt, the acrid scent of formaldehyde saturating the air. "Damn it!" exclaimed the nearest charming man as he was splattered with formaldehyde upon the tank's destruction, his feet quickly submerged in the noxious liquid. "Step back." Chen Yang, sensing an instinctive alarm at the sight of the formaldehyde, urgently warned everyone to retreat from the hazardous substance. Although formaldehyde has a pungent odor and exhibits mild corrosive properties, it generally poses minimal harm to humans. Thus, while some found Chen Yang's alarmist demeanor somewhat exaggerated, the harrowing experiences with the night demon instilled a sense of caution in all present. They prudently distanced themselves from the puddles of formaldehyde, with the charming man hastening his steps to escape the hazardous liquid. However, just as he took 2 steps, a sharp crack echoed through the air, and a bolt of blue electricity surged forth. Instantly, the charming man's body convulsed violently. His mouth agape, he could muster no sound. Soon after, a charred odor wafted from his form as he collapsed to the ground, prostrated in the pool of formaldehyde, his body continuing to spasm uncontrollably. "Another night demon," Chen Yang exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. He soon discovered a severed electric wire dangling from the wall into the formaldehyde, a clear indication of yet another trap laid by the night demon. As if summoned by the gunfire, a woman's desperate cries pierced the air, frail and haunting. "Elena!" Lucero spun around abruptly, avoiding the formaldehyde pooling on the ground, and began to tread cautiously toward the source of the distressing voice. Chen Yang likewise proceeded towards the source of the sound. In the original narrative, this hall indeed housed a blonde woman captured by the night demon. According to the unfolding of the plot, this blonde woman should have been slain by the night demon. However, upon witnessing a Jin's lifeless body before him, Chen Yang found himself utterly disbelieving of the storyline. Following the sound, Lucero swiftly located the pleading blonde woman. Her limbs were grotesquely affixed to the wall with iron nails, suspended like a macabre painting. The foul stench emanating from her wounds indicated a severe infection, a consequence of her prolonged suffering. Chapter 41. The hidden mission. Upon witnessing the group of people before her, a glimmer of hope welled up in the eyes of the blonde woman, tears streaming down her face as she implored the crowd for salvation. Having learned from the unfortunate fate of Jean Xioli, The onlookers hesitated, fearful that the blonde woman might be ensnared in a trap set by the night demon. They instinctively halted 3 meters away, vigilant and observant of their surroundings. Chen Yang glanced at the countdown on his metallic wristwatch and declared, "We are running out of time. We must locate Elena swiftly." Noticing the compassion etched on Ma Ying's face, he added, "If we rescue Elena, we will live. She, too, will be saved. Conversely, if we fail to rescue her, even if we save the blonde woman now, she will not survive." At this juncture, Chen Yang paused, sensing he had overlooked something crucial. He scratched his head and lifted his metallic watch once more, reciting the mission details aloud. Rescue Elena within 5 hours to complete the mission. Each team member will be rewarded with an evolution point and 1,000 reward points. Failure results in a deduction of 1,500 reward points. Team members returning to the main god space with negative reward points will face annihilation. Turning to Ma Ying, he lowered his voice and remarked, "Have you noticed? There is an implied, hidden mission within this." Ma Ying blinked in realization, and in unison, they uttered, "Kill the night demon." Chen Yang paced thoughtfully before stating, "Theoretically, eliminating the night demon would equate to rescuing Elena. Furthermore, given our prolonged stay in this inn without encountering Elena, it is highly plausible that the narrative has shifted. Perhaps she never escaped the box or was recaptured after her escape." Ma Ying examined her wristwatch and pondered, "If your hypothesis holds true, then our immediate task is to locate and eliminate the night demon." Chen Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, finding the night demon is far more feasible than rescuing Elena. Based on his portrayal in the film, dispatching him should not pose a significant challenge. Ma Ying's expression sharpened as she inquired, "Are you suggesting we deliberately walk into a trap set by the night demon?" Chen Yang's eyes gleamed with approval as he replied, "Precisely. If we fall into the night demon's trap, though not one from which we cannot escape, we may very well encounter him." After a moment's hesitation, Ma Ying proposed, "Rather than becoming prey, let's set a trap of our own to ambush him. He has a penchant for collecting people as trophies. If someone were to feign solitude, I believe he would be drawn to claim his prize." Chen Yang shook his head. "We lack knowledge of the night demon's criteria for selection. From the storyline, it is evident that not everyone qualifies as his trophy. Moreover, the night demon is a master of traps. Any hint of our setup could potentially expose us. Besides, aside from the cameras we have dismantled along the way, who knows if he has other hidden surveillance devices? He could very well be observing us even now." He paused before continuing. "Do you recall the traps the night demon set using Elena in the film? According to my plan, I am 80% certain that the night demon will set a trap as we anticipate. Once I confront him face to face, I shall eliminate him, regardless of how formidable his traps may be. After all, he is merely an ordinary person with slightly better qualities." Ma Ying tilted her head in contemplation and suggested, "Shouldn't we mention Elena's name more frequently?" Not far from the hall, where Chen Yang and the others were gathered, in a room filled with monitors. Some displayed nothing but static, while many others were operational. Behind these screens stood the night demon, dressed in black and wearing a mask. At his feet, a short-haired woman was bound with tape, her hands secured behind her and her mouth sealed. She stared intently at the monitors, and upon catching sight of Lucero's figure, she began to struggle violently. Noticing her movements, the night demon peeled away the tape from her mouth, his piercing gaze fixed upon her. Under the predatory stare of the night demon, the woman instinctively recoiled until she could retreat no further, mustering her courage to declare, "Uncle Lucero has come to rescue me. He will undoubtedly kill you. It seems they entered this place with the intent to save you." The night demon's voice was low and hoarse, reminiscent of rusted vocal cords. He glanced at the group displayed on the screen before resealing Elena's mouth. Then, he hoisted the struggling Elena onto his shoulder and declared, "I will ensure they see you. I promise." In the hall, Su Yunmu had already rescued the blonde woman from the wall. Lucero, displaying impatience, looked at Chen Yang and said, "You have incessantly inquired about Elena. What exactly do you wish to know?" As Lucero finished speaking, a piercing cry for help echoed from a distance, unmistakably Elena's voice. "Elena." Lucero felt a surge of mixed emotions. fear for Elena's dire situation and relief that she was still alive. Without a second thought, he sprinted towards the source of the cry. Chen Yang and Ma Ying exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing between them. Just as Chen Yang had surmised, the repeated mentions of Elena had led the night demon to use her as bait, crafting yet another trap. I will stay behind with her. Zhou Moxn pointed towards Mylan Shah. Carrying her will only hinder your speed. Let us remain here. As long as you accomplish your mission, we shall have fulfilled ours. Chen Yang hesitated briefly, glancing at Su Yunmu. Although uncertain of Su Yunmu's true nature in the real world, his conduct since entering this horror narrative suggested a complex background. As if sensing Chen Yang's thoughts, Su Yunmu nodded slightly. Thank you. Chen Yang signaled to Ma Ying to entrust Mylan Shah to Su Yunmu, and together with Zhang Jianfei, the three pursued the direction in which Lucero had departed. It appeared that Lucero and Elena shared a profound bond. In the brief moment Chen Yang lingered, Lucero's figure had vanished from sight. However, Elena's cries for help resonated continuously, providing a clear sense of direction. Ascending the staircase, he emerged from the corridor into a narrow passageway, from which Elena's voice emanated at the far end. As Chen Yang surveyed the corridor before him, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Yet, behind him, Ma Ying abruptly halted her steps. She cast a glance around and suddenly pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Observe the electrical wires here. This is a trap." Chapter 42. Forge ahead. Beneath their feet lay a black wire, stretched flat against the ground, extending forward until it vanished behind a pane of glass. Chen Yang suddenly understood why everything felt so familiar in the original narrative. The night demon lured Lucero into a bomb trap using the voice of the black female mercenary. Now, he employed the same tactic, albeit with Elena as the bait. The wire not only formed a trap, but also revealed Elena's location. By following the wire, they were sure to find her. The wire snaked along the floor, disappearing behind a mirror. Chen Yang raised his elbow to smash the mirror, ready to proceed along the wire, but was abruptly halted by Ma Ying, who grasped his arm and shook her head, whispering, "Do you remember what happened to Akin when he attempted to rescue Elena?" Chen Yang nodded. Although he had watched the film before entering the cyclical world, the general plot remained vivid in his memory. Akin triggered a mechanism during Elena's rescue, becoming trapped in a descending iron cage. In desperation, he had the black female mercenary break his arm to reach the lock, allowing him to escape the cage. At that moment, Elena's cries for help transformed into piercing screams, filled with raw terror, sending chills through the hearts of the three. The night demon was adept at using bait to ensnare his victims. In the film, he first used the black female mercenary to lure Lucero into a bomb trap, nearly obliterating him, and subsequently used Elena to trap Akin. Just moments ago, Jean Xioli had also been employed as bait. Ma Ying spoke rapidly, "Thus we must separate. I will go ahead, and you must not stray too close. If I fall into a trap, it will be up to you to save me." Chen Yang shook his head. "Leading the way is too perilous. You have not enhanced your physical capabilities. I shall take the lead." Ma Ying insisted. "Precisely because you have enhanced your physical abilities, you cannot afford to be captured. The night demon has the capability to kill Lucero in a one-on-one confrontation. DeFei and I lack enhancements. We may not stand a chance against him. Only you can confront the night demon directly." The countdown on the metallic watch ticked with increasing urgency. Only half an hour remained. The situation was dire, leaving no time to set traps. Regardless of the dangers ahead, they had no choice but to press onward. Chen Yang thrust his gun into Ma Ying's hands, saying, "I still have bullets in this gun. Take it for protection." Ma Ying nodded resolutely, seemingly apprehensive of Chen Yang's potential objections. After receiving the firearm, she nearly sprinted into the passageway, while Zhang Jianfei hesitated for a moment before swiftly following her. As they traversed the glass corridor, Ma Ying instinctively tensed her muscles, bracing herself for any traps that might lie in wait. In the original plot, Akin had not encountered any traps while following the wire, but now the narrative had shifted, leaving them uncertain of what perils lay ahead. Following closely behind Ma Ying, Zhang Jianfei hurriedly caught up, positioning himself ahead of her. Breathlessly, he declared, "Allow me to take the lead. While I may be timid, I'm still a man. Surely, it is inappropriate to let a woman undertake such perilous exploration. Ma Ying glanced at Zhang Jianfei in astonishment. Since their entry into this horror film, the once optimistic otaku, who had boldly claimed to be the protagonist within the main divine space, had exhibited a remarkable lack of presence, particularly after the tragic demise of Jean Xioli in the human skin in narrative. It was unexpected for him to step forward at this moment. Noticing Ma Ying's gaze upon him, Zhang Jianfei, while remaining vigilant of his surroundings, continued, I confess that I have been fearful. If fear were beneficial, I would remain in its clutches indefinitely. Alas, fear serves no purpose. Thus, I shall strive to overcome it. Observing Zhang Jianfei, who feigned composure yet trembled slightly as he endeavored to lead the way, a warmth welled up in Ma Ying's heart. She slowed her pace, trailing behind him. To their surprise, the path ahead proved remarkably tranquil compared to the previously encountered traps. They encountered none at all. After navigating 2 corners and following the power lines into a room, they immediately spotted Elena, restrained on a metal table. Her limbs were bound, and a black cloth obscured her eyes, while a microphone dangled beside her face, transmitting her cries for help. Surrounding her were a swarm of small, black spiders, each roughly the size of a baby's fist, scuttling about. Some even ventured onto her face. The sight of these fuzzy black spiders was enough to instill terror, let alone the sensation of them crawling upon one's skin. In a state of immobility with her vision obscured, Elena's other senses would be heightened, making the sensation of the spiders all the more harrowing. As if sensing Ma Ying and the others' footsteps, Elena turned her head toward their direction and pleaded, Whoever you are, please remove these ghastly creatures from me. Ma Ying surveyed the surroundings, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Despite her efforts to recall pertinent plot details, she had not enhanced her mental acuity or intellect and could not retain every nuance from the film. Though the scene before her resembled the location where Jean rescued Elena, upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat different. Noticing the uncertainty etched on Ma Ying's face, Zhang Jianfei inquired, What troubles you? Ma Ying replied softly, I cannot ascertain if this is indeed the place where Jean saved Elena, nor whether it remains the original trap. Glancing at the time on his metallic watch, Zhang Jianfei gritted his teeth and declared, There is no time to waste. I shall rescue her. Ma Ying nodded, her hands gripping the gun tightly as she meticulously observed the environment around them. Zhang Jianfei slowly approached, reaching for the ropes binding Elena to the iron platform. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his left foot, and in an instant, the world around him spun violently as a black steel wire yanked his leg upward towards the ceiling, where 2 sharp blades hung ominously overhead. Ma Ying swiftly raised her firearm, aiming at the steel wire entangled around Zhang Jianfei's leg. His fate rested entirely on the precision of her shot. Should she strike true, he might live, but a misfire would seal his doom. Under unprecedented pressure, Ma Ying's concentration sharpened immensely, and in her sight, the wire, as thin as a hair, appeared increasingly thick and conspicuous. Chapter 43. The True and False Night Demon with a Sudden Gunshot. As Zhang Jianfei felt a sharp pain in his leg from the blade on the rooftop, the steel wire that had ensnared him snapped. Without support, he plummeted heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his leg mid-fall. Had he been a moment later, he would have met a gruesome fate, pierced through by the lethal blade. Immediately after Ma Ying fired her shot, another gunshot rang out from behind her. Pain surged through her chest as she collapsed to the ground. Straining to turn, she beheld the night demon, clad in a black mask, stepping forth from the shadows. Summoning her remaining strength, she aimed her gun at the night demon, only to be struck in the abdomen by a bullet. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she could no longer maintain her grip on the weapon, letting it fall to the earth. As she gazed at the approaching figure, a faint smile unexpectedly graced her pale face. The night demon, puzzled by her inexplicable smile, fixated on her eyes. Within Ma Ying's pupils, his own reflection was starkly visible, alongside another figure standing ominously behind him. The night demon spun around abruptly as a dark lens flashed before him. A sharp pain pierced his throat, and a stream of blood erupted from his neck. Clutching his throat in astonishment, he beheld Chen Yang, who had appeared behind him without notice. With a thud, he collapsed before Chen Yang. Having vanquished the night demon, Chen Yang awaited the prompt from the main system, but silence ensued. Observing the fallen figure, he noted that although the night demon's attire mirrored that of the cinematic character, the stature was notably smaller. Seizing the mask, he tore it away to reveal the face of a blonde woman. This blonde woman had appeared in the film, released from a box by Elena, only to lock the door at a critical moment, trapping Akin and the others. Ultimately, she was mercilessly struck into a trap by an enraged black female mercenary. Furthermore, she had been featured in the opening news segment, indicating that she had been confined by the night demon for at least a month. During this time, she had contracted a peculiar affliction known as Stockholm Syndrome, wherein hostages develop a sense of emotional bonding with their captors, perceiving their survival as relying upon them. Victims of this syndrome often experience a bizarre sense of gratitude toward their captors, equating their safety with that of their captors and viewing rescuers as adversaries. Perhaps it was this warped psychology that had compelled the blonde woman to masquerade as the night demon, leading Ma Ying and others into a trap. If the night demon before him was indeed a guise of the blonde woman, where could the true night demon be at this moment? A torrent of questions swirled in Chen Yang's mind, yet with Zhang Jianfei's fate uncertain, Ma Ying gravely injured, and Elena shrieking on the iron bed, he had no time to ponder these matters. Extracting the rapid hemostatic agent and gauze from Ma Ying, Chen Yang hurriedly tended to her wounds. With a pallid complexion, Ma Ying pointed towards the iron bed where Elena lay. It was evident that the bullet had severely injured her lung, as she gasped, blood pouring from her mouth, rendering her unable to speak. Though Ma Ying could not utter a word, Chen Yang grasped her intent. If they could rescue Elena and complete the mission, everyone would return to the realm of the main deity. Noticing that Ma Ying's wound had ceased bleeding, Chen Yang glanced at the countdown on his metallic watch. Less than 10 minutes remained. He dared not delay and cautiously approached the iron bed where Elena was restrained. Her limbs were bound to the corners of the bed, forming a star shape. Blindfolded, she was oblivious to who might survive. In her subconscious, she likely believed that the malevolent night demon had a greater chance of living. Sensing an approach, she instinctively feared it was the night demon, futilely writhing and weeping in terror. Suddenly, the blindfold was ripped away, revealing an unfamiliar face, not the signature hood of the night demon. Elena, unable to move, squinted her eyes and, after a deep breath, began to cry even louder, fearing the plush black spiders might be venomous. Chen Yang used the lens that had slain the blonde woman to swat them away, discarding it carelessly before untying the ropes around Elena's left hand. However, the moment the bindings were loosened, Elena's left arm stiffened abruptly, and her face contorted in sheer horror. Simultaneously, several sharp projectiles whistled down from above. Although Chen Yang was unaware of the specifics, Elena's reaction hinted at a trap laid by the night demon. Yet, he found himself with no escape. While evading the trap provided temporary safety, Elena, still bound to the iron bed, could not avoid the impending danger above. Should Elena perish, it would signify the failure of their time-sensitive rescue mission, resulting in a deduction of 1,500 reward points for each team member, culminating in their obliteration upon returning to the realm of the main deity. Thoughts racing, Chen Yang threw himself over Elena just as sharp blades descended from the ceiling, piercing into his body. As the blades penetrated him, their momentum continued, driving their points into Elena as well. Simultaneously, a surge of fiery energy erupted within Chen Yang. Visions of werewolves galloping across the desolate plains under a full moon flashing through his mind. Utilizing the werewolf gene reagent, the process of genetic fusion commenced. The fusion proved successful, granting the ability to transform into a werewolf under the full moon, endowing the individual with the capacity to significantly enhance physical prowess, fortify defense, and augment recovery and offensive capabilities for a brief period. However, during this transformation, the user would succumb to the primal instincts of the werewolf, losing all rational thought. The voice of the omnipotent deity echoed incessantly, yet Chen Yang could no longer discern its words. His vision was engulfed in a crimson haze, and he felt as though his muscles and bones were being mercilessly torn asunder. The excruciating agony compelled him to unleash a primal scream, resonating with the haunting howl of a wolf. Ma Ying gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Chen Yang's limbs were visibly elongating, transforming rapidly into claws. His physique expanded nearly to double its size, tearing through his garments. His exposed skin was now adorned with long, dense fur, and his visage elongated into that of a wolf. Even his eyes shifted to a vivid green, devoid of any emotion, reflecting only frenzy and a thirst for blood. Chapter 44. Slaying the night demon with a sudden surge. Chen Yang rose abruptly, unleashing a furious roar. Below him, Elena was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Even being imprisoned by the night demon in this grim, impaled in comparison to the horror unfolding before her eyes. The savior she had relied upon was transforming right before her, visibly morphing into a legendary werewolf. Had she foreseen such a terrifying spectacle, she would have never allowed Chen Yang to remove the black cloth that shrouded her vision. Overwhelmed by a tumult of terror, her eyes rolled back, and she promptly fainted. Witnessing the blood trickling from Elena, inhaling the pungent scent of iron, Chen Yang was overtaken by an insatiable impulse to pounce and bite. This primal urge was an instinct of his new form, wholly ungoverned by his rational mind. After administering a rapid hemostatic agent, Ma Ying's condition had improved significantly. In the main god's realm, she had glimpsed the red werewolf gene serum that Chen Yang had acquired, and upon witnessing his transformation, she instantly realized he had utilized that very serum. With this revelation, she recalled the serum's side effects. Straining her body, she pointed at Elena on the iron platform and summoned all her strength to cry out, "Chen Yang, do not forget the mission. Hurry and rescue her." The mission? To save Elena, with each member of the team receiving an evolution point and a total of 1,000 reward points. Failure meant dire consequences. A flash of information raced through Chen Yang's mind, and the bloodshot hue in his eyes diminished slightly. Fighting against the instinctual urges of his transformed body, he removed the blades embedded within him, now wielding claws reminiscent of a wolf. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes binding Elena and carefully cradled her in his arms. At that moment, Ma Ying noted the absence of the main god's voice, a sense of foreboding settling in her heart. The task was to rescue Elena, and although he had liberated her from the trap, there was no confirmation from the main god. It was clear that the mission pertained to rescuing the inn itself. Just as Chen Yang lifted Elena from the iron platform, a deafening explosion erupted from a distance, causing the very floor beneath Ma Ying and the others to tremble. Following the explosion was a piercing scream, emanating from the direction of Su Yunmu and Zhou Maxin in the hall. It was the voice of Mylan Sha. Chen Yang spun around, placing Elena gently on the ground before sprinting towards the source of the sound, his limbs fully grounded, resembling a wolf in every aspect. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from Ma Ying's sight. As Chen Yang triggered traps along his path, his transformation into a werewolf had markedly enhanced his reflexes, speed, and strength, rendering the night demon's snares ineffective against him. As he activated one trap, he was already beyond its reach. Blades and massive bear traps rained down from above. Yet he pressed on relentlessly, racing forward with unwavering determination. From a distance, Chen Yang could hear the sounds of a fierce struggle erupting in the hall. In an instant, his body surged forward. He propelled himself off the wall at the corner, astonishingly running along its surface until he rounded the bend and descended straight into the hall. Inside, Su Yunmu dangled from a hook, suspended in midair, while Zhou Maxing slumped against the wall, a dagger protruding from her abdomen, her pallor stark against the surroundings. Only the golden-haired girl, Mylan Sha, remained, her face a mask of terror as she gazed upon the advancing night demon. The night demon tilted his head, scrutinizing Mylan Sha, a satisfied grin spreading across his face as he rasped, "You surpass all my previous treasures. I shall train you well." With her back against the wall and nowhere to retreat, Mylan Sha stood her ground. A flicker of confusion passed through her blue eyes before they gradually transformed to red, now reflecting not fear, but a wild frenzy. She kicked off the wall behind her and shot forward like a cannonball, colliding with the night demon, knocking him to the ground. Without pausing, she raised her hand to seize the exposed eyes of her adversary. Caught off guard, the night demon fell beneath her force but quickly regained his composure, blocking her arm with his hands before shifting to a hold that flung her violently against the wall. As Mylan Shah crashed into it, blood streamed from her head. With her crimson eyes wide in fury, she let out a low growl, preparing to lunge at the night demon. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, rushing toward the hall. In the blink of an eye, even Mylan Shah, consumed by madness, paused in surprise at the sight of the approaching figure. The night demon had noticed the thundering footsteps even earlier, as Chen Yang burst into the hall. He drew his gun and began firing at the oncoming man. Blood bloomed from Chen Yang's body with each shot. Transformed into a werewolf, his muscular strength had significantly increased. The bullets lodged themselves in his flesh, failing to penetrate deep enough to harm his vital organs. Although the bullets were not lethal, the force behind them sent Chen Yang staggering, drastically reducing his speed. The night demon continued to shoot while retreating, and as his gun emptied, he found himself beneath the suspended Su Yunmu. Discarding the firearm, he grasped the rope above, securing it around his waist. In a swift motion, Su Yunmu plummeted, while he ascended rapidly, soon finding himself suspended in midair. With a roar of fury, Chen Yang crouched low and sprang from the ground, leaping an impressive 3 to 4 meters over the descending Su Yunmu, tackling the night demon midair and sinking his teeth into the demon's neck. To vanquish the night demon yields 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points. To rescue Elena grants each member of the squad 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points. Upon the completion of the time-limited rescue mission, they are to return to the realm of the main god. The cold voice of the main god continued to echo, yet Chen Yang was impervious to it. The moment he came into contact with blood, he succumbed entirely to madness, relentlessly gnashing at the lifeless night demon before him, his vision awash in crimson. In that instant, he had utterly lost his sanity. When Chen Yang finally emerged from his frenzy, he beheld the immense orb of light within the main god space. His body suspended within the radiant column beneath it. Streams of white light coalesced into his being, mending his form. A tingling and prickling sensation coursed through every nerve ending, nearly prompting a cry from his lips. Chapter 45. The return to space. In addition to the light column where Chen Yang was situated, there were 5 other light columns beneath the luminous sphere, each varying in brightness. The one occupied by Mylan Shah was the dimmest, while the other 3 had a similar intensity, with Ma Ying's light column shining the brightest among them. Upon recognizing the individuals within the columns, Chen Yang could not help but exhale deeply. A total of 13 individuals had entered this horror film, and now only 6 remained, offering nearly a 50% survival rate. Besides himself, Ma Ying, Zhang Jianfei, Su Yunmu, and Zhou Maxin, along with Mylan Shah, had survived. Under the restoration of the main deity, the 5 individuals, including Ma Ying, regained consciousness. As they recognized Chen Yang within the light column, Ma Ying and Zhou Maxin simultaneously blushed and turned away, while Su Yunmu maintained a stoic expression, though the corners of her mouth twitched, and Zhang Jianfei erupted into hearty laughter, pointing at Chen Yang's form. Glancing down, Chen Yang realized he was nearly completely naked, with only scant remnants of fabric covering his vital areas. No wonder Ma Ying and Zhou Maxin turned red upon seeing him. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he hastily initiated communication with the main deity. As soon as he established contact, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. However, at that moment, he was too preoccupied to examine it closely and instead focused on requesting clothing from the main deity. Please exchange for a garment. What type of clothing do you prefer? A suit, combat attire, or any casual outfit? Let us go with combat attire. As he donned the outfit midair, Chen Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him and began to sift through the information that had just surged into his consciousness. Within 10 minutes of escaping the nightclub, he earned 500 reward points. Killing 12 drug-enhanced individuals yielded 60 points. Vanquishing the night demon granted him 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points. Rescuing Elena also awarded him 1 evolution point and another 1,000 reward points. Additionally, there was a base reward of 1,000 points for enduring each horror film. In total, during this chapter of Night Demon 2, Chen Yang amassed 3,560 reward points and 2 evolution points. Compared to the previous 2 horror films he had survived, the gains from this particular narrative were substantial, with the reward points alone exceeding the combined total from Death Comes and the Human Skin Hotel. It felt akin to earning in a single month what would typically require 2 or 3 months of labor in the real world, and Chen Yang's spirit soared. However, upon realizing that the restoration of his body had consumed 478 reward points, he could not suppress a wry smile. Half of the basic 1,000 points had been spent merely on healing. Were his injuries truly that severe? Chen Yang endeavored to recollect the events that transpired in the main deity's space and eventually recalled what had happened. To save Elena, he had utilized the red werewolf gene serum acquired from Norris. Fortunately, he belonged to the successful 50%, and the gene fusion had succeeded. Upon this success, he had transformed, reminiscent of that fateful night in the Night Demon 2 narrative, which coincided with the full moon. The last vivid memory Chen Yang retained was the sensation of his clothing tearing apart during his transformation. After the metamorphosis, his recollections became fragmented, merely a hazy impression of subduing the night demon midair. He seemed to have bitten it, and fatally so. Had he truly slain the night demon with his bite? At that moment, Chen Yang became acutely aware of a metallic and bitter taste in his mouth, as if he had something lodged within. Instinctively, he forcefully expelled it, only to vomit a chunk of bloody flesh. Realization struck him as he recognized the nature of what he had expelled, even while suspended in the healing light. He could not suppress his retching. That was unmistakably the flesh and blood of the night demon, and the appearance of the morsel suggested it was akin to a trachea. At this juncture, even Ma Ying, who bore the most grievous injuries, had completed her healing and descended from the pillar of light, leaving Chen Yang as the sole figure still floating, caught in a state of extreme distress. This time, apart from Zhang Jianfei, who had succumbed to unconsciousness during Chen Yang's transformation, the other 4 remained silent, with Ma Ying's eyes reddening. It was crucial to note that utilizing the werewolf gene serum was akin to gambling with one's life. Fortunately, Chen Yang had emerged victorious in this gamble. Ma Ying recounted the events surrounding Chen Yang's use of the red werewolf gene serum to Zhang Jianfei. The relief that had adorned Zhang Jianfei's face for having narrowly escaped catastrophe vanished in an instant. Had Chen Yang's integration of the werewolf gene failed, the entire winged fire serpent team would likely have faced annihilation. In comparison to the injuries sustained at the Human Skin Inn, Chen Yang's wounds in this second chapter of the Night Demon narrative were not particularly severe. However, the time required for his body to recover was significantly longer. Even after his body had fully healed, the wounds left by the sharp blades had completely mended, yet radiant motes continued to coalesce around him. Chen Yang had a vague sense that this phenomenon was somehow linked to his integration of the werewolf gene. The group had only spent a little over 5 hours within the Night Demon narrative world. At first glance, the duration seemed brief, yet within this short span, they were perpetually beset by the threat of traps, existing in a state of heightened tension every moment. Upon returning to the main divine space, they were utterly exhausted, yearning to collapse onto their beds for a long slumber. Nonetheless, no one suggested a respite. They stood beneath the luminous sphere, awaiting Chen Yang's restoration. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Yang finally completed his healing and descended from the light. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Ma Ying rushed into his embrace, offering him a heartfelt hug. When they parted, her eyes glistening, Zhang Jianfei erupted into laughter and enveloped Chen Yang in a bear hug, exclaiming, "Thank you. If it weren't for you this time, I don't know about the others, but I certainly wouldn't have made it back. So, I owe you another one. Counting the incident at the Human Skin Inn, I now owe you 2 favors. Also, I wanted to tell you, although I didn't witness your transformation into a werewolf, I imagine it must have been incredibly cool, especially the part where you bit the night demon to death. How epic." Upon hearing Zhang Jianfei's mention of slaying the night demon, Chen Yang managed to suppress the urge to retch once more. He embraced Zhang Jianfei, delivering 2 firm pats on his back. rendering the bespectacled recluse pale-faced. Afterward, he gently pushed him away, remarking, "You truly ought to enhance your capabilities." Disregarding the ashen-faced Zhang Jianfei, who appeared to be nursing internal wounds, Chen Yang addressed Zhou Maxin and the others, who were entering the main god space for the first time. "There are a total of 20 rooms over there, and each of you may select one. The rooms are empty. However, customizing them is quite simple. You need only to envision the style and decor you desire in your mind. That said, I advise against extravagance, as such modifications require reward points. Furthermore, if you wish to exchange for anything, simply stand beneath the luminous sphere and communicate with the main god. You can acquire anything your heart desires." Chapter 46. Another 3 gene in this task. Each of us received a modicum of evolution points along with a considerable number of reward points, sufficient for everyone to exchange for a commendable ability. Such an opportunity to gain evolution points upon first entering a horror film is indeed rare. I strongly advise you to exercise caution in selecting the abilities you wish to acquire. A judicious choice can significantly enhance your chances of survival in the next horror film. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Ma Ying nodded in agreement, stating, "This installment, Night Demon 2, has imparted numerous lessons. If we had prepared more thoroughly prior to entering, perhaps a greater number of us would have survived." After briefly introducing some fundamental rules regarding the main deity's space, Chen Yang felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Although the narrative world of Night Demon 2 lasted a mere 5 hours, it felt interminable to him. Now, back in the main deity's space, he longed to relax completely, and all his fatigue seemed to erupt at once, compelling him to retreat to his room for sleep. Zhou Maxin and her companions, perhaps due to this being their inaugural venture into a horror film, displayed signs of weariness, yet the novelty of the main deity's space rendered them somewhat exhilarated. After Chen Yang elucidated how to communicate with the main deity to exchange items, Zhou Maxin was the first to step beneath the luminous sphere. Su Yunmu hesitated briefly before joining her, while only Mylan Sha remained stationary, her small face devoid of expression, merely gazing vacantly at the floating orb. Zhou Maxin's expression quickly transformed under the sphere. Her lips curled into a smile of unexpected delight, only to be replaced by a look of wistfulness. Witnessing her reaction, even after narrowly escaping peril, Chen Yang couldn't help but smile faintly. It was evident that this beautiful model had spotted an enticing exchange option, only to realize her reward points or evolution points fell short. In contrast to Zhou Maxin, Su Yunmu exhibited a greater composure. His face bore no overt signs of emotion, yet the furrow of his brow indicated his internal struggle regarding his own exchange. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before advising, "Since we have 6 survivors, it means we possess 6 days of respite. There is ample time, so it would be prudent to rest well and wait until tomorrow to make your exchanges." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Zhou Maxin opened her eyes and nodded, saying, "I fear I won't be able to sleep if I return now. It would be better to remain here and learn more about the items available for exchange." Chen Yang understood her sentiment. Recalling his own excitement upon first encountering the astonishing exchange options presented by the main deity, he gestured invitingly, saying, "Feel free to explore. I shall take a brief nap." With that, Chen Yang proceeded to his room. As he passed by Mylan Sha, he cast a particularly attentive glance into her eyes, which had transformed from the pale azure of a night demon narrative world to a vivid sapphire blue. Noti Jing Chen Yang S. Gaze. Mylan Sha finally shifted her focus from the floating orb to him. Although her expression remained unchanged from the first moment Chen Yang encountered her in the world of Night Demon 2, his instinctual intuition sensed the difference. In that realm, Melanda's expression had been tinged with curiosity, whereas now it conveyed a sense of wariness and indifference. Slowly pushing open his door, he found that the room's decor had not altered in the slightest. Chen Yang made his way to the window, leaning against the wall as he sat down. Gradually, his breaths grew longer and more profound. In the realm of dreams, Chen Yang's brow furrowed, and his body curled into a tight ball. He was startled awake by a nightmare. In his dream, he had transformed into a werewolf under the full moon, racing through the wilderness and jungles, using his teeth and claws to slay anyone he encountered. As he dispatched the final victim, the lifeless body on the ground began to morph, astonishingly taking on the visage of Shun Mushua, her chest exposed with a grievous wound, blood flowing steadily outward. Her eyes gazed silently at him, filled with helplessness. Gasping for air, Chen Yang instinctively pinched himself, the vividness of the dream unsettlingly real, as if it had genuinely transpired. His intuition suggested that the nightmare was intertwined with the werewolf genes he had assimilated. Glancing at the metallic watch on his wrist, he realized with surprise that he had slept for nearly 10 hours. Despite this rest, he still felt a profound fatigue and soreness, akin to the discomfort one experiences after vigorous exercise. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, Chen Yang finally exited his room. The moment he opened the door, a rich aroma of cooked vegetables wafted from the square, causing his stomach to betray him with a loud growl. The dining table in the center of the square was laden with an array of familiar home-cooked dishes, accompanied by several bottles of wine. Had it not been for the desolate surroundings, the scene would have resembled a cozy family gathering. Upon seeing Chen Yang, Ma Ying waved her hand and remarked, "The meal is ready. If you don't rise soon, I shall have to knock on your door." Chen Yang quickly approached the table, where his comrades, those who had shared life and death experiences, were seated. Feeling no need for formality, he seized a sizable lobster, tearing off its shell before indulging. The unique flavor of seafood immediately tantalized his taste buds. The lobster's meat was succulent and firm, surpassing any he had ever encountered in the real world. The taste was more exquisite than any shrimp he had savored by the seaside. Hearing Chen Yang praise the meal while he ate, Mine couldn't help but smile, saying, "As long as you enjoy it, my 3 reward points were not wasted." In the midst of his feasting, Chen Yang's mouth fell open in surprise. Although he had accumulated 3,560 reward points in the Night Demon 2 storyline, the notion of consuming 3 points in just a few bites was painfully extravagant. What a luxury, he lamented, yet he continued to devour another lobster, prompting laughter from those around him. Having devoured 2 large lobsters, Chen Yang still felt an insatiable hunger gnawing at him. He continued to urge others to partake in the feast while simultaneously indulging himself. Strangely, the once delectable braised eggplant and other vegetarian dishes now held no flavor for him. While meats he had previously shunned, even the fatty cuts, were now savored with gusto. After consuming 2 pig schrotters, a roasted chicken, 3 pounds of steak, and an assortment of other meats, Chen Yang finally sensed a slight alleviation of his hunger. When he raised his gaze, he discovered that Ma Ying and the others had, at some point, set down their chopsticks and were staring at him in astonishment. Observing Chen Yang's momentary pause, Ma Ying inquired, "Are you full? If not, I can cook some more steak for you." Chen Yang glanced at the now nearly empty plates and, feeling a bit taken aback, nodded slightly and replied, "No need for too much, just bring me another 3 pounds. Chapter 47. Genetic Evolution. After finishing the 3 pounds of steak served to him, Chen Yang wiped his mouth, revealing an expression of satisfaction. Pushing the plate aside, he glanced up and was met with several faces frozen in astonishment. As Ma Ying collected the dishes, she inquired, "How have you developed such an enormous appetite? You consume more than the combined total of the 5 of us. Is there something amiss?" Chen Yang nodded thoughtfully and replied, "This may very well be related to the werewolf gene I have assimilated." With that, he approached the luminous orb and began to communicate with the Supreme Deity. "Supreme Deity, do my nightmares and my current voracious appetite correlate with the werewolf gene I have integrated?" The cold, sterile voice of the Supreme Deity echoed in Chen Yang's mind. Upon merging with the werewolf gene, the reincarnator inherits fragments of the werewolf's memories, alongside various attributes, including its behavioral patterns and the inability to heal from silver weaponry. To restore one's inherent traits, the reincarnator must complete the werewolf gene and undergo evolution. Complete the werewolf gene? Chen Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "How does one achieve that?" The reincarnator must endure 3 or more horror films featuring werewolf narratives to potentially complete the evolution, transforming into a werewolf evolutionary form. Upon achieving this transformation, the reincarnator will no longer be subject to the primal instincts of the werewolf, will no longer fear silver weaponry, and will be able to shapeshift at will. The weight of the supreme deity's words left Chen Yang in contemplative silence for some time, as he meticulously pondered their significance. After a prolonged period of reflection, he queried, "Supreme deity, in films, it is often depicted that being bitten or clawed by a werewolf results in one's transformation into a werewolf. If I were to morph into a werewolf and subsequently bite or claw others, would they not also become werewolves? A reincarnated bitten or clawed by a werewolf would contract the werewolf virus. Theoretically, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance that a human could assimilate the virus and transform into a werewolf. However, those unable to assimilate the virus would irrevocably become a wolf-like creature, losing all human characteristics." The moment Chen Yang encountered the term werewolf virus, he was reminded of the T-virus from Resident Evil, fearing that the horror film worlds he might enter could resemble the zombie-infested scenarios of Resident Evil. He watched all 6 installments of the series. While he may not have memorized every detail, he retained a solid grasp of the pivotal plot points. In the entirety of the Resident Evil universe, apart from a select few like Alice, nearly all humans infected with the T-virus devolved into mindless zombies. Out of a global population of 6 to 7 billion, only a handful possessed the genetic fortitude to assimilate the T-virus, a probability far less than that of winning the lottery. Having grasped this reality, Chen Yang promptly extinguished any thoughts of transforming his fellow teammates into werewolves. Having concluded his communication with the deity, Chen Yang noticed that Ma Ying and the others were gazing at him expectantly. He proceeded to recount the information he had gleaned from the deity, adding, "If we can derive the werewolf gene serum from the film The Wolfman, could it not be inferred that similar gene serums could be obtained from other horror films? For instance, might we extract a vampire gene serum from Dracula Untold, or a zombie gene serum from Resident Evil? Perhaps even a spider gene or Green Lantern gene from the realm of American comics like Spider-Man?" Upon hearing Chen Yang's reasoning, Ma Ying and the others nodded in agreement, with Zhang Jinfei expressing his excitement. "These are all evolutionary bloodlines. If we could acquire these genes, we would be akin to superhumans." Chen Yang could not help but interject. "Firstly, to obtain these gene serums, one must endure the corresponding horror films. The werewolf gene serum can only be acquired from films specifically about werewolves. While I am uncertain how previous season individuals managed to obtain the werewolf gene serum, I can assure you it was no easy feat. Secondly, merging with these non-human genes carries inherent risks. My own integration of the werewolf gene only offered a 50% success rate, and I suspect the other genes pose similar dangers. Thirdly, merging with these non-human genes may lead to the host being controlled by the gene itself, inheriting its inherent flaws. For instance, had I integrated a vampire gene instead of a werewolf gene, I would be unable to venture out during daylight, lest I be incinerated by sunlight. Such a flaw would be utterly fatal in the cycle of reincarnation." Upon hearing these words, the group fell silent. The advantages of gene fusion were evident: enhanced strength, speed, muscular fortitude, and even self-healing abilities. However, the corresponding costs were equally substantial. "Well, let's discuss this further once we have actually obtained such gene serums from horror films," Zhou Maxin said, raising her glass and fluttering her long eyelashes at Chen Yang. "Thank you. Were it not for you, I would have already become a lifeless corpse." While Chen Yang was communicating with the deity, Ma Ying had recounted how Chen Yang had slain Norris to acquire the werewolf gene serum. This left Zhou Maxin in awe, and she silently rejoiced that she had entered the realm of reincarnation only after the ordeal at the Human Skin Inn. Chen Yang accepted the glass from Zhou Maxin and replied, "We are a team. In the face of danger, we must be each other's strongest support. So there is no need for expressions of gratitude." He looked at Zhou Maxin, whose image of tearing her evening gown and smashing her high heels had left a profound impression on him. Moreover, the subtle sadness that lingered in her expression suggested she bore some unspoken burden. However, he refrained from inquiring. After all, everyone has their own story, as does Zhou Maxin, and he was no exception. Ma Ying swirled the red wine in her glass with a gentle smile, saying, "Let us not waste the wine I exchanged for. While it may not be the illustrious 1982 Lafite, it is certainly a fine vintage from Porto." Chen Yang took a gentle sip of the wine. Just as Ma Ying had described, the red wine in the glass was smooth and round on the palate, imbued with a subtle oak aroma and the distinctive fragrance characteristic of fine red wines. Observing the look of enjoyment on Chen Yang's face, Ma Ying smiled faintly and remarked, "Speaking of which, I wonder where the master god procured these wines and ingredients. They are not only more affordable than in the real world, but their flavors are beyond compare. This bottle of port wine we are currently savoring can be exchanged for merely 5 reward points. In that regard, the master god's realm truly is a wonderful place. 5 reward points?" Chen Yang mused as he gazed at the glass in his hand. That allows for quite a few exchanges. Is it not a tad extravagant? Ma Ying replied thoughtfully, considering our considerable gains this time. Do we not deserve a touch of luxury? Moreover, it remains uncertain whether we will still be able to enjoy a drink together here after the next horror film. With that, Ma Ying poured a portion of the red wine onto the ground and declared, "This cup is dedicated to Jean Xioli and all our comrades who have fought alongside us. May you journey well." Chapter 48. Irmal noticing a somewhat somber atmosphere. Zhou Maxin subtly shifted the topic, remarking, "It is truly astonishing what can be exchanged in the divine space. Beyond the ordinary ingredients and fine wines, there are even the legendary dragon meat. According to the explanation provided by the divine being, not only does dragon meat enhance physical fitness, but consuming a certain amount can even lead to the spontaneous generation of evolution points within one's body." Upon hearing Zhou Maxin mention dragon meat, Chen Yang's interest was piqued. Previously, due to time constraints and the overwhelming number of exchange options presented by the divine being, he had not taken the opportunity to thoroughly explore the available choices, remaining unaware of the existence of dragon meat and its remarkable ability to generate evolution points simply through consumption. Observing Chen Yang's eager demeanor, as if he could not wait to communicate with the divine being beneath the glowing orb, Zhou Maxin chuckled. "Don't bother looking. It's beyond our means. 1 pound of dragon meat costs 1,000 reward points, and a single bite might consume dozens or even hundreds of points. You would surely feel the sting." This was a playful jab at Chen Yang, who had just learned that exchanging for wine required 5 reward points. Chen Yang smiled and returned to stand beneath the glowing orb, connecting his consciousness with the divine being to initiate communication. With 6 survivors emerging from the horror experience, this meant 6 days of rest, considerably more than before, allowing him ample time to delve deeper into the intricacies of the divine space. Moreover, Zhou Maxin's description of dragon meat made him acutely aware of his insufficient understanding of the divine space. After a brief moment of dizziness, 5 categories of exchange options manifested in Chen Yang's mind: technological weapons, magical legends, medical supplies, daily life essentials, and entertainment. He promptly selected the daily life category, and the instant he opened it, a torrent of information flooded his consciousness, leaving him feeling somewhat lightheaded. Within moments, he skimmed through hundreds of entries. However, this was merely a fraction of the options provided by the divine being. To say it was a drop in the ocean might be an exaggeration. It was not far from the truth. Closing the daily life category, he glanced through the other 4 categories as well. In the end, a singular sentiment lingered: expensive, or to phrase it differently, impoverished. Perhaps it was due to what Xiao AI had mentioned. The exchange rates in the divine space were determined according to the prices of the apocalyptic world, that everything seemed exorbitantly priced. The daily life and entertainment categories were comparatively more affordable, while items in the magical legends and technological categories often demanded thousands upon thousands of reward points for redemption. After some contemplation, Chen Yang exited the 5 major categories and accessed the options regarding abilities. This category was classified according to the 9 attributes of humanity, with only those whose attributes had evolved to the corresponding tier able to exchange for the respective abilities. The higher the tier, the more complex the required abilities became, often necessitating multiple attributes to simultaneously reach the requisite levels for redemption. Chen Yang currently possesses 3 attributes that have reached the first tier: mental strength, perception, and power. The abilities available at this tier, all pertaining to these 3 attributes, exceed 100. As he perused this extensive list once more, He paused momentarily upon encountering the first-tier ability of mental strength, steadfast will. Steadfast will, a first-tier ability that enables effective resistance against illusions, intimidation, and deceit. Particularly applicable in supernatural horror scenarios, requiring the individual to possess first-tier mental strength, with a reward point cost of 1,200 points. After scrutinizing Steadfast Will twice, Chen Yang proceeded to examine the abilities available at the second tier of mental strength. Due to his current lack of advancement, these second-tier abilities appeared grayed out, necessitating individual exploration. Previously, he had not paid much attention to these capabilities. While sifting through the options for second-tier abilities, he swiftly discovered the advanced version of Steadfast Will, Iron Will. Iron Will, a second-tier ability that significantly bolsters resistance against illusions, intimidation, deceit, hypnosis, and other mental skills. It effectively mitigates the mental effects of non-human genes such as vampire, werewolf, and zombie traits on the mind of the fusion individual, requiring the individual to have advanced to second-tier mental strength, with a reward point cost of 1,800 points. Upon reading that Iron Will could effectively counteract the psychological influences of vampire, werewolf, and zombie genes, Chen Yang was filled with elation. Currently, he only possessed two abilities, Bull Strength and Primal Intuition, which suffice for low-difficulty horror scenarios like Human Skin In and Night Demon. However, should the next horror film delve into genres such as monsters or zombies, his current abilities may prove inadequate. This concern was not merely hypothetical. As each team member's strength escalated, the main god would likely no longer place them in low-difficulty horror scenarios, but rather in films of commensurate difficulty. At that juncture, Chen Yang's existing abilities would be insufficient, whereas his werewolf transformation ability would become immensely beneficial. After reviewing the details regarding Iron Will and briefly familiarizing himself with other abilities, Chen Yang severed his connection with the main god and opened his eyes. Upon witnessing his awakening, Ma Ying inquired, "Have you decided which ability to exchange for?" Chen Yang nodded and replied, "The information is quite overwhelming. I have yet to make a definitive choice. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I plan to allocate both evolution points to mental strength, advancing to second-tier mental strength and acquiring the ability known as Iron Will." He recounted the details of Iron Will, stating, "This ability will allow me to retain my sanity as I transform into a werewolf, which is precisely what I need at this moment. I calculated that acquiring this ability will require 1,800 reward points, leaving me with over 1,000 points, which I can use to exchange for another first-tier ability in either perception or power." At this juncture, Chen Yang hesitated momentarily before stating, "This is the most optimal exchange plan I can conceive of at present. Although transforming into a werewolf is restricted to the full moon, the indomitable will applies to most supernatural horror films. Given our current prowess, it is likely that we will soon find ourselves immersed in such cinematic horrors." Upon articulating his thoughts, Chen Yang turned to Ma Ying and the others, inquiring, "So, have you all decided what you wish to exchange?" Ma Ying nodded and replied, "I have my eye on the ability of scent of the spirit hound, which grants one the keen sense of smell akin to that of a dog. It merely requires advancement to the first tier of perception, along with the expenditure of 650 reward points for the exchange." Chapter 49. Attribute Enhancement. Chen Yang was taken aback for a moment and remarked, "Enhancing your sense of smell? Shouldn't you be focusing on augmenting your speed or strength instead? Even defense would be more beneficial. Sensory abilities can be reserved for when we have an abundance of evolution points to spare." Ma Ying shook her head slightly and replied, "During my time in the police force, I witnessed firsthand the prowess of police dogs. In many cases, their sense of smell played a pivotal role, just like what we encountered with Night Demon 2. Had I possessed the ability of the Spirit Hound sense, I could have directly located Alina or the Night Demon." Noticing that Chen Yang was about to interject, Ma Ying continued, "My current physical condition is barely adequate. Rather than acquiring a capability that holds little value, I would prefer to obtain the Spirit Hound sense." At this juncture, she beamed a sweet smile and added, "The primary reason is that I've suffered from rhinitis since childhood, which has never truly healed. Therefore, I have always yearned for a healthy nose." Chen Yang shook his head in disbelief. But Mying proceeded. From a Night Demon 2 mission, I earned a total of 2,570 reward points. After exchanging for the Spirit Hound's sense and physical restoration, I still have 1,356 points remaining. I noticed that I could also exchange for a Type 95 sniper rifle and 2 protective talismans. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback and asked, "A Type 95 sniper rifle? Do you aspire to become a sniper?" Mying nodded. My shooting scores were commendable during police academy training. The instructor remarked that I possessed the potential to be a sniper. Recalling how Ma Ying had expertly severed the wire suspended from Zhang Jianfei's leg with a single shot, Chen Yang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Since you have the potential to be a sniper, why not exchange the Spirit Hound sense for long-range vision instead? This ability would be far more advantageous for a sniper, and I shall take on the exchange for the Spirit Hound sense." Ma Ying did not oppose further. Indeed, as Chen Yang pointed out, vision held greater importance than olfactory senses for a sniper. Seeing her acquiescence, Chen Yang contemplated briefly before asking, "What is the purpose of the protective talisman?" Ma Ying explained, "The protective talisman automatically ignites when malevolent entities, such as spirits or ghosts, approach, and it shields the user from harm until the talisman has completely burned out." Chen Yang nodded slightly, realizing that, like himself, Ma Ying had also recognized that the challenges presented by horror films were only destined to escalate. Future horror films would undoubtedly veer away from the grotesque killers akin to the human skin in or the night demon. After a moment's contemplation, recalling the specialized ammunition he had encountered in the realm of technological weaponry, Chen Yang remarked, "I came across several types of special ammunition within the main divine space. In addition to the armor-piercing and incendiary rounds already available in the real world, there are several more potent varieties. For instance, the high-tech ice rounds, which contain liquid nitrogen, instantly lower the temperature upon impact, inflicting freezing damage on the target. There are also silver nitrate bullets specifically designed to combat werewolves, as well as spectral bullets capable of injuring spiritual entities. If you decide to exchange for the Type 95 sniper rifle, you could also acquire some of these special rounds to prepare for potential encounters in the next horror film." Spectral bullets? Mying evidently did not comprehend the nature of these exchanges and inquired, "What are spirit bullets?" Chen Yang elucidated, "The shells of spirit bullets are inscribed with protective runes, which can inflict harm on spiritual entities. However, such specialized ammunition is quite costly, requiring 5 reward points for a single bullet." Upon hearing this, the previously taciturn Su Yunmu abruptly interjected, "If provided with the necessary tools, I believe I could fabricate these special bullets." At this moment, Su Yunmu had exchanged his yellow prison attire for a sleek black combat uniform, exuding an air of competence and decisiveness. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. Prior to entering this horror narrative, I specialized in firearms. My expertise lies in the manufacture and modification of guns, and my marksmanship is reasonably proficient." With a serious demeanor, he continued, "The crimes of arms manufacturing and trafficking are virtually indistinguishable from murder. We cannot even trust our own kin. So I hope you will forgive my heightened sense of caution." As he spoke, he revealed the first smile since entering this narrative world, stating, "After being apprehended by the police, I thought I was destined for a grim fate, yet I was unexpectedly chosen by the Lord God to enter this cyclical realm. For you, this may be akin to hell, but for me, it is genuinely a paradise." Chen Yang wore an expression of understanding. His primal instincts were acutely attuned to emotional shifts. Su Yunmu had maintained a guarded demeanor throughout his time in the Night Demon 2 narrative, only relinquishing his wariness upon witnessing the extraordinary exchanges in the Lord God space. Clearly, it was at this juncture that he fully embraced the veracity of Chen Yang and his companion's words. "You mentioned your ability to modify special bullets?" Su Yunmu nodded, responding, "Although I have not encountered these specific bullets, I believe they will pose no significant challenge to me." Sensing the confidence in Su Yunmu's words, Chen Yang felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The ability to produce special bullets would undoubtedly conserve a substantial amount of precious reward points. Su Yunmu continued, "Regarding ability exchanges, despite my limited education, I grasped the principle of collaboration. Just as in our previous firearm production, each individual must be accountable for their respective processes. Personally, I wish to exchange for the ability of Gun Fu. However, if the team requires it, I can opt for other abilities that are presently more essential. Gun Fu. That is likely not a first-tier ability, is it? Su Yunmu affirmed. The most economical beginner's Gun Fu requires Tier 3 agility and Tier 3 intelligence to master. Therefore, barring any specific request from you, I shall first advance to Tier 1 agility in exchange for an ability known as cat-like agility. Gun Fu encompasses both ranged and melee combat, making it a comprehensive skill. My desire to acquire this ability stems not only from my confidence in my marksmanship, but also from my inherent distrust as a gun dealer, preferring to retain control over my own fate. Noticing Chen Yang's lack of dissent, Su Yunmu, embodying his decisive nature, promptly positioned himself beneath the luminous orb to communicate with the Lord God. When it was Zhou Maxin's turn, she confidently stated her intentions. I aspire to advance my magical abilities to the first tier, exchanging for a basic healing spell and a low-level illusion spell. The healing spell will mend injuries, which will undoubtedly prove invaluable in future battles. The illusionary ability can induce hallucinations in the target, creating chaos. I believe both are quite practical skills. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing Zhou Maxin's intelligence and her clear self-assessment. She had chosen a combination of Eastern illusionist and Western cleric skills, illusion for self-preservation and healing to support her comrades. Chapter 50. Dissociation of personality. Everyone had clarified their enhancement direction. When only Melinda remained, she appeared remarkably composed and stated, I wish to exchange for Tier 1 strength. My age is a limitation. Strength is my Achilles heel. Once I possess sufficient power, my capabilities will at least double. Chen Yang looked at Melinda with a hint of surprise. Unable to refrain from saying, Melinda, I believe the abilities you most require right now are agility or defense. These two attributes will maximize your chances of survival in the next horror film. Melinda blinked her sapphire blue eyes and replied, Quinn, I am not Melinda. My name is Quinn. Chen Yang fixated on her azure gaze. Though the memories of his transformation into a werewolf lingered only in fragments, he vividly recalled how Melinda, moments before he killed the night demon, transformed from a vulnerable figure into a frenzied combatant. What transpired before I killed? No, before I vanquished the night demon. Zhou Maxin and Su Yunmu exchanged glances and recounted the events following Chen Yang's departure. After Chen Yang and the others responded to Elena's cries for help, Su Yunmu attempted to rescue the blonde woman pinned to the wall, but was abruptly ensnared by the descending night demon, its claws piercing her shoulder blades and lifting her into the air. Zhou Maxin, desperate to fight back, realized that prior to entering the horror film, she was merely a model, possessing beauty of the highest caliber, yet her combat prowess was exceedingly weak. In a single encounter, she was wounded by the night demon's dagger, rendering her unable to fight. After severely injuring the two, the night demon intended to keep Melinda as a trophy. At that moment, Melinda suddenly transformed, attacking the night demon with fervor until the arrival of Chen Yang in his werewolf form. Upon hearing the night demon's intention to make Melinda a trophy, Chen Yang glanced at her and suddenly recalled the little girl rescued by Ajin in the first film. Both were approximately 10 years old, with golden hair and an endearing, timid demeanor. Their appearances were strikingly similar. In that instant, Chen Yang experienced a moment of revelation. Perhaps from the very beginning, the night demon had resolved to claim Melinda as its possession. From the development of the two films' narratives, it became evident that the night demon left a victim ensconced in a box as a trophy after each crime, only to discard it during the next act, replacing it with a new trophy. Upon entering the jeweler's villa, the night demon had already brought along its previous trophy, the elderly white man confined within the box from the first film. At that time, Ajin had yet to enter the villa, indicating that the chosen trophy was not Ajin, but rather a member of the jeweler's family. The subsequent scenes depicting the brutal slaying of the jeweler, his wife, and eldest daughter reveal that the intended trophy was the younger daughter, who was ultimately rescued by Ajin. It was only due to Ajin's intervention that the younger daughter was saved, leading to Ajin's confinement in the Crimson Box, becoming a trophy instead. Upon realizing this, the actions of the night demon, who employed Elena to set a deadly trap to divert Chen Yang and others, while he himself attacked Su Yunmu and his companions, become explicable. He had already forsaken Elena, preparing to claim Mylan Shah as his own trophy. After articulating his conjecture, Chen Yang lamented, "Regrettably, I comprehended this too late. Had I known that the Night Demon's ultimate target was Mylan Shah, we might have turned the tables, preemptively orchestrating a plan to eliminate the Night Demon, thereby increasing the chances of survival for the rest of us." Ma Ying listened, wide-eyed, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed. "I once thought my understanding of the Night Demon narrative was sufficient, yet I now realize my grasp was merely superficial. I perceive the Night Demon as a mere psychopathic killer, never once contemplating the analysis of his behavioral patterns and motives. That was my oversight." Chen Yang shook his head and replied, "Such an analysis would necessitate prior knowledge of the next horror film's title, alongside substantial time dedicated to its examination. Given our previous constraints, we could only endeavor to watch as many horror films as possible to familiarize ourselves with their plots, and such oversights were inevitable." Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, Ma Ying felt slightly reassured, yet murmured, "There are indeed many promising newcomers in this installment of the Night Demon. Zhao Hongxin's skills and that outdoor streamer survival techniques are invaluable abilities. If they survive, their enhancements could transform them into reliable allies." While Chen Yang and Ma Ying conversed, Mylan Shah, or rather Quinn, listened in silence until they concluded. She then spoke, "The Mylan Shah you mentioned is my dear friend. Thank you for safeguarding her." Upon hearing Quinn's words, Chen Yang recalled Mylan Shah's eyes transforming from aquamarine to sapphire blue, her demeanor drastically altered before and after encountering the Night Demon, and the words of the Black Bodyguard, who mentioned her childhood abuse. He began to mentally piece together scenes reminiscent of films like Identity, and the phrase split personality emerged in his mind. Before him stood Quinn, undoubtedly a manifestation of the second personality that Mylan Shah had developed as a defense mechanism during her childhood trauma. Prior to encountering the Night Demon, Mylan Shah was under the dominion of her primary persona. When faced with the threat of death, her primary personality succumbed to fear and fell into slumber, allowing the second personality, Quinn, to awaken. This is the only explanation for the transformations she underwent. Undeniably, Quinn, in terms of intellect and other attributes, surpassed the former Mylan Shah. The previous incarnation was merely a burden to the team. However, due to the promise secured by the Black Bodyguard sacrifice, Chen Yang had no choice but to protect her. Now, with Quinn assuming Mylan Shah's persona, she would not only shed the burden, but could potentially emerge as a pivotal member of the team. After all, from the narratives of split personalities, it is evident that those who develop such dissociations often do so because their primary persona is too feeble, leading them to fantasize about a protector. Thus, the secondary personality frequently manifests as powerful or even malevolent. In light of this, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning the name Anaconda, for none could ascertain whether uttering her name might cause Quinn to revert once more into Anaconda. With Anaconda having transformed into Quinn, exhibiting a composure and intellect surpassing that of an adult, Chen Yang ceased to propose enhancements to her agility and defense. Instead, he chose to honor her decision, allowing her to fortify her strength. However, Quinn's subsequent choices astonished Chen Yang yet again. Rather than expending her reward points to acquire abilities related to strength after evolving 1 point into it, she chose to spend 2,000 reward points on a weapon. Chapter 51. Preparing to enter, when everyone beheld the weapon Quinn had exchanged, they were momentarily taken aback. She had chosen a completely black horn hammer, one end rounded and the other flat, curving downward with a V-shaped notch. Crafted entirely from metal, it was larger than the typical horn hammers found in the real world. The flat, curved end glinted under the light, revealing a delicate texture that appeared exceptionally sharp, yet it remained a horned hammer nonetheless. Zhang Jianfei pointed at the horned hammer in Quinn's hands, struggling to suppress his laughter, and remarked, "You exchanged 2,000 reward points for a hammer? You truly are a hammer." Quinn cast a cold glance at Zhang Jianfei. Despite having endured 2 horror films, he felt a chill run down his spine at the icy look in her eyes, and his laughter gradually faded into silence. The Master God was not a swindler. The exchanges offered were invariably worth their value. Since this hammer cost 2,000 reward points, it must possess equivalent worth. Chen Yang scrutinized the horned hammer in Qian's grasp and inquired, "Does this hammer possess any attributes?" Qian nodded and replied, "Sturdy, armor-piercing." Chen Yang's eyes brightened, about to speak, when Zhang Jianfei suddenly exclaimed, "I just remembered. In Raid 2, the mute girl wearing sunglasses wielded 2 horned hammers. She looked incredibly cool with those hammers. What a pity she died." Chen Yang had grown accustomed to Zhang Jianfei's lack of seriousness and ignored him, turning to Qian to ask, "May I try it?" Qian nodded and handed the horned hammer to Chen Yang. Upon grasping the hammer, he immediately felt a slight pull downward. Having evolved to a first-tier strength, he recognized that the weight of the hammer was surprising, but the inherent heft was evidently substantial, far exceeding that of the wooden-handled horned hammers of the real world. As he weighed the hammer in his hands, he increasingly sensed its uniqueness. Standing beneath the luminous sphere, information regarding the horned hammer promptly materialized before him. Hornware hammer, weighing 12.8 kilograms, forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, a favorite of psychopathic murderers, possessing inherent sturdy and armor-piercing attributes, requiring 2,000 reward points. 12.8 kilograms? Chen Yang exclaimed, somewhat astounded. He had a penchant for history and possessed some knowledge of ancient weaponry. Notably, during the renowned 5 Dynasties period, the iron spears wielded by esteemed generals weighed only slightly over 20 kilograms, while this seemingly modest horned warhammer weighed 12.8 kilograms. One could only imagine the devastating consequences of such a heavy hammer, combined with the force of impact, striking a person's body. As he toyed with the horned warhammer, Chen Yang asked, "Why did you choose this hammer instead of exchanging for a strength skill?" Qian replied, "The application of strength lies within the mind. All strength skills, when stripped down, are merely applications of strength. As long as one understands how to utilize strength, those skills become inconsequential." Upon hearing such lofty words, and after Chen Yang reiterated the attributes of the ram-horn warhammer, the gazes of the crowd towards Qian shifted dramatically. Qian maintained an appearance of calmness, yet it was evident that a violent essence coursed through him. Otherwise, he would not have exchanged for such a weapon. Noticing Zhang Jianfei retreating a couple of steps, Chen Yang suddenly recalled that he had yet to inquire about Zhang Jianfei's exchange, and thus he asked, "I saw you smiling incessantly under the light sphere just now. What did you exchange for?" Zhang Jianfei had always avoided discussing his own exchange. Feeling somewhat embarrassed at Chen Yang's question, he replied, "I advanced 1 tier in defense, in exchange for 2 first-tier abilities, petrified skin and damage reduction." At this point, seemingly to mask something, Zhang Jianfei added, "My abilities are inadequate. As long as I don't hold you back at critical moments, that is sufficient." Both abilities were focused on resisting damage or ensuring survival, which made Chen Yang's eyes light up as he remarked, "You won't be holding us back. Our team is in need of a tank." "A tank?" Zhang Jianfei stammered. When he had considered these abilities, his sole focus had been on how to survive as long as possible. He had never anticipated being regarded as the team's tank. As the exchanges progressed, everyone had completed their transactions. Chen Yang's enhanced iron was primarily aimed at suppressing his instincts when transforming into a werewolf, while he would serve as the main melee force post-transformation. Ma Ying would function as the sniper providing long-range firepower, and Su Yunmu, proficient in marksmanship, would become a firepower specialist upon exchanging for an assault rifle. Zhou Maxin's healing and illusion abilities would offer effective medical support to the team and confuse enemies at critical moments. With the reward points and evolution points gained from Night Demon 2, everyone had successfully completed their metamorphosis from ordinary individuals to formidable warriors. Through the combination of various abilities, the current winged Fire Serpent squad had already taken on the semblance of a reincarnation team, no longer merely a disorganized mob of ordinary people. After completing their exchanges, the remaining time for everyone was to swiftly adapt to their newly acquired abilities. For instance, Zhou Maxin's basic healing technique required constant refinement in casting speed, technique, and timing, which necessitated significant time and effort to train. Only through such dedication would these abilities truly become part of themselves. In contrast to the others, Chen Yang's task was to adapt as much as possible to the inherent abilities of the werewolf and to control the desires stemming from his werewolf lineage. Thus, after exchanging for iron will, he returned to his room and utilized some reward points to transform it into a wilderness reminiscent of a full moon night. Practicing his transformations relentlessly, while employing iron will to suppress the control of his werewolf lineage. In pursuit of quickly adapting to the changes brought about by werewolf transformations, Chen Yang devoted most of the following 5 days to this endeavor, continuously transforming, suppressing, recovering, and then transforming again. Time was of the essence. Chen Yang could no longer afford to concentrate on watching horror films to understand the plots. He could only carve out a bit of time during his recovery periods post-transformation to indulge in a horror film. On the 6th day, Chen Yang finally mastered the technique of employing the iron will. Upon transforming, he could effectively restrain the influence of his werewolf lineage, managing to avoid succumbing to madness. Noticing that the countdown on his metallic wristwatch indicated only 2 hours remained until the next horror film commenced, Chen Yang consumed a tube of nutritional paste and indulged in a refreshing hot shower, washing away the fatigue that had enveloped him. Only then did he exit his room and make his way to the plaza. Shortly after Chen Yang arrived at the plaza, others began to emerge from their respective chambers, each appearing rejuvenated, clearly having made significant progress over the past 5 days. Su Yunmu was the last to step out, bearing a Type 95 automatic rifle obtained from the main deity. The pouches of his combat uniform were filled with magazines, and he clutched an additional magazine in his hand. Upon reaching the plaza, Su Yunmu tossed the magazine to Ma Ying, offering a weary smile as he remarked, "It seems I overestimated my ability to replicate. The armor-piercing rounds were manageable. I managed to modify 20 of them, all of which are 5.8mm and compatible with the Type 95 series. However, the other 3 types of special ammunition proved too challenging. Even the casings needed to be exchanged from the main deity. I've only succeeded in creating the ice rounds, and I possess merely 3 of those." As he spoke, he revealed the ice round in his hand. Unlike the usual yellow casings, the casing of the ice round gleamed silver, giving it the appearance of being crafted from silver. As if anticipating the thoughts of the onlookers, Su Yunmu elaborated, "The preservation of liquid nitrogen demands stringent conditions. Ordinary metal casings cannot produce ice rounds. Only high-strength alloys obtained from the main deity can suffice. Currently, the cost is somewhat elevated, requiring 2 reward points to manufacture a single ice round. However, if mass production becomes feasible in the future, the cost may be reduced to 1 reward point." Chen Yang noted, although the reduction in reward points seemed minimal, ammunition is a consumable. In the narrative world of Night Demon 2 alone, each individual expended 3 base units of ammunition, not to mention the potential for future encounters with zombie-themed horror films. Calculated in this manner, the reward points saved would undoubtedly amount to a significant sum. Gazing at the reward points displayed on his metallic wristwatch, Chen Yang noted that he had accrued a total of 3,560 reward points. The acquisition of Iron Will and the Scent of the Spirit Hound consumed 2,450 reward points, and after deducting 30 points spent on modifying his room, he was left with nearly 1,100 reward points. Anticipating the possibility of encountering werewolves or supernatural horrors in the upcoming film, Chen Yang opted to exchange for 20 rounds to carry with him. Additionally, after losing the tactical dagger gifted to him by the African-American bodyguard from the previous horror film, he perused the main deity's offerings for tactical daggers and ultimately chose one named Wolf Tooth. This tactical knife was considerably longer than the typical tactical daggers, with the blade alone measuring the length of a palm, making it particularly suitable for slashing actions. It boasted a sharp attribute, requiring 800 reward points for acquisition. In the remaining moments, the group did not return to their respective chambers. Each individual replenished their ammunition and other supplies, organizing their equipment meticulously. As the countdown on the metallic watch dwindled to just over 10 minutes, Ma Ying gazed at the luminous orb hovering in midair and mused. "What do you think our next horror film will be?" Zhang Jianfei chuckled. "I wager 100 reward points that our upcoming horror film will not feature a psychopathic killer like the previous ones." Upon hearing this, Ma Ying inquired, Do you still possess 100 reward points? And what makes you so certain? I cannot lose. The quantity of reward points I have is inconsequential, Zhang Jianfei replied confidently. The reason for my certainty lies in our enhanced abilities. Should we encounter a night demon or chainsaw-wielding maniac from Texas, I would dispatch them in an instant. The master will not allow us such ease. Chen Yang nodded in agreement, stating, based on my calculations, the horror film we are about to enter is most likely to be of the zombie or monster genre, akin to Underworld or Resident Evil. After all, aside from films featuring psychotic killers, these two categories present the least difficulty. Of course, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of other horror genres. The atmosphere, which had initially seemed somewhat relaxed, grew heavy at the thought of confronting werewolves, vampires, and zombies in the next horror film. Mine took a deep breath and declared, regardless of the circumstances, we will strive to survive. I hope that when we return here, we will all be together. Moments later, Chen Yang's metallic watch vibrated, and a luminous portal materialized before them. Simultaneously, the solemn voice of the master resonated in the minds of the 6 individuals. Enter the portal within 30 seconds. Target locked. Anaconda 2. Commencing transmission. Chapter 52. The arrival, as customary. Upon stepping through the portal, they entered a temporal passage composed of a convergence of luminous points. The moment Chen Yang was the last to enter the temporal realm, the imagery surrounding the passage began to shift dramatically. Enveloped by an expansive primeval forest, they beheld towering trees with bizarre, plate-like roots, astonishing blossoms and fruits adorning ancient trunks, and colossal foliage plants. Various creatures occasionally darted through the underbrush, creating an atmosphere teeming with vitality. The visuals emerging from the temporal passage surpassed even the most advanced 3D cinematic experiences, instilling in everyone an immersive sensation, as if they could reach out and touch the surroundings. Suddenly, the creatures, previously foraging, seemed to sense an imminent danger, raising their heads in alarm before dashing heedlessly through the jungle. Within the lush thicket, an enormous python abruptly materialized, its gaping maw wide open, capturing the attention of all in an instant, as if it were poised to leap into the temporal passage itself. Despite their prior mental preparation, Chen Yang and the others were startled, and almost immediately, the imagery within the temporal passage began to morph rapidly, flashing scenes of pythons ruthlessly preying upon humans. The surroundings whirled past them in a blur, and soon, everyone succumbed to unconsciousness. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, the duration of time remained uncertain. When Chen Yang finally regained consciousness, he felt a dampness enveloping him, as if he were lying in water. Rising from the ground, he realized he was situated in the very dense jungle he had just witnessed in the temporal passage. Towering trees, thick as a person's embrace, surrounded him, with puddles scattered about. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting shimmering reflections on the shallow pools below. It was unmistakably the dense tropical rainforest of Borneo, reminiscent of python disaster. Upon recognizing his surroundings, Chen Yang inwardly lamented his fate, knowing that the horror they were about to endure was python disaster. Part 2. His greatest fear was that the designated entry point would be within a primeval forest, and indeed, it had come to pass in this verdant wilderness. Shortly after Chen Yang awoke, Ma Ying and others began to regain consciousness as well. Noticing his pallid complexion, they inquired about the cause. With a wry smile, Chen Yang replied, "The primeval forest is the most dreadful entry point. This signifies that from the onset of the plot, we may encounter a python attack at any moment." Ma Ying pondered this and added, "Moreover, we must confront the harsh survival conditions of the tropical rainforest without adequate preparation." Chen Yang nodded in agreement, stating, "The ideal entry point would have been the small town from which the Blood Orchid exploration team set out. Had we arrived there, we could have at least procured some supplies and strategically brought necessary items." As Chen Yang conversed with his companions, the newcomers began to rise from the ground. Among them, one woman, upon awakening, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Clad in a lace-trimmed, alluring nightgown with cascading waves of hair, her terrified expression, marred by her scream, revealed a beauty that was unmistakable. Upon witnessing Chen Yang furrowing his brows, the beautiful woman finally ceased her shrill outcry and questioned, "Who are you? What do you intend to do? Do not approach me. This is harassment." Chen Yang, somewhat at a loss, regarded the woman exclaiming about misconduct and replied, "To address your first inquiry, we find ourselves within the narrative realm of Crawl Space 2. Currently, we are situated in the tropical rainforests of Palong Province, Borneo, Indonesia." "Hello," interjected a man in his 30s with long hair and avant-garde attire. "Reality shows have become passe, yet your production seems to spare no expense. This set is quite extravagant. Honestly, a few artificial trees, some faux vines, and perhaps renting a couple of koalas from the zoo would suffice. By the way, which television network are you from?" Observing the long-haired man as casual critique of their surroundings, Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He found himself reminiscing about the newcomers in the previous horror film. At least the new cast members in Night Demon 2 were not so verbose. In this installment of Crawl Space 2, there were 7 newcomers in total. In addition to the alluring woman and the long-haired man, there were 5 others: a short-haired youth clad in a white lab coat, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses exuding an air of scholarly sophistication, a young girl adorned with tattoos and dressed in an alternative fashion, a 16 or 17-year-old boy with a dragon tattooed on his neck, and a robust man in tattered clothing with a face full of beard. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses, upon awakening, began scrutinizing the surrounding flora and fauna, even retrieving a magnifying glass from his bag. Upon hearing the long-haired man's remarks, he stated, while examining a peculiar plant at his feet, "I believe what he says is true. We are indeed in the tropical rainforest of Indonesia." Feigning disbelief, the long-haired man retorted, "Are you joking? I was just at the television station, and now, in the blink of an eye, I find myself in Indonesia." The man in the white coat pointed to the oddly shaped plant nearby and explained, "This plant is known as the upper pitcher plant, a carnivorous species unique to Indonesia's tropics." Upon observing the upper pitcher plant, the long-haired man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He meticulously inspected his surroundings, touching the nearby trees. Although he continued to mumble, his pallor increasingly betrayed his realization that their current environment was no mere artificial set. Intrigued by the white-coated man's assertion, Chen Yang extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Chen Yang, having survived 3 horror films thus far. May I inquire about your profession?" The middle-aged man clasped Chen Yang's hand and replied, "I am Yi Sheng, an associate professor of biology at Southwest University. I am convinced that we are indeed in the tropical rainforest of Indonesia." "And what, pray tell, is this about horror films you just mentioned?" This story begins with the concept of the Master God. Chen Yang expounded upon the existence and regulations of the main God space, encompassing aspects such as evolution points, reward points, and the exchange system of the main God, as well as the cycles of horror films. He inquired, "This horror film is Anaconda 2. Have you seen it?" Yixing nodded and replied, "I am a biology student, and I have a penchant for horror films. Therefore, I have watched Anaconda 2 twice, and I find the giant anaconda and the blood orchid particularly fascinating." Chapter 53. The tattooed youth Chen Yang felt a stir in his heart and asked, "You study biology. Does the blood orchid exist in the real world? Or is there a corresponding prototype of the blood orchid in reality?" Yixing pondered for a moment and replied, "The blood orchid depicted in the film does not exist in our world, nor is there any plant that resembles it. If one were to seek a comparison, the legendary Millennium Ganoderma or certain fruits might bear some resemblance. Yet the efficacy of the blood orchid is far more exaggerated than those Ganoderma or fruits. According to the film's narrative, the blood orchid blooms once every 7 years, containing a chemical compound that can extend cellular longevity, surpassing the Hayflick limit. Is this very aspect that triggers the genetic mutation in the giant python. What piques my interest is whether other animals consuming this blood orchid would similarly mutate. If we expand our thinking, could it be that if humans were to consume this blood orchid, it might induce some form of genetic mutation or even evolution? Evolution? Upon hearing Yi Sheng's words, Chen Yang felt a slight movement within. Indeed, as he remarked, in the film Anaconda 2, it appeared that only the giant python exhibited a marked mutation after consuming the blood orchid, while the other creatures of the rainforest showed no abnormalities. at least from a perspective of the film's plot. At that moment, several newcomers who had just entered the horror film suddenly began to stir restlessly, with the previously loud and provocative seductive beauty now shrieking in terror. Chen Yang's heart tightened slightly as he quickly turned to assess the situation. It was crucial to note that the main deity had yet to issue a task, implying that the plot had not commenced. Thus, this moment should be a safe interval devoid of danger. In the instant he turned around, Chen Yang immediately grasped what had stirred the newcomers. The tattooed youth, who had remained silent since entering the horror film, had unexpectedly drawn a black machete approximately 40 centimeters in length and charged towards Quinn. The tattooed youth's hand, gripping the machete, was slightly damp with sweat. He was not afraid, but rather exhilarated. He recalled the last time he felt such excitement was a year prior when he boldly entered Jean Yolei's Chaozhou restaurant in broad daylight and stabbed him 13 times, leaving him lifeless. Since then, he had carved out a reputation for himself. Some called him Desperate Warrior, while others referred to him as Knife Boy Quan. Among these titles, he preferred Knife Boy Quan, as he had trained in a martial arts school since childhood and was most adept with blades, taking great pride in his knife skills. With only 3 steps remaining to the blonde little girl, Knife Boy Quan swung the machete, positioning it against her neck. He was unaware of the peculiar origins of the strange group before him, nor did he grasp the significance of the Anaconda disaster or the main deity's realm. If possible, he did not wish to harm the little girl. He merely sought to use her as a hostage to facilitate his escape from this place, at least affording him the leverage to engage in equal dialogue with the unusual assembly before him. Since joining the gang at the age of 13 and enduring countless brawls, Knife Boy Quan had honed a keen intuition through bloodshed, an instinct that had saved his life on numerous occasions, allowing him to survive ambushes time and again. From the moment he stepped into this uncharted rainforest, a sense of peril enveloped him, a sensation more immediate and intense than when he had previously stormed into a Chaozhou restaurant. The source of his trepidation stemmed not only from the fully armed individuals surrounding him, but also from the very essence of the rainforest itself. Pressing the blade against the throat of the golden-haired girl, Dao Zichuan initially believed he might find a semblance of security, only to discover that the feeling of danger intensified, causing his hands to tremble slightly. Suppressing this ominous sensation, Dao Zichuan surveyed the crowd, his gaze landing on Chen Yang. Despite his youth, he had encountered numerous gang leaders and recognized that this group, in both their speech and formation, subtly revolved around the young man. Were it not for the concern that this youth possessed formidable strength and would attract too much attention, he would have undoubtedly targeted him first, rather than the current golden-haired girl. I care not whether you hail from the Chaozhou gang or the Big Circle gang, nor do I concern myself with your schemes. It is a life for a life. If you escort me out, I shall release this girl, Dao Zichuan proclaimed, all the while scrutinizing the reactions of Chen Yang and his companions. To his surprise, he perceived astonishment, even amusement, in their expressions. Yet he found no trace of fear or concern. Having fought in countless battles, Dao Zichuan quickly sensed something amiss. The issue lay with the girl before him. As a gangster, he was no paragon of virtue, and upon realizing the predicament, he steeled himself, gripping the machete tightly, intent on slashing the girl's throat. Even if he were to perish, he was determined to take someone down with him. However, he recognized his error too late. As he exerted force, a tremendous power reverberated through the blade, numbing his grip and sending the machete soaring into the air, where it ultimately fell to the ground, quivering upon impact. Dao Zichuan stared in disbelief at Quinn, astonished by the immense strength exhibited by this girl who appeared to be scarcely in her teens. Chen Yang and his companions were not caught off guard. They had witnessed Quinn wielding her horned warhammer to crush a steel plate half a centimeter thick into a perfect circle in the main god space, a plate forged from the same material as tank armor. No less, Dao Zichuan, known for his resilience, could not simply surrender. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he bent low, lifting his leg to retrieve a dagger from his calf. Just as he brandished the dagger, a gust of wind rushed toward him, accompanied by a voice exclaiming, "Do not kill him." Quinn pressed the sharp V-shaped tip of his horned mace against the chest of Dao Zichuan. Despite the barrier of clothing, Dao Ziquan could still sense the chilling aura emanating from the blade's tip. Being a solitary man, he deduced that the individuals before him had no intention of taking his life, as they had chosen to spare him. Relinquishing his grip, he dropped the dagger he had been holding onto the ground. Chen Yang approached slowly, scrutinizing the tattooed young man before him. Earlier, he had merely cast a cursory glance, noting the lifelike azure dragon that coiled from the youth's neck down to his arm. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned several scars resembling centipedes on the young man's arm, which, though overshadowed by the dragon tattoo, were still evident. "What is your name?" The tattooed youth, having awakened from a state of restraint, observation, and the strategic use of other newcomers as cover to approach the easiest target, exhibited a remarkable calmness, meticulousness, and decisiveness, even in the face of his ultimate failure. "Li Fa Quan," Dao Ziquan replied with a wry smile, "but everyone calls me Dao Ziquan." Chapter 54. A change in the plot as Li Faquan spoke. His heavy Hong Kong accent was evident. He regarded Chen Yang, observing his expression, and inquired, "You do not appear to be members of any society. Who are you, truly?" The association of the Hong Kong accent with gangs prompted a peculiar change in Chen Yang's demeanor. Instinctively, he glanced at Su Yunmu, contemplating the implications of being labeled a death row inmate or a triad member. Was the main deity attempting to transform the winged fire serpent team into a den of criminals? Chen Yang was not alone in this realization. Zhang Jinfei exclaimed, "Oh, a triad member? Are you from the 49ers, or the Blue Lanterns, or perhaps a grass shoe, or even the formidable double flower red sticks?" His barrage of seemingly nonsensical terms left the others exchanging bewildered glances, ultimately directing their attention to Li Faquan. Surely, the double flower red sticks and the red flower double sticks refer to the same thing, but what are the Blue Lanterns and grass shoes? Noticing that Chen Yang and his companions did not resemble members of any gang, Li Faquan's expression softened slightly, and he elucidated. The Blue Lanterns refer to prospective members who have not yet officially joined the gang, while grass shoes denote members of a higher rank than ordinary members. The terms red flower double sticks and double flower red sticks are synonymous, both referring to the most formidable fighters within the organization. Intrigued by Li Faquan's detailed explanation, Chen Yang could not help but ask, "And you, are you a red flower double stick?" Li Faquan nodded, stating, "After I took down the Chaozhou gang's enforcer, Golden Tooth Lei, I was recognized as a red flower double stick by the gang." At this juncture, Li Faquan had concluded that Chen Yang was not a member of the gang. Otherwise, he would surely be familiar with such common terminologies. Reflecting on Chen Yang's earlier statement, he inquired, "You mentioned that this is the world of the Cobra disaster plot. What does that mean? Is Cobra Disaster a film?" Chen Yang's expression grew even more perplexed as he asked, "Do you not watch movies?" Li Faquan shook his head, replying, "I never watch movies. I have too many responsibilities. Besides assisting the gang, I must also practice martial arts, leaving me no time for films." Suddenly, Ma Ying, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Since 1997, Hong Kong has been under Chinese sovereignty for 20 years. How is it that there are still triads? Do the police not intervene?" Li Faquan smiled, but refrained from answering this somewhat pointed question. At that moment, a faint vibration emanated from the metallic watch, signaling that the main deity had released the tasks for this narrative world. Feeling the watch's tremor, Chen Yang immediately lowered his gaze to read the mission inscribed on his wrist. Task 1. Harvest blood orchid flowers. The quantity must be greater than or equal to the number of team members returning to the main deity space. Failure to meet this requirement will result in the random erasure of an equivalent number of individuals. Task 2. Eliminate cobras. The number of cobras killed must be greater than or equal to the number of team members returning to the main deity space. Should this quota not be met, an equivalent number of individuals will be randomly erased. Each cobra killed rewards 1 evolution point, with a total of 1,000 points available. Completing either Task 1 or Task 2 will allow one to return to the realm of the main deity. When Chen Yang observed the reward for slaying a single python was 1 evolution point, accompanied by a generous 1,000 reward points, he was taken aback. From the original narrative of the film, while the python appeared formidable, it should not pose a significant challenge if one possessed sufficient weaponry and ammunition. After all, In the original story, a white woman effortlessly severed the head of a python with a mere knife strike. However, the main deity's offering of 1 evolution point and a bountiful 1,000 reward points for killing a single python suggested that this creature would be far more daunting than depicted in the original plot. Noticing Chen Yang's grim countenance, Ma Ying could not help but inquire, though the large pythons seem a bit terrifying with our current strength. It shouldn't be too difficult to slay them, right? Chen Yang nodded in agreement. It is precisely because the task issued by the main deity appears deceptively easy that I harbor concerns. As he spoke, he pointed to his metallic wristwatch, saying, "Did you see task 2? Killing a single python grants 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points." At this moment, Zhou Moxan had also finished reading the text on the metallic watch and remarked with curiosity, "Isn't this a good thing? We can earn 1 evolution point and 1,000 reward points for each python slain. Although the number of pythons to be killed is considerable, the main deity has not mandated that each of us must slay one. With so many of us, we can systematically take them down and surely accomplish the task." Chen Yang shook his head. The purpose of the main deity's realm is to select the strongest. It would never allow us to engage in a mere game of slaying monsters for points. Ma Ying, having experienced more than Zhou Moxan, began to grasp Chen Yang's implication. Her complexion paled as she asked, "Are you suggesting that the main deity might alter the difficulty of the plot?" Chen Yang nodded. "Higher rewards imply greater risks. I hope my intuition is mistaken." As Chen Yang and the others earnestly debated the matter, a newcomer, a girl adorned with a nose ring and a nonconformist style, abruptly exclaimed, "What a bunch of lunatics! You all act so pretentiously. It's absurdly comical." Chen Yang scrutinized the girl, who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Judging by her attire, it was evident she came from a privileged background, adorned with a large diamond ring on her finger and a nose ring embellished with sparkling diamonds, glinting in the sunlight, under the weight of Chen Yang's penetrating gaze. The girl instinctively recoiled, and upon realizing her retreat from a stare, she flushed with indignation, retorting, "What are you staring at? Do you know who I am? My father is the wealthiest man in Yun City. Even the city officials treat him with the utmost respect. You dare to glare at me? Be careful, or my father will find out and have you crushed with his wealth." Chen Yang's gaze grew increasingly frigid. The non-mainstream girl before him, speaking with such naivety, was evidently a child indulged by her parents. As a newcomer, should one fail to adapt to their surroundings or even refuse to believe in them, they would, in essence, have one foot firmly planted in the realm of despair. Having endured 3 horror films, Chen Yang's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Under the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through to the very essence of death, the non-mainstream girl felt an overwhelming chill envelop her. Instinctively retreating in an effort to distance herself from him as much as possible. As she stepped back, she suddenly felt her leg collide with an object. Glancing down, she beheld a pale bone soaring from a tether. Almost immediately, a wooden frame, studded with sharp stakes reminiscent of ancient siege weaponry, sprang up from the ground, impaling her body with brutal precision. Chapter 55. A veil of suspicion, the wooden wolf-fang bat stirred up a whirlwind of withered leaves, and as the leaves settled, the grim reality before them became apparent. The entire body of the unconventional girl was impaled by countless wooden stakes from the frame, blood dripping incessantly from the tips, pooling into small crimson puddles on the ground. Her eyes were wide with despair, gazing helplessly ahead, while a sharp wooden stake protruded from her open mouth, rendering her mute. Her feet dangled helplessly in the air, her body convulsed momentarily before coming to a sudden stillness. Upon witnessing the girl's horrific fate, a beautiful woman clad in seductive nightwear screamed in terror once more, while the man with long hair trembled, his face pale as death. The others, though slightly steadied, were equally shocked. Most of them had been ordinary individuals before entering this cyclical world and had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. Chen Yang cautiously approached the unconventional girl, scrutinizing the area around the wooden wolf-fang bat, his brow furrowed upon spotting bones scattered nearby and vines entwined around the bat. It was evident that the wooden bat was cleverly concealed beneath a thick layer of leaves, controlled by a vine. Any contact with a vine would cause the bones anchoring it to fall away, triggering the trap immediately. Despite its simplicity, this trap, constructed with mere vines and sharp wooden stakes, was ingeniously designed, rivaling, if not surpassing, the traps laid by the night demon. Observing the intricacy of the trap, Ma Ying and the others wore grim expressions. They had only just entered the narrative location, and already one had met a death so brutal, complicating their predicament immensely. At that moment, a significant question arose in their minds. In the original narrative, there had been no semblance of such an incident. Who, then, was responsible for this trap? Were there others like it lurking in the vicinity? While Chen Yang was engrossed in his inspection of the trap, a faint yet sharp sound of wind sliced through the air, causing his heart to race. Instinctively, he tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding a razor-sharp gust that grazed his neck, stinging the skin. With a soft thud, a black arrow, scarcely 3 fingers in length, embedded itself in the trunk of a nearby tree, its exposed tail quivering incessantly. The attack from the black arrow had come without warning, even with his instinctual awareness. Chen Yang had sensed none of the impending danger. Had he not heard that peculiar sound in time to evade, the wooden dart would have struck his throat. Clearly, such a black arrow could not have originated from a beast. As he shouted a warning, Chen Yang drew his pistol, firing in the direction from which the black arrow had come, guided solely by instinct. With a resounding gunshot, a bullet struck a large tree, sending wooden shavings flying. At that very moment, a bush with broad leaves beside the tree began to shake violently, and from its depths emerged a lean native clad only in a loincloth. He emitted a strange cry, leaping forcefully from the underbrush, grasping a vine suspended in midair to swing away. As he reached the apex of his ascent, he released his grip only to seize another vine, swinging once more. Chen Yang stood in astonishment, recognizing that this native exhibited agility far exceeding his own capabilities. He could not effortlessly navigate the dense jungle as the native did. A wave of trepidation washed over him, for it was evident that the fleeing native had been startled by the gunfire, inadvertently revealing his presence. Had it not been for that, they might never have detected him at all. In that fleeting moment, an absurd thought crossed Chen Yang's mind. Could it be that the main deity had miscalculated the teleportation target, inadvertently transporting them to the world of Tarzan? In the blink of an eye, the native vanished from sight. Yet, Chen Yang remained vigilant, cautiously approaching the thicket where the native had concealed himself. He observed the area meticulously, discovering a slender bamboo tube approximately the length of his palm, evidently the tool the native had employed to launch the small black arrows. Zhang Jianfei, intrigued, inquired about the bamboo tube. "What is this?" "It is a blowgun," replied a robust man with tattered clothing and a thick beard, his Mandarin accented yet earnest. He stepped closer, scrutinizing the bamboo tube in Chen Yang's hand. "I have heard the elders of my tribe speak of such hunting tools." "A blowgun?" Chen Yang echoed, then returned to the spot where he had stood, locating the needle-like black arrow. Just as he attempted to extract it, the robust man intervened, exclaiming, "Do not touch that." The man cautioned, "The force of this blowgun is minimal, so the arrowhead is typically coated with poison, highly toxic, necessary for bringing down prey." Indeed, Yisheng nodded in agreement. He tore a broad leaf from a nearby bush, carefully folding it several times before using it to wrap the wooden dart. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply. "I have encountered such blowguns in a South American Indian civilization museum, though theirs were made of reeds." At this juncture, Yisheng scrutinized the robust man, his eyes widening with an overwhelming excitement. He pointed at the man's ragged attire, mouth agape, struggling to articulate his thoughts. In that moment, even the recent loss of the unconventional girl in the trap seemed less stirring than this revelation. Chen Yang, intrigued by the man's expression, leaned in closer to examine the tattered clothing. The robust man wore a leather garment, its surface worn smooth from prolonged use. Upon closer inspection, one could still faintly discern a pattern of black and yellow stripes, designs unique to the tiger. It was no wonder that Yisheng appeared so astonished. Only then did Yisheng's emotions begin to stabilize as he inquired of the muscular man, Are you truly wearing the pelt of a Siberian tiger? Are you aware that the Siberian tiger is a first-class protected species? Killing one could lead to a death sentence. The strong man seemed somewhat perplexed and replied, "If a tiger seeks to devour me, should I simply allow it to do so?" This retort rendered Yi Sheng speechless, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to ask, "Who exactly are you?" The strong man responded, "My mother told me our ethnicity is the Evenki, and my name is Helancha. Since my mother is Han, I also have a Han name, Lin Linghua." Upon hearing Lin Linghua's name, Zhang Jianfei circled him twice and asked, "The Evenki are an ethnic minority, correct? Where do you reside?" Yi Sheng interjected, "The Evenki are the only ethnic group permitted to hunt legally, though most have now migrated to Inner Mongolia." After explaining briefly, he pressed Lin Linghua further. "Surely the Evenki cannot kill Siberian tigers indiscriminately now. Moreover, your people have migrated, have they not? You should still be living in the greater Xing'an Mountains, correct?" Lin Linghua nodded. Perhaps due to his upbringing in the wilderness, he was somewhat inarticulate. Meanwhile, Chen Yang listened to their conversation while observing the surroundings. The slender, scantily clad indigenous person was clearly one of the residents from the headhunter tribe depicted in the narrative. However, according to the film's plot, when the adventure team seeking the blood orchid discovered this tribe under the guidance of their guide, these natives had already migrated as a family due to the threat of the giant python. Did the sudden appearance of this headhunter indicate that the tribe had not migrated? Or did it mean that the group had entered the storyline earlier than the exploration team seeking the blood orchid? Additionally, why would the headhunter wish to hunt them? According to the Indonesian guide in the film, these headhunters had not consumed human flesh for over a century. A cascade of questions surged in Chen Yang's mind as he gazed in the direction the indigenous people had fled, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. This sensation extinguished his patience entirely. He abruptly turned to the newcomers and declared, "The storyline has shifted. We now face not only the giant python, but also the troublesome headhunter tribe. Therefore, do not test my patience any further. Now, state your names and specialties. If any of you refuse to believe or cooperate, you may find your own way back." Having witnessed the nonconformist girl perish tragically in a trap laid by the indigenous people, the remaining newcomers finally accepted, or rather were compelled to accept, their current predicament. Their initial resistance had vanished entirely, replaced by a fear of being abandoned by Chen Yang and the others. Among the three newcomers of unknown origin, Chen Yang found himself particularly intrigued by the young man clad in a white coat. The coat bore the crimson insignia of Xia Hospital, and a strong scent of medicine clung to him, suggesting he was likely a doctor. Although Chen Yang and his companions had exchanged some medical supplies and Zhou Maxin had enhanced her basic healing technique, the presence of a physician, especially a surgeon, would undeniably be of immense benefit to their team. The young man in the white coat possessed a cherubic face and, with a hint of timidity, introduced himself. "My name is Zheng Xiangying, and I am a nurse currently working at Xia Hospital. My specialty lies in nursing, and I have also received commendation from the Red Cross Society." To Chen Yang's slight disappointment, he discovered that this was a male nurse, though he concealed his feelings and turned his attention to the remaining two individuals. A striking woman clad in alluring sleepwear, her wavy hair cascading elegantly, forced a rather strained smile as she spoke. "My name is Zhang Min, and I am the public relations manager at a trading company. If you ensure my survival, I will undoubtedly repay you." Emphasizing the word repay, Zhang Min punctuated her statement with flirtatious winks directed at Chen Yang, her intentions unmistakably transparent. Chapter 56. The Perilous Rainforest. Upon observing Zhang Min's demeanor, everyone could not help but cast sidelong glances at her, with Ma Ying unable to suppress a soft huff. Hearing Ma Ying's disdainful sound, Zhang Min glanced at Chen Yang and then at Ma Ying, as if she comprehended something, promptly sealing her lips, though the corners of her mouth subtly curved upward. The long-haired man introduced himself. "I am Qin Wuji, a former producer of a reality show. If you can lead me out of here, I will ensure your rise to fame." At this juncture, Qin Wuji abruptly realized that this was no longer the realm of reality. His promises of stardom held no significance here, especially for Chen Yang and the other reincarnators from this cycle. He found himself at a loss for words. unable to conceive of anything that might sway the individuals before him. Witnessing Qin Wuji's immediate deviation under Zhang Min's influence, Chen Yang shook his head in resignation and remarked, "We will do our utmost to protect you. But this is a horror film, fraught with peril at every turn. Often, we are barely able to safeguard ourselves. Thus, you must recognize this reality and adjust your mindset. Only then might you survive this terrifying narrative." Although Zhang Min and Qin Wuji may possess professional skills in the real world, within this rainforest governed by the law of the jungle, their expertise would be of little utility. Among the remaining 6 newcomers, their chances of survival were undeniably the most meager. Chen Yang sighed inwardly. Regardless of the circumstances, these newcomers had begun to grasp that this was neither a reality show nor a prank, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Once all the newcomers had introduced themselves, an eerie silence enveloped the group. The seasoned individuals exchanged glances, suddenly realizing a critical issue. There were no narrative characters, no maps, no guides, and they did not even know which direction to proceed next. Enveloped by the dense and oppressive rainforest, a profound sense of helplessness and insignificance washed over everyone, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. At last, Zhou Maxin was the first to inquire, "What should we do now?" Chen Yang took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside the suddenly appearing hunter, and meticulously organized his thoughts before responding. The 2 tasks assigned by the Master God, whether to search for the blood orchid or to slay the python, imply that we must first locate the habitat of the blood orchid. It is only there that we will find sufficient blood orchids and pythons. Imagining the horrifying scene from the film where multiple pythons coiled into a colossal serpent ball guarding the blood orchid's habitat, those who had seen the horror film could not help but shudder. Suddenly, Zhang Min coughed softly and suggested, "I have seen this horror film as well. If I recall correctly, there were more than one location with pythons." The expedition team, searching for the blood orchid, encountered several solitary large pythons along their journey. We could concentrate our efforts on eliminating those solitary pythons. Seemingly pleased with her own practical suggestion, a hint of self-satisfaction flickered across Zhang Min's face. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "There are currently 12 of us. For everyone to return safely to the main divine space, we would need to eliminate 12 giant pythons. We lack the luxury of time to locate each serpent individually. In my view, it would be far simpler to seek out 12 blood orchids." From the scenes depicted in the film, it is evident that the area where the blood orchids flourish harbors more than merely 12 blooms. The giant pythons in the water pool certainly number fewer than 12. They appear to be merely 4 or 5. This implies that by vanquishing these 4 or 5 serpents guarding the pool, we could harvest 12 or even more blood orchids, thus fulfilling our mission and returning to the space. Zhou Maxin inquired curiously, "This task is neither a survival mission nor a time-sensitive rescue. The main divine entity has imposed no time constraints. Why then do you suggest we're pressed for time?" Upon hearing Zhou Maxin mention the absence of temporal limitations, Zhang Jianfei suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, this horror film not only lacks a time constraint, but also a geographical one. We could easily vacate this cursed place and wander to any city. With our newly evolved abilities, we could thrive anywhere." Chen Yang shook his head, stating, "This is a trap set by the main divine entity. The serpents that have consumed the blood orchids have undergone genetic mutations, transcending their inherent genetic limits. The longer we delay, the larger they will grow. If we choose to hide away instead of completing our task, these pythons could evolve into legendary dragons, potentially wreaking havoc upon the entire world." At this juncture, Chen Yang's thoughts began to crystallize, and he continued, "The location where the blood orchids grow is not far from the headhunter tribe. Once we locate the headhunter tribe, finding the blood orchids will merely be a matter of time." At this point, Ma Ying understood Chen Yang's intent and added, "The area where the headhunters venture to hunt should not be too distant from their tribe. By following the headhunter who just fled, we should be able to discover their tribe." Chen Yang nodded, gently sniffing the bamboo tube in his hand. Although the scent left behind was faint, his enhanced sense of smell allowed him to detect a subtle body odor mixed with a fishy stench, undoubtedly a consequence of the harsh living conditions of the indigenous headhunters. It was now a refreshing moment following the rain, and the air in the rainforest was particularly invigorating. The scent left by the indigenous headhunters might be imperceptible to others, but for Chen Yang, with his sharpened olfactory senses, it posed no challenge. Although not as pungent as the odor of sun-dried fish, it was sufficient for him to discern the route taken by the fleeing headhunters. While the others remained somewhat oblivious, Lin Longhua, who had grown up in the jungle, could not suppress his astonishment at how Chen Yang could track the headhunters' escape route merely through the scent on the bamboo tube. His father was renowned as the finest hunter in the tribe, distinguished by an olfactory prowess that surpassed that of others. From a young age, he abstained from tobacco and alcohol, shunning spicy foods and any mildly stimulating substances. Such stringent habits were cultivated to preserve his acute sense of smell. However, he was certain that even his father could not track the recently escaped headhunter merely by the scent left on a bamboo tube, especially as the headhunter had ascended into the air using vines. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chen Yang, while clearing a path through the jungle with his wolf fawn, remarked, "This is the ability of the spirit dog's sense of smell that I exchanged for in the main god space. There are many similar abilities within that realm. As long as you survive, you too can acquire such powers." The rainforest was teeming with verdant, impenetrable foliage, leaving no path to traverse, necessitating the use of a knife to carve a route. Although it had only recently rained, the tropical rainforest remained stiflingly hot. Despite Chen Yang having advanced to first-tier strength and wielding the inherently sharp wolf fawn, he began to feel fatigued after traversing just a mile or two, his body drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to him, and a sense of oppressive discomfort enveloping him. If Chen Yang struggled, the others fared no better, particularly Zhang Min, who was clad in only a revealing nightgown. Even after Chen Yang had cleared most of the foliage ahead, remnants remained, and soon her nightgown became tattered, stained with green plant sap, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. "Here, wear this," Ma Ying said, though she disapproved of Zhang Min's demeanor. Her kind heart compelled her to toss her spare windbreaker from her combat backpack to her. Zhang Min hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Her exposed skin had become marked with red and purple bruises from the branches, and the sweat stung painfully, making her plight unbearable. Uninhibited, she walked behind a large tree, using its trunk for cover as she began to change. Though the trunk shielded her body, the motions of changing inevitably drew attention, prompting Zhang Jianfei to whistle in response. Before the whistle could fade, Zhang Min abruptly ceased her movements, her breathing becoming rapid and frantic. A flicker of alarm crossed Chen Yang's mind as he swiftly approached and rounded the tree. Zhang Min had managed to don her top, but had not yet zipped it up, revealing only a small black bra beneath, glistening with perspiration. She stood frozen, her eyes wide with terror. Following her gaze, he spotted a green snake, over a meter long, dangling from a branch, its forked tongue flickering menacingly. Perhaps startled by Chen Yang's sudden appearance, the snake coiled and lunged at him, its arrowhead-shaped head poised to strike. With a deft sidestep, Chen Yang swung his dagger, severing the snake's head with precision. The foul, putrid blood of the snake was splattered everywhere, and the menacing triangular head of the serpent lay on the ground. It continued to open and close its mouth incessantly. Chen Yang, lacking prior experience in slaying snakes, instinctively took a couple of steps back upon witnessing the head's relentless ferocity even after being severed from its body. "Be cautious of the snake's head," Yi Sheng called out loudly as he strode forward, urging Chen Yang to maintain a safe distance. To the astonishment of those present, the snake's head continued its ominous biting motions for 2 or 3 minutes before it suddenly flipped over and fell utterly silent. Chen Yang exhaled in relief and was about to approach for a closer inspection when Yi Sheng abruptly seized him. Then, Yi Sheng plucked a branch from a nearby thicket and gently prodded the snake's head. What had once been motionless sprang to life. The head flipped again, its jaws snapping fiercely onto the branch while its sharp fangs relentlessly injected venom into it. Chapter 57. Ambushed again, Chen Yang was taken aback. He swiftly raised his foot and forcefully crushed the serpent's head beneath his combat boots, which he had exchanged for in the main god space. The Kevlar puncture-resistant layer in the soles was more than sufficient to withstand sharp metal objects, let alone the fangs of a snake. At that moment, Zhang Min let out a piercing scream and abruptly leaped into Chen Yang's embrace. He gently steadied her, his perception of her shifting significantly. This woman, who appeared to be merely ornamental, was evidently more complex than she seemed. At the very least, she did not scream in terror upon encountering the venomous snake. Nor did she flee in panic, for had she done so, it might have startled the snake, and the only consequence of a snake bite in this tropical rainforest would be a slow demise. When Chen Yang later inquired why Zhang Min appeared so composed, she replied, "I have been afraid of snakes since childhood. When I saw one, I was petrified, unable to move even a finger, let alone cry for help." Qin Wuji gazed at the mangled remains of the serpent's head and asked, "Professor Yi, how can a severed snake head still bite?" Yisheng removed his glasses and, while wiping the condensation from the lenses with a cloth, explained the ability of a decapitated snake head to bite is merely a reflex action. Snakes, being reptiles, possess small brains with underdeveloped higher neural centers, while their lower centers are comparatively robust. In lower animals, the nerves responsible for such reflex actions are not solely located in the brain, but distributed throughout their bodies. This phenomenon is evident in everyday life. For instance, a decapitated frog can still exhibit movement. He donned his now-clean glasses and continued. In higher animals, like humans, the central nervous system is concentrated in the brain. Once brain death occurs, it results in a medical state akin to a vegetative existence, incapable of any motion. Conversely, in lower animals such as snakes, their neural centers are dispersed throughout their bodies, allowing their organs to maintain movement for a more extended period. Thus, even after decapitation, the organs can continue to function independently for some time. Consequently, a snake's heart may still beat post-extraction, and a severed head can react reflexively when touched, opening its mouth or flicking its tongue, potentially inflicting harm. Chen Yang nodded, his peripheral vision catching Zhang Min as she straightened her clothes. He seemed to have noticed something, suddenly turning to fixate on her chest. Initially startled by his unwavering gaze, Zhang Min instinctively considered retreating, but then appeared to recollect something. Instead of shying away from Chen Yang's scrutiny, she placed her hands behind her back, leaning slightly forward, revealing a pronounced cleavage. "Hold still." Chen Yang stepped forward, swiftly grasping her jacket and lifting it. His eyes fell upon a pale gray leech that had settled on her delicate collarbone. The leech had evidently lingered there for some time, with half of its body burrowed into her fair skin, the exposed portion appearing large and round. Noticing the peculiar intensity of Chen Yang's gaze, Zhang Min turned her head to inspect her shoulder, but saw nothing amiss. Curiously, she inquired, "Is there something there?" Chen Yang remained silent, gently turning her body and lifting her clothing. Ma Ying and the others were initially unaware of Chen Yang's intentions, but upon seeing the sight on Zhang Min's back, they gasped in shock. Ma Ying even let out a soft exclamation, instinctively touching her own back as if it were infested with leeches. Hearing Ma Ying's startled sound, Zhang Min, bewildered, felt an ominous presence surrounding her. As she loudly inquired and reached for her back, her hand encountered a soft, slimy mass, prompting her to leap up in horror. "Do not move." Chen Yang firmly pressed Zhang Min down, sheathed his tactical dagger at his waist, and retrieved a windproof lighter from his pocket. To their horror, Zhang Min's back was infested with large leeches, their numbers rivaling the infamous images circulating online, enough to induce fainting in those afflicted with trypophobia. This unsettling scene mirrored a previous occurrence in a film, though that narrative featured only a handful of leeches on a character, whereas Zhang Min's back was entirely covered, far exceeding that count. As Chen Yang used the lighter to sear the last leech from Zhang Min's back, a layer of the creatures had already accumulated beneath their feet. Noticing Zhang Min's inclination to look down, Chen Yang cautioned, "I advise against looking." The more he urged her not to, the more curious Zhang Min became. She glanced down to see the leeches writhing and burrowing beneath the fallen leaves. In an instant, her face drained of color, and in a frenzy, she began stamping on the leeches beneath her feet, clutching a tree trunk as she retched. It was not until she had expelled every last ounce of her stomach's contents that Zhang Min straightened herself, silently tucking her pant legs into her shoes and tightening the laces, ensuring her trousers were secured. She then zipped her jacket completely, fastening the cuffs tightly. Observing her actions, even the season members, including Ma Ying, instinctively tightened their own pant legs and sleeves. After a brief respite, the group resumed their journey, yet this time, a palpable shift was evident. Whenever someone struggled with breathlessness, they would notice Zhang Min, previously perceived as frivolous, now silently trailing closely behind Chen Yang with an unusual seriousness. Li Faquan, wielding a machete, took the lead this time. Compared to Chen Yang's wolf fang weapon, his black machete was nearly twice its length, proving more efficient for clearing a path, matching Chen Yang's pace seamlessly. The two alternated in clearing the way, following the scent left by the indigenous headhunters for over an hour. Suddenly, Chen Yang twitched his nose, halting in his tracks to scrutinize the surroundings. The frontmost Chen Yang stop prompted the others to pause as well, collectively surveying the lush rainforest before them. The towering broadleaf trees loomed overhead, their canopies casting a dense shade, entwined with creeping vines and surrounded by impenetrable thickets. The rainforest before them appeared no different from those they had traversed earlier. If one were to note a distinction, it would be that this particular stretch of rainforest seemed unusually hushed, devoid of any sound. Even the usual avian melodies that typically filled the air. Ma Ying cast a curious glance at Chen Yang and inquired, "Has the scent dissipated?" Chen Yang shook his head, responding, "Not only has it not vanished, but it has intensified. Moreover, have you noticed that since a minute ago, we have yet to spot a single creature? Not even a bird?" Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the others immediately became aware of this anomaly, instinctively heightening their vigilance. Suddenly a low, muffled sound akin to the rush of wind echoed through the dense rainforest, a sound unmistakably produced by a heavy object. This deep, resonant noise, mingled with the rustling of leaves being disturbed, drew closer. The group strained their eyes to discern the source, but the thick vegetation rendered visibility nearly impossible. Even with utmost effort, they could not discern what approached, only sensing its speed accelerating. In an instant, the dense underbrush parted with a crash, and a massive tree trunk surged forth with an unstoppable force, barreling toward the group. On this log stood a native headhunter, clad only in a loincloth, brandishing a machete as if he were a fearsome deity descending from the heavens, and he leaped from the log with ferocity. At the forefront was Su Yunmu, the typically stern-faced arms dealer, who unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the descending headhunter. The sheer power of the bullets struck the hunter from the air, causing him to plummet. With a quiet murmur of "even thieves have their code," Su Yunmu raised his arms defensively across his chest. In that critical moment, Chen Yang, turning abruptly, witnessed this scene unfold, his eyes welling with a fierce crimson hue. With Su Yunmu's enhanced agility, he could have easily evaded the oncoming log. Yet doing so would leave the unprotected individuals behind him with no chance of survival. In a desperate bid, this usually reticent arms dealer chose to sacrifice himself to afford others a fleeting opportunity. With a thunderous impact, Su Yunmu was sent hurtling into the air, blood erupting from his mouth and splattering onto the log. Thanks to Su Yunmu's brave intervention, the relentless log slowed momentarily, granting the others precious time to either leap aside or crouch low to evade the collision. Almost at the moment when the log struck Su Yunmu, another indigenous hunter emerged from the underbrush, perhaps wary of the firearms wielded by the others. The hunter swiftly severed the vines binding the log, causing one end to crash to the ground, scattering branches and leaves in a tumultuous display. The log carved a deep trench in the earth as it hurtled toward Chen Yang, while the hunter grasped the severed vines and soared into the air. Witnessing the formidable log, Chen Yang did not retreat, but instead charged forward with increasing speed. Just as the log was about to collide with him, he leapt onto it with great agility, sprinting atop the log. After slicing through the vines at the log's peak without hesitation, he pushed off forcefully, soaring into the air like a great bird. With a glint of lethal intent, his wolf fang blade flashed as it cleaved through the air, severing the head of the airborne indigenous hunter with its inherent sharpness. As the voice of the supreme deity resonated solemnly in Chen Yang's mind, announcing the reward of 20 points for the hunter's demise, he paid no heed to its words. At that very moment, a curved blade, shaped like a V, shot forth from the dense forest like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at his neck. Chapter 58. Mutual Destruction in Midair. Chen Yang had no time to evade and could only raise the wolf fang to shield his face. A sharp clang resonated as the V-shaped curved blade clashed against the keen wolf fang, astonishingly unscathed. Following this collision, the curved blade did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it bent midair, the inner edge of the V revolving around the wolf fang before altering its trajectory and hurtling back. It was only when the V-shaped blade ricocheted that Chen Yang felt a sharp pain on his cheek. The returning blade's razor edge had sliced through his flesh, leaving a wound approximately an inch long, the skin on either side curling back as if it were a gaping mouth, a sight both shocking and grotesque. Chen Yang winced in agony, his mind racing with astonishment. The indigenous headhunter wielding the V-shaped blade clearly possessed a unique technique, utilizing the weapon like a boomerang, capable of altering its course upon encountering resistance. Upon landing, Chen Yang knelt on one knee, his body half-bowed, muscles taut, his gaze fixed intently on the thicket from which the blade had vanished. Though he could not see his adversary, he sensed the enemy's unwavering focus on him, ready to pounce at the slightest opening. After a moment of tense stillness, a bush rustled gently, and an indigenous headhunter slowly rose, his body smeared with green dye and adorned with twigs. When he ceased his movement, he resembled an actual shrub. Only when he stirred could one discern he was human and not mere foliage. In his hand, he gripped a green spear, the tip emerging from the ground as he stood, revealing its sharp point. Chen Yang clutched the wolf fang tightly, beads of sweat forming on the hilt, as the headhunter exuded an immense pressure, akin to a predator poised to strike. Suddenly, a flash of lightning cut through the sky, cascading through the treetops and illuminating the wolf fang in Chen Yang's grip. He swiftly turned the weapon, the dazzling light reflecting toward the headhunter. Instinctively, the headhunter squinted, and Chen Yang seized the moment, lunging forward, the wolf fang transforming into a silver streak aimed at the headhunter's neck. The headhunter, seasoned in battle, reacted with lightning speed. As he closed his eyes, the spear shot toward the ground before him. A whoosh echoed as a torrent of broken branches and leaves rained down upon the advancing Chen Yang. These leaves, having accumulated for an indeterminate period and rendered damp by recent rain, fell heavily, lacking the lightness of a gentle descent, instead resembling a cascade of gravel. Chen Yang had not anticipated the headhunter's swift adaptability. As he retreated, he swung the wolf fang, deflecting the barrage of debris that came crashing toward him. The remnants of broken branches and withered leaves lay scattered everywhere, obscuring Chen Yang's line of sight. A flicker of brilliance flashed in the hunter's eyes. He had hunted in these woods since childhood, his lifetime filled with countless battles, and his wealth of experience far surpassed that of the novice Chen Yang. As he stirred the debris on the ground, he anticipated Chen Yang's reaction. In an instant, he discarded his spear and swiftly drew a wooden bow from his back, releasing an arrow that zipped through the air like lightning, weaving through the dancing leaves towards Chen Yang. The swirling leaves not only concealed Chen Yang's vision, but also obscured that of the indigenous hunter. While wielding the wolf fang to block the remnants before him, Chen Yang suddenly drew his gun with his left hand, pulling the trigger repeatedly until he had fired all 15 bullets from the magazine in the blink of an eye. A thud resounded as an arrow pierced his left shoulder, its tremendous force not only penetrating the flesh, but also propelling him 2 steps back until he collided with a large tree, where he came to a halt. The gleaming arrowhead, still brimming with power, embedded itself into the trunk. The force of the shot was immense, and the proximity of the 2 combatants resulted in the arrow pinning Chen Yang's shoulder to the tree. Fortunately, it had only struck his shoulder. Had it found its mark in the chest or neck, it could have easily been fatal. Mere paces away, the green-painted indigenous hunter lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, the most lethal shot having passed cleanly through his eye socket. With a thunderous clap, the once clear sky erupted with a roar, as raindrops the size of soybeans began to pour down. Amidst the deafening thunder, the solemn voice of the overseer resounded once more. Eliminate the elite hunter and receive a reward of 100 points. Leaning against the great tree, Chen Yang gasped for breath, his heart still racing with fear. Had that arrow veered even slightly off course, its force would have rendered any strike to his torso fatal. Moreover, had it been laced with poison, he might have already succumbed to its effects. However, the battlefield offered no room for hypotheticals, only the stark reality of life and death. With the elite hunter eliminated by Chen Yang's hand, the battle swiftly reached its conclusion. Though the ambushing indigenous hunters were ferocious, they had been preemptively sensed by Chen Yang, who avoided their trap. As such, many of their carefully laid ambushes proved futile. Despite the sharpness of their bows and spears, they paled in comparison to modern firearms in both power and speed. Inevitably, the ambush of the indigenous hunters ended in failure, with 4 out of the 5 attackers slain on the spot. Only one, who had been hit 3 times but survived due to sheer luck, remained alive. Upon seeing Chen Yang, pale and motionless, pinned against the tree, the kind-hearted Ma Ying's eyes turned red with concern. She picked up her gun, poised to finish off the still-living hunter. Do not kill him. Upon uttering just 4 words, Chen Yang felt a sharp tug at his wound. As the blood began to flow steadily down his body, Zhang Xiangying approached to assess his injuries and swiftly utilized her portable scissors to sever the arrow shaft embedded in Chen Yang's shoulder. Do your utmost to keep him out of the rain, she instructed, as the water will siphon away his body heat. Also, do you have any spare clothing? Quickly, bring it forth. As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished. It was then that Zhou Maxin's right hand emanated a soft, ethereal glow, gently caressing Chen Yang's face. The luminous radiance transformed into shimmering motes, penetrating the wound upon his visage. Chapter 59. Coer's confession almost simultaneously with the light piercing through the wound. The injury on Chen Yang's face began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Within moments, apart from a slight redness, it was nearly impossible to discern that he had recently sustained an injury. Is this also a capability acquired from the main deity's space? Zhang Xiangying stuttered twice before regaining her normal speech. After using a basic healing spell, Zhou Maxin's previously rosy complexion turned pale. She leaned weakly against a tree. Gasping for breath, and informed Zhang Xiangying, I can only utilize a low-level healing spell once now. I cannot use it again in a short span. The wound on his shoulder will require your assistance. While Zhou Maxin tended to Chen Yang's injury, Ma Ying, lacking appropriate rain gear, fashioned a makeshift cover from several broad leaves to shield Chen Yang from the rain. Zhang Xiangying leaned in to examine the arrow wound on Chen Yang's shoulder. The surrounding flesh had lost all color due to the rain's soaking. After rinsing the wound with bottled water, Zhang Xiangying turned to inquire. The tropical rainforest is humid and stifling, which fosters a proliferation of bacteria. The wound is at high risk of infection. We must first disinfect it. Do you have any alcohol? Red iodine or hydrogen peroxide will suffice. Upon hearing Zhang Xiangying's question, Ma Ying and the others exchanged glances. None were medical personnel. Their most significant interaction with doctors or nurses occurred only when visiting a hospital for cold medicine. Although they had exchanged some medications in the main deity space, most were hemostatics and oral anti-inflammatory drugs. There's no other choice. Bear with it, Zhang Xiangying said with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, having participated in medical aid work in Africa, he had encountered similar situations before. He first requested a bullet from Ma Ying, then wrapped gauze around the arrow shaft embedded in Chen Yang's body. After forcefully extracting it, he swiftly opened the bullet's tip and sprinkled the gunpowder onto Chen Yang's wound, then ignited it with a lighter. With a sizzling sound, a purple flame erupted, filling the air with the scent of charred flesh. Chen Yang gritted his teeth in silence. Ma Ying reached out, taking his hand, only to have it gripped tightly in return, the force nearly causing her to cry out in pain. After disinfecting with gunpowder, Zhang Xiangying cast a skeptical glance at the hastily procured hemostatic agent from the main deity space that Ma Ying had produced, muttering under his breath. Chen Yang, closest to him, clearly heard the words 3-no product. Having witnessed Zhou Maxin's prior healing spell, Zhang Xiangying dared not underestimate the seemingly dubious hemostatic agent. However, the product from the main deity's space proved effective, as Chen Yang's wound soon ceased to bleed. Sighing in relief, Zhang Xiangying wrapped gauze around Chen Yang's shoulder twice and declared, "For now, this will have to suffice. You should take some anti-inflammatory medication, and once that lady is able to use her healing spell again, his injury should heal rapidly." After tending to his wound, Zhang Xiangying picked up the rapid hemostatic agent, examining it repeatedly, even lifting the lid to inhale its scent. One could sense that, were the timing more opportune, he might have been tempted to taste a few drops. It was utterly astonishing. Zhang Xiangying murmured, "If only I had possessed this medicine during my time in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. How many lives could I have saved?" Upon hearing Zhang Xiangying's words, Chen Yang felt a surge of respect for him, yet could not refrain from reminding, "This medicine can only be exchanged in the divine space, and this small vial costs 100 reward points." He moved his arm slightly, although still painful. He could perform basic movements without significant hindrance. At that moment, Zhang Jianfei and Lin Linghua had emerged from the depths of the jungle, carrying the lifeless body of Su Yunmu. Despite having shielded his chest with his arms, the force of the log was overwhelming, crushing his chest upon impact. "To you, this place may resemble hell, but to me, it is akin to paradise." Su Yunmu's words echoed, yet in the realm of horror films, paradise does not exist. After burying Su Yunmu's body, the next step was to interrogate the captive and extract useful information from him. The captive was a diminutive headhunter, clad only in a tattered loincloth, adorned solely with a nose ring. This headhunter exhibited the quintessential traits of Southeast Asian natives: dark skin, a flat face, and a height of approximately 1.60 meters. He had been shot in both legs and lay gasping for breath, his mouth agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth as he roared at Chen Yang and the others. Ming shrugged at Chen Yang, stating, "There's a language barrier. We cannot elicit any information." Chen Yang pondered for a moment before attempting to communicate in English. The rationale for using English stemmed from the original plot, which suggested that the characters from the medical company had previously encountered the blood orchid, indicating potential prior contact with the natives, who might possess a rudimentary understanding of English. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, the headhunter stared blankly for a moment, a peculiar expression gracing his face, part smirk, part contemplation, suggesting he found amusement or was reminded of something. Although the headhunter uttered not a single word, Chen Yang swiftly discerned from his expression that he could comprehend what was being said. Yet, Chen Yang felt a sense of helplessness. The headhunter was gravely injured, and should he die from a single blow, all avenues of inquiry would be lost. Was he to treat him as the night demon had treated his trophies? Seemingly sensing Chen Yang's predicament, Li Feiqian interjected in his halting Mandarin, "Boss, I can speak English. Let me question him. Our organization has 18 methods for dealing with traitors. As long as he can endure 5, I will take him under my wing." As Li FAQ Quan forcefully twisted a finger of the indigenous bounty hunter, Chen Yang moved his lips, yet the tragic demise of Su Yunmu lingered in his mind. Silencing his words, after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "If you extract the desired information, this bounty hunter will be yours, along with a reward of 20 points. Li FAQ Quan licked his lips. Armed with Chen Yang's prior explanation, he comprehended the significance of the reward points. For a newcomer, 20 points were not insignificant, especially considering that the recently acquired life-saving hemostatic agent was valued at a mere 100 points. Observing Li FAQ Quan, who was brimming with eagerness, and then glancing at the bounty hunter sprawled on the ground, Zhang Xiangying opened his mouth, intending to speak of human rights and the Geneva Conventions, yet ultimately, he uttered not a single word. Chapter 60. Eerie sorcery. Not long after Chen Yang departed, the anguished screams of the headhunter echoed behind him, a cacophony so harrowing that it rivaled the sounds he had previously encountered in the underground torture chamber of the Human Skin Tavern. When Chen Yang was summoned back by Li Feiqian a few minutes later, the headhunter, who had sustained only a few gunshot wounds, could scarcely be recognized. Apart from his mouth and a single eye, there was barely a whole part of him left. He gasped for breath, his gaze towards Chen Yang filled with venom. Yet the instant his eyes shifted to Li Feiqian, terror enveloped him. Li Feiqian casually collected some rainwater from the nearby leaves to wash the blood from his hands. Addressing Chen Yang, "Boss, we have extracted some information." Chen Yang was not taken aback by this outcome, yet he felt a twinge of irritation at the title. "What did you uncover? And do refrain from calling me boss." "Yes, boss." Chen Yang scrutinized Li Feiqian for a moment, unable to discern whether the man was feigning ignorance. Li Feiqian continued, "The headhunter's command of English is rather poor. He learned it from a physician in an expedition team. According to him, they embarked on this hunt to offer a sacrifice to their deity." "Sacrifice?" Chen Yang furrowed his brow, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. He inquired in English, "What is your god, the great python?" At the mention of Chen Yang's words, the near-lifeless headhunter's remaining eye widened in shock, fixating on Chen Yang as he almost bellowed, "Prepare to face the wrath of the deity. It will rend you all to shreds." Suddenly, Chen Yang felt a chill as he met the headhunter's gaze. The single eye seemed to emanate an icy dread that instilled fear at a mere glance. This sensation was fleeting, for Chen Yang possessed a formidable willpower capable of resisting enchantments, hypnosis, and fear-based assaults. He merely felt a shudder coursing through him, nothing more. As he continued to observe the headhunter's solitary eye, Chen Yang unexpectedly noticed that at some point, a figure of a headhunter wielding a wooden staff had appeared within the pupil. Unlike the previous headhunter clad solely in a loincloth, this one was draped in dark garments, his visage appearing significantly aged. Though the pupil was diminutive, it vividly revealed the elder headhunter gesticulating with the staff, his lips moving rhythmically. The warrior headhunter mirrored the elder's movements, their lip movements in perfect synchrony. The sounds grew louder, transforming into a peculiar feminine voice, aged and evidently not of the headhunter's own making, but rather emanating from the elderly figure within his pupil. This voice, swift and urgent, possessed a unique cadence, akin to a chant. Regardless of what the headhunter was intoning, the strangeness of the incantation and the palpable hatred embedded within the words were unmistakable. It was evidently no blessing. Not only did Chen Yang sense something amiss, but Li FAQ also became aware of it. Grasping the black machete in his hand, he raised it to strike the headhunter warrior, only to witness the headhunter suddenly tilt his head, his solitary eye fixated upon him. Under the gaze of the headhunter's single eye, Li FAQ was engulfed in an indescribable terror. He felt utterly paralyzed, akin to a frog ensnared by a serpent, unable to move even a finger. Observing Li FAQ standing transfixed, as if bewitched, with the black machete aloft, Chen Yang recalled the chilling sensation he experienced when first encountering the headhunter's indigenous, singular eye. Instantly, he recognized the urgency of the situation and raised his wolf-fang weapon. A glint of cold steel flashed as the razor-sharp blade swiftly found its mark against the neck of the headhunter warrior. The wolf-fang possessed an inherent sharpness, and with Chen Yang exerting no restraint, the blow severed the headhunter's head cleanly from its body. Blood sprayed across the ground, the decapitated head rolling away until it collided with a tree, where it came to a halt. Strangely, the severed head continued to open and close its mouth, emitting a haunting chant. Ma Ying drew her gun and fired several rounds into the head on the ground, splattering blood and brain matter everywhere. Even the mouth of the head was struck by a bullet, yet the eerie female voice persisted, resonating through the air, growing louder until it nearly drowned out the rustling of the jungle. The only sound reverberating throughout the rainforest was that uncanny voice. Chen Yang stared at the head on the ground, instinctively taking a step back, a shiver running down his spine. The unfolding events defied scientific explanation. This was undoubtedly some form of sorcery from the headhunter tribe, though its implications remained a mystery. At last, the chanting ceased, and suddenly a gust of wind surged from the depths of the jungle, causing even the thick branches to sway as if a tempest were imminent. Yet above them, the sky was clear after the rain, sunlight filtering through the leaves to illuminate the ground, devoid of any signs of an approaching storm. Witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, even seasoned horror aficionados felt a chill creep into their hearts, while newcomers instinctively wrapped their garments tighter around themselves. Ma Ying shuddered, subconsciously inching closer to Chen Yang. Sensing her fear, Chen Yang gently grasped her hand, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Before he could finish, Ma Ying's gaze suddenly shot upwards, her complexion draining of color, her mouth agape in silent horror. She forcefully pushed Lin Feiyu aside, propelling him into the fray. At that very moment, as Ma Ying shoved Chen Yang aside, a shadow descended from the towering tree above, engulfing her in one swift motion. Chen Yang, having been thrust aside, felt a rush of air like a whip crack through the atmosphere, accompanied by a pungent, nauseating odor. It was a monstrous python. Instinctively, Chen Yang swung the wolf fang, feeling the blade pierce the slick, scaly hide of the serpent, only to be struck by the python's tail in retaliation. The tremendous force propelled him into the air, his entire body soaring from the ground before crashing heavily against a massive tree, causing its trunk to shudder violently and the branches to rustle incessantly. Leaning against the tree, Chen Yang slowly rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, which alleviated the heaviness in his chest. However, he soon felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder, as the wound that had only recently healed burst open from the impact. Had it not been for his instinctive reaction to wield the wolf fang in his hand upon realizing he was under attack, mitigating the serpent's strength in its agony, this collision might have not only claimed his life, but also shattered several bones. Chapter 61. The onslaught of the python. At this moment, Chen Yang finally discerned the colossal python that had knocked him aside. Compared to the giant serpent from the original narrative, this one appeared even more formidable. Its scales as dark as night and as large as a bowl, densely covering its entire body. The exposed head, estimated to be at least a meter in diameter, could easily engulf a person when its mouth gaped open. With eyes the size of light bulbs fixated on Chen Yang, its elongated tongue flickered incessantly. In the front half of its body, a bulge writhed, unmistakably the figure of Ma Ying, who had just been swallowed, now being devoured slowly. The giant python. At this moment, the others finally reacted. With a startled scream, gunfire erupted immediately. Blue flashes illuminated the jungle as bullets formed a torrential rain, targeting the massive creature. The python's size rendered it an easy target, and even with the most errant aim, there was little chance of missing. Although its scales were robust, they proved insufficient to withstand the onslaught of bullets, and crimson splatters continuously erupted from its immense frame. The python emitted a deafening roar, then turned and slithered deeper into the rainforest. Individuals respond differently to sudden crises. Some panic, others freeze in shock, while a few manage to force themselves into a state of calm. Chen Yang may not have initially belonged to the latter group, but after surviving numerous harrowing encounters akin to a horror film, he had learned to confront crises head-on. In that fleeting moment, he compelled himself to regain composure. From the film's plot, he understood that a python requires 4 to 5 weeks to digest its prey, during which it is particularly vulnerable. To maintain its combat effectiveness, it would regurgitate its meal upon being attacked. The original storyline featured a python that expelled a captain it had consumed. Thus, if they could deliver continuous strikes to the python in rapid succession, they might force it to expel Ma Ying, offering a glimmer of hope for her rescue. The wolf fang had been sent flying when the python's tail struck him, but Chen Yang took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the python meandering through the jungle. With an unprecedented focus, he felt as though all sounds receded into the distance, the creature's movements seemingly slowed. He sprang to his feet, retrieving the spear that an elite warrior had discarded. It took a couple of running steps before launching it with all his might. With the power of the bull's strength unleashed, the spear traced a greenish blur through the air, spinning as it pierced the python's flesh. Over a meter in length, the spear nearly vanished within the python's body, leaving only a short handle protruding. Countless training sessions in the main divine space had instilled in Chen Yang an acute awareness of the bull's strength's maximum duration. 30 seconds may not seem long, but it sufficed for his purpose. As he hurled the spear, he ran another 2 steps, leaped, and grasped a vine hanging in midair, swinging outwards. At the peak of his arc, he released his grip, falling to seize the exposed handle of the spear, and with all his might, he began to stir within the creature's interior. The relentless onslaught finally provoked the ferocious python, instilling within it a sense of peril. It opened its mouth wide, as if to exhale, its abdomen swelling ominously as it expelled a mass of white substance. Simultaneously, its massive form writhed swiftly, surging towards Chen Yang with the intent to ensnare him and strangle him mercilessly. Upon witnessing the great serpent regurgitate Ma Ying, Chen Yang's heart surged with elation. He exerted force through his legs, launching himself upwards, seizing a vine to swing high and evade the python's lethal embrace. The python, thwarted in its attack, recoiled slightly before launching itself forward like a spring compressed to its limit, propelling its forebody into the air and soaring 7 or 8 meters, relentlessly pursuing Chen Yang, who swung from the vine. A nauseating stench pursued him from behind, but at that moment, Chen Yang had reached the pinnacle of his swing, his momentum waning. Dodge! Lin Linghua, wielding the wolf tooth that he had discarded earlier, struck downwards at a vine, sending a thick log plummeting from above towards Chen Yang. This trap had been one of those the indigenous headhunters had set, but had not activated due to being discovered prematurely. As a hunter, Lin Linghua had noted its presence while searching for Su Yunmu's remains. Now, sensing the dire situation with the python's approach aligning perfectly with the trap's trajectory, he activated it without hesitation. Upon seeing Lin Linghua's sudden appearance, Chen Yang's mind raced. He abruptly released his grip on the vine, using the momentum to swing higher. At that very moment, the log, propelled by tremendous force, soared beneath him, stirring the air with a deafening rush that made his sleeves flutter wildly. The python, darting through the air, suddenly lost sight of Chen Yang, only for a massive log to collide with its head an instant later. Despite its size and thick hide, the colossal impact forced the python to plummet from the sky, crashing to the ground. The residual force sent it rolling several times before it finally lay still, exposing its pale belly. Meanwhile, the others had swiftly reloaded their magazines. Upon witnessing the python being struck down by the log, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Within moments, the serpent's head and abdomen were rendered unrecognizable, blood and flesh splattering as it ceased to move. Only when the last bullet was fired did the cacophony of gunfire subside, leaving everyone gasping for breath. Though the skirmish was brief, it had instilled an unprecedented tension among them. Chen Yang crawled out from a thicket, having fallen when he released the vine at its apex. Fortunately, the dense foliage of the jungle had mitigated much of his fall, leaving him with only minor scrapes and scratches. He quickly rushed towards the white substance expelled by the python, calling out the names of Zhou Maxin and Zheng Xiangying as he ran. Ma Ying lay covered in the viscous white slime, her body frozen in the position she had taken while pushing Chen Yang away, her chest no longer rising and falling. Chen Yang reached out to check Ma Ying's breath, his mind blank. Ma Ying's push bore a striking resemblance to that of Shun Mushue in the real-life scenario of death approaching, both driven to the brink for their own sake. When Zheng Xiangying hid during the Anaconda's assault, she immediately dashed out upon hearing Chen Yang's call. Seeing Ma Ying covered in white viscous substance, she swiftly set to work, cleaning the white goo from her face, then laying her body flat and prying open her mouth to extract clumps of the sticky substance within. Chapter 62. Vigilance observing the adept movements of Zheng Xiangying. A flicker of hope surged within Chen Yang as he wondered aloud, is she still alive? While performing chest compressions on Ma Ying, Zheng Xiangying replied, she is currently in a state of asphyxia-induced unconsciousness, commonly referred to as apparent death. However, if you do not act swiftly, she will truly perish. After several rhythmic compressions on Ma Ying's chest, Zheng Xiangying leaned in to administer artificial respiration, only to witness Ma Ying suddenly cough and gradually open her eyes. The sight of Ma Ying regaining consciousness elicited a collective sigh of relief from everyone present, yet an undercurrent of anxiety accompanied it. The hunter tribe, which sacrificed humans, had summoned the monstrous python, and all these omens indicated that the once familiar narrative had drastically altered, signifying that the group's prior advantage of foreknowledge was now rendered obsolete. When the python had launched its sudden attack, most individuals were paralyzed with fear, aside from Lin Linghua, a hunter raised in the wilderness. The other newcomers had all sought refuge. However, no one held their cowardice against them at that moment. Women, as a rule, harbor a fear of snakes, and Zhang Min was no exception. Long before the python appeared at the behest of the elder from the hunter tribe, she had concealed herself in a thicket, only daring to emerge when the gunfire ceased and the rainforest fell into silence. Not long after Zhang Min ventured out, Qin Wuji also emerged from some hidden place. Upon witnessing the motionless giant python, he smacked his lips and took out his phone to capture the moment, muttering, "This is a 20-meter-long python. If I manage to return, I could surely break the Guinness World Record. Those blind fools will have to invite me back." In his eagerness to obtain a clear shot of the python, Qin Wuji inched closer. At that precise moment, the previously motionless beast suddenly convulsed, ensnaring him in a flash. Qin Wuji's face turned crimson, yet he could not emit a sound as the python constricted, squeezing the air from his lungs, while the cracking of his bones echoed painfully in the air. When the others, alerted by Zhang Min's piercing scream, rushed to sever the python's coils around Qin Wuji, they found him already lifeless, his body reduced to a lifeless heap, as if a mere puddle of mud on the ground. Chen Yang's expression darkened as he gazed at Qin Wuji's corpse. Previously, upon witnessing the severed snake's head biting a stick to inject venom, Yixing had mentioned that snakes could still control their bodies through other neural tissues even after decapitation. It was utterly reckless for the director of this reality show to approach and take photographs, essentially courting death. At that moment, the solemn voice of the main deity resonated in Chen Yang's mind. Kill the unevolved python. Based on each squad member's contribution, a reward of 180 points shall be granted. Suddenly, amidst the deity's grave proclamation, Chen Yang felt an unsettling gaze fixed upon him from behind. Ever since he had developed his primal instincts, he had become acutely sensitive to such malevolent scrutiny, convinced he could not be mistaken. Is it the indigenous hunter who slipped through the net? Chen Yang's mind raced as he mimicked speech, stepping towards Zhou Maxin, suddenly drawing a gun from her waist and turning around. Yet, to his dismay, there was no sign of anyone. Only a red-capped woodpecker clung to the trunk of a large tree, curiously observing Chen Yang with its beady eyes. Chen Yang exhaled deeply, on the verge of lowering the gun when he suddenly realized something was amiss. Even if this woodpecker, unacquainted with humans, showed no fear. A fierce battle had just erupted nearby. The python was the ultimate predator in this jungle, and prior to its arrival, the surrounding wildlife had already scattered in terror. How could this woodpecker possibly remain here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Yang swiftly pulled the trigger. After honing his skills through numerous encounters reminiscent of horror films, his marksmanship had significantly improved. While he might falter with moving targets, hitting the stationary woodpecker was almost a certainty, and he struck it with precision. Yet, the sound that emanated from the woodpecker's body was not a bird's cry. Instead, a chilling human scream echoed forth, clear to all who listened. The banks of the river have always been crucial habitats for human life, particularly in times of low productivity. Deep within the rainforest, at the confluence of two rivers, lay a small village of thatched huts, scattered haphazardly along the riverbank. Due to the tropical rainforest's hot and humid climate, these huts typically featured roofs but lacked walls, appearing exceedingly rudimentary. At that moment, as noon approached, wisps of smoke rose from various huts, and children playing outside were called in for meals, lending the village an air of tranquility and harmony. Among the numerous open huts, one stood out. A hut with stone walls, though still humble, possessed an added weight compared to its counterparts. In the center of this hut rested a wooden table adorned with various items, seemingly for offerings. Yet the space behind it was entirely empty, devoid of any statues or figures. Beneath the table sat an elderly hunter, cloaked in black, cross-legged with a wooden staff in hand. Her visage was gaunt, with parched skin clinging tightly to her face, and her eyes were tightly shut, entirely motionless. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, she might appear as nothing more than a skeleton. Suddenly, she let out a shrill cry, and 2 streams of blood trickled from the corners of her eyes. Had Chen Yang been present, he would have instantly recognized her as the hunter-sorceress he had seen through the eye of a fallen hunter. the one who summoned the python with her incantations. The hunter-sorceress gasped for breath, wiping the blood from her eyes, and opened her somewhat clouded gaze, making her way outside the hut. Beyond the stone-walled hut lay a wooden platform, its surface marred by cracks of varying lengths, clearly showing signs of age and wear. At the top of the platform hung a small black bell. The headhunter-sorcerer stood beneath the wooden stage, gazing intently at the bell for a moment before taking a deep breath. Gradually, he ascended the wooden platform, approaching the black bell, and began to strike it rhythmically with his wooden staff. The resonant chimes echoed throughout the village, and the once peaceful and serene headhunter settlement was instantly enveloped in tension. The women and the elderly among the indigenous headhunters hurriedly ushered their children indoors, while the adult warriors swiftly retrieved their weapons and raced towards the source of the bell's tolling. Before long, apart from those gathered before the platform, the village was devoid of any other inhabitants. Occasionally, the cries of children would pierce the air, only to quickly fade into silence. As an atmosphere of palpable anxiety hung over the entire headhunter settlement. Chapter 63. Mutation gathered before the wooden platform. The majority of the adult hunters were men, with only a handful of women among them. Their exposed muscles were well-defined and robust, each wielding either a spear, a bow and arrow, or a rudimentary slingshot, clearly marking them as the elite warriors of their tribe. They stood silently, gazing at the hunter-shaman positioned upon the platform. The hunter-shaman, with murky eyes, surveyed the circle of warriors below, declaring, "The enemies from afar have arrived. This time, they're exceptionally formidable. Not only have they slain our mightiest warrior, Tiger Tooth, but they have also killed the divine envoy sent by the gods. Even my spirit bird has been discovered and killed." Upon hearing the shaman's words, the previously tranquil hunters erupted into a flurry of agitation. Tiger Tooth was the strongest warrior in the tribe, capable of defeating leopards with his bare hands. What manner of foe could vanquish him? Not to mention the divine envoy, a colossal serpent over 20 meters long, and the spirit bird, known for its remarkable intelligence. How could the enemy have discovered it? The shaman's gaze swept across the restless hunters, and as his eyes passed over them, a chill coursed through their bodies, restoring an eerie silence. Observing the stillness, the shaman spoke slowly. "The enemies we face are unprecedented in strength. To vanquish them, our gods have prepared the blood orchid for us, a divine honor bestowed upon us. I require 10 of the bravest warriors to step forward." At the shaman's words, the hunters reacted as if confronted with the most dreadful punishment, closing their mouths tightly, none daring to step forth. The shaman's weathered face betrayed no emotion, yet her trembling lips revealed her inner turmoil. She continued, "This is the moment to test your courage. Do we have no valiant warriors among us willing to rise?" Hearing her, the hunters displayed faces of shame, yet still none moved to stand. The shaman sighed, raising her staff to point at each of them in turn. Soon, she had selected 10 warriors, 9 men and 1 woman. The chosen 10 appeared uneasy, while those not selected visibly relaxed, relief washing over their expressions. Witnessing their reactions, the shaman felt a deepening disappointment. With a heavy sigh, she spoke, "Those not chosen, return to your homes. Prepare your belongings, secure your families, and ready all the boats. We must prepare to leave this place. It is no longer suitable for our survival." After delivering her message, the shaman turned and walked towards the hut, while the 10 selected warriors hesitated, fully aware of the challenges that lay ahead. They dared not oppose the authority of the shaman, for to do so would endanger not only themselves but also their families. After a moment of contemplation, the 10 warriors followed the shaman into the hut. In the stifling confines of the thatched hut, the air was heavy and oppressive. The headhunter sorceress, shrouded in her dark robe, appeared oblivious to her surroundings. She slowly approached the table, pulling aside the black cloth that concealed a cluster of blood-red orchids beneath. "These blood orchids shall bestow upon you strength and courage, even granting powers reserved for the divine. Each of you must consume one." The 10 headhunter warriors exchanged glances, hesitating as they reached for the orchids, their expressions betraying a suspicion that these blossoms might be venomous. A flicker of anger passed through the sorceress's eyes as she forcefully struck her staff against the ground, producing a resounding thud. Faced with her wrath, the warriors swallowed their doubts and devoured the blood orchids. Before long, the effects manifested. The warriors flushed crimson, their faces contorted in agony, teeth grinding audibly as if enduring unspeakable torment. Among them, a robust headhunter warrior let out a harrowing scream, his hands intertwined, pressing against each other, as his fingers began to grotesquely elongate, pale bones piercing through the tips at an alarming rate, visibly growing an inch in the blink of an eye. The grotesque transformation did not cease with his fingers. His muscles writhed, bones erupting from his body, ivory blades of bone protruding, blood oozing forth, relentlessly expanding. In mere moments, his skeletal frame had doubled in size, while the surrounding flesh and blood hung limply, as though his skin were a tattered garment stretched to its limits. This suffering transcended the bounds of human endurance. Initially, the warrior's screams echoed his anguish. But as his skull expanded, his features grotesquely distorted, lips and nose torn apart, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound. He convulsed violently, collapsing onto the ground, yet propped up by the emerging bone blades, resembling a porcupine bristling with spikes, crafted from his own skeletal form. The headhunter sorceress sighed, gently tapping her staff upon the warrior's head. With this strike, her eyes clouded further, and the warrior's growing skull emitted a muffled crack before shattering. Even in death, his bones continued to elongate. The transformation of the headhunter warrior's bones was merely the beginning. Shortly after his demise, the other warriors began to undergo similar mutations, spurred by the blood orchids. Some found their hearts expanding until they burst through their chests. Others witnessed a leg grow to a height surpassing their entire bodies. Such mutations are undoubtedly lethal. Soon, the mutated headhunter warriors succumbed to their agonies, leaving only one man and one woman standing in place. Compared to their former selves, their bodies had nearly doubled in size, their loincloths stretched to mere rags. They stood before the diminutive headhunter shaman, appearing as giants. Upon witnessing the two standing headhunter warriors, a flicker of joy emerged on the aged face of the shaman. It is worth noting that during the previous ritual involving the consumption of blood orchid, it typically took dozens of headhunter warriors to yield just one survivor. Yet this time, merely 10 headhunter warriors had managed to endure, with 2 emerging triumphantly. Chapter 64. Ambushed. The headhunter wizard first turned to the male warrior, inquiring, "Tiger Claw, what gifts has the divine bestowed upon you?" The warrior named Tiger Claw nodded, stepping forward into the shadows of the hut. The moment he entered the dimness, his skin rapidly darkened, transforming into a pitch-black hue, allowing him to meld seamlessly into the shadows. A protective coloration? The headhunter wizard acknowledged, recognizing that while this ability lacked formidable offensive power, it undoubtedly served as a potent auxiliary skill, particularly amidst the lush greenery of the jungle. Noticing the wizard's gaze, the female headhunter warrior seized a slingshot she had previously dropped in pain and stepped outside the hut. Pointing to a bird perched in the distance, she declared, "I shall strike that bird." As she spoke, she casually picked up a round stone from the ground and placed it into the slingshot's pouch. Gripping the slingshot, she spun it rapidly above her head, and after several rotations, she suddenly released one end, launching the stone with remarkable force. The stone flew with astonishing speed, and to everyone's amazement, it deftly maneuvered through the dense foliage, skillfully avoiding the myriad obstacles of the jungle, ultimately striking the bird resting on the tree. Even the well-versed wizard had never witnessed such an ability. She pondered aloud, "Duokai, what is this power you possess?" The headhunter warrior named Duokai seemed at a loss for words to describe her newfound skill. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "As long as I can see my target, I can hit it with the slingshot, but I must maintain my sight on it throughout the throw." The headhunter wizard nodded in approval, then waved her wooden staff, from which a vibrant green light burst forth, coalescing in the air into a visage resembling Chen Yang. "He is the one who killed Tiger Tooth and discovered my spirit bird. Be wary of him. Eliminate him and his companions, offering their blood and heads as sacrifices to the gods." In the distance, within the rainforest, Chen Yang and his companions were struggling forward. After eliminating a woodpecker that had been spying on them, they sensed something amiss, although they were unsure of the specific sorcery employed by the headhunters. It was undeniable that the woodpecker had been a scout sent by them, and they had fully exposed themselves to the headhunters' gaze. Realizing this, they dared not linger in place. Carefully avoiding traps set by the headhunters that had yet to be activated, they followed the course of a stream formed by the rainwater, understanding that the headhunter tribe resided at the confluence of two rivers. By locating the rivers and tracing their paths, they would surely uncover clues regarding the headhunter tribe. As they journeyed, smaller streams converged, growing wider and louder, invigorating the group with hope, for they were nearing the riverbank. Just then, a violent explosion echoed from afar, followed by a blinding flash of fire shooting into the sky, standing out starkly amidst the verdant jungle. Upon hearing the sound of the explosion, Chen Yang's heart stirred. In the original narrative, a similar explosion had occurred when the rescue vessel called by the expedition team searching for the blood orchid lost control after its captain was consumed by a monstrous python. Shortly after this explosion, the team had arrived at the site of the calamity. Realizing this, Chen Yang promptly altered his course, progressing directly towards the site of the explosion. As long as he could locate the expedition team, it would be a mere trifle to reach the headhunter tribe with the aid of their maps and guides. After traversing through the jungle for more than 10 minutes, Chen Yang, who had been diligently forging a path, suddenly found his surroundings illuminated, and the sound of rushing water intensified significantly. They had emerged from the rainforest and arrived at the bank of a river where the vegetation was relatively sparse. As soon as he exited the rainforest, Chen Yang spotted the wreckage of a boat lying across the shore, and at the opposite end of the debris, a diverse group of individuals was hastening toward it. Leading the charge was a robust man wielding a machete, none other than Johnson, the captain hired by the expedition team in the film. Upon witnessing the wreckage in the river, Johnson's expression turned grave, and the dark-haired man in a blue vest beside him appeared momentarily stunned. Alongside them emerged other members of the expedition team, one hat-wearing African-American man. Upon seeing the scene, began flailing his arms in excitement, shouting animatedly. The expedition team members were taken aback by the explosion of the vessel, and it was only when Chen Yang and his companions were within 20 meters of them that they finally noticed, suddenly seeing a group of individuals emerge from the jungle, some of whom were armed. Johnson instinctively took a step back, his gaze wary as he focused on Chen Yang and the others, prompting the remaining members of the expedition team to subconsciously gather behind him. Chen Yang raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating he meant no harm. To avoid any misunderstanding, he refrained from advancing further, instead standing his ground and inquiring, "It seems you have encountered some trouble. Do you require assistance?" Johnson's piercing gaze remained fixed on Chen Yang as he instinctively tightened his grip on the machete. Having served in special forces and witnessed the ravages of war, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from Chen Yang, while those accompanying him, despite their varied appearances, bore weapons that hinted at their formidable backgrounds. Johnson was astute, yet the others paid little heed to such nuances. The hat-wearing African-American, upon hearing Chen Yang's offer of help, exclaimed with delight, "Yes, indeed. Do you have a satellite phone?" Chen Yang shook his head, replying, "I'm afraid not. We encountered a large python on our journey, and most of our equipment was lost." At the mention of the python, the African-American man's mouth dropped open in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Did you encounter a large python as well? Damn it, could it be the same one we faced?" Chen Yang mentioned the great python in order to find a common topic, as this shared experience significantly diminished the wariness of the other members of the search team. Aside from their leader, Johnson, they eagerly inquired about the events of the journey. During this exchange, Chen Yang matched each of the characters from his memories to the individuals before him. This team was indeed the group depicted in the film, which departed from New York to search for the blood orchid in the Palong province of Indonesia. After receiving approval from the company, they swiftly gathered their equipment and hired Johnson's notorious vessel, the Bloody Mary, to brave the dangers of the rising river during the rainy season in pursuit of the elusive flower. However, the Bloody Mary encountered mechanical failure en route, missing a crucial fork in the river and ultimately being destroyed by a surge of water from a waterfall. A surviving Johnson managed to contact his friend Livingston for assistance, only to find that upon arriving at the designated location, Livingston was ambushed by a ferocious python, leading to the vessel's uncontrollable explosion. At this juncture, Chen Yang and his companions were embroiled in the aftermath of the explosion. As Chen Yang recalled the names of the characters, a sudden sense of danger flashed through his mind. He could feel a piercing gaze fixated on his head from deep within the jungle. Regardless of his movements, that gaze remained unwaveringly focused on him. It felt as if that gaze were tangible, almost manifesting as a painful sensation upon his face. Instinctively, he drew the wolf-fang dagger from his waist, positioning it defensively before him. Just then, a resounding clash echoed as a fist-sized stone struck the blade, cleaving it in two. Simultaneously, an immense force emanated from the stone, nearly causing Chen Yang to lose grip on his weapon. Chapter 65. Alliance. The incident transpired abruptly. The moment Chen Yang drew his dagger to cleave the stone aimed at him was but an instant. The others had yet to comprehend what had transpired, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Among the group, only Ma Ying, due to her enhanced long-range divine powers, discerned the situation. She hastily retrieved her Type 95 sniper rifle from her back, kneeling on one knee by the riverbank, meticulously scanning the direction from which the stone had been hurled through her scope, but all she could see was the rustling foliage of the jungle, devoid of any trace. At the instant the stone was struck down, Chen Yang felt the gaze that had been fixed upon him vanish. He gestured to Ma Ying, indicating that the enemy had retreated. At the time of the stone's assault, a group of characters were rummaging through the wreckage of the boats in the river for usable supplies. Coupled with the fact that the sound of Chen Yang cleaving the stone was not loud, they remained oblivious to what had occurred. Observing Ma Ying and the others drawing their weapons and aiming, they were instantly thrown into disarray, instinctively seeking cover. Yet, standing in the water, they had no shelter save for the remnants of the vessels. Among the group, only Johnson noticed the wolf-tooth dagger drawn by Chen Yang and the stone split in two on the ground. While his expression remained impassive, internally he was astonished. His combat experience far surpassed that of the others, although he did not witness the event clearly. The two halves of the stone and the reactions of Ma Ying and the others allowed him to infer the sequence of events with considerable accuracy. A young black man, concealed behind a piece of boat wreckage, shouted, "Put down your guns. What are you planning to do?" Ma Ying was about to respond when Chen Yang swiftly interrupted her. Had the narrative proceeded normally, a guide named Ah Chuan from Indonesia would lead the group to the headhunter tribe. However, if these individuals were to discern that the headhunters had launched a covert attack, it was likely that no one would dare to proceed. Although they could threaten the group with firearms to compel them to lead in search of the blood orchid, such coercion would undoubtedly breed resentment and unpredictability, a scenario Chen Yang wished to avoid. "We were attacked by a giant python. We just saw a shadow in the river." Chen Yang pointed casually at a clump of water plants by the riverbank, adding, "I apologize for the overreaction." Chen Yang's explanation contained numerous flaws. Yet at the moment the stone was hurled, the group was preoccupied with searching for usable supplies amidst the wreckage, and no one had seen clearly what had transpired. The only one who had sensed something amiss, Johnson, merely wished to guide the group back to safety. The attack on Chen Yang and his companions bore no relevance to him, and he preferred to feign ignorance. A handsome Caucasian man in the crowd fixed his gaze on Ma Ying's sniper rifle and suddenly inquired, "It's the rainy season. The river is swollen. You must be searching for something in the rainforest at this time, right?" Chen Yang glanced at the man, named Jack, who was the most eager among the entire team to procure the blood orchid. In his pursuit, he had even resorted to biting a companion with a stone spider, seizing the opportunity to steal a boat and abandon the others at the headhunter tribe. Setting aside Jack's character, his intentions align with those of the winged fire serpent team, both aiming to procure the elusive blood orchid. Chen Yang had refrained from disclosing his purpose for venturing into the rainforest, awaiting someone to inquire. Upon hearing Jack's question, he promptly replied, "We are affiliated with a biotechnology firm, drawn to this rainforest because of reports of a miraculous blood orchid that can push human cells beyond their limits. Our company has dispatched us to locate this flower. And you? What is your purpose?" At Chen Yang's words, both Jack and the others visibly paled. The tall, bald African-American man exchanged a glance with Jack and asked in a low voice, "Where did you obtain this information?" It appeared that their objectives were indeed aligned. Chen Yang shrugged, saying, "As for the source of our information, it is a company secret. I cannot divulge it, even if I were aware." Jack, seething with anger, looked at the bald man and stated, "We rushed over here immediately after our company meeting, without delay. If we assess this, it seems we both set out at nearly the same time. There must be a corporate spy within our ranks, likely someone at a high level. Otherwise, they could not have received this information so swiftly." The bald man nodded. "Regardless of whether we can procure the blood orchid, we must report this matter to our company without delay. In the realm of corporate competition, the presence of spies is commonplace, particularly in sectors like biotechnology, where the pursuit of cutting-edge technology and information is relentless." Chen Yang's decision not to fabricate a company name was a strategic move to cloud their judgment and sow seeds of doubt. A woman named Ger, with chestnut hair, waved her hands emphatically and said to Chen Yang, "Listen, the situation has changed. There is a 20-meter-long python in this rainforest that has already consumed a member of our team. You must have encountered this serpent and are undoubtedly aware of the imminent danger we face. Our priority now is to leave this place swiftly. Do you understand?" Before Chen Yang could respond, Jack interjected, "That is the blood orchid that blooms only once every 7 years. If we miss this opportunity, we will have to wait another 7 years. If you wish to avoid being dismissed by your employer, we should unite and retrieve that damned blood orchid together. I will persuade my company to collaborate with you on the research. This could undoubtedly be the most significant medical discovery of the century." From the unfolding drama, it was evident that such disputes had arisen previously. This was merely a continuation of the last. The expedition team searching for the blood orchid was clearly divided into two factions, one led by Ger, advocating for an immediate retreat, and the other led by Jack, eager to join forces with Chen Yang and his team to harvest the blood orchid. With Ger and Jack's opposing views igniting further debate, others chimed in, escalating the discord. Chen Yang observed the bickering group with a sense of helplessness, pondering whether their encounter with the python had somehow diminished their intellect. As no one seemed inclined to seek his perspective, Chen Yang was about to speak when he suddenly heard the Indonesian guide, a Chuan, say, "No need to argue. I believe I have found a solution." Upon hearing a Chuan, the arguing group turned their attention toward him. A Chuan stood at the riverbank, scrutinizing the ground beneath him. Following his gaze, they spotted two fish, each approximately 30 to 40 centimeters long, lying on the ground. The fish appeared to have been there for quite some time, their heads darkened and bodies decomposing, while several green-headed flies rested upon them, scattering as people approached. A bald black man waved his hand in front of his nose and inquired, "Where did these fish come from?" A Chuan turned to respond, "From the Ropa tribe." A Chuan spoke in Indonesian, and none of them were familiar with the name of this tribe. The bald man, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed further, and a Chuan explained, "They are the indigenous people of this area, descendants of headhunters, who have resided here for over 1,000 years. This location is their fishing ground, and their village should be nearby." Upon hearing the term headhunter, the hope that had momentarily flickered in air and the others' hearts quickly dimmed. A young black man wearing a hat exclaimed, "Headhunters? The cannibalistic headhunters?" A Chuan smiled slightly and reassured him, "They have not hunted humans for over 100 years. The young man retorted, "Wait, just because they no longer hunt humans doesn't mean they've forgotten how to do so." Ignoring the young man's persistent objections, a Chuan continued, gazing downstream, "They must reside along the banks of this river. We can search for their village and borrow 2 boats from them. With boats, you can return if you wish, or pursue the blood orchid, which would be far quicker and more comfortable than traversing the rainforest on foot." This compromise effectively eased the tensions between both parties, and Chen Yang harbored no objections. Ever since he had entered this narrative world, he had been relentlessly attacked by the headhunter natives. Just moments ago, he had been struck by a round stone launched by one of them. According to the timeline of the plot, even if the headhunter tribe had not entirely migrated, they should be preparing for it. Thus, why would they send people out to hunt at this time? Setting aside the attacks, the sorcery employed by the headhunters, along with the sacrifices and deities mentioned by the captives, had never appeared in the original narrative. This left him with an unsettling feeling that the changes within the Headhunter tribe were inextricably linked to the Blood Orchid. All answers lay within the Headhunter tribe, and if necessary, they must first eradicate the tribe. This would not only yield reward points, but also prevent the Headhunters from ambushing them while they hunted the giant python. Chapter 66. Accidental killing. Over 4 hours have elapsed since the group entered the narrative world, during which they have trudged through the rainforest, their physical stamina severely depleted. Starving and exhausted, they found a relatively open area by the riverbank, free from the threat of ambush. They eagerly retrieved provisions and water exchanged in their personal divine space. Noticing that Jack and the others had no food, Chen Yang generously shared some of his surplus water and supplies, significantly improving their perception of the winged fire serpent team. The provisions acquired from the divine space mainly consisted of compressed biscuits and chocolate, lightweight yet high-calorie sustenance. To the weary travelers, these were a rare delicacy, and they indulged heartily. After replenishing their energy and enjoying a brief respite, the group, led by Chuan and Johnson, resumed their journey. This time, their numbers had doubled, stretching the formation nearly 20 meters long, with only a step or two separating each individual. The subsequent leg of their journey proved excruciatingly arduous. Despite having replenished their supplies and rested, the grueling trek of the morning, compounded by the oppressive humidity of the rainforest, took its toll. A few seasoned members and some newcomers with better physical conditioning fared somewhat better, while several women, lacking stamina, trudged along in a dazed and mechanical manner. Chen Yang, at the forefront alongside Johnson, took turns clearing the path, hoping to quicken their pace. As afternoon approached, the urgency of locating the Headhunter tribe before nightfall weighed heavily upon them. Chen Yang wielded his wolf fang, having just severed branch, when an uproar erupted from the rear of the group. Alarmed, he and Johnson exchanged worried glances and quickly turned to investigate. Kerr was missing. Upon seeing Chen Yang and Johnson approach, Gare's face was etched with panic. He was right behind me, asking what the first thing I would do upon returning to the hotel was. But when I finished answering, he had vanished. Johnson reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not fret. He may have merely fallen behind. I will check in the back." While they spoke, Chen Yang, remaining vigilant, advanced a few steps only to suddenly realize something was amiss beneath his feet, having inadvertently kicked a person. A groan escaped the figure, and he recognized it as Kerr's voice. The atmosphere was dark, the dense foliage of the rainforest casting an even deeper shadow. Chen Yang stepped back cautiously and retrieved his tactical flashlight. Its beam revealed Kerr sprawled upon a thick bed of leaves, blood seeping from beneath him and soaking into the decaying foliage below. "What has happened? Who has harmed you?" Chen Yang inquired urgently. Kerr struggled to speak, his voice strained. "A tree. I leaned against one, and it attacked me from behind," furrowing his brow. Chen Yang turned Kerr's body over and observed a row of small puncture wounds on his back, suggesting the use of a sharp weapon. Blood flowed profusely from the injury, and nearby, 2 fresh, tender leaves clung to his back, stained red with blood. At that moment, Johnson and the others had rushed over. Witnessing Kerr lying motionless on the ground, Zhang Xiangying hurriedly approached to assess his injuries, but soon halted, for Kerr's wide-open eyes revealed the grim truth. He was lifeless. Johnson bent down to remove 2 tender leaves from Kerr's back, bloodied yet still exhibiting a fuzzy green hue, starkly contrasting with the desiccated leaves scattered on the ground, both in form and color. The flickering beams of tactical flashlights danced upon the surrounding trees, prompting everyone to instinctively distance themselves, having clearly heard Kerr's ominous words. The 2 fuzzy leaves confirmed his truthfulness, yet the notion of a tree being capable of murder was bewildering. The peculiar circumstances of Kerr's death sent shivers down their spines, akin to having just watched a horror film, as if unseen spirits lurked around them. A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Yang. His intuition suggested that Kerr's demise was somehow linked to the hunter. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air from the front of the group. Chen Yang's expression shifted in alarm, and he urgently called out, "Everyone, gather together. Do not venture off alone." With that, he dashed towards the front of the team. Due to the dense vegetation requiring a clear path, they had been progressing one by one. When Kerr's incident occurred, The terrain had hindered those in front from retreating, and as Kerr was merely a narrative character, several newcomers chose to rest instead of investigating the situation. Thus, upon hearing the scream, Chen Yang immediately recognized that it must be a newcomer in peril. When Ma Ying and the others cautiously made their way to the front, they were met with the terrified faces of Zhang Min and Yi Sheng, while Lin Linghua leaned against a tree, his face marred by deep, bloody claw marks. One eye gruesomely gouged out, and a gaping wound on his neck that bore the unmistakable signs of a savage beast attack. Chen Yang crouched to closely inspect Lin Linghua's injuries, puzzled beyond measure, for Lin Linghua was a hunter by birth, raised in the jungle, his alertness unmatched among the newcomers. What kind of beast could silently and stealthily inflict such harm without alerting anyone? What had transpired? Zhang Min trembled uncontrollably, speechless from fright, while Yi Sheng, striving to maintain composure, stated, "Something happened behind us. You all need to head over there. The path is too narrow. We can't squeeze through, so we will rest here." I only saw a shadow descending from the tree, and then Lin Linghua was left in this state. Yi Sheng's words tumbled out in disarray, clearly still in a state of terror. Yet, upon hearing him mention the shadow descending from the tree, the group instinctively looked skyward. In the rainforest, where foliage was dense and sunlight scarce, coupled with the overcast skies, they could only vaguely discern a shadow concealed among the branches, unable to ascertain its identity. Chen Yang, reacting swiftly, drew his gun and fired 3 shots at the shadow upon spotting it. Johnson, his hand trembling, hurled a dagger like a throwing knife, launching it towards the shadow with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, a shadow plummeted from the tree. Several tactical flashlights immediately illuminated the scene, revealing a figure with shoulder-length golden hair. She wore an ochre tank top, her face turned away, obscuring her features. It was Sean, although her visage remained indistinct. Gear, being of the same gender and having spent countless days together, recognized her instantly by her hair and attire. A look of sheer terror crossed her face as she pointed to the fallen figure and cried out, "You have killed the wrong person. You have slain Sean." Chapter 67. Ambush. A heavy sensation weighed down on Chen Yang's heart as he turned around, scanning his surroundings, yet he found no trace of Sean. Slowly, he approached and gently turned the lifeless body on the ground. There lay Sean, her eyes wide open, devoid of any spark of life. Chen Yang bent down and carefully lifted her from the ground, inhaling softly as he did so. A vivid crimson stained her chest and abdomen, blood continuously oozing forth. The fatal wound was a dagger embedded deep within her chest, the force of the thrust nearly burying it to the very core of her heart. A Chuan stepped forward to take a glance at Sean's corpse, pointing to a red protrusion on her neck, declaring, "She was bitten by a stone spider and then placed here by someone." "Damn it, you killed Sean." Upon witnessing the grim state of Shan's demise, Goer was immediately incensed, grasping Chen Yang's clothing and roaring in fury. Chen Yang did not flinch, allowing her to hold him, while his lips moved incessantly. Yet no sound emerged. Goer, consumed by rage, noticed the movement of Chen Yang's mouth. Although he was silent, the amplitude of his lip movements clearly conveyed the message, "Don't stop, cooperate with me." To the onlookers, Goer appeared to be both weeping and wailing, while Chen Yang seemed to be at fault, being relentlessly pushed back by her fury. Goer's emotions escalated, her actions growing more vigorous. This scene was intolerable for Ma Ying, who was about to intervene when she suddenly saw Chen Yang make a move. Under the relentless pressure from Goer, Chen Yang, seemingly flustered, retreated hastily, gradually drawing closer to a thick tree. Just as Goer's anger reached its zenith, and she reached out to tear at him, Chen Yang sprang into action. He raised his arm, ostensibly to shield against Goer's grasp, but as he did so, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to the tree behind him. This blow was infused with the strength of a fierce bull, producing a sharp whooshing sound. The impact of his elbow against the tree did not feel as if it struck wood, but rather a faint resilience reverberated from his elbow, as if he had struck flesh. Every individual possesses a unique scent, whether fragrant or foul, pleasant or unpleasant, determined by their dietary and lifestyle habits. Moreover, These habits exhibit subtle variations, akin to one's fingerprints. Some differences are pronounced, while others are so minute that an ordinary person cannot detect them. Only a dog's keen nose can discern such nuances and locate a target by the faint aroma. As Chen Yang cradled Shan's lifeless body, he detected not only her natural scent, but also a faint residual fragrance, subtle yet discernible due to his enhanced olfactory senses. He urged the enraged Gu heir to cooperate precisely because he had caught a whiff of the lingering scent in the air. With Gu heir's relentless assaults propelling him backward, Chen Yang adeptly adjusted his steps according to the air's residual scent, stealthily approaching the source of the fragrance, the very tree where Shan had been placed before her demise. With a resounding thud, a figure, camouflaged in bark-like hues, was struck back several paces by Chen Yang's elbow, barely managing to regain composure, yet teetering precariously. The moment he departed from the tree, his skin tone rapidly lightened to that of an ordinary human, allowing the onlookers to discern his stature and features. Judging by the loincloth adorning his lower half and his flat visage, it was evident that he was an indigenous headhunter. However, in stark contrast to the previous headhunters encountered, he appeared exceptionally tall and robust, towering nearly 2 meters, with a physique brimming with muscle. In his grasp, he wielded a short, sharp branch, resembling a wooden wedge, adorned with remnants of foliage at its tip. It was he who had slain Kier. Upon sighting the headhunter, all uncertainties were instantly resolved. Kier's dying words spoke of an attack by a tree, and the wounds upon his back, coupled with the 2 bloodied, tender leaves, unmistakably pointed to the indigenous headhunter before them. Utilizing his natural camouflage, he had blended seamlessly with the tree, ambushing Kier as he approached, and due to the protective coloration, Kier remained oblivious until his final moments, mistaking the attack for that of a tree. After dispatching Kier, amidst the ensuing chaos, he seized a bite from the immobilized Shan, a native adept at hunting in this rainforest since childhood, familiar with every creature inhabiting it and skilled in leveraging their innate characteristics. Subsequently, while the crowd's attention was diverted to Kier, he placed the incapacitated Shan upon a tree, then concealed himself beneath it, poised for another strike. Beware, he may have accomplices. Kier and Shan had just been situated at the rear of the group, while Lin Linghua stood at the front, and the scars on Lin's body were clearly not inflicted by the headhunter before them. The headhunter glared fiercely at Chen Yang, his eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. With a sudden movement, he lunged forward, hurling the wooden wedge at Chen Yang, then pivoted on his foot to swiftly fling a thick blanket of fallen leaves upward, before darting into the nearby underbrush. As the headhunter revealed himself post-injury, Johnson, Zhang Jianfei, and Ma Ying had already encircled him from 3 directions. Yet he charged toward Zhang Jianfei. Zhang had drawn his firearm, aiming at the headhunter, and as the figure charged through the cascade of leaves, he prepared to pull the trigger, only to witness the headhunter's form vanish amidst the foliage. In the next instant, a dark, rounded log hurtled directly towards him. Startled, Zhang Jianfei recalled how Su Yumu had perished beneath a similar impact from Headhunter's log. He quickly withdrew to evade, but Chen Yang shouted, "Be cautious. That log is him." Realizing he could not escape, Zhang Jianfei understood that if the headhunter melded into the jungle, he would be lost to sight forever. The log, transformed by the headhunter, approached with alarming swiftness, leaving Zhang with no opportunity to utilize his weapon. Despite having endured 2 horror films and undergone a brief period of intensive training within the realm of the main god, Zhang Jianfei had merely scratched the surface of martial arts techniques. He was utterly incapable of defending himself against the headhunter natives, who had thrived in the jungle since childhood, honing their skills in the art of hunting. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not allow his adversary to escape his grasp. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jianfei resolutely positioned himself before the oncoming log, standing firm and unyielding in the face of the impending impact. Chapter 68. The kill in the imminent moment of collision. The log suddenly swelled in mid-air, transforming into the form of the headhunter native. He extended his body in the air and delivered a powerful kick towards Zhang Jianfei. Unflinching, Zhang Jianfei activated both the stone skin and damage reduction skills, bracing himself to absorb the impact of the headhunter's assault. The force of the kick struck him squarely in the chest. Zhang Jianfei felt a sweetness rise in his throat as he staggered back 2 steps, yet remarkably, he experienced no further distress. As he touched his chest, a surge of joy overwhelmed him. This was the first time he had employed his defensive abilities in actual combat, and the results were astonishingly effective. The headhunter native felt as though he had kicked a solid rock, his legs tingling from the impact. Despite this, his extensive combat experience allowed him to use the recoil from the kick to adjust his trajectory in midair. Propelled by the force, he deftly sprang off a tree trunk, advancing rather than retreating, and was on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. Suddenly, a figure flashed through the air. Quinn emerged from an unexpected direction. Wielding his ram's horn warhammer, he traced a sweeping arc in the air, striking forcefully at the headhunter's lower leg. The headhunter emitted a strange cry, twisting his body just in time to narrowly evade the blow. With Quinn's intervention, the headhunter warrior, having exhausted his strength, plummeted back into the circle of encirclement created by the others. The proximity was too close, and the headhunter's agility made it perilous for the group to use firearms, as they risked injuring their own comrades. Thus, they all holstered their weapons. As the standoff continued, a paper figure, cut like a silhouette, suddenly drifted down before the headhunter. Upon seeing the descending paper figure, the headhunter froze momentarily through his gaze. He perceived the recently slain Kier manifesting from thin air, lunging towards him. Instinctively, he reached out, only to have his arm pass through Kier's form without making contact. Witnessing the headhunter's frenzied attempts to strike the floating paper figure, Chen Yang, though unaware of the underlying reason, discerned a rare opportunity. He exerted himself to leap forward. However, before he could spring into action, he felt a piercing gaze directed at his neck, as palpable as reality itself, reminiscent of the presence he had sensed by the riverbank. He abruptly halted, glancing towards the source of the gaze while calling out to Ma Ying, 10 o'clock direction. Thermal imaging device. Having contemplated strategies since the ambush by the riverbank, Chen Yang realized that although Ma Ying possessed enhanced vision, the dense greenery of the jungle and the headhunter's adeptness at concealment posed significant challenges for detection. Nevertheless, when Ma Ying acquired the 95-style sniper rifle, she had foreseen the possibility of complex terrains or nocturnal combat, and thus had already equipped herself with a thermal imaging device. With this device, individuals in the verdant jungle appeared as vibrant flames, unmistakable against the backdrop of foliage. Upon hearing Chen Yang's prompt, Ma Ying immediately lowered her body, bending her left leg forward and collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, she sharply lifted her right arm, swiftly adopting a firing stance and aiming at the 10 o'clock direction. At that moment, Chen Yang followed her gaze and spotted a spherical stone soaring through the air. Under normal circumstances, whether it be a bullet or an arrow, projectiles in motion either travel in a straight line or follow a parabolic arc. Yet, this airborne stone seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, curving gracefully through the air and deftly maneuvering around the trees, obstructing its path. Although Chen Yang could not comprehend how this was achieved, he instinctively sensed that the stone's bizarre trajectory was inexorably linked to the gaze fixated upon him. Realizing this, Chen Yang ceased to evade, remaining stationary. If he was correct in surmising that the stone's path was dictated by the watchful eyes upon him, then as long as the assailant wished to strike him, their gaze must remain unwavering, presenting Ma Ying with her opportunity. Ma Ying activated the thermal imager and immediately discerned a figure pulsating like flames in the distance. She swiftly locked onto the target with her scope, mentally calculating the distance, wind speed, and humidity that could affect the impact point. The figure was a tall native headhunter, and her prominent chest revealed her femininity. She was cleverly concealed within a thicket, even adorned with branches atop her head. Without the thermal imager, detecting her would have been nearly impossible. Ma Ying slightly lowered the barrel of her rifle and gently squeezed the trigger. At the moment of firing, the tremendous recoil of the sniper rifle jolted her, causing the scope to momentarily lose sight of the target. In haste, she glanced through the thermal imager, only to find a humanoid flame collapsed on the ground, with vibrant red flames continuously emanating from its upper body. Eliminating the Headhunter mutant warrior awarded 1 evolution point, 1,000 reward points, and the acquisition of the mutant ability known as Gaze Lock, whereby, under scrutiny, the target could not evade one's strikes. This ability was classified as a mutation and was unaffected by attribute advancement limitations. Just as Chen Yang was poised and ready, he suddenly felt a surge of lightness, the prickling sensation vanishing abruptly. In his line of sight, the stone that had been airborne lost its tether, crashing violently into a tree and sending splinters flying. From Chen Yang's realization of being targeted to Ma Ying's successful shot, the entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving those around them oblivious to the events transpiring. Meanwhile, the Headhunter native continued to frantically attack the paper figure before her. Quinn executed a roll on the ground, his horn war hammer striking fiercely against the knee of the Headhunter native. His mastery of strength surpassed that of others, and with the first-tier power he had recently evolved, the blow shattered the Headhunter's knee, the white bone protruding grotesquely from the flesh. The Headhunter let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. In the air, a flash of steel appeared as Li Feiquan, gripping his black broadsword with both hands, leapt upward, aiming a decisive strike at the Headhunter's head. The excruciating pain from his leg being severed by the horned war hammer finally roused the Headhunter native from his stupor. However, by that time his knee was shattered, rendering him immobile and unable to evade the impending danger. He could only raise his left hand to shield his head. The black machete wielded by Li Feiqian, evidently forged from high-quality steel, came crashing down, severing the Headhunter's left hand at the wrist. The momentum of the strike did not wane. It continued to descend upon the Headhunter's skull. The human cranium, being the hardest bone in the body, aside from the teeth, proved resilient. After the machete had cleaved through the Headhunter's hand, its force was depleted, and as it struck the head, it failed to penetrate, becoming lodged in the fissures of the skull. Chapter 69. Divergence. Upon witnessing the machete lodged in the skull of the Headhunter, Li Fei's heart sank. As he relinquished his grip on the handle and attempted to retreat, it was already too late. The Headhunter's right hand extended claw-like and plunged into his abdomen. Before the Headhunter could exert force, Chen Yang had already dashed behind him in a flurry of movement. With his left hand, he seized the head, tilting it upward, while his right hand brandished the wolf-toothed knife, which flashed as it cruelly slashed across the Headhunter's throat. A jet of blood erupted from the wound, splattering Li Fei. This strike was lethal. The Headhunter emitted a series of muffled sounds, convulsing as his strength rapidly waned. Li Fei pushed the Headhunter forcefully to the ground, staggering back a step before collapsing onto the floor. Trembling, he glanced at his abdomen, where 5 bloody puncture wounds oozed crimson. Had it not been for Chen Yang's timely intervention, the Headhunter's grip would have surely inflicted severe injury, if not death. Noticing the wounds on Li Fei's abdomen, Zhou Mo hurriedly approached to assist him, shielding him from the gaze of the surrounding characters while employing a basic healing spell. Having slain the mutated Headhunter warrior and executed a critical strike, Chen Yang was rewarded with 500 points for his contribution. Furthermore, he acquired the Headhunter's mutated ability, color-shifting mimicry, allowing him to adjust his skin tone and bodily form, transforming into non-living shapes such as trees or stones. This mutation was not constrained by attribute progression. Chen Yang felt a jolt of realization upon entering the main divine space for the first time. He had understood that one could randomly acquire abilities from slain advanced beings, yet he had not anticipated obtaining a mutated ability from a Headhunter. The entire confrontation, from Chen Yang's ambush under Gu Er's cover to the Headhunter collapsing, transpired in less than a minute, illustrating the ferocity of the battle. This skirmish was swift and brutal. In a brief span, both Rick and Sean from the Blood Orchid team had perished, and a newcomer from the Winged Fire Snake team also met a grim fate. Observing the lifeless Headhunter, whose convulsions had ceased, Gu Er mustered the courage to approach for a closer look. Pointing to the corpse, he remarked to Johnson and to Chuan, "Is this the Headhunter you claimed would no longer kill?" After a moment of silence, Chuan stepped forward to flip the Headhunter's body, scrutinizing it closely. "This Headhunter who ambushed us is unlike the others," he stated. Gu Er scoffed. "What makes him different?" He hunted us like beasts in the jungle for sustenance. To him, we are no different from monkeys, merely food. Chuan shook his head. This headhunter is unusually robust. Typically, the headhunters in their tribe, due to harsh living conditions, are around 1 meter 60 at most, often even shorter. Moreover, due to food scarcity and a lack of essential vitamins, they frequently appear malnourished, unable to develop such formidable physiques. In contrast to the indigenous headhunter encountered upon entering this narrative realm, the figure before Chen Yang now exuded an extraordinary strength. A thought flickered in his mind as he instructed the others to remain in place, while he hurried towards the direction of the slain headhunter, felled by Ma Ying. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yang returned, cradling the lifeless body of the headhunter, which lay side by side with another, both towering and robust. Gazing upon the two corpses, Gu'er scoffed, remarking, "What does this signify? That they have become stronger from cannibalism?" As a biology associate professor, Yi Sheng was unperturbed by the sight of corpses. Fear was foreign to him. He approached the headhunter's remains, circling it thoughtfully, seemingly uncovering something. He produced a magnifying glass from his pocket, scrutinizing the chest of the headhunter before extracting a small pair of tweezers to grasp a fragment of crimson residue. After observing the red fragment for a moment, Yi Sheng spoke slowly. They did not gain strength from consuming humans. Rather, it is due to their ingestion of the blood orchid. Adjusting his glasses, he continued, "This is a remnant of the blood orchid. Judging by its hue, they have evidently consumed it not long ago." At Yi Sheng's words, a collective shock rippled through the group. Regardless of their affiliations, be it the Blood Orchid Search Team or the Winged Fire Serpent Squad, their purpose in the rainforest was to seek out the blood orchid. They were acutely aware that this flower could propel human cells beyond their inherent limits, and the indigenous headhunters before them served as undeniable proof. A realization dawned upon Chen Yang as he revisited the tasks assigned by the Master God on his metallic wristwatch. Among the two missions, one involved slaying the Anaconda for an evolution point and 1,000 reward points, while the other, harvesting the blood orchid, offered no such benefits. Initially, Chen Yang found this peculiar. However, it now became evident that the value of the blood orchid surpassed that of an evolution point and 1,000 reward points. It was no wonder the slaying of the Anaconda came with additional rewards, while the mere act of collecting the blood orchid yielded none. The flower itself was an abundant reward. Among the group, Jack had first-hand experience with the blood orchid. He approached the crimson remnants, verifying their consistency with the flower he had previously encountered, and immediately felt a surge of excitement. Clenching his fist, he declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you see? This is the efficacy of the blood orchid. If I am not mistaken, the giant pythons here, reaching lengths of over 20 meters, owe their size to this very flower. The blood orchid enables these great serpents to transcend their physical limits, just as it can allow humans to surpass their own. It can transform a diminutive native into a figure akin to a sports star. This is undoubtedly one of the greatest biological discoveries in history. If we can bring the blood orchid back with us." Gu'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Jack. "Have you lost your mind? We have already lost 3 people. This rainforest is not only home to the giant pythons, but also to cannibalistic headhunters. We must retreat immediately." Jack abruptly waved his hand, interrupting Gu'er's words. He declared, "The discovery of the blood orchid will irrevocably alter the course of human history. With it, the ailments that currently plague humanity, and even the very limits of human lifespan, may be transformed." Jack undoubtedly embodied the traits of history's most successful adventurers, reckless yet resolute, possessing an extraordinary ability to inspire. Upon hearing his words, the initially hesitant bald African-American could not contain himself and remarked, "Gur, perhaps we should reconsider." At this moment, with Kel and Sean deceased, Gur found herself isolated and despondent. She turned to Johnson, asking, "What about you? What is your decision?" Johnson paused in contemplation before responding, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must first locate the headhunter tribe. Once there, whether through theft or deception, I will secure a vessel to depart." Jack, now completely engulfed in madness, rushed in front of Johnson, exclaiming, "I will offer you 50,000, no, 100,000, even 1,000,000, if only you assist us in procuring the blood orchid." Johnson pushed Jack aside with a firm hand, shaking his head. Let's discuss this when you have the means to pursue it. After speaking, Johnson turned to Chen Yang and inquired, Friends, why do these headhunters attack us? Perhaps you ought to provide some explanation? Chapter 70. The tribe Johnson observed coldly, his mind astute and calculating. Considering the preceding events, he swiftly deduced that the attack by the headhunters must be related to Chen Yang and his companions. Chen Yang pondered for a moment before recounting the encounter with the headhunters after they entered the rainforest. If I'm not mistaken, he stated, the reason these headhunters have assaulted us is closely tied to our objective. We find ourselves in the rainy season when the river swells, coinciding with the blooming of the blood orchid. The headhunters can easily surmise that our purpose is to procure the blood orchid. Knowing the properties of the blood orchid, they will not allow anyone else to lay claim to it. Thus, all who enter this rainforest become their prey. Throughout their journey, Chen Yang had contemplated the headhunters' repeated attacks on their group. Apart from the aforementioned reason and the notion of sacrifice mentioned by the indigenous headhunters, he could fathom no other explanation. However, the concept of sacrifice was not suitable to divulge to Johnson and the other narrative characters. He could only relay the previously mentioned rationale to them. Johnson silently nodded, seemingly in agreement with Chen Yang's assessment. He maneuvered around the corpses on the ground, stating, We must leave this place at once. The scent of blood here is overwhelming, and the beasts in this jungle will be drawn to it from all directions. Moreover, regardless of whether you choose to continue searching for the blood orchid, once we reach the headhunter tribe ahead, I will be departing with Ah Chuan. This time, Chen Yang did not take the lead alongside Johnson, but instead positioned himself at the rear of the group. Although he had dispatched 2 ambushing headhunter warriors, the presence of other mutated headhunter warriors along the path remained uncertain. The 2 teams, led by Johnson and Chen Yang respectively, instinctively separated, with Ah Chuan and Gu Er following closely behind Johnson, while the members of the winged fire snake team lingered at the back. Noticing that Johnson and the other narrative characters had moved ahead, Chen Yang recalled the sudden appearance of the paper figure. He hastened his pace to catch up with Zhou Maxin, inquiring, That paper figure earlier was your illusion, wasn't it? Zhou Maxin nodded, explaining, Illusions encompass various abilities. After exchanging for a low-level illusion, one can utilize a minimal amount of reward points to acquire these illusion abilities. The illusion I employed just now is called a guilty conscience, as long as one has killed a person or another creature. Even if it was merely a chicken, this paper figure will automatically transform into the likeness of the most recently slain individual or animal. It seemed straightforward, yet it was an exceedingly practical illusion. Whether in the realm of horror films or among reincarnators, most had committed murder, making them susceptible to this illusion. Although the recent skirmish was brief, it marked the first instance of team cooperation for the winged fire snake team. Each member maximized their abilities, and such collaborative efforts would undoubtedly increase in forthcoming battles. Contemplating the chameleon-like ability acquired from slaying the mutated hunter warrior, Chen Yang inquired of his companions, What rewards did you all garner from the recent confrontation with the mutated hunter warrior? Mying responded, I received an evolution point and 1,000 reward points. Additionally, I acquired a gaze-locking ability from that mutated hunter warrior. Gaze-locking? Upon hearing the name of this ability, Chen Yang was instantly reminded of the substantial intensity of the gaze and the peculiar trajectory of the round stone. What precisely does this ability entail? Mying explained, To a certain extent, this ability ensures that any target I fix my gaze upon, provided it remains undisturbed, will be struck by the bullets I fire. As Mying elucidated the function of this ability, Chen Yang broke into a cold sweat. Had the mutated female hunter warrior employed a sniper rifle instead of sling, it was uncertain whether he would still be standing there. Besides the rewards Ma Ying received for single-handedly defeating the mutated hunter warrior, the other team members who participated in the battle also earned varying amounts of reward points. Even Zhang Jianfei and Ma Ying, who did not directly inflict damage on the mutated hunter warrior, each received 50 reward points. After hearing about Ma Ying's ability, Chen Yang recounted the chameleon-like ability he had just acquired, understanding that effective cooperation within a team necessitates a thorough comprehension of each member's capabilities. Concerned about a potential ambush from the hunter tribesmen, the leading member, Johnson, intentionally slowed their pace. After an hour of cautious progression, Johnson and the others suddenly came to a halt. Assuming there was an issue, Chen Yang hurried forward to assess the situation. Noticing Chen Yang aproating, Johnson gestured for him to look ahead. Following Johnson's indication, Chen Yang soon spotted a half-human-sized stone statue. Though referred to as a statue, it merely bore a vague outline of a person, with even the facial features being indistinct. This sudden appearance of the statue had not been part of the original storyline, suggesting a connection to the hunter tribe lurking within the jungle. Is this the marker established by the hunters? What does it signify? Achuan nodded and replied. This should be a boundary stone erected by the hunters. Crossing this statue signifies entering their territory. We may soon encounter their village. The prospect of entering the hunter's domain, which implied an imminent encounter, instilled a sense of tension among the group. They promptly began to check their weapons, with Zhang Jianfei even retrieving grenades exchanged from the main god space. Given that the term tribe implied the presence of hundreds of hunters, grenades were particularly suitable for such a situation. Yet, the mere thought of potentially discovering dozens of armed hunters lurking behind the next tree made Zhang Jianfei's hands tremble as he clutched the grenades. Cautiously crossing the statue, the group advanced. The only sound accompanying them was the crunching of leaves beneath their feet. As the sky gradually darkened, the surrounding trees became increasingly sparse, revealing the scars of deforestation. It was evident that they were drawing ever closer to the village of the headhunters. After advancing a short distance, they encountered several wooden platforms, adorned with an array of skulls. Some of these remains had turned black, likely due to the passage of time. To alleviate any fear that might arise from such a sight, Achuan explained, this is the burial ground of the headhunters, a sacred site where they honor the bones of their ancestors. The customs of the headhunter tribe were evidently distinct from those of other cultures. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Entering the burial ground signified an imminent approach to the village. Johnson made a gesture to halt, bending slightly at the waist, and, utilizing the cover of the trees, stealthily advanced forward. Chapter 71. The Ritual Before Long. Johnson returned, his expression peculiar, as if he had witnessed something unexpected. Noticing his odd demeanor, Sean hurriedly inquired, "Did you find a boat?" "There is no one in the tribe," Johnson replied. His words left not only Sean and Jack. The characters entwined in the narrative bewildered, but even Chen Yang and others were momentarily at a loss. The plot seemed to have taken a significant turn, reverting to its original course. After traversing the graveyard and circumventing a cluster of trees, the hunters' tribe came into view. It was a modest settlement, comprised of several small huts scattered along the riverbank, each rather rudimentary, their walls bare, resembling temporary structures erected in rural areas to tend to crops. They were slightly larger in scale, encircled by rudimentary fences fashioned from branches, presumably to ward off nocturnal predators. From an initial observation, there appeared to be over 30 huts along the shore, suggesting that the population of this hunter tribe was relatively small, estimated to be between 200 to 300 individuals. Chen Yang casually entered one of the huts to inspect, noting that besides a few cumbersome wooden stumps, there was little of substance within. The side of the hut facing the river bore signs of recent cooking activities, indicating that the tribe had not departed long ago. All evidence pointed to the conclusion that the hunter tribe had recently vacated, and judging by their choice to leave behind only the heavy, cumbersome items, it was clear they had no intention of returning. As Chen Yang emerged from the hut, he found Guer and others, eager to leave, standing at the riverbank, gazing vacantly at the vast expanse of water swollen by the rising river. Meanwhile, Ma Ying and her team from the Winged Fire Serpent Squad were inspecting the huts one by one, hoping to uncover useful clues or even the elusive blood orchid. However, due to concerns about encountering large pythons, Ma Ying and her companions chose to remain clustered together, a decision that, although slower, undoubtedly enhanced their safety. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yang opted not to join Ma Ying, but instead walked toward the riverbank. The hunter tribe had migrated, and based on the traces they left behind, it seemed they had departed not long ago, perhaps even today. Johnson nodded, gesturing toward the empty river and the wooden stakes used for mooring boats along the bank. They left by boat, taking all of them with them. This is not good news for us. At this moment, Jack, clearly unwilling to give up, pulled out a hand-drawn map, examining it while comparing it to the confluence of the two rivers before him. "Which one is the Man River?" he asked. The Indonesian guide, H1, pointed to the river on the right. "That is the Man River. The one on the left is the Toku River. The Toku River is the fastest route to New Gouda." Gur, unable to conceal her disappointment, forced a smile. "Fast? How fast can it be?" Suddenly, Johnson revealed a grin. "Within 2 days, you could be soaking in a 5-star hotel." Aside from H1 and Chen Yang, no one comprehended his intentions. Sean, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "How do we leave? We don't even have a boat." Johnson gestured towards the bamboo submerged in the water and the thatched huts of the headhunter tribe behind him, saying, "We can construct our own. With this abundance of materials, we can craft 2 rafts to depart. When the time comes, H1 and I will take those who wish to leave, and for those seeking the blood orchid, I shall fashion an additional raft." Chen Yang nodded. The sky was darkening, and the rainforest at night posed a greater peril than during the day. Compared to traversing the jungle in the dark, embarking on a raft via the waterways would undoubtedly be safer and less laborious. Hearing Johnson's words, Jack, still clinging to hope, glanced at Gur and then diverted his gaze towards the bald black man. Clearly, he had abandoned persuading Gur and shifted his focus onto the bald black man. In his estimation, the company's team had dwindled to 3. If he could sway the bald black man, they would have a 2-to-1 advantage, potentially reviving the search for the blood orchid. "Mitch, consider this. It is a discovery more monumental than penicillin. If we find the blood orchid, we could all become billionaires." The bald black man shook his head, replying, "Jack, you can wait until we are better prepared for our next expedition." Jack retorted, "Next time? 7 years from now? What if the flower is gone by then? What if someone decides to cultivate the entire basin?" He paused, gazing intently into the bald black man's eyes, attempting to sway him. "Mitch, you're my dearest friend and the best partner I could ask for. We have faced countless challenges together and overcome them all. We are on the brink of another obstacle. This is our sole opportunity. If we miss it, we may never have the chance to harvest the blood orchid again." He appealed to reason, lured by promise, and invoked emotion in his efforts to persuade the bald black man. Yet, regrettably, the bald black man merely shook his head, patted Jack's shoulder in apology, and moved past him to assist Johnson and the others in crafting the rafts. Gur cast a glance at Jack. As she and the bald black man had become de facto lovers, she was not surprised by the outcome, yet she still let out a long sigh. The two had walked away, but Jack remained in the same position he held before the bald black man departed, his eyes filled with profound disappointment. Chen Yang observed Jack's despondent demeanor and recognized that the moment had arrived. "Take us to the location where the blood orchid grows. Once we have harvested the flower, we will provide you with a sample for your research." Chen Yang could compel Jack to comply through force, yet that would involve too many variables. He preferred to avoid such measures unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, given Jack's relentless ambition to harvest the blood orchid at any cost, he believed that a gentle nudge would suffice. In Jack's mind, he viewed the winged fire snake as a rival, as both parties sought the blood orchid. From his perspective, he would never grant the opposition an opportunity. Thus, upon hearing Chen Yang's proposal, he momentarily froze, regarding Chen Yang with a look of confusion. Chen Yang pointed to the map in his hand and remarked, "Although we have received some information, we lack a precise location. Let us exchange your map for a sample of the blood orchid. Everyone can take what they need." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Jack's eyes as he nodded in agreement. "I accept." Perhaps the outcome was beyond Jack's expectations. He raised his fist in excitement, eager to engage in a fist bump with Chen Yang. Chen Yang had no objections to this American gesture, but just as he was about to extend his fist, a sharp scream pierced the air from the direction of the headhunter tribe behind them. Unmistakably, the voice of Zhang Min Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurried towards the source of the sound. Before him stood a hut that differed markedly from the other headhunter dwellings. This structure was not only significantly taller, but also sturdily built with stone walls, unlike the drafty shanty surrounding it. Had Zhang Xiangying known the horrific sight that awaited him, he was certain he would not have been the first to enter this hut. Inside lay several bodies sprawled in disarray, each exhibiting gruesome signs of death. Some were so mutilated that their bones protruded through their flesh, resembling a hedgehog, while others had their hearts burst from their chests. Despite Zheng Xiangying's experience in dissecting numerous corpses during his medical studies, he had never encountered such a terrifying scene. Before he could retreat, Zhang Min followed closely behind him. Upon seeing the grim tableau within the hut, her eyes widened in horror, and she let out a piercing scream. Hearing Zhang Min scream, the others initially feared she had encountered a headhunter or a giant snake and rushed from various corners of the tribe. Upon arriving and realizing that her fright was due to the sight of the corpses, Johnson and the others returned to the riverbank to construct a raft, eager to leave the rainforest and avoid further complications. After examining the bodies inside the hut, Yisheng washed his hands in a stone jar used by the headhunters for water storage and stated, "There are traces of blood orchids in their mouths and on their chests. Their deaths are likely related to the consumption of the blood orchid. The flower stimulates cellular mutations within their bodies, causing accelerated division. However, some of their cells divided too rapidly, leading to local tissue abnormalities that resulted in their demise. Judging by the state of their blood coagulation, they must have died recently, likely today." Upon hearing Yi Sheng's analysis, Ma Ying suddenly interjected, "During my internship with the police, I encountered cases involving cults. These cults often perform rituals that are incomprehensible to ordinary people, aiming to achieve a state of unity with the divine or other nonsensical realms. The headhunters consuming the blood orchid bears a striking resemblance to such rituals." The previously captured headhunter mentioned a sacrifice. Could this be a ritual to offer to their god? The previously captured headhunters indeed mentioned deities and rituals. After contemplation, Chen Yang shook his head and remarked it should not be a sacrificial ceremony. The deceased headhunter natives were all adult males, and considering the size of their tribe, it is evident that their population is relatively small, approximately 200 to 300 individuals. Based on the standard demographic composition, the number of adult headhunters would be around 50, constituting 1/5 to 1/4 of their populace. If they were to sacrifice 8 adult headhunters at once, their tribe would swiftly face extinction. Chen Yang then scrutinized the corpses of the headhunters within the thatched hut and continued, "Moreover, have you noticed that there are 2 vacant spots among these 8 individuals? Although this hut is reasonably spacious, it is apparent that accommodating 8 individuals side by side would be somewhat cramped, and it stands to reason that they would not leave 2 positions unoccupied unless those spots were originally occupied." At this juncture, everyone grasped the implication. The headhunter natives had indeed conducted a ritual here, but this ceremony was not for sacrifice. Rather, it was intended for the consumption of blood orchids. The vacant positions clearly belonged to the 2 mutated headhunter warriors who had ambushed them from the jungle. Chapter 72. The Art of Fear. Gazing at the line of headhunters standing before him, Chen Yang suddenly felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, and the scene before his eyes blurred into obscurity. In the haze, he seemed to glimpse an elderly headhunter clad in black, speaking softly as he stood directly before him, flanked by a group of indistinct headhunters. The impression left by the elder was profoundly resonant. She was unmistakably the headhunter sorceress he had seen through the eyes of a captured headhunter. A sudden shock surged through Chen Yang, compelling his iron will to awaken. Instantly, the vision before him vanished. He took a surprised step back, and from the corner of his eye, he noticed Ma Ying wearing a similarly bewildered expression. A thought crossed his mind, prompting him to urgently call out her name. As Ma Ying's gaze cleared, she looked at Chen Yang and inquired, "Did you see something?" He nodded, a lingering sense suggesting that the images he had witnessed were perhaps remnants from the memories of the slain, mutated headhunter warriors. With measured steps, Chen Yang advanced 2 paces to the spot where the sorceress had once stood, his eyes briefly resting on the wooden table inside the thatched hut. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of suffocating fear enveloped everyone present. This sensation was all too familiar to Chen Yang. He had experienced it before while interrogating captured headhunters, having sensed it through the eyes of the sorceress. Under the weight of this fear, Chen Yang felt his heartbeat quicken, his limbs stiffening, and a fine sheen of cold sweat breaking out along his spine, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Activating his iron will, he swiftly cast off this paralyzing dread. However, Ma Ying and the others, lacking any enhancement of their mental fortitude, found themselves powerless against the stifling terror. Their expressions varied. Some gritted their teeth in a desperate struggle, while others were drenched in sweat and trembling involuntarily. Zhang Min, experiencing horror for the first time, collapsed to the ground, screaming in utter panic. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had appeared beside the wooden table, clad in black and wielding a staff. It was the sorceress of the headhunter tribe. As Chen Yang beheld her, a sudden clarity dawned within him. The headhunter sorceress had always been present. However, whenever someone entered the hut and attempted to look in her direction, an instinctive sense of fear emanating from her compelled them to avert their gaze. This inherent terror was the reason no one had noticed her presence, despite her being right there. With the influence of his iron will, Chen Yang rapidly surmounted the disarray caused by the fear, his racing heartbeat gradually calming and strength returning to his limbs. Noticing that Zhang Min had fainted, her eyes rolled back. He could not afford to hesitate. He leaped forward, charging towards the headhunter sorceress. Seemingly unprepared for someone to awaken from her fear-inducing enchantment so quickly, the sorceress raised her staff as Chen Yang propelled himself into the air. A vibrant green luminescence flared from her staff, coalescing into a shimmering green shield that materialized before her. In midair, Chen Yang bellowed, his arm muscles swelling with power as one arm surged in size, striking fiercely against the verdant barrier. The radiance of the green light shield swiftly dimmed and subsequently shattered into myriad luminous fragments, vanishing into the ether. Following the destruction of the headhunter wizard's shield, Chen Yang surged forward, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the wizard's chest. The headhunter wizard staggered back 2 steps, collapsing to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. As the wizard sustained injury, the pervasive fear that had enveloped the hearts of the onlookers diminished significantly. Although trepidation lingered, it was far less acute than the earlier feelings of anxiety, perspiration, trembling, nausea, dizziness, and helplessness, to the point where self-control was nearly lost. At the very least, they could now govern their own bodies. Chen Yang gazed at the crumpled headhunter wizard, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. The wizard's display of fear magic was exceedingly potent, yet her defenses and physical resilience appeared remarkably feeble in comparison, even weaker than an ordinary headhunter, which left Chen Yang astonished at how effortlessly he had managed to inflict such a grievous wound upon her. Why had the headhunters chosen to attack him? Was the deity they spoke of the great python? An array of questions flooded Chen Yang's mind, ultimately coalescing into a singular inquiry. Why? A glimmer of clarity flashed in the murky eyes of the headhunter wizard as she gasped for breath, stating, "Since the divine will was bestowed upon us from afar, I have known this day would inevitably arrive." Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang pressed, "What exactly is the god you speak of? Is it the great python?" The headhunter wizard replied, "Yes, yet also no." Perplexed by her ambiguous response, Chen Yang fixated on the headhunter wizard, awaiting further elucidation. For reasons unknown, the wizard was surprisingly cooperative, and Chen Yang began to comprehend why the headhunter tribe had launched an assault against him and his companions. This particular tribe of headhunters had dwelled in this rainforest for over a millennium, isolated from the world, self-sufficient. Though their existence was arduous, they were free from want, a way of life that had endured for countless generations. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would likely continue. However, 6 months prior, headhunter warriors who ventured out for hunting began to mysteriously vanish. Those capable of hunting alone were the tribe's most formidable warriors, and after 2 of them disappeared, the tribe no longer dared to allow any warrior to hunt alone. In pursuit of the truth, the tribe's leader, the strongest warrior, led a total of 12 headhunter warriors to investigate the sites of the earlier disappearances. 3 days later, only 1 warrior returned from this expedition of 12, with the other 11, including the tribe leader, lost to the jungle. The fortunate survivor was profoundly shaken, and after recounting the harrowing events that transpired after their entry into the rainforest, he soon succumbed to the overwhelming fright. According to his account, upon reaching the area where the previous disappearances had occurred, they quickly uncovered clues that led them to a pond, where they beheld a massive python measuring over 20 meters in length. The headhunter warriors possessed experience in hunting pythons within the depths of the jungle. Although this particular python was somewhat larger than usual, they felt no fear. They set traps to lure the massive serpent out of the pond, preparing to capture it. However, the headhunters were utterly unprepared for the python's uncanny intelligence. It seemed almost human, discerning their traps and avoiding them entirely. Instead, it turned the tables, decimating the ambushing headhunter warriors. The remaining headhunters were gripped by terror as they observed the python becoming increasingly anthropomorphic with each kill, as if it were absorbing the essence of its victims. By the end, despite its serpentine form, its movements mirrored those of a human. This formidable combination of immense size and human-like intellect rendered the headhunter warriors powerless, leading them to lose their will to fight and scatter in fear, with only one managing to escape. Upon grasping the gravity of their predicament, the surviving headhunter prepared for a mass exodus. However, before they could gather their belongings, the python arrived at their tribe. In stark contrast to the descriptions given by the returning warrior, this python now exhibited even more human-like behavior. It could comprehend human speech and convey its intentions through gestures. It brought 10 blood orchids, compelling 10 adult headhunters to consume them. Following this, only one of the 10 survived, transformed with a significantly increased physique and immense strength. The python devoured the surviving headhunter and departed. A month later, it returned once again, bearing 10 blood orchids. Thus, every 4 to 5 weeks after digesting the consumed headhunters, the python would return with another offering, treating the headhunter tribe as if they were livestock. The remaining headhunters soon discovered that each time the python ingested a mutated headhunter, it acquired their abilities. The headhunter tribe had attempted to relocate, but whenever they planned to move, the python lay in wait at the river bend, capsizing their boats and slaughtering women and children. After 2 such incidents, the remaining headhunters ceased their attempts to escape, resigning themselves to hunting humans to replace their fallen kin as sacrifices for the blood orchids. This grim cycle continued until a week ago when the python returned with more blood orchids. Among the sacrificial offerings was the headhunter shaman. Upon consuming the blood orchid and gaining the power of fear magic, the python chose not to kill her. Instead, it spared her life, leaving her with 10 blood orchids and instructing her to lead her tribe in capturing humans who entered the rainforest. Consequently, the headhunter warriors set numerous traps designed for the purpose of ensnaring humans, which explains why Chen Yang and his companions encountered traps right at the onset of their journey. Struggling to utter these words, the headhunter sorceress was clearly in a state of decline, her breath shallow and her gaze vacant, indicating that her time was drawing near. She fixed her eyes on Chen Yang and said, "People from afar, you possess the same abilities as that great python, capable of siphoning the powers of others. Perhaps you can slay it. Though my kin have already migrated, I still hope that you can vanquish it. Only then will my people find true safety." Upon hearing the sorceress's words, Chen Yang finally grasped why her initial hostility towards him and his companions had not been as pronounced. Chapter 73. The Peril Beneath the Waters. Upon discerning the abilities that the giant python had acquired from the mutated headhunter warriors, the expression of the headhunter, which turned ashen, her spirit waning like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. With murky eyes, she gazed at Chen Yang and gasped, "In my life, my powers can assist you in vanquishing it. Only with its demise can this rainforest regain its tranquility and my kin return to their homeland." Chen Yang sighed softly and gently plunged the blade of the wolf fang into the witch's chest. Even at this moment, the headhunter, which remained oblivious to the fact that the calamity stemmed from the blood orchid guarded by the giant python, as long as the blood orchid existed, such tragedies would inevitably unfold. Upon slaying the mutated headhunter warrior, he obtained an evolution point, 1,000 reward points, and the mutated ability of fear, capable of instilling dread and disquiet in surrounding creatures, thereby weakening or even incapacitating them. This ability, being a mutation, was unbound by attribute or rank limitations. The cold voice of the main deity resonated in Chen Yang's mind. He withdrew the wolf fang, disregarding these matters. instead reflecting on the abilities the giant python had acquired after consuming the mutated headhunters. The giant python had devoured 5 mutated headhunter warriors, thus gaining 5 distinct powers: immense strength, reinforced defense, localized aberration, vine manipulation, and animal hypnosis. The immense strength amplified the python's might, while the reinforced defense rendered its scales nearly impenetrable. Localized aberration endowed the python with claws reminiscent of the legendary dragons of the East, claws not merely for show, but capable of rending all with practical effect. Vine manipulation allowed it to control vines to strike adversaries, and animal hypnosis enabled it to command the beasts of the rainforest. In this context, all 5 abilities proved exceedingly practical, not to mention the python's innate techniques of engulfing, constricting, and tail whipping. Undoubtedly, this would mark the first genuine battle for the winged fire serpent squadron. The previous scenarios in the human skin in and the night demon narrative, while fraught with peril, paled in comparison to the unprecedented threat posed by the mutated giant python. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang divided the ice bullets and armor-piercing rounds he had exchanged for in the main deity's space, handing half to Ma Ying. When we venture to gather blood orchids, you shall provide support from distance. Though the mutated giant python possesses reinforced defense, no scale can rival armor. These bullets will deliver a surprise. Ma Ying nodded, securing the armor-piercing and ice rounds. Chen Yang then turned to Zhou Maxin, instructing, "You will act as an observer, aiding Ma Ying in monitoring the surroundings. Should foes appear, utilize your illusions to buy us time. Defei, your enhancements are primarily defensive. When the moment demands, you must step forward." Zhang Jianfei smiled wryly and nodded. Chen Yang continued, "When we seek the blood orchids, Professor Yi and Zhang Min, you shall remain here, prioritizing your safety." Having endured the trials of 3 horror films that juxtaposed life and death, Chen Yang has, almost imperceptibly, transformed from an ordinary individual into a warrior. Although his tactical arrangements may not be particularly remarkable, they're certainly conventional, taking into account the capabilities of each team member and viewing them as a cohesive unit. For now, let's leave it at that. We shall gradually supplement specific details later. This evening, we will take turns on watch, so I urge everyone to rest as much as possible to conserve energy for tomorrow's battle. As Chen Yang's words faded, a cheer erupted from the riverbank, signaling that Johnson and the others had successfully constructed the rafts. By this time, darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Johnson fashioned several makeshift torches from wooden sticks and the oil left by the headhunters, illuminating the scene where 2 rudimentary rafts were tethered to the shore, gently swaying with the rippling water. Noticing Chen Yang and his companion's approach, Gu'er called out, unable to suppress her concern, "Are you certain you wish to stay?" Chen Yang nodded and retrieved some compressed biscuits from his backpack, offering them to Gu'er. "It will take at least 2 days to return from here. If you conserve these provisions, they should suffice for your journey." Seeing that Chen Yang and the others had made up their minds, Gu'er accepted the compressed biscuits and ceased her entreaties, turning to assist Johnson in placing some fruits gathered from the headhunter tribe onto the raft. The weather in the rainforest can shift dramatically, and just as Gu'er finished loading the necessary items onto the small boat, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that pelted down like marbles from above. The rain was indeed formidable. Even standing amidst the dense foliage, droplets penetrated the canopy, creating ripples on the water's surface. Wiping his face, Chen Yang suggested, "Given the heavy rain and the darkness, it would be safer for you to stay and depart tomorrow." Gu'er's eagerness to leave the rainforest was palpable. She shook her head and was the first to leap onto the boat, followed closely by the bald black man and Johnson. Only Jack remained expressionless on the riverbank, wishing you smooth sailing. As Johnson untied the ropes in preparation for departure, Chen Yang wiped the rain from his face and waved at them. Gu'er raised her hand, poised to bid farewell, but suddenly let out a sharp scream. On the raft, Johnson flicked his paddle, casting aside a long water snake, and nodded toward Chen Yang and the others on the shore, saying, "God be with you. Good luck." With that, he and the bald black man plunged their paddles into the water with force, and the raft glided gently away, quickly drifting to midstream. At that moment, the rain intensified, drenching them and making it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open, rendering their vision exceedingly blurry. The impassive Jack was the first to turn back. Chen Yang raised his hand to shield himself from the rain as he, Ma Ying, and the others retreated into a thatched hut to seek refuge from the downpour. Upon entering the humble abode, a sudden scream echoed across the river, startling Chen Yang. He recalled the ominous warning of the headhunter wizard. Whenever the tribe prepared to migrate, a giant python would obstruct their passage. He swiftly turned around, peering through the rain-soaked veil towards the river's heart. Despite the hazy view, he discerned a colossal python emerging from the depths of the water. The majority of the serpent's massive body remained submerged, with only its head raised high, aimed directly at Chuan, who stood at the bow of the boat. In a swift, lightning-like motion, the python lunged forward, engulfing Chuan whole, before lifting its head slightly to swallow him down. Gu Er, positioned closest to Chuan, found herself nearly face-to-face with the ferocious python, witnessing the horror unfold in stark clarity. Overcome with fear, she stumbled back, losing her footing and plunging into the river. Noticing Gu Er's fall, the bald black man swiftly extended his wooden paddle towards her, pulling her up with great effort. At that moment, Johnson turned around just in time to see Chuan's feet protruding from the python's maw. With a fierce determination, he raised his paddle and struck the python's head with all his might. The impact was so forceful that the paddle snapped in two, one fragment soaring into the air while the remaining piece bore a sharp edge. A former Special Forces operative, Johnson's reflexes were swift. Seizing the remaining half of the paddle, he thrust it forward, the sharp tip piercing the python's head. The serpent, now wounded, became frenzied. A white wave erupted on the river's surface as its concealed tail broke free, sweeping violently towards Johnson, sending him soaring into the water with a resounding splash. Oh my God! Gu Er, now safely on the raft thanks to the bald black man's efforts, was terrified, her voice trembling as she cried out the python. There's a giant python in the water. Row back quickly. The bald black man's face turned pale, and he paddled with all his strength. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from beneath, lifting the raft high into the air. As the raft soared, both the bald black man and Gu Er found themselves suspended without support, flailing in the air, instinctively reaching for anything to grasp, any semblance of safety. At that moment, a colossal python lunged from the depths, coiling tightly around the bald black man. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed as the serpent crushed him, torrents of blood erupting from his eyes, mouth, and nose. He stared in horror, blood seeping from his wide-open eyes, his mouth agape in silent agony, before the monstrous python dragged him into the depths of the river. In an instant, from a moment the python surged forth to devour Chuan to the raft being thrust into the air by the underwater behemoth. Two of the four individuals aboard had already met their tragic fate. With a sudden force, Johnson was swept into the water by the tail of the giant python. He emerged from the depths, coughing up blood, and after shaking off the droplets from his face, he glanced around. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, ripples continuously emerged, unmistakably indicating the python's movement beneath the water. Not far away, Gur was just surfacing from beneath the overturned raft, barely able to catch a breath before being yanked down into the depths by an unseen force. Although the murky depths concealed the creature, Johnson could surmise that it was indeed the giant python dragging her under. At that moment, Johnson found himself over 20 meters away from the riverbank. While this distance appeared manageable, it was in truth a perilous path fraught with danger. In desperation, he clung to the hope of survival as if it were a lifeline. He swung his arms vigorously, propelling himself toward the shore, when suddenly, a powerful wave surged behind him, resembling a swift arrow slicing through the water, aimed directly at him. Johnson felt an undercurrent rising from the depths, and a sense of dread gripped his heart. This was undoubtedly the turbulent flow created by the python's movement. Almost immediately, he felt a constriction in his chest, as though his body below the waist had become ensnared in a quagmire, rendering him immobile. A tremendous force surged forth, swiftly dragging him beneath the surface. Chapter 74. The crimson orchid rain fell in large droplets, akin to pearls strung on a broken thread, slanting down upon the river's surface and creating a myriad of small circles. The river had regained its tranquility, were it not for the overturned raft upon the water. A testament to the prior presence of a colossal python, the recent events might have seemed merely a nightmare. Despite the calm that had returned, none dared to approach the riverbank, instinctively distancing themselves from the shore in fear that the great serpent might emerge from the depths below. Jack's face was ashen. Although he had clashed with Gurr and the others, the intervention of the winged fire snake team had prevented their situation from escalating into outright hostility. In this moment, he felt both fear and relief. Had he not stubbornly insisted on harvesting the blood orchid, he would likely have already met his demise beneath the water. Chen Yang gazed at the now serene scene, wishing to speak, yet his throat felt parched, and not a word escaped his lips. Zhang Jianfei pointed at the river, exclaiming, "Just now, there were at least 3 large pythons. How could this be?" Ma Ying shook her head, responding, 4, and there are more beneath the surface. The appearance of only 4 pythons is due to the mere 4 individuals on the raft. Her implication was clear. The depths harbored many more serpents. But the limited number of people on the raft was simply insufficient to satiate them. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yang recalled that such a scenario had not occurred in the original narrative. The words of the headhunter wizard had mentioned that whenever the headhunter tribe prepared to migrate, great pythons would obstruct their path. Yet if that were the case, how had the entire tribe managed to relocate? Regardless, Johnson and the others had already paid with their lives, proving that escape via the water was impossible. Even with their enhanced physiques, Chen Yang and his companions did not dare to gamble with their lives. As night deepened, the rain that fell upon them turned icy, compounded by the occasional gusts of wind. For a group of seasoned individuals with augmented physical attributes, the situation was bearable, yet Zhang Min and Yi Sheng, both novices in this horror-laden realm, appeared pale and drawn. Seeking refuge, Chen Yang located a relatively tall and spacious thatched hut. He dismantled a nearby structure, using the thatch and wood to kindle 2 fires, both to ward off the cold and to deter the wild beasts of the rainforest. After drying their drenched clothing and consuming some simple provisions, they established a watch schedule. The group then gathered around the fire, casually spreading some dry straw to sleep upon. After a day of relentless toil within the rainforest, even Chen Yang felt utterly fatigued, let alone Zhang Min and Yi Sheng, who soon succumbed to slumber amid the straw. Due to the need for a night watch, Chen Yang fought against the pull of sleep, rising to patrol the vicinity of the hut. Observing non-usual occurrences, he casually pulled up a stool and sat down. The rain gradually ceased, yet the sky remained overcast, devoid of starlight. The rainforest, dense with foliage, plunged into complete darkness, resembling a colossal beast that consumed everything in its path. Strange sounds echoed from deep within the jungle, the source of which remained a mystery. After meticulously inspecting the supplies on his person and reorganizing them according to his habitual preferences, Chen Yang found himself lost in thought amidst the cacophony of snores surrounding him. Gazing into the inky darkness of the night, his mind drifted to thoughts of his parents, his classmates, and friends, and to Shun Mushua, the beautiful and kind-hearted girl. As he remained absorbed in his reverie, a sudden movement behind him jolted him back to reality. He turned to see Zhou Maxin, who appeared slightly bewildered, and inquired, "Why aren't you asleep?" "I can't sleep. What are you lost in thought about?" Zhou Maxin replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Dressed in a black combat uniform with her hair pulled back tightly, she maintained her radiant beauty despite a day filled with arduous travel. Her feminine gesture struck Chen Yang with a fresh sense of admiration. He tilted his head slightly and responded, "It's nothing. Just contemplating what I would be doing in the real world if I hadn't been chosen by the Master God to enter the Master God space." Intrigued, Zhou Maxin asked, "If we could return to the real world, what would you do?" Chen Yang, feeling somewhat lost, shook his head and offered a wry smile. "Can we even go back?" After a moment of silence, Zhou Maxin began, "I am the only child in my family. My father owned a large supermarket when I was young. Compared to other children, my childhood was filled with happiness, beautiful clothes, toys to play with, and lovely Barbie dolls." As she spoke, A sweet smile graced her lips, revealing dimples that danced upon her cheeks. Under the flickering firelight, her already striking beauty appeared even more enchanting. At 15, my father was diagnosed with leukemia. We exhausted all our savings to treat him, yet his illness remained uncurable. This took a toll on my mother as well. And from that moment on, I became an outsider. Hearing this, Chen Yang understood why Zhou Maxin had reacted so passionately upon hearing about the miraculous elixir capable of curing all ailments when she first entered the Night Demon 2 narrative world. Tears welled up in her eyes, devoid of any dramatic display. They simply flowed silently. Chen Yang gently patted her hand and reassured her, "It's all in the past. As long as we continue to grow stronger and survive, you will eventually accumulate enough reward points to exchange for the elixir and bring it back to save your father." Observing Zhou Maxin's eyes brighten with hope stirred an inexplicable sense of confusion within Chen Yang. She still harbored hope, but what of his own? Where did his own hope lie? The night swiftly passed, and upon awakening, everyone began by checking their gear. After consuming some food and water, they followed the map held by Jack, making their way towards the location marked for the blood orchid. Initially, they spotted monkeys and koalas along the way, but as they drew nearer to the designated area on the map, the rainforest grew increasingly silent, devoid of even the most common creatures such as parrots and tree frogs. Everyone comprehended the reason for entering the domain of the great python. After traversing a grove of trees, Chen Yang abruptly halted his advance. Not far ahead lay a waterway, roughly the size of a basketball court, extending 20 to 50 meters in depth. Above this waterway, a cluster of vibrant crimson orchids flourished. At first glance, these blood orchids bore a striking resemblance to the red dendrobium orchids of the real world, albeit significantly larger and with a deeper hue, their petals appearing as if stained by blood. Moreover, these blood orchids emitted an enticingly sweet fragrance that wafted through the air, perceptible even from a distance. This floral aroma was distinct from others, invigorating the spirit upon the first whiff. The clusters of blood orchids swayed gently in the breeze, exuding an irresistible allure. Chen Yang estimated that there were at least 20 of these orchids before him, sufficient for the winged fire snake team to fulfill their mission. "Blood orchids," Jack exclaimed softly, attempting to bypass Chen Yang, only to be restrained by him, who pressed him down. Chen Yang meticulously scrutinized the waterway ahead and noted its emptiness. Not a single python was in sight, nor was there any spectacle reminiscent of a colossal serpent ball as depicted in films. He shifted his gaze, examining the vicinity of the waterway, yet found nothing amiss. Despite the absence of any python, an unsettling sense of foreboding gripped Chen Yang, a manifestation of his heightened primal instinct. Since enhancing this ability, it had repeatedly warned him of impending danger. Yet never had he felt such an intense sense of peril as he did now. Once he discerned the waterway devoid of pythons, Jack could no longer contain himself and darted out from behind Chen Yang. Chen Yang refrained from obstructing Jack, but instead halted the other teammates, keeping a vigilant eye on Jack's surroundings. "Do you sense any danger?" he inquired. The headhunter sorcerer was quite clear. "These blood orchids are guarded by mutated pythons. Although we cannot see them now, I can sense their presence nearby." Li Faquin interjected, "Indeed, there is a threat. It feels akin to the ambush I experienced previously, as if eyes were upon us." Aside from Li Faquin, Ma Ying and several other seasoned individuals also sensed the impending danger, albeit their feelings lacked the intensity of Chen Yang's and Li Faquin's. Chen Yang gestured to Ma Ying, who promptly grasped his intent, leading Zhou Maxin in a deliberate maneuver to circumvent Chen Yang and the others, seeking a vantage point nearby to set up a sniper rifle. Jack quickly approached the edge of the waterway, which spanned merely over 10 meters in width. A massive tree, wide enough for an embrace, lay across the waterway, forming a natural bridge. One end rested at the water's edge, while the other extended beneath the blood orchids on the opposite side. By traversing the tree, one could easily collect the blood orchids. Under the watchful eyes of Chen Yang and the others, Jack cautiously ascended the tree, extending his arms for balance as he proceeded step by step along the trunk towards the blood orchids. Soon, Jack approached the blood orchid, his long-cherished dream now within reach. His excitement palpable, causing his outstretched hand to tremble slightly. Just as Jack's fingers grazed the petals of the blood orchid, a tremendous splash erupted from the stream, drawing the attention of Chen Yang and his companions. A massive python, over 30 meters in length, surged from the depths, propelled by a colossal wave, lunging towards Jack. The scene struck Chen Yang as eerily familiar, reminiscent of the moment when the white dragon made its entrance and journey to the west. This python, exceeding 30 meters in length, was unlike the one Chen Yang had previously slain. It transcended the realm of snake-like creatures. A half-meter-long horn jutted from its head, and, astonishingly, it possessed 4 formidable claws beneath its robust body, resembling the legendary Eastern dragon at first glance. However, unlike the revered dragon of folklore, this monstrous serpent emanated an aura of malevolence. Its pitch-black scales bristled ominously, the head formed a sharp triangle, and its gaping maw was lined with interlocking rows of vicious fangs. This was undoubtedly the mutated python spoken of by the headhunter sorcerer. The enormous mutated python exhibited a surprising agility that belied its massive size, propelling itself in the water like an arrow, soaring to a height of 40 to 50 meters, gliding over the treetops as if leaping over dragon gates. Its elongated tongue flicked out suddenly, ensnaring Jack like a frog capturing its prey. Before the mutated python could plunge back into the stream, Chen Yang fired relentlessly at it, bullets striking its obsidian scales, ricocheting off with sparks flying. A sense of dread washed over Chen Yang. The scales of this mutated python were seemingly harder than steel. Chapter 75, Struggle Before Me. This mutated giant python clearly exhibited more than just localized mutations, having sprouted 4 claws. Its forked tongue, while retaining its distinctive shape, had thickened and gained resilience, capable of ensnaring a person. Suddenly, a dull gunshot reverberated, and a burst of crimson erupted from the descending python's tongue, causing Jack, entangled within it, to plummet into the water below. The mutated giant python let out a roar, its long tail swiftly coiling around a massive tree that arched over the stream. And then it swung its body, cascading towards the water's edge. At that moment, the sky was clear. The python's colossal form soared through the air, casting a vast shadow under the sun, creating an overwhelming sensation of darkness. Under such pressure, Chen Yang instinctively stepped back. Another muffled gunshot rang out, a silver bullet striking the python's body, and a thin layer of ice rapidly spread from the impact point, extending 2 to 3 meters before ceasing. Suspended in the air, the python's body stiffened, with most of it landing at the stream's edge, while a portion dangled precariously. It writhed violently, shaking off the thin ice that clung to it. Just as the flurry of ice particles began to disperse, another silver ice bullet struck its form. The distinctive, muted sound of the sniper rifle echoed continuously as Ma Ying aimed through the scope at the mutated python. Its immense size rendered it virtually impossible to miss, especially as Ma Ying had activated her targeting ability. Her gaze extended along the trajectory of the first ice bullet's impact point, and under her precise control, the distance between the impact points of the subsequent bullets did not exceed 2 meters. In quick succession, she discharged an entire magazine of ice bullets, and soon, the python's body was enveloped in a thin layer of ice, resembling a frozen statue. After firing the last ice bullet, Ma Ying felt a wave of darkness wash over her, accompanied by a dizzying sensation, a clear sign of overexertion from her continuous use of the targeting ability. She closed her eyes, then forced them open again, ensuring her awareness remained intact. Gazing at the python now, encased in ice, Chen Yang dared not relax. The ice bullets, when fired at an ordinary human, could cause a rapid drop in surface temperature by 20 to 30 degrees, potentially leading to frostbite or even fatal damage to internal organs. However, the python's immense girth, nearly 2 meters in diameter, meant that these ice bullets were insufficient to slay it, using high-explosive grenades to bring it down. Given the strength displayed by the mutated python, high-explosive grenades would not inflict substantial harm. Yet, Chen Yang's intent was not to kill it, but to dislodge it. Before their departure, he had devised several plans. one of which involved obliterating the stream if the python was found within it. In the original storyline of Python Catastrophe 2, Johnson and his companions inadvertently collapsed the stream, burying several coiled giant pythons beneath the rubble. The crowd had long established their own habits, placing all weapons within easy reach. Upon hearing Chen Yang's words, several individuals promptly retrieved high-explosive grenades, biting open the safety pins and hurling them towards the vicinity of the mutated giant python. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, and the relentless downpour of recent days had rendered the soil near the ravine exceedingly loose. The explosive force of the grenades caused chunks of earth to peel away from the ravine in layers, resembling a landslide as they cascaded downward. The frozen, sculpted form of the mutated python plummeted alongside the dislodged earth, crashing into the ravine with a resounding thud. Even though Chen Yang and his companions lacked expertise in directional demolition, the torrential rains had already softened the soil layers significantly. The impact of the grenades was nothing short of astounding. The earth by the ravine continued to collapse, resulting in a minor landslide that nearly filled the ravine halfway, entombing the mutated python beneath the debris. This outcome had not crossed Chen Yang's mind. Yet he felt fortunate that the shockwave from the explosion did not reach the blood orchid across the ravine. Giving a thumbs up in the direction of Ma Ying, Chen Yang took a couple of steps forward, gazing at the ravine now partially filled with earth. Is it dead? Zhang Jianfei gasped, the recent encounter with the mutated python having placed immense pressure on him. An ordinary person would feel intimidated standing before a large animal like an adult elephant or rhinoceros. The thought of facing a creature several times larger than an elephant was daunting. As Chen Yang observed the ravine below, he shook his head and stated, "To slay such a formidable boss, the main god must bestow a reward. Since we have not received any indication of such a reward, it must still be alive." Zhang Jianfei glanced at the blood orchid swaying in the wind on the opposite side and asked, "What shall we do now? Shall we go collect the blood orchids?" Chen Yang, fixated on the distant blood orchids, found himself in a quandary. The large tree that had spanned the ravine had collapsed into the chasm, now submerged beneath the soil, leaving only the option of traversing the half-filled ravine on foot before scaling the cliff where the blood orchids thrived. The absence of the main god's prompt suggested that the mutated python had not perished. However, if they did not seize this opportunity, the python could thaw and emerge once more, leading to a perilous battle for survival. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yang resolved to collect the blood orchids. With 8 members in the winged fire squad, gathering 8 blood orchids would signify the completion of the main god's task, allowing them to return to the main god's space at any time. With his decision made, Chen Yang hesitated no longer. He gestured to Ma Ying, signaling her to provide cover, and then slid down the slope formed by the collapse. Initially, Chen Yang was somewhat cautious, but once he reached the bottom of the ravine, he quickened his pace. The soil was exceedingly soft, each step creating a pit. Even as he endeavored to hasten, his speed was merely equivalent to a normal walking pace. Perched at a high vantage point, Ma Ying endeavored to remain alert, her fingers delicately resting on the trigger, her gaze fixated on Chen Yang. Zhang Jianfei and Li Feiqian, standing at the edge of the stream, were equally engrossed, their attention riveted on the ground beneath Chen Yang's feet, their hearts racing with trepidation. At last, Chen Yang traversed the stream below, arriving at the precipice where the blood orchid flourished. He unsheathed his wolf-fang knife and thrust it into the cliff face, utilizing it to ascend swiftly. The stream had been partially filled, with merely 20 meters separating Chen Yang from the location of the blood orchid. He climbed with remarkable speed, reaching the coveted spot in no time. As he drew closer, the sweet fragrance of the blossoms intensified, enveloping him in a nearly intoxicating aroma as he approached the blood orchid's growth site. The scent was overwhelming. Chen Yang's heightened sense of smell, an enhancement of his spiritual canine, compelled him to instinctively hold his breath and extend his hand. As he plucked the first blood orchid, the collective gaze of onlookers fixated upon him. At that moment, a subtle tremor coursed through the ground beneath them. Chen Yang sensed the cliff tremble gently and quickly glanced down, witnessing a massive surge of soil erupting from the streambed. A colossal shadow emerged from the earth, sending debris flying, the impact stinging his skin like coarse gravel, rendering his eyes unable to open. Just as Chen Yang closed his eyes, he felt the air around him rushing past, a powerful force pulling him downward as if he were caught in a vast vortex. He felt weightless, yanked down by this formidable suction, as the blood orchid in his grasp was torn apart, its petals scattering like drops of crimson. Unaware of the chaos unfolding, Ma Ying and her companions observed clearly from a distance. The mutated giant python erupted from the ground, its rear half still buried, suddenly unfurling its massive jaws and drawing in Chen Yang with an immense force. As the python's maw threatened to engulf him, Ma Ying swiftly aimed her scope at its head and pulled the trigger. The python's head erupted in a spray of crimson, the bullet's impact diverting its trajectory and interrupting its advance. Chen Yang experienced an abrupt release from the surrounding pull, crashing onto the ground with a thud. Hastily pushing himself up, no sooner had he regained his footing than the shadow flitted before him. The python's tail lashed out violently, striking him with the force of a speeding truck, lifting him off the ground and sending him sprawling over 10 meters away. It was only then that Zhang Jianfei and the others reacted, each firing their weapons at the mutated python. However, their ordinary bullets ricocheted off its tough hide, inflicting damage only where Ma Ying had previously created a wound with her armor-piercing round. The injuries sustained by the mutated giant python were, at this moment, almost negligible. Its 4 mutated claws had completely retracted into its body, and its massive form glided swiftly across the ground, effortlessly ascending from the depths of the waterway. The posterior half of its body lifted, and its enormous head lunged forward, aiming directly at Zhang Jianfei. With a loud bang, a burst of blood erupted from the python's head, this time striking its right eye. The python's eye, as large as a car headlight, was exceedingly conspicuous. Although the python's vision was poor, rendering its sight of little utility, the pain inflicted by the injury was immense. The mutated giant python let out a deafening roar, swinging its head towards Ma Ying's direction. Ma Ying, who was poised to fire with her scope trained on the mutated giant python, suddenly felt her weapon lighten. A green vine, emerging from an unknown source, coiled around her sniper rifle and yanked it upward, sending the bullet soaring into the air. Concurrently, several more vines reached out, ensnaring Ma Ying's limbs and hoisting her into the air, leaving her suspended in a star-like position. These vines bore sharp thorns akin to those of a rose, piercing her flesh as they entwined her limbs. The agony compelled Ma Ying to emit a cry of pain, and just as her mouth opened, a vine slithered directly into her mouth, resembling a small serpent as it swiftly descended down her throat. Chapter 76. To the bitter end, it was only when Ma Ying became ensnared by the vines, suspended in midair, that Zhou Maxin finally reacted. She noticed a vine probing into Ma Ying's mouth and sprang into action, seizing the intruding vine and yanking it out. A sound akin to a rope snapping echoed as Zhou Maxin forcefully extracted the vine, revealing that the end of it was gruesomely adorned with bits of flesh and blood. The vine, now in Zhou Maxin's grasp, suddenly coiled back violently, wrapping around her arm. The sharp thorns pierced her skin, sending a jolt of pain through her body. Gritting her teeth against the agony, she drew Ma Ying's tactical dagger from her waist and swiftly slashed at the vines constricting Ma Ying. With a resounding thud, Ma Ying fell to the ground as several vines were severed at her midsection, their growth rate diminishing yet still thrashing about wildly with their tendrils. Meanwhile, the other end of the vine, connected to its roots, continued its relentless expansion, seeking to ensnare both women. In a desperate moment, Zhou Maxin summoned an extraordinary surge of strength, dragging Ma Ying away and retreating several paces until they were finally free from the vine's grasp. Breathing heavily, Zhou Maxin tore away the now withered vine entangled on her arm and activated her basic healing spell, a cascade of luminous points emanating from her hands as they brushed over Ma Ying's form. The light coalesced into Ma Ying's body, prompting her to cough violently, expelling a mouthful of blood, which alarmingly contained fragments of deep red internal organs. Among these grotesque remnants, several twisted tendrils of vine continued to writhe. a testament to the resilience of the vine's life force. Once she regained her mobility, Mying swiftly retrieved a high-explosive grenade, biting open the safety pin and hurling it towards the still-growing vines. The tendrils instinctively coiled around anything moving nearby. As the grenade landed, several tendrils ensnared the smoking explosive. A flash of fire erupted, followed by a tremendous explosion, leaving behind only a scattered mess of severed branches and leaves that, like the tail of a gecko, continued to twitch sporadically. Before the echoes of the blast faded, Ma Ying charged forward, but upon spotting a Type 95 sniper rifle on the ground, she cursed under her breath. The design of the Type 95 extensively utilized engineering plastics and hard aluminum alloys, which, while beneficial for corrosion resistance and weight reduction, compromised its hardness and structural integrity. This was not an issue under normal circumstances, but the shockwave from the grenade had shattered the plastic stock, warping the barrel beyond usability. Casting aside the searing hot Type 95 sniper rifle, Ma Ying drew her pistol and rushed downward. Although she possessed enhanced long-range vision and targeting capabilities, the pistol's feeble firepower was insufficient to inflict significant damage on the mutated python, even if she managed to strike its vital points from such a distance. Beneath the high ground, Quinn exhibited remarkable reflexes as he rolled into position, swinging his horned war hammer with vigor. The sharp tip of the hammer struck the mutated giant python, penetrating its scales with devastating force, driven by Quinn's strength. As he twisted the handle of the war hammer, dislodging a scale the size of a bowl, he prepared to insert a grenade-esque safety pin when the python suddenly coiled away, creating distance between them. With a deafening roar, the python's colossal body twisted violently, its 30-meter length resembling a gigantic whip as it lashed out towards Quinn. The sheer mass and length of the python's strike created an extensive threat area. While Zhang Jianfei and Li Faq Quan managed to evade from a distance, Quinn found himself too close to escape. Instinctively, he clasped his hands around his head, curling into a ball to protect his vital areas and minimize the impact. With a resounding crack, the python collided with Quinn, akin to a whip striking a spiral, lifting him off the ground. He soared through the air for over 10 meters before crashing into a tree, which trembled violently before splintering and toppling, its massive crown crashing to the ground. Previously, when Su Yunmu fell victim to a trap set by the headhunter, Chen Yang had worried that Zhang Jianfei, having only enhanced his defensive capabilities, lacked sufficient offensive power. Thus, he entrusted Zhang with Su Yunmu's automatic rifle and half the armor-piercing ammunition before departing from the headhunter's territory. Witnessing Quinn being flung aside by the python, Zhang Jianfei pressed the rifle stock firmly against his shoulder, aiming at the creature's head and decisively pulling the trigger. In an instant, dozens of armor-piercing rounds were unleashed. Although aimed at the python's head, the creature was in constant motion, resulting in the majority of the shots striking its writhing body. The unique construction of the armor-piercing rounds was sufficient to pierce through and damage the python's scales, causing its flesh to rupture. The mutated giant python emitted a pained shriek, abruptly turning to spit its mutated tongue, ensnaring Zhang Jianfei's legs and yanking him down. With a powerful tug, it began to drag him towards its gaping maw. Seeing Zhang Jianfei pulled to the ground, Li Faq Quan lunged forward, wielding a black machete, and struck at the python's tongue wrapped around Zhang's legs. The blade met resistance, akin to striking tough leather, sending a jolt through the weapon. Perhaps due to its reinforced defenses, the cold steel machete failed to sever the tongue completely, becoming lodged instead. In agony, the mutated python recoiled, releasing Zhang Jianfei's legs. And with a swift motion, it closed the distance to Li Faq Quan, its hidden claws suddenly extending to slash at his thigh. Li Faqian let out a blood-curdling scream, relinquishing his grip on the black broadsword. The claws of the mutated python were incredibly sharp, and with a single slash, they severed one of his legs at the root. On the ground, Zhang Jianfei swiftly sat up, replacing the empty magazine. He remained seated, continuously firing at the massive serpent. Having exhausted his armor-piercing rounds, he was left with only standard 5.8mm ammunition, which proved significantly less effective. After a series of rapid gunfire, Most bullets only left small indentations on the serpent's scales, with only a few penetrating its wounds. The mutated python twisted its body to face Zhang Jianfei. At that moment, it seemed to sense something, abruptly ignoring Zhang's relentless assault and swiftly slithering towards the cliff where the blood orchid grew. Meanwhile, on that very cliff, Chen Yang was striving to climb higher. Though struck by the python's tail, he had already evolved to the first tier of strength, enhancing the muscular endurance of his body. Instinctively tensing his entire being before the strike, he fell into a mud pit formed by compressed earth and flowing water, mitigating the impact. Nonetheless, he was still left dazed, the blow causing stars to dance before his eyes until he fell into the mud, where the cool water revived him. As he awoke and spat out the muck from his mouth, he felt a throbbing headache and nausea, realizing he was exhibiting symptoms of a mild concussion. Struggling to rise from the mire, he barely moved before collapsing back. A sharp pain pierced his side, akin to a needle prick, indicating fractured ribs. He could only guess how many. During this brief interlude, the mutated python had ensnared Ma Ying with its vine-like appendages, hurled Qin aside, and ensnared Zhang Jianfei with its tongue. In the mere span of 1 to 2 minutes from Chen Yang's encounter with the python to Li Feiqian striking its tongue, nearly half of the winged fire serpent squad had already lost their combat effectiveness. While no one had perished thus far, the current trajectory suggested the total annihilation of the squad was only a matter of time. As Chen Yang lay in the mud, gasping for breath, his gaze fell upon the blood orchids above him. If he could gather 8 of these flowers, everyone would be able to return safely to the main god space. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself against the dizziness and the pain in his ribs, forcing himself to stand and utilizing his wolf fang to ascend. Just as he reached the midpoint, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him, and Ma Ying's heart-wrenching screams pierced the air. With a heavy heart, he unsheathed the wolf fang, preparing to leap from the precipice below. Chen Yang's reaction was swift. He did not even turn to look back. It still seemed too late. From the soil beneath him, several vibrant green vines, adorned with sharp thorns, emerged, their long tendrils swiftly ensnaring his hands and feet. Ma Ying, while screaming as she rushed down from the heights, continued to fire her weapon, hoping to attract the attention of the mutated python. However, the creature showed no inclination to respond, its 30-meter-long body undulating effortlessly as it glided several meters closer to the precipice. At that moment, Chen Yang found himself ensnared by the vines, helplessly watching the mutated python approach. Suddenly, the air beneath his feet stirred, and in the refracted sunlight, he could see particles floating in the atmosphere. In an instant, a colossal python materialized, positioning itself in front of the mutated serpent. The sudden appearance of this massive creature cast a pall over everyone's hearts, invoking a sense of despair. One mutated python was already sufficient to annihilate the entire winged fire snake squad, and now, out of nowhere, another had emerged. Chapter 77. Life and Death. The sudden appearance of the enormous python not only astonished Chen Yang, but also left the swiftly swimming mutated python in a state of confusion. It abruptly halted, its solitary eye fixated on the newly emerged giant serpent, flicking its bifurcated tongue, which had been severed in half. As the mutated python extended its tongue, the opposing giant python mirrored the action, to Chen Yang's astonishment, revealing that its tongue was also embedded with a black broadsword. Upon witnessing 2 nearly identical mutated pythons and noticing that the newly emerged serpent cast no shadow beneath it, Chen Yang's thoughts stirred. Recalling Zhou Maxin's illusion and Yexing's prior mention of the hunting methods employed by pythons, the vision of a python is notoriously poor. It primarily relies on its tongue and labial pits to sense its surroundings and capture prey. The tongue collects scent particles from the environment, while the labial pits detect infrared radiation. Moreover, the python's entire neural network is attuned to vibrations, rendering these 3 sensory organs far more crucial than its eyesight. Thus, it became clear that the illusion crafted by Zhou Maxin would not deceive the mutated python. Indeed, in the next moment, the mutated python pierced through the illusion without hesitation. Zhou Maxin, standing at a distance, felt her body weaken and collapse to the ground. She had employed an illusion known as true reflection, capable of conjuring an image identical to the subject, but the sheer size of the mutated python exceeded her capacity to maintain such a grand illusion. Witnessing the python breach her creation, she succumbed and fainted. With the illusion obliterated, the mutated python showed no signs of pausing. It anchored itself with its tail and raised its upper body, opening its massive jaws to bite down upon Chen Yang, as the serpent lunged to engulf him. A thunderous explosion erupted from its midsection, creating a 1-meter square gap. Sustaining such a grievous injury, the mutated python emitted a pained hiss, its upper body trembling precariously in the air. Ma Ying's complexion turned pale, her knees buckling as she fell to the ground. Realizing that bullets could not harm the mutated python, she hurled a high-explosive grenade she had carried with her, her gaze locking onto the gaping wound previously pried open by Quinn's ramhorn hammer. The weight of the grenade far surpassed that of a bullet, and even with the distance closed, accurately targeting the grenade into the python's wound exceeded Ma Ying's physical limits. Straining to toss the grenade into the opening, she ultimately could not maintain her strength any longer and fainted. With a momentary respite, Chen Yang, gritting through the pain, summoned the strength of the bull, snapping the vines, ensnaring him. He forcefully pushed off the cliff with his feet, executing a flip mid-air, landing atop the mutated python's head. The serpent's scales were slick and slippery, causing Chen Yang to lose his footing and slide down its body. He raised his arm, driving the wolf fang deep into the scales. The descent of Chen Yang was ferocious. The wolf fang pierced through the scales and immediately slid downwards, carving a gash nearly 2 to 3 meters long across the back of the gigantic python, dousing Chen Yang in the foul-smelling serpent's blood. Since the battle commenced, accounting for the eye that was obliterated by Ma Ying's piercing gaze and the recent explosion caused by the high-explosive grenade within its body, the mutated python had suffered significant injuries for the third time. It emitted a pained roar, its massive body coiling rapidly as it attempted to ensnare Chen Yang. Having endured consecutive blows, particularly the gaping wound from the high-explosive grenade that severely impaired its agility, the mutated python, though still swift, was unmistakably slower. Chen Yang pressed down with his left hand and forcefully withdrew the wolf fang embedded in the mutated python's flesh. He performed a somersault, narrowly evading the serpent's lethal constriction. As he landed, he rolled away with the grace of a lazy donkey, but despite his quick reflexes, he could not outpace the enormous python. With a mere flick of its massive form, it covered several meters effortlessly. Realizing it had failed to ensnare Chen Yang, its claws, coiled within its abdomen, shot out with blinding speed, akin to a sharp scalpel, slicing into Chen Yang's body. A sharp pain shot through his shoulder as his left arm was severed at the root, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Chen Yang let out a horrified scream, collapsing onto the ground, feeling as though his eyelids were weighted down by mountains, unable to open them. He understood this was the body's self-preservation mechanism at play. When overwhelmed by excruciating pain, it instinctively induces a state of unconsciousness. Yet, he knew he could not afford to succumb to darkness. With a fierce bite to his tongue, clarity returned momentarily. He opened his eyes just in time to see the mutated python's triangular head, as large as a small vehicle, lunging toward him with its mouth agape. Just as the mutated python was about to swallow him whole, a lush tree suddenly extended from above, crashing directly into the serpent's gaping maw. Quinn, gritting his teeth, unleashed an immense strength from his petite frame, lifting the severed half of the tree he had just broken and thrusting it into the python's mouth. The serpent's jaws took a brutal hit, and it violently tossed its head, flinging the half-tree, and Quinn along with it, away. Taking advantage of this distraction, Zhang Jianfei rushed over to swiftly drag Chen Yang from the ground, retreating rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Chen Yang retrieved a military-grade stimulant exchanged from the main god space. This potent stimulant far surpassed ordinary civilian versions, capable of temporarily dulling the nervous system's sensitivity to pain while inducing a state of exhilaration. However, its aftereffects would be significantly more severe than those of civilian stimulants, leaving one weak and incapacitated once the effects wore off. As he observed the mutated python casting aside the half-tree and swiftly approaching him, Chen Yang dared not hesitate any longer. He plunged the military stimulant into his neck with resolute determination. As the pale yellow liquid coursed through his veins, Chen Yang felt an exhilarating warmth enveloping his body. The once burdensome weight of his physique lightened considerably, and even the pain emanating from his severed arm and rib cage diminished significantly. Zhang Jianfei, dragging Chen Yang along, had exhausted his strength, yet the mutated giant python's speed was astonishingly swift. Despite his efforts, they had only retreated a mere 10 meters when the serpentine creature writhed forward, its elongated tongue flicking menacingly towards them. With a fierce shout, Zhang Jianfei summoned his last reserves of strength, forcefully tossing Chen Yang away, but in doing so, he found himself ensnared by the python's tongue. Under the influence of the military-grade stimulant, Chen Yang was imbued with a fervent energy. As he soared momentarily through the air, he executed a swift rotation, extending his right hand to seize the black machete that had become lodged in the python's tongue. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he pressed downward, cleaving the already severed tongue further in two. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yang knew the effects of the stimulant were fleeting, lasting only about 3 minutes. If he did not vanquish the mutated giant python within that time, death would be his only reward. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward, rapidly circling the creature, discarding the machete to retrieve 2 high-explosive grenades. He bit off the safety pins and thrust his arms into the gaping wound created by Ma Ying's earlier explosion. Just as he inserted the grenades, the giant python suddenly twisted violently, flinging Chen Yang away. With a thunderous explosion, the 2 grenades detonated in succession within the creature's wound, showering the air with a gruesome spray of blood and flesh. The python's body was nearly cleaved in two, a mere layer of skin barely connecting the upper and lower halves. It emitted a tortured hiss, its massive form thrashing on the ground, suffering from the secondary damage inflicted by the blasts. Although its body remained intact, its agility was severely compromised, particularly as the posterior portion dragged heavily behind it. The thin layer of flesh at the wound twisting like a rope and slowing its movements further. Zhang Jianfei, with great effort, tore free the segment of the python's tongue that had ensnared him. Observing the sluggish movements of the mutated giant python, hindered by its own severed body, he seized a rare opportunity to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Drawing from his previous experience, he understood that standard ammunition would be ineffective against the python's scales. Instead, he aimed meticulously at the wound, unleashing a relentless stream of bullets. As the serpent's speed diminished, each attempt to retaliate was thwarted by the weight of its own severed body. The onslaught of bullets continued to pummel the injury, igniting a fury within the beast. In a sudden, violent motion, the mutated giant python twisted its body and, with a primal roar, attempted to bite through the remaining thin layer of flesh that connected its severed parts. Zhang Jianfei, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated, yet it was already too late. After the mutated giant python bit off the latter half of its own body, it charged toward Zhang Jianfei without hesitation. With every movement, fresh blood gushed from its wounds. But it paid no heed. Due to the loss of half its body, the python's twisting motion was noticeably reduced, yet its speed markedly increased. Akin to a truck hurtling down the highway, it collided with Zhang Jianfei, sending him flying. Despite possessing the defensive skills of stone skin and weakened defense, the impact from a mutated giant python was too great for Zhang Jianfei to withstand. As he soared through the air, he coughed up blood, which was tainted with fragments of darkened organs. Chapter 78. Returned Chen Yang did not perish. With his hand braced against the ground, he exerted himself to rise from the earth. This typically simple act now felt exceedingly arduous, as though several steel needles were stirring within his chest, clearly indicating that his sternum was fractured. Fortunately, the effects of the military stimulant had yet to wane, allowing him to endure for the moment. As he reached to remove his combat uniform, now stained crimson with blood, Chen Yang's motion abruptly halted. Inside the fabric lay two blood-red petals, perhaps blown into his attire by the mutated python during its fierce assault. Contemplating the medicinal properties of the blood orchid, he disregarded the potential for adverse mutations and hastily seized the petals, placing them into his mouth, chewing briefly before swallowing with determination. No sooner had the blood orchid been ingested than Chen Yang felt a conflagration ignite in his lower abdomen, eliciting an involuntary groan. Almost simultaneously, he sensed a tingling warmth coursing through his injured body, from his ribs to his chest, and even the severed limb. However, the effect of the blood orchid was not as potent as he had anticipated. In fact, it paled in comparison to the military stimulant. Unbeknownst to him, countless cells were relentlessly dividing and mending his flesh, sustaining his vitality from behind the veil of his perception. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yang bit open the pins of the remaining 4 high-explosive grenades, mentally counting down to the impending detonation. With his combat uniform bundled around him, he charged toward the mutated python, prepared to fight with every ounce of his strength. Throughout the battle, Li Fakin had suffered a severe injury, losing a leg. Quinn had been hurled aside by the beast, his fate unknown, and both Ma Ying and Zhou Moxing had been rendered incapable of combat. Even Zhang Jianfei, the most resilient among them, was left bloodied and weakened. Only Chen Yang, under the fleeting influence of the military stimulant, remained, and as its effects began to diminish, he knew that if he did not act decisively, he would lose his chance to fight. Upon seeing Chen Yang's form, the mutated python opened its maw wide, preparing to engulf him. Instead of retreating, Chen Yang surged forward, taking several quick strides before leaping willingly into the creature's gaping mouth. He forcefully shoved the 4 grenades wrapped in his combat uniform deep inside, then seized the remaining segment of the python's forked tongue, rolling his body beneath it. The python's razor-sharp teeth abruptly snapped shut, severing both of Chen Yang's legs. His anguished scream barely escaped his lips before a thunderous explosion erupted. One by one, the grenades detonated within the serpent's body, leaving the creature's form lifeless upon the ground. Its head, while retaining a semblance of integrity, resembled a tattered rag doll, ravaged by the blasts. Upon the demise of the mutated giant python, the winged fire serpent squad was awarded a total of 5,000 reward points and 5 evolution points. Chen Yang, drenched in blood, found his remaining right arm utterly shattered by the explosion, while both of his legs had been severed by the python's bite, rendering him akin to a mere human stick. However, unbeknownst to him, the 2 blood orchids he had ingested seemed to have preserved his consciousness, preventing him from succumbing to death. His vision was obscured and blurred, remnants of the explosion's debris having left his face marred, and although his eyesight was not entirely lost, it was gravely impaired, allowing him only to sense the dim fluctuations of light before him. He felt as if he had been drained of all vitality. His body no longer obeyed his commands, feeling foreign and unresponsive. Not even a single finger could he lift. It was evident that the effects of the military stimulant were rapidly waning. Faintly, he heard Zhang Min's piercing scream, and a sense of relief washed over him, leading him to lose consciousness entirely. Time passed inexplicably until Chen Yang awoke once more, greeted by a vast square and a luminous orb suspended in the air. He felt a wave of relief. It seemed he had survived the terrifying ordeal of the rampant python. Upon regaining consciousness, he immediately felt an acute pain coursing through his body. Looking down, he saw his form riddled with wounds. Both arms were absent, and his legs were bitten off below the knees by the mutated python. Other parts of his body bore injuries from the final explosion's shrapnel. A flurry of light particles continuously entered his body, mending his wounds. Observing the repair process, he recalled Zhou Moxing's rudimentary healing technique and pondered when her abilities might evolve to such remarkable efficacy. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Zhou Moxing floating within one of the light beams, accompanied by 4 others, Ma Ying, Li Feiqiu, Quinn, and Zhang Jianfei, each ensconced in beams of varying brightness. Beneath them stood Yi Sheng, covered in mud, clutching several blood orchids, his expression fervent as he gazed intently at the orb above. Beside him was Zhang Min, her face etched with astonishment. Aside from the team member who perished in the headhunter's trap, all others had safely returned to the main divine space. Among the group, Zhou Moxing and Ma Ying had suffered minimal injuries. Their unconsciousness was merely a result of overexerting their abilities. After a brief period of repair, they soon floated down from their light columns. Before long, the other three also descended from their respective beams, and instead of returning to their quarters, they gathered in the square, awaiting Chen Yang and inquiring how Yi Sheng had managed to procure the blood orchids. Yi Sheng recounted the events that transpired afterward. Due to their lack of combat ability, he and Zhang Min had been left behind in the headhunters' tribe. Shortly after Chen Yang and the others departed, he contemplated the dire consequences should the seasoned warriors perish, knowing he and Zhang Min would have no chance of survival in the rainforest. Thus, he persuaded Zhang Min to follow the trail left by Chen Yang's group. Navigating the rainforest, they nearly lost their way, yet the continuous sounds of gunfire and explosions from the ongoing battles guided them, ultimately leading them to Chen Yang and the others. When the two arrived, it was precisely at the moment when Chen Yang detonated a high-explosive grenade, vanquishing the mutated giant python. Subsequently, Yi Sheng ascended the cliff to gather the blood orchid, completing his mission and returning to the main god space. Chen Yang's restoration lasted nearly an hour. Upon descending from the beam of light, the others approached him one by one for an embrace. During the waiting period, they had mutually validated each other's accounts and had roughly deduced the events surrounding Chen Yang's slaying of the mutated python. Noticing the blood orchid in Yi Sheng's hand, Chen Yang inquired, "How many blood orchids did you gather?" Yi Sheng adjusted his glasses and replied, "Worried about your injuries. I did not dare to collect all the blood orchids. When the main goddess prompt sounded, I chose to return, gathering a total of 10 complete blood orchids and 2 incomplete ones. Each blood orchid signified the potential for mutation ability. Previously, in the plot world of the Python disaster, consuming a blood orchid posed the risk of fatality, but within the main god space, restoration was constantly provided by the main god. As long as one possessed sufficient reward points, there was no need for concern regarding this issue. Thus, upon hearing that Yi Sheng had gathered a total of 12 blood orchids, Chen Yang's expression brightened with joy. It appeared that this time, the underdog had transformed into a wealthy individual. Zhang Jianfei was equally elated, exclaiming, "Not counting the mutation abilities derived from the blood orchids, I received a total of 2,300 reward points, 1 evolution point, and a defensive mutation ability. What about you? Your rewards should surpass mine, right?" Although Li Feiqian appeared calm on the surface, he could not help but smile slightly when rewards were mentioned, stating, "I obtained 2,700 reward points, a localized mutation ability, and 1 evolution point." Ma Ying added, "I received a total of 3,600 reward points, 2 evolution points, and the ability to lock on targets obtained from slaying the mutated headhunter. I acquired 2,860 reward points and 1 evolution point," she concluded. Apart from Yi Sheng and Zhang Min, all other participants in the hunt for the mutated giant python received substantial rewards and even gained mutation abilities from the creature itself. This was entirely in line with the rules of the main god space. Greater risks yield greater rewards, with risk and reward always remaining proportional. Finally, all eyes turned to Chen Yang, who had delivered the decisive blow to the mutated python in this narrative world, indicating that his rewards should be the most significant. Chen Yang closed his eyes, connecting with the main god, and reviewed his accrued rewards. For each horror film completed, there was a basic reward of 1,000 points. Slaying a headhunter warrior granted 20 points. Killing an elite headhunter warrior yielded 100 points. And defeating a mutated headhunter warrior awarded 1,000 points along with 1 evolution point. In addition, the final blow to the mutated giant python netted him 2,300 points and 2 evolution points. Thus, in total, he garnered 4,420 reward points and 3 evolution points, alongside 2 mutation abilities, color-changing mimicry and fear induction. After recounting his rewards, Chen Yang curiously inquired, "According to the headhunter wizard, the mutated giant python possesses 5 distinct abilities: immense strength, enhanced defense, localized mutation, animal hypnosis, and vine manipulation. Just now, Zhang Jianfei acquired enhanced defense, while Li Feiqian obtained localized mutation. The remaining 3 abilities have yet to be claimed, suggesting that these powers are randomly distributed. As he spoke, Chen Yang felt a vague sense of something amiss. Upon spotting Quinn's figure in the distance, he suddenly recalled that ever since returning to this primary divine space, Quinn had remained silent, retreating into the background and avoiding the gaze of others. "Quinn, what reward did you receive?" Chen Yang asked, prompting all eyes to turn towards her. Under the collective scrutiny, Quinn timidly shrank back, stammering, "I'm not Quinn. I don't understand what you are saying." Observing Quinn's demeanor and her aquamarine eyes, Chen Yang's heart sank. It was apparent that, possibly due to the severe trauma, the second personality displayed by Mylan Shah, Quinn's persona, had succumbed to slumber while her primary consciousness, Mylan Shah, had regained awareness. Ma incautiously asked, "Are you Mylan Shah? Do you remember what happened earlier?" The little girl shook her head and replied, "I only remember a wicked person in a black hood jumping down from the roof. I don't recall anything afterwards." Chen Yang and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Mylan Shah's memories were entirely confined to the narrative of Night Demon 2, leaving no trace of the events from the storyline of the Serpent Calamity 2. The group tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing Quinn further, although Yi Sheng and Zhang Min were puzzled by Quinn's apparent transformation. They wisely chose not to delve into the matter. In the horror film realm, it was essential to remain vigilant. Now, with the exhilaration of their substantial rewards subsiding, fatigue began to settle in. After bidding each other farewell, they retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Since it was the first time for Yi Sheng, Zhang Min, and Li Feiqian to enter the primary divine space, Ma Ying stayed behind to explain the room usage to the 3, including Mylan Shah. Yi Sheng and the others selected their rooms, and to Ma Ying's astonishment, Mylan Shah, without any prompting, returned to the room previously chosen by Quinn.